After a blinding flash of light, Zhang Chen found himself utterly astonished by the scene before him. He was standing on an 8-lane highway. Towering skyscrapers flanked the road on both sides. Several overturned vehicles lay scattered across the pavement, as if a horrific traffic accident had just occurred. In the distance, enormous red vines coiled around the high-rise buildings, with clusters of leaves trembling as if stirred by an invisible breeze. What filled Zhang Chen with the most dread was the sight of hundreds of zombies standing ominously beside him. Their vacant gazes and pallid skin, with purple veins visible beneath, sent shivers down his spine. Blood pooled on the ground, forming streams that mingled with grotesquely mangled corpses, leaving them unrecognizable. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood, inducing waves of revulsion. Have I crossed over into a post-apocalyptic world? He thought, bewildered. But why aren't these zombies attacking me? Panic-stricken, Zhang Chen remained rooted to the spot, terrified that any sudden movement might awaken the zombies, who appeared frozen in time. If they did, his fate would be sealed. Welcome to the world of the apocalypse, where the reincarnated game begins. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang Chen's mind. Before him unfolded a peculiar world map unlike any he had ever seen. In his recollection, the world map depicted vast oceans enveloping over half of the Earth, with a few landmasses floating atop. Yet here, nearly the entire surface of the planet was land, with oceans resembling gigantic lakes interspersed throughout. This isn't Earth? He exclaimed internally. This is water blue star, with a surface area 1,000 times that of Earth. The number of towns here is approximately 10,000 times greater than that on Earth. Cultural and technological advancements are highly akin to those of Earth civilization. This world has been overrun by zombies and various mutated creatures. Your sole objective is to survive. The voice, devoid of emotion, relayed this information, seemingly probing the questions swirling in Zhang Chen's mind. Remember the following points for survival in this apocalyptic world. 1. A unique energy envelopes the globe. Defeating zombies and mutated creatures will allow you to collect energy to enhance your abilities, sometimes offering greater advantages than wielding firearms. 2. Natural water sources have been contaminated. Drinking unpurified water could be fatal. 3. Not all mutated flora and fauna are harmful. Some can be consumed for sustenance and may even provide health benefits. 4. Numerous supply crates are scattered worldwide, harboring unexpected treasures. 5. Every individual possesses a spatial ring, capable of expanding storage capacity through energy consumption. This ring is your faithful companion for survival, and it is viewed as a prized possession by other survivors. 6. Effectively utilizing the gathering skill will enable you to swiftly collect resources from zombies and mutated creatures. 7. As night falls, zombies and mutated creatures will become increasingly active. It is advisable to seek out a secure refuge. 8. Current levels of mutation among zombies and mutated creatures have been suppressed, with suppression diminishing every 30 days. Prepare accordingly. Warning: the game will commence in 5 minutes. Adjusting gravity parameters. Constructing the game world. Restarting city power. Activating remote auction trading. Opening chat channels. Modifying human adaptability. As the game prompt concluded, only a barrage of seemingly useless information remained. Zhang Chen stood in the middle of the highway, acutely aware that the game would soon begin. If all the zombies sprang to life, there wouldn't be enough of him to satiate such a horde. He urgently needed to find a safe haven. But where could he hide? Who knew whether the shops around him harbored zombies? How many might lurk within? Finding a secure location within 5 minutes was no easy task. Hesitating, he glanced at a nearby restaurant. Bloodstains marred the entrances of many establishments, but this one appeared remarkably clean. Perhaps it could serve as an excellent hiding place. Just as he prepared to approach, a prompt appeared beside the restaurant. There are 27 ravenous zombies inside the restaurant. If you recklessly charge in, they will surely feast upon you. Zhang Chen was taken aback. What was this? A warning? Instinctively, he scanned the regional chat channel. Where is this? Why are there so many zombies? Can someone explain what's happening? I'm so scared my legs feel weak, and I can hardly move. There are zombies everywhere, and I fear there are more behind the door. I'm hiding in a closet. My situation isn't much better. I can't tell if there are zombies in the room. I'm on a bus. Is anyone nearby? I'm on the rooftop, although there are no zombies here. I'm about to dry out from the sun. What should I do about the exit? Everyone was communicating, seeking help, and bolstering each other's courage. Yet, none mentioned being able to see the prompts. If they could see the warnings like Zhang Chen, would they still be concerned about what lurked behind the doors? Indeed, this prompt was visible only to him. Zhang Chen quickly turned his gaze to a nearby, small supermarket, and as expected, another prompt appeared. There are 6 zombies in the supermarket, along with some purified water. If you possess a suitable weapon and are agile enough, you might consider entering. This option was also out of the question. Zhang Chen knew his own limitations. He was just an ordinary person. Taking on 6 was an impossible feat. Next, he focused on a nearby real estate agency. Congratulations! There are no zombies here, and a level 1 supply crate awaits you. No zombies? And supplies. This was promising. This would be the place. As Zhang Chen glanced at the surrounding zombies, the same prompt reappeared. The zombies in a frozen state cannot move or be killed. Time remaining 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Estimating the distance, Zhang Chen noted that the real estate agency was merely 30 meters away. Within 10 seconds, he could easily reach it and secure the door behind him. With 4 minutes remaining, there was no time to waste on idle chatter or daydreaming. He needed to engage in something far more meaningful. Zhang Chen rapidly surveyed the zombies around him, soon fixating on a zombie dressed as a bomb disposal officer. Chapter 2. Level 1 supply box. Before him stood an undead riot police officer, clad in a black bomb-proof suit, a steel helmet adorning his head, and a tempered shield clutched in his hand. Zhang Chen rushed forward, swiftly removing the riot helmet from the creature's head. Indeed, the notification indicated that these zombies were immobile and could not be killed. However, that did not imply that the items upon them could not be taken. Observing the helmet, it appeared remarkably sturdy and was surprisingly clean inside. The zombies here merely looked fearsome, but were certainly not the type that oozed decay and pus. Had they been of that kind, Zhang Chen would never have dared to extract anything from them. What if he were to get infected? Here, as long as one was not bitten or scratched by the zombies, infection would not occur. Zhang Chen donned the tempered helmet and then reached for the tempered riot shield held by the zombie. This creature was currently in a state of stasis, its fingers rigidly positioned. With immense effort, Zhang Chen managed to wrest the shield from the undead's grasp. A further search of its body revealed a tear gas canister. Nothing else of note remained. Glancing around, he found nothing but ordinary zombies nearby, nothing particularly special. A short distance away, he spotted another zombie in riot gear, its hand seemingly clutching a revolver. However, Zhang Chen was already confronted by a countdown timer indicating the start of the game. 59. Time was of the essence. It was far too perilous to rush over and seize the weapon now. In this apocalyptic survival scenario, one must proceed cautiously and develop their abilities without recklessness. Zhang Chen carefully noted the location of that zombie and the surrounding environment before turning away and dashing towards the real estate agency. The persistent notification remained unchanged, still indicating no zombies inside. And there is a level 1 supply box. With a muffled thud, Zhang Chen burst into the real estate agency, swiftly locking the glass door behind him. He grabbed a half-consumed bottle of purified water from the desk. Though tainted by previous consumption, it could not be drunk but could certainly be utilized. Zhang Chen deftly sprinkled the water evenly across the glass door and immediately snatched up a flyer from the desk, quickly affixing it to the door. Just as the last blank space of the glass door was covered by the flyer, the countdown reached 0. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished zombie wails erupted, reverberating through the air. The sound was utterly chilling. Roar, hiss, ugh. A few zombies aimlessly wandered past the entrance of the real estate agency, their bodies twitching sporadically, entirely oblivious to the fact that humans still lingered within. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Chen took 2 steps back and collapsed onto the sofa. It was only then that he noticed his hands trembling uncontrollably from the adrenaline surge. His legs felt weak beneath him. Faced with the hordes of zombies outside, to claim one was unafraid would be a blatant lie. The fact that Zhang Chen managed to remain so composed in the face of zombies for the first time was remarkable in itself. He attempted to calm his wildly racing heart as he opened the chat channel. What was once a rapidly scrolling regional chat channel now fell into a serene quiet. While some conversations persisted, they lacked the frantic pace of earlier, where each message was instantly swept away. A single message could linger on the interface for 3 or 4 seconds before being gradually replaced. This indicated that From the very beginning of this apocalyptic game, there had been casualties, and not a few. What was going on? I see that the zombies on the street have come to life. They swarm like a tide. It's terrifying. Oh my god, I just ducked into an apartment, and those zombies are moving too fast. I couldn't escape even for a moment. I'm on the 5th floor, and I saw a survivor get torn apart by a horde of zombies while trying to retrieve a box of purified water from a sedan's trunk. The scene. Isn't this a game? How could someone be dismembered? It shouldn't be possible to just disappear or something. I feel as if this is merely a gamified world, but if caught by a zombie, death is still inevitable and the manner of demise is all too real. What kind of game is this? It feels like stepping into an apocalyptic world destined for death. I don't want to die. Is there a master out there to guide me? The last speaker was a girl. The regional chat channel displayed messages from survivors in Zhang Chen City. Each message showcased the speaker's three-dimensional avatar, along with their name, height, weight, and other basic information. In a typical gaming scenario, a frail girl seeking help from a master would surely attract numerous eager volunteers. However, under these circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Who would dare boast of guiding others? Thus, after the girl spoke, no one responded. Many were engaged in their own discussions, mostly sharing experiences or pleading for assistance. There was little useful information. Zhang Chen had no intention of contributing to the channel. Did they think this was merely a game? This was the apocalypse, a world where survival was a matter of life and death. The more one spoke in the channel, the more one exposed their own information, making them an easy target for those with ill intentions. Until he became stronger, survival was the key. After a brief moment of recovery, Zhang Chen confirmed that the zombies outside would not breach the entrance. With the flyer blocking the glass door, it was effectively a wall against the undead. For now, he was safe. Zhang Chen recalled that the prompt indicated there was a level 1 supply box in this room. He stood and surveyed his surroundings. The real estate agency was quite small, consisting of a single floor. Upon entering, there was a sofa set, a coffee table, and a reception area. Behind that was an office. The total space barely exceeded 60 square meters. Zhang Chen stepped into the office and, in the corner, discovered a supply box the size of a suitcase. As soon as he placed his hand on the supply box, a prompt appeared. Open immediately? Yes, no? Yes. The box responded, opening itself. Inside, there lay a fire axe, a basic body enhancement potion, and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Suddenly, Zhang Chen remembered he had a space ring. This dark green ring was nearly fused with the middle finger of his left hand. With a mere thought, his personal space revealed itself. There were 12 compartments, each capable of storing the same type of item. The quantity could stack, with no upper limit. Currently, 2 compartments were occupied. The first held a can of luncheon meat weighing 1 pound, and the second contained a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Zhang Chen stored the riot shield, tempered helmet, fire axe, tear gas canister, and the newly discovered purified water within. In an instant, 6 compartments were filled, leaving 6 remaining. The position for drinking water displayed 2, indicating 2 bottles of drinking water were stored. Chapter 3. Basic Body Enhancement Potion. Zhang Chen focused on the syringe filled with yellow liquid in his hand. Basic Body Enhancement Potion can elevate your physical condition to an extraordinarily robust state. The physical levels of ordinary survivors were classified as weak, average, strong, exceptionally strong, and the human limit. Upon reaching the human limit, one would enter the awakener stage. The evolution stage has its own classifications, which are currently undisclosed. However, it can unlock talents and grant extraordinary abilities. Zhang Chen was presently classified as an average survivor, since this potion would elevate his physical condition directly to the exceptionally strong category. The earlier he used it, the better. Even if Zhang Chen began a daily regimen of conscious physical training to elevate his strength to the strong category, injecting the potion would still boost him to the exceptionally strong level. Hence, there was no need to waste time. He decided to use it immediately. Zhang Chen's hands seemed to instinctively know how to locate a vein for injection, and he adeptly proceeded to push the yellow liquid into his bloodstream. In an instant, a scorching sensation coursed through his veins, spreading throughout his limbs. The muscles felt as though they were tearing apart, and Zhang Chen wanted to scream in pain. Yet he held it in. Outside, thousands of zombies roamed the streets. A shout from him would undoubtedly attract them, sealing his fate, with no potion able to save him. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the burning sensation gradually subsided. Subsequently, Zhang Chen felt a wave of relaxation enveloping him. His senses appeared to sharpen beyond their previous acuity. He was brimming with newfound strength. He swung the fire axe in his hand, which had previously felt somewhat heavy. Now felt weightless. His hearing seemed more acute than ever, as he suddenly discerned faint cries for help. The voice seemed to have abruptly entered his ears mid-sentence. "Is there anyone to help me? Don't come near. You monsters, is anyone nearby?" From the fragmented phrases, it was evident that the voice had been calling out for some time. However, prior to using the potion, Zhang Chen's hearing had not been so keen, which is why he had only just caught it. Zhang Chen carefully discerned that the voice originated from outside the window. He approached the window, not boldly standing directly in the center. Any behavior that might attract the attention of zombies is undeniably foolish. Zhang Chen stood against the wall, peering cautiously outside. Behind the real estate agent was a residential community. A shouting survivor stood approximately 100 meters away, atop an awning above an apartment door. She was a woman clad in a fitted, low-cut evening gown, as if she had been abruptly transported from some gala. Whatever attire individuals donned before their crossing remained unchanged upon arrival. Zhang Chen had been dressed in athletic wear before, and he had arrived in the same outfit. Were it not for the sports shoes on his feet, traversing several dozen meters in mere seconds would have been an impossible feat. The woman's attire, however, was clearly ill-suited for any form of movement, as she balanced precariously on high heels that could easily lead to an ankle sprain on uneven terrain. Surviving in such an extreme apocalyptic environment was akin to courting death. Moreover, the most perilous aspect was that her position had initially been secure. Yet, her incessant screaming had drawn all the wandering zombies in the vicinity toward her, transforming her into a prime target. 7 or 8 zombies congregated at the entrance, all craning their necks and extending their hands while emitting low, guttural growls. What a foolish woman! Did she not realize that noise would attract the undead? However, this could also present an opportunity. Zhang Chen observed from the window for a moment. The zombies were entirely captivated by the woman's cries. They faced the apartment door, oblivious to Zhang Chen's presence behind them. It was an ideal moment for a stealthy strike. Yet, he was uncertain whether these zombies were akin to those portrayed in the zombie films he had previously watched, particularly sensitive to sound and sight. Could they also track humans by scent? If that were the case, taking hasty action would surely lead to his demise. In this apocalyptic world, where life was singular and precious, caution was paramount. Just as Zhang Chen was meticulously assessing the situation, a prompt appeared once more. Zombies are sensitive to sharp sounds. Now is an opportune moment for harvesting. The prompt answered Zhang Chen's query perfectly. Since it indicated no issues, that made things easier. An opportunity to eliminate 7 or 8 zombies in an instant. The system had previously mentioned that slaying zombies and mutated creatures would yield energy crystals that could enhance one's strength. This chance was not to be missed. Zhang Chen focused his thoughts, equipping his reinforced helmet, blast shield, and firefighting axe. He then approached the back door of the real estate agency. The front entrance was a glass door facing the street, while the back was a security door leading into the community. The security door has aged. If you open it too quickly, it will emit a sharp metallic screech. The timely prompt appeared. Zhang Chen grasped the handle of the security door. He exhaled deeply, then cautiously pushed the door open just a crack, creak. The sound of metal scraping against the slightly deformed frame echoed. Fortunately, the noise was not loud. Even so, the distant zombies momentarily paused their movements, only to be drawn back to the incessant shouting of the woman. Phew, that was close. A mere gentle nudge nearly attracted the zombies. Had he pushed it open forcefully, the sound would have reverberated in the empty residential area, and he would likely have found himself besieged next. Thankfully, the prompt had provided guidance. Drawing from his experience, Zhang Chen continued to inch the door open until there was a gap wide enough for a person to slip through. He then swiftly squeezed through the opening. "Hey, I'm here. Please save me," the woman, who had initially sounded fatigued, now shouted excitedly upon seeing Zhang Chen. With such a volume, she had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the zombies. Zhang Chen gave her a thumbs up. He dared not delay, holding the blast shield in his left hand and the firefighting axe in his right, all the while vigilantly scanning his surroundings as he advanced quickly. He soon found himself behind the cluster of zombies. "Be careful. You must be cautious. If you get bitten or scratched, you'll become a zombie too." the woman screamed loudly. Zhang Chen ignored her, focusing all his mental energy and attention on the group of zombies before him. He needed to ensure a swift and decisive strike. With that thought, Zhang Chen positioned the blast shield protectively before him, swung the axe in a wide arc, and struck down at the closest zombie's skull. Chapter 4. The door jammed. With a sickening squelch, the zombie's head was cleaved in half instantly, a grotesque mixture of fluids sprang forth. The zombie collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chen was surprised at the sheer force of his blow. He had not anticipated his body had become so formidable. Having cooked and chopped bones at home before, he knew it required immense effort, typically needing a cleaver to even partially sever a bone. The skull, being one of the strongest bones in the human body, posed significant difficulty to slice through with a knife or axe, especially since zombies were not stationary targets, but would thrash about in the past. Zhang Chen would never have dared to act recklessly, as a slight miscalculation could lead to the axe getting lodged in a skull, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Now, however, his physique was extraordinarily robust. Decapitating these zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. One strike, and they were down. The woman was horrified by the gruesome scene, her voice escalating in pitch once more. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Zhang Chen continued his assault, dispatching the zombies with swift precision. In an instant, he felled 5 of them. The remaining 2 zombies finally sensed Zhang Chen's presence. A female zombie lunged at him first. Zhang Chen lowered his head, using his helmet to shield himself, and forcefully thrust his shoulder against the blast shield, sending the female zombie crashing against the wall. He then pivoted, delivering a kick that sent another lunging zombie sprawling to the ground. Raising his axe, he delivered a finishing blow. Squelch! A mix of red and white fluids splattered the ground. Hiss! Aru! The female zombie charged at him once more in a one-on-one encounter. Zhang Chen felt no fear. He pressed the blast shield against the zombie's chin, creating some distance, then swiftly brought down the axe with a decisive chop. This strike cleanly split the zombie's head in 2. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Chen took a moment to catch his breath. Killing these zombies was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in ensuring he emerged unscathed while facing multiple foes. In the past, if Zhang Chen had exerted himself to swing the axe repeatedly 7 or 8 times, he would have been left gasping for breath. Now, however, he remained composed and unruffled, feeling entirely at ease. At that moment, translucent collection prompts materialized above the corpses of the zombies. Collection. Zhang Chen concentrated, reaching out towards the nearest zombie's body, which instantly vanished. You have recovered a zombie corpse, earning energy crystal X1. Lighter X1, mutated fertilizer X3, mutated fertilizer, can accelerate crop growth. 10 of the same quality can be synthesized into high-grade fertilizer. Zhang Chen glanced at the fertilizer in his storage space, resembling a mass of decayed flesh. It was likely harvested from the zombies. Yuck! Thankfully, there was no odor or residue in the storage. Otherwise, Zhang Chen would never have allowed such items in his space. Zhang Chen then approached another zombie's corpse, rapidly collecting them one by one. You have recovered a zombie corpse, earning energy crystal X1, car key X1, mutated fertilizer X3. You have recovered a zombie corpse, earning room key X1, unit access card X1. Mutated fertilizer X2. You have recovered a zombie corpse, earning energy crystal X1, mutated fertilizer X5. In total, Zhang Chen collected 8 zombie corpses. Upon tallying, he had acquired mutated fertilizer X30, energy crystal X3, car key X1, room key X1, unit access card X1, lighter X2, otherworldly currency X325, a total of 7 items. It turned out that collection involved retrieving useful parts and undamaged belongings from these zombies. Moreover, the energy crystals did not drop with the 100 guarantee. Zhang Chen surveyed the area, confirming there were no hidden zombies lurking in the shadows, before leaning against the locked unit door to examine his spoils. Mutated fertilizer, used to accelerate the growth of crops and livestock. 10 mutated fertilizers can be synthesized into 1. Rapid growth fertilizer, energy crystal, used to enhance your physical strength. Current upgrade requires 0-100. Aside from these 2 items, the other possessions, such as the lighter, access card, room key, and car key, lacked detailed descriptions due to their commonality. The purpose of the lighter was self-evident. However, the latter 3 items would be utterly useless if not corresponding to the appropriate unit, room, or vehicle. Just then, Another prompt appeared before Zhang Chen. Car key. A key for a patriotic brand SUV. You might try your luck in the underground parking lot. Access card. Access card for Unit 2. Building 3. Room key. Key for Room 2. 5th floor. Building 3. Cash. You can purchase packaged food from vending machines, which have a longer shelf life than you might expect. Hiss upon seeing these considerate prompts. Zhang Chen's spirits lifted considerably. Without the prompts, these items would have seemed entirely worthless. However, with the guidance provided, Zhang Chen is highly likely to effortlessly acquire a means of transportation and a secure refuge. Furthermore, he may even stumble upon some sustenance and water. These items hardly necessitate being stored in the ring's storage space. Instead, Zhang Chen simply tucked them into his pockets and proceeded towards Building No. 3. Hey, come rescue me. You can't possibly leave me here all alone. A woman shouted from atop the awning, calling after Zhang Chen's retreating figure. However, he paid her no mind. The foremost task at hand was survival. Securing a safe haven, along with ample food and water, was imperative to at present. Zhang Chen possessed merely a can of luncheon meat and 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water. These supplies could sustain him for no more than half a day, and engaging in combat with zombies would only exacerbate the consumption. He could hardly look after himself, let alone take on the burden of a woman. The presence of an additional mouth to feed was unwelcome. Moreover, this woman panicked and screamed at the sight of zombies, her voice piercing and loud. She was practically a walking beacon for the undead. She was absolutely not worth the risk. As for any romantic entanglements, with his hunger unappeased, how could he possibly entertain such thoughts? Preserving his strength to slay zombies was far more appealing. Zhang Chen confidently arrived at the entrance of Unit 2 in Building No. 3. At the unit door was constructed of tempered glass and alloy steel, heavy and robust. Without a keycard, one could not hope to pry open such a formidable door. Beep. Zhang Chen swiped his keycard, and to his astonishment, there was still electricity here. The red indicator light on the access panel instantly transformed to green. With a dull click, the unit door was unlocked. Chapter 5. A fortuitous windfall through the glass of the unit door. Zhang Chen could discern the interior. The first floor appeared devoid of zombies, thus quite safe. He swiftly slipped through the unit door and gently closed it behind him. Click. The sound of the door locking resonated heavily in the silence. Zhang Chen anxiously shielded himself with the blast shield, his right hand gripping his axe tightly, ever wary of a sudden zombie ambush from an unexpected angle. Building number 3 was a low-rise structure, with a maximum of 5 floors and no elevator. Upon entering the unit door, there was a corridor of about 5 to 6 meters leading to a staircase with 4 flights. 2 households resided on the first floor. The door of the unit directly facing the stairs was firmly shut, adorned with numerous bloody handprints. The bloodstains had long dried, presenting a rather chilling sight. The door of the adjacent unit was ajar, revealing a noticeable trail of blood leading from the corridor into the room. 2 famished zombies await your arrival in the room. The prompt reappeared. Now, Zhang Chen faced 2 choices, either to shut the door and remain unthreatened by any potential zombies within, as they could not open doors, or to charge in and eliminate the zombies. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen opted for the latter. His food and water supplies were dwindling. He could not afford to overlook any room ripe for searching. While zombies were indeed terrifying, as long as he avoided a horde, Zhang Chen felt confident in dispatching them. However, without water, he would succumb to death within a week at most. Moreover, dehydration would severely diminish his combat effectiveness. It was a gamble. To prevent any zombies lurking in the hallway from ambushing him, Zhang Chen promptly closed the room door behind him with a loud thud. Ugh, huh. 2 zombies emerged slowly from the bedroom and bathroom, respectively. To his astonishment, they had hidden in 2 separate directions. Fortuitously, he had refrained from attempting a stealthy approach. Facing an enemy from both sides would have been dire. Gear. The moment the 2 zombies spotted Zhang Chen, they snapped into action, their lethargy replaced by a frenzied charge. In less than a second, both zombies collided violently against Zhang Chen's blast shield. The ferocity of these zombies surpassed Zhang Chen's expectations. He raised the shield and swiftly pivoted to the side. The zombies, caught off guard, found themselves pinned against the security door by Zhang Chen's blast shield. Die. Zhang Chen swung his axe. Thud, thud. With 2 decisive strikes, the zombies collapsed lifelessly to the floor. True combat often culminates in a split second, with outcomes rarely resembling the drawn-out duels depicted in television dramas. This was no contest. Zhang Chen's sole focus was on swiftly eliminating the zombies. Similarly, the zombies were intent on infecting him. In such high-stakes encounters, one must strike with utmost resolve. Any hesitation could prove fatal. After dispatching the two zombies, Zhang Chen finally exhaled in relief, crouching down to reach for their bodies. Collecting the remains. You have reclaimed a zombie corpse, acquiring an energy crystal 1, clean cloth 2, and mutated fertilizer 3. You have reclaimed a zombie corpse, acquiring clean cloth 3 and mutated fertilizer 2. Clean cloth can enhance the defensive properties of clothing. Upon obtaining a sewing blueprint, clothing can be crafted. It appears this too is a form of material. Zhang Chen stored the clean cloth, energy crystal, and mutated fertilizer in his storage space. These items could be stacked, automatically merging with previously stored supplies. The collection of resources must continue. The security doors in this world's community were sturdier than those in the original Earth. Crafted from pure steel, the doors opened outward, yet lacked handles. Unless one possessed a key, attempting to force them open with an axe would create a cacophony that could attract zombies, and the axe would sustain significant damage in the process. If the blade became dulled, losing his weapon would be catastrophic. Furthermore, even with such strength, it might not be feasible to breach a door of such resilience. For other survivors, attempting to open a door to enter a room was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Zhang Chen cherished the opportunity to scavenge within the room, determined to thoroughly search every nook. Zhang Chen immediately dashed into the kitchen. Food and water were his most pressing needs. This unit comprised 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. With 2 bedrooms, a study, and an open kitchen, Zhang Chen opened every cabinet in the kitchen. He found only a few unopened bottles of seasoning. Everything else had expired, including rice and flour, which had turned a sickly green, sprouting bizarre red-spotted mushrooms. These foods have expired. Consuming even a bite may lead to hallucinations, and 2 bites could spell doom. The warning reappeared. Truthfully, even without the warning, Zhang Chen could discern that these items were inedible. He then opened the refrigerator. The contents of the cold storage were all opened, uncertain if they had been contaminated by the virus. Only 2 sealed cans of beer remained, and they were not expired. The production date stamped on the cans read October 15, 2012, with a shelf life of 20 years. Such an extended shelf life. Zhang Chen recalled that beer in the world he knew typically had a shelf life of around 2 years, with some lasting only 6 months. Here, the beer boasted a 20-year shelf life? Zhang Chen quickly glanced at the calendar on the wall, which had frozen on December 2012, indicating that the virus outbreak occurred in this world in December 2012. He wiped his fingers across the dining table, revealing a thin layer of dust. Judging by the thickness of the dust, only a few months had passed, at most not exceeding a year. It was indeed chilling. In less than a year, the virus had obliterated the entire civilization on Water Blue Star. Zhang Chen recalled the system's prompt at the onset of the Apocalypse game. The zombies now were merely a suppressed result of the system. Every 30 days, the suppression would weaken, gradually restoring these mutated creatures to their original terrifying forms. Survival and strengthening. There was no time to lose. Zhang Chen opened the lower compartment of the refrigerator. There, he discovered a large chunk of frozen meat, weighing a solid 5 to 6 pounds. What a windfall. With meat to eat and beer to drink, these supplies would sustain him for at least 3 to 4 days. Chapter 6. The farce of the chat channel. Zhang Chen continued to rummage and found a large box of ice cream, containing 20 creamy ice cream bars. While this may not suffice as a meal, it contained high sugar content, which could be utilized as energy in desperate times. He stored all of it in his storage space. From the kitchen, he selected only 1 bottle of soy sauce and placed it in his storage space, along with various kitchen knives and utensils. Before departing, Zhang Chen opened the wardrobe in the bedroom. As expected, all the clothes within were collectible. Collect. Ding. Congratulations. You have collected clean cloth 120. When leaving room 102, Zhang Chen did not lock the door but left it ajar, then ascended the stairs to the 5th floor. Along the way, all the room doors remained tightly shut. Occasionally, he could hear the low growls of zombies from some rooms, alongside the piercing sounds of claws scraping against the metal security doors. In the stairwell, only 2 zombies were present, which Zhang Chen easily dispatched. Having collected Energy Crystal Core 2 mutated fertilizer, 5, and 173 yuan in cash. Zhang Chen ascended to the 5th floor. He inhaled deeply, relieved that the threats along the way had been eliminated. Only this place remained, and he hoped it wouldn't spring any surprises on him. Rather than hastily inserting the key into the lock, he focused intently on the security door. Indeed, after a brief moment, a line of prompts gradually materialized. There are no zombies in this room. It is quite clean and suitable for a temporary stronghold. Safe. Only then did Zhang Chen retrieve the key and unlock the door to room 502. With such a prompt, it was convenient, sparing him the peril of confronting various unknowns. Comfortable, upon entering, he shut the door with a bang. The room had excellent soundproofing. The faint echoes of zombie growls in the corridor vanished the instant he closed the door. Everything fell into an extraordinary silence. Zhang Chen meticulously searched each room, including the closet and beneath the bed, thoroughly inspecting every corner. Once he confirmed that there were indeed no zombies, he finally let down his guard and collapsed onto the sofa, eyeing this apocalyptic survival. Caution was paramount. After the recent battles, Zhang Chen felt a slight fatigue, not from physical exertion, but from mental strain. With his physical strength, killing a few zombies wouldn't tire him out. After resting for about 10 minutes, he felt much revitalized and began to scrutinize the room carefully. This was a room belonging to a family of 3, but above the headboard of the bed hung a large wedding photo. The humans of Water Blue Star shared a cultural development not too dissimilar to that of Earth. There was an empty crib beside the bed. The entire room was impeccably clean, devoid of any bloodstains. The air even carried a faint fragrance. For the time being, he would treat this place as a refuge. Zhang Chen placed the unopened soy sauce in the kitchen and stored the frozen ice cream and food in the freezer, saving space in his storage compartments. Currently, the space ring contained luncheon meat can, purified water, 2, canned beer, 2, mutated fertilizer, 50, clean fabric, 125, blast shield, tempered helmet, fire axe, kitchen knife, 2, and fruit knife, 1. These already occupied 10 slots in his storage. If he included the recently frozen meat and ice cream, the storage ring would be completely full. This didn't even account for the lighter, keys, cash, and various other odds and ends in his pockets. 12 slots of storage space seemed somewhat inadequate. Primarily, it was because there were far too many items to collect in this world, and the variety was exceedingly diverse. If only he could enhance his backpack's capacity. With this in mind, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. Who has water? I just ran almost a kilometer to evade zombies, and I'm out of water. I'm so thirsty. Is anyone near St. Forest Hospital? I'm trapped in the doctor's office on the 5th floor of the inpatient department. Someone come rescue me? I just killed a zombie and collected an energy crystal core. Who wants it? I'll trade for food or water. No freeloaders allowed. Wow, the person upstairs is impressive. They even dare to kill zombies. I struggled for ages to kill one zombie, and all I got was a pile of mutated fertilizer. Ugh, what bad luck. I don't have any weapons. When I see a zombie, I can only run. I'm so pitiful. Let's band together. We should unite to form a survivor camp where we can help each other. Suddenly, a person named Zheng Hao called out. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be a refined university student. Everyone can privately message me their locations. Since this is a regional chat channel, I suspect we're not too far apart. We can gradually come together. Sharing resources and abilities, only through unity can we combat the zombies. The power of one is limited, but the strength of a team is boundless. Everyone must unite. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's message, Zhang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. While Zhang Hao's intentions might be noble, his ideas seemed overly idealistic. Cohesion could only arise under 2 circumstances. Either a strong alliance or a weak union. A strong-weak coalition was nearly impossible. Capable individuals rarely wished to carry dead weight, and who would want to share their hard-earned food and water for free? Zhang Chen preferred to ally with the strong, as mutual support would lead to exponential growth and strength. However, the apocalypse had only just begun, and it would take time for the strong to emerge. Thus, uniting now was not a wise decision. As for a weak coalition, that was even less viable, merely a group of individuals struggling for survival, huddling together for warmth. Furthermore, Zhang Hao's approach posed another risk. It exposed the locations of other survivors in this world of extreme scarcity, who could tell whether the one arriving was a rescue organization or a looting survivor. One must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain vigilant. Zhang Chen chose to ignore Zheng Hao's call. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, drinking water, 500 ml. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, drinking water, 500 ml. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, drinking water, 500 milliliters. The chat room was instantly flooded with these notifications. Wang Jirun had listed approximately 20 bottles of purified water in one go. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, another series of notifications followed. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, packaged ham sausage, 1. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, packaged ham sausage, 1. Ding. Wang Jirun listed, packaged ham sausage, 1. Once again, 20 more notifications flooded the chat. Chapter 7. A bet well placed. What the heck? Who is this god? So impressive, with both water and ham sausages. It seems this deity happened to be at a supermarket, which explains the abundance of supplies. Truly a windfall. This world is so unfair. Why am I stuck in a restroom stall while others are in a supermarket? Quick, see what this god needs. Perhaps I can barter for some food. Wang Jirun, great god, please check your private messages. I would love 2 ham sausages. Alas, I don't even dare to step outside, and I have nothing to trade with the god for food and water. What a dilemma. In truth, many shared the sentiments of the last speaker. Surviving was no easy feat, and birthplaces were random. From the chat, it appeared most were outdoors, in corridors, with only a few fortunate souls having traversed directly into residential buildings. Those in the supermarket were exceptionally lucky. Most were in a state of dependency, lacking anything to trade for food and water. Zhang Chen opened the trading channel and was taken aback by the variety of items listed. These were likely items other survivors had posted after he had killed zombies. They were peculiar items, such as women's lingerie, plush toys, empty water bottles, cups, chopsticks, hats. Essentially, everything these survivors could find was listed, hoping to inadvertently encounter a fool willing to trade for their useless items. Unfortunately, at the moment, everyone's primary needs were food and water. Who would spend resources exchanging for useless items? Thus, these listings had been up for 2 or 3 hours without a single sale. Zhang Chen filtered the options for food and water. Soon, the array of items Wang Jirun had just listed appeared before him. The exchange conditions were stringent. Purified water, 500 milliliters, required 1 energy crystal core for exchange. Packaged ham sausage also required 1 energy crystal core. Energy crystal cores were precious commodities, essential for enhancing one's abilities. Anyone possessing a substantial amount of energy crystal cores would undoubtedly see a remarkable increase in strength. If Wang Jirun traded all 40-plus food and water items for energy crystal cores, it would suffice to elevate him from an ordinary individual to a robust survivor. In fact, if he continued selling food and water in large quantities, he might even rise to become an exceptionally strong survivor in a short span. Those appearing in the regional channel were all nearby survivors. One could never know when they might cross paths. Encountering someone stronger than oneself in this apocalypse could yield unpredictable consequences. The final decision would rest in the hands of the stronger individual. If the strong person was benevolent, perhaps they could become allies, or at the very least, coexist peacefully. However, if the strong individual coveted the resources in your ring, you might find yourself in dire straits. Your life could even be at stake. Zhang Chen couldn't afford to naively assume that Wang Jirun was undoubtedly a good person. After all, one only had one life, and there was no room for error. Caution was imperative. Zhang Chen remained discreet, continuing to observe the regional chat channel. Sigh, the food and water listed by the god are simply too expensive. 1 energy crystal core for a bottle of water. This is outright robbery. Indeed, I was fortunate to have killed 2 juvenile zombies, which is how I obtained 1 energy crystal core. It seems this item doesn't drop 100% of the time. 1 energy crystal core for a bottle of water or a ham sausage is equivalent to trading one's life. It's not worth it. Thank goodness I brought a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry today. Right now, figuring out how to fight the zombies is the way forward. Without tackling zombies, there will be no resources. Without resources, it is impossible to exchange for the desired items. Ultimately, it leads to a dead end. As soon as this statement escaped my lips, a chorus of agreement erupted. Indeed, outside there are zombies. If we venture out, we might scavenge some food, but how can we fight unarmed? Although I am a combat coach, I would much prefer a knife over my fists. After all, a mere scratch could lead to infection, which is no trivial matter. Does anyone have a knife? Is anyone selling knives? Or perhaps a hammer or something similar would suffice. I possess a fruit knife. But I dare not confront zombies with it. I would gladly part with the knife. If someone is near the school, please come to the classroom and rescue me. Glancing at the chat messages, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. A business opportunity had arisen. Zhang Chen had previously brought up various tools from downstairs, and combined with the knives in this room, he now had a total of 5 kitchen knives and 4 fruit knives. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading interface, selected to list his items, and in the exchange items section, he chose can luncheon meat 500 milliliters of purified water. Every survivor who traversed here automatically brought along a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of purified water. Surely, they would be willing to trade these for weapons. Of course, not many would dare to offer their initial food and water in exchange for weapons, but certainly some would. Such individuals fall into 2 categories. 1. The robust survivors capable of combating zombies, who can gain crystal cores through extensive zombie slaying, thereby trading for more food and water. A lucrative endeavor. The second category consists of survivors who encounter very few zombies nearby and can visibly spot food and water in close proximity. A day's worth of food and water could be exchanged for even more supplies. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could easily deduce that this is an exceptionally profitable transaction. Zhang Chen was betting that such survivors undoubtedly existed. In fact, even if he were to gamble incorrectly, he could simply adjust the price and relist, incurring no loss. Thus, he proceeded. Ding, Zhang Chen listed, sharp kitchen knife. Ding, Zhang Chen listed, sharp kitchen knife. Ding, Zhang Chen listed, sharp fruit knife. Meanwhile, others keenly sensed that weapons were the most sought-after commodity at present. They too began to list items such as long wooden stick, a brick, ashtray, chair, truly a bizarre assortment, everything imaginable. Similarly, the items listed by these individuals were also intended for exchanging food and water. Indeed, using sticks, bricks, and ashtrays as weapons is marginally acceptable. But a chair, that is rather excessive. Of course, these weapons could have been seen as the only options before Zhang Chen listed his kitchen and fruit knives. Now that the option of kitchen knives was available, who would still want those other items? Ding! Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You sold a kitchen knife and obtained can luncheon meat. Purified water. Ding! Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You sold a kitchen knife and obtained can luncheon meat. Purified water. Ding! Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You sold a fruit knife and obtained can luncheon meat. Purified water. After approximately an hour, the weapons Zhang Chen had listed were completely snatched up. He amassed a total of can luncheon meat 9 and purified water 9. His survival capabilities had once again improved. He had made the right bet. Chapter 8. Flight Attendant Zhao Xia. Indeed, just as Zhang Chen had anticipated, he was not the least bit concerned that someone might wield a kitchen or fruit knife to swiftly eliminate zombies and thus grow into a potential threat. For knives are items that wear down, especially when using a kitchen knife to sever a zombie's head. It is not as simple as depicted in movies where one effortlessly slices fruits and vegetables. A kitchen knife is designed for cutting vegetables and meat. There exists a specialized knife for chopping bones, known as a cleaver. Though a cleaver resembles a kitchen knife, it is larger and heftier. Using a kitchen knife on a zombie's head, it could easily become lodged in the skull, and it is prone to dulling. Essentially, it is a consumable item. Thus, what was once considered the most scarce resource in the apocalypse, purified water and luncheon meat, was now selling far less effectively than Zhang Chen's offerings. Naturally, this situation was merely temporary. Zhang Chen had seized the opportunity by recognizing the survivors' needs and made a small profit. However, as more survivors gained the strength to slay zombies and accumulate crystal cores, food and water would undoubtedly remain hard currency. This was indisputable. Having sold all his weapons, Zhang Chen now had ample resources. He decided to browse the auction house for items he might require. This time, he did not filter his search but rather aimlessly flipped through several pages. It was much like before, with offerings of ladies' underwear, hats, down jackets, ceramic bowls, and more. Were it not for the apocalypse, one could easily mistake this for browsing an online shopping platform. Truly, there is nothing you cannot find if you can imagine it. Zhang Chen quickly flipped through a few more pages when suddenly, 3 items caught his eye. Blood-stained key, 5. Requires food or water. Price negotiable. Map of Tianyang City. Requires food or water. Price negotiable. Tianyang University Campus Distribution Map. Requires food or water. Price negotiable. These 3 items were all listed by a girl named Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia was an exceptionally beautiful girl. donned in a flight attendant uniform, her long legs particularly eye-catching. However, Zhang Chen's focus was not on Zhao Xia's looks or figure, but rather on her listed items, a key. Upon seeing this item, Zhang Chen's eyes brightened. He shifted his attention to the key. Soon, a prompt appeared, blood-stained key. After cleaning, it can unlock corresponding rooms at Tianyang University. The current rooms corresponding to this key are school cafeteria storage, security monitoring room, locked girls' dormitory, management department teacher's office, and medical room. Other rooms hold little significance, but the cafeteria storage could potentially contain a wealth of well-packaged food. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove. He promptly messaged Zhao Xie, "I have seen your items, and I want them all. Please name your price." Shortly, Zhao Xie replied, "Really? You want all of these? That's wonderful. Can I exchange for some water? Just one bottle. Would that be acceptable?" Upon asking this, Zhao Xie seemed somewhat apprehensive. The importance of water is self-evident. However, the key is essentially worthless. Who can accurately determine which key opens which door? Moreover, in this apocalypse, zombies would not patiently await your attempts to unlock each room. As for the map of Tianyang City, it holds a modicum of value, but not much. In the early stages, survivors struggle for survival. Even if they venture out, it is only within 100 meters or so, and they can easily ascertain their surroundings without a map. Even when survivors grow stronger and can travel further, they can easily procure a local map from a travel agency. Therefore, Zhao Xie's items had languished on the auction house for quite some time, garnering no interest. Out of desperation, she resorted to selling them in this manner. She was well aware that these items held little value, even less than a tempered glass ashtray on the table. Asking for a whole bottle of water was akin to a lion's demand. Yet, she had no other resources to offer and needed to sell them, or tomorrow would be exceedingly difficult for her. Zhang Chen shook his head and quickly replied, "One bottle is too much. I have a little less than half a bottle of water left. If you agree, we can trade right now." A whole bottle of water could be exchanged for energy crystal cores. Trading for these items was indeed not worthwhile. However, without a suitable container, one cannot trade a whole bottle of water. Thus, Zhang Chen proposed using the remaining half bottle, ensuring mutual benefit and equitable value. Sure enough, is that not feasible? Zhao Xie hesitated slightly, responding uncertainly, "But it's only half a bottle, and you've already drunk from it." This, Zhao Xie was studying flight attendant training. Having just entered her freshman year, she had never had a boyfriend. The thought of sharing a bottle of water with someone felt inappropriate. However, this was the apocalypse. Having something to drink was already quite fortunate. There was simply no room to be picky. Seeing Zhao Xie hesitate, Zhang Chen realized that his previous statement had been too direct. He thus added, "I have no other empty bottles. Even if I did, they would also be ones I've used. If you have a clean container, I can try to see if I can directly trade the water. I don't have an empty bottle either. I am currently in a security room, surrounded by zombies. I found the key on the corpse of a security guard," Zhao Xie said, her voice tinged with trepidation. After a moment, she let out a soft sigh and said, "Well, it's already this far. There's no need to dwell on it. Then, let us proceed with the exchange." Ding. Zhao Xie has sent you a trade request. Accept. Soon, a trading window appeared before them. Zhang Chen placed his half bottle of purified water on the table. Zhao Xie placed bloodstained key 5, map of Tianyang City, and Tianyang University distribution map, all at once. Both parties clicked to confirm. Ding. You have lost half a bottle of purified water and gained bloodstained key 5. Map of Tianyang City, Tianyang University distribution map. Thank you. You are a good person. Zhao Xie expressed sincerely. It wasn't naivety. On the contrary, her experiences over the past half-day had exposed her to the darker sides of human nature. She placed the half bottle of purified water within the ring, which indeed displayed that it was untainted. Previously, there had been survivors who attempted to engage her in conversation while holding a half bottle of contaminated water. Others had used food and water as bait, demanding that she indulge their shameless desires. In a world devoid of legal and moral constraints, the darker facets of human nature were magnified many times over. Such individuals elicited Zhao Xie's immediate disdain, prompting her to block them. Zhang Chen, however, was the only person thus far who had genuinely exchanged goods with her, and he had not uttered a single flirtatious remark throughout the entire interaction. Individuals like him were indeed exceedingly rare. Chapter 9. Sharing experiences. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Such naivety would surely lead to misfortune in this apocalypse. Am I to be considered a good person for merely acting this way? In this dire environment, the moral standards of peaceful times had long since crumbled. What remains is merely the relentless struggle for survival. Zhang Chen retrieved the map hastily, unfurling it to adhere to the wall. Based on his previous recollections, he found himself on Tianhe Street, near a real estate agency, adjacent to a small supermarket. Behind the agency lay a residential complex. Utilizing this information, Zhang Chen swiftly pinpointed his location on the map. He was in a community named Yujingbei, situated a mere 500 meters from Tianyang University. Crossing a single intersection to the south would lead him directly to the university's main entrance. Under normal circumstances, 500 meters would hardly be considered a distance. A few minutes' walk would suffice. However, in the current situation, forget even the 500 meters. Being able to traverse a few dozen meters on the main road was already an impressive feat. Accessing Tianyang University would have to wait until his strength was sufficiently formidable. As for keys, he would hold on to them for the time being. Fortunately, he currently had an ample supply of food and water, allowing him to gradually enhance his abilities. Zhang Chen glanced at the surroundings of the community. Apart from the small supermarket on the street, there was also one located at the front entrance of the residential area. He contemplated a visit there tomorrow in hopes of a stroke of luck. Zhang Chen posted a bottle of beer on the trading channel, stating, "Seeking keys." He then quietly observed the chat channel. To his surprise, another prominent figure had offered water. Surely beer could be considered a type of water. In fact, beer might even be more advantageous, as it contained maltose, which could be metabolized by the body for energy. This was promising, yet he found it peculiar that the individual sought keys. Why would one require keys? Alas, he had previously collected a key but deemed it useless and discarded it. What a grave mistake. Sigh. Whether it be energy crystals or keys, the items sought were all so eccentric. I once had a keychain before me, and I failed to pick it up. It was only after losing it that I felt regret. What remained was the communication among survivors. Occasionally, male survivors would attempt to flirt with attractive women, but there was little substance to these exchanges. It was merely a means for everyone to alleviate their spirits after narrowly escaping the initial zombie onslaught through casual conversation. This was nothing more than self-soothing. For the zombies lurked just outside the door, beyond the window, and in the streets. This was a formidable challenge that needed to be overcome. Failure to eliminate the zombies would inevitably lead one to become a victim in this world. Wang Jiran had remained silent in the regional chat channel, leaving Zhang Chen unable to discern his whereabouts. However, through the analysis of the numerous items Wang Jiran had auctioned, it was apparent that he was holed up in a place akin to a supermarket. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the rooftops. The streetlights in the neighborhood, controlled by a program, automatically flickered to life. At that moment, the zombies became increasingly agitated. They raised their heads, seemingly sniffing for the scent of humans in the air. Room 502 and Building 3 faced both the inner courtyard and the main road. Zhang Chen tightly shut the windows. Refraining from turning on the lights, he stood beside the window, silently observing the movements of the zombies on the street. The windows of this residence were well sealed. Numerous zombies ambled past beneath Zhang Chen's window, exhibiting no signs of noticing him. They had failed to catch the scent of humans and thus wandered off into the distance. Some zombies, however, detected the scent of humanity and let out a howl. Consequently, dozens of zombies surged towards the nearest source of the scent. The horde, comprising at least 30 to 40 zombies, rushed into a nearby alley, howling as they went. Who knew which unfortunate soul would bear the brunt of their wrath? Were it not for Zhang Chen's habitual reading of apocalyptic novels, he would not have developed such a vigilant demeanor. Who says reading novels is useless? It is only when one finds themselves in need that they lament their lack of knowledge. My goodness, zombies can actively seek out humans? What sort of ability is that? Infrared sensing or something? First, let us eliminate the possibility of vision. I am on the 10th floor, and the zombies should not be able to see me. Yet, they are violently banging on the door. I feel a tinge of fear. I share your sentiment. I spent most of the day on the bus without incident, and now the windows are smeared with the bloody handprints of zombies. It's terrifying. Zombies should be able to identify humans by scent at night. Everyone must opt for confined spaces and avoid opening windows at all costs. Oh no, I'm in the wardrobe, and I see a zombie approaching me. During the night, zombies became even more agile. While they struggled to overcome obstacles during the day, now they could not only easily navigate around them but could even leap over barriers a meter high. Everyone must be cautious when fleeing. The chat channel buzzed with discussions about their current situations and observations. This moment, Zhang Hao re-emerged. The night is arduous. Please take care and ensure that zombies do not catch your scent. These zombies exhibit heightened mobility, olfactory senses, and hearing at night. However, they do not react much to light. Turning on your lights will not draw them in. If anyone feels anxious, feel free to illuminate your rooms. This way, we can keep track of each other's locations and feel a little more secure. If the opportunity arises, I recommend venturing out during the day. Currently, I have established a small safe zone near the stadium, where 5 survivors have gathered. We welcome everyone to join us, so we can face this crisis together. Zhang Hao established a survivor camp so swiftly, and he has already gathered 5 survivors? This seems rather quick. Zhang Chen thought, though he had no time to dwell on it. After all, it had little to do with him. Moreover, thanks to Zhang Hao's efforts, many survivors in Zhang Chen's vicinity had previously hesitated to turn on their lights for fear that the illumination would attract zombies. However, after Zhang Hao's message and the sharing from others in the chat channel, they finally felt reassured. One by one, lights flickered on. Zhang Chen observed that there were at least a dozen rooms around him alight. Some were in shops, while others were in residential buildings. Given the limited perspective from his location, calculating the density of illumination indicated that at least 30 to 40 survivors existed within the surrounding buildings. Chapter 10. Returning to the streets, Zhang Chen was acutely aware that although the chat channel's participants were courteous, no one could predict how they would behave upon meeting in person. Sometimes, humans could be far more terrifying than zombies. After grasping the basic circumstances of the survivors nearby, Zhang Chen retrieved a can of luncheon meat, eating half by the light streaming in from outside, followed by a generous drink from the remaining purified water. He then lay down on his bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, daylight had already broken. The number of zombies on the street had decreased significantly. Fortunately, the armed zombie remained in place, having not strayed far. Zhang Chen proceeded to finish the remaining half can of luncheon meat and the last of the water. Feeling nourished, his overall condition improved considerably. He glanced around the community. The woman in the low-cut evening gown on the rain awning had vanished. There were no bloodstains, indicating she had likely been rescued or had managed to escape. After a night of changes, the community had gained 3 or 4 additional zombies. They were clustered near the first-floor window of Building 2, seemingly attracted to something. Whatever it was, it mattered not. He would simply kill them and investigate. The additional zombies posed a risk he was not prepared to take, but these 3 isolated zombies were essentially offering themselves to him. Why refuse an opportunity that presented itself so readily? Zhang Chen warmed up slightly in his room before opening the door and stepping outside. The hallway was eerily quiet. The door to room 102 on the first floor remained ajar, just as it had the previous day. The entrance to the unit was intact. The zombies had not entered during the night. It seemed that the height of the 5th floor provided ample concealment and safety. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen pushed open the unit door and stealthily advanced towards the 3 zombies in the distance. This time was different from before. Previously, Zhang Chen had been able to dispatch 7 zombies due to the distraction caused by that woman's screams. Yet now, there were no sounds to draw their attention. The zombies' hearing instantly sharpened. As Zhang Chen closed in, approximately 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies, all 3 simultaneously became aware of his presence. They could even hear the sound of his footsteps. These zombies were undoubtedly high-tier versions. Hiss, The 3 zombies surged towards Zhang Chen simultaneously. Their speed was formidable, but so too was Zhang Chen's. As the 3 zombies began to react, Zhang Chen had already taken 2 swift steps forward, cleaving one of the creature's skulls with a single swing of his axe. He then raised his shield to block the assault from the other 2 zombies, dispatching them with equal ease, 1 axe strike each. With little effort, he eliminated all 3 zombies. Collecting the remains he received. You have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining energy crystal 1, a damaged car key 1. Mutated fertilizer 3, you have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining energy crystal 1. Mutated fertilizer 3, you have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining a broken key 1. Mutated fertilizer 3. The energy crystals and mutated fertilizers were nothing new to Zhang Chen. He was well acquainted with them. His attention, however, turned to the damaged car key and broken key. Soon after, a prompt appeared. These items are beyond repair and hold no value. Zhang Chen promptly discarded the two useless items onto the ground. Storing the energy crystals and fertilizer in his storage space, he continued on his way. For Zhang Chen's objective had always been crystal clear. The three zombies in the neighborhood were merely an appetizing appetizer. His true target was the zombie he had been eyeing all day, the one wielding a revolver. In Zhang Chen's mind, the threat posed by other survivors far surpassed that of the zombies. As long as one could retreat into a safe house, zombies posed little danger, merely surrounding the entrance to prevent escape. However, malicious survivors were a different matter altogether. They could pick locks, climb, and even breach your sanctuary. Drawing hordes of zombies to finish you off, a firearm, without a doubt, served as the best deterrent against other survivors. A zombie is about to emerge from around the corner. If you wish to avoid a close encounter, it is advisable to halt your advance now. As Zhang Chen departed from building number 2, this warning suddenly popped up at the corner of a structure. He immediately came to a stop. Holding his breath and steadying his nerves, slowly, he raised his axe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a heavy, guttural growl unique to zombies emanated from the corner. 1 foot stepped out, followed by the other. Just as its head peeked around the corner, Zhang Chen's fire axe struck down, severing the zombie's head in a single blow. You have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining energy crystal 1, bloodstained clothing, mutated fertilizer 3, bloodstained clothing. It is infected with the virus and holds no utility. Another piece of worthless refuse. Zhang Chen casually discarded the bloodied garments. Standing at the corner of the building, he glanced into the distance. The corridor branched into two paths. One led to an abandoned side street that connected to the main road, while the other directed towards a small garden 50 meters away, where two zombies wandered aimlessly. With dawn breaking, acquiring the handgun and gathering resources was paramount. The world was teeming with zombies, and there was no need to squander time here. Therefore, Zhang Chen crouched low and treaded lightly. Seizing the moment when the two wandering zombies turned their backs, he dashed past them, successfully reaching the deserted side street. Pressing his back against the wall, Zhang Chen peered toward the main road. Thanks to the scent of survivors from the previous day, most zombies had been drawn away from the armed zombies' vicinity. Now, only a handful remained nearby. But in the distance, a throng of zombies loomed ominously, their sheer numbers sending chills down his spine. Time was of the essence. If he failed to acquire a firearm today, who could predict what calamity the night might bring? With a dozen zombies, he could take his time. Luring them in gradually should pose no problem. Zhang Chen picked up his axe and gently tapped it against the wall. The sound resonated with a metallic clang. The nearest two zombies on the road heard the noise and slowly turned towards him. The tactic was effective. He had only attracted two. Utilizing the cover of a parked car, Zhang Chen pressed his body against it, continuing to lightly tap the axe against the wall. The zombies swayed toward him, their movements growing closer. Zhang Chen noted that the zombies' responsiveness to sound was directly correlated to its volume. When the noise was subdued, they merely approached at a leisurely pace. Conversely, a louder sound would send them sprinting towards the source with terrifying speed. Zhang Chen patiently continued his gentle tapping, his eyes fixed through the car window, observing the zombies' every move, closer, even closer. This was the moment. Chapter 11. Can toilet paper be sold? Zhang Chen suddenly swung his axe, decapitating the first zombie with a clean blow. Using the momentum, he reversed the swing, bringing the axe down on the second zombie, smashing its skull from chin to crown. In a heartbeat, two zombies were dispatched. The fallen zombies made little noise as they hit the ground. 12 zombies remained. Zhang Chen methodically attracted the remaining creatures from the road, dealing with them one by one at the roadside. He surveyed his spoils. Energy crystal, 8. Car key, 2. Colt revolver, 1. Pistol bullets, 15. Mutated fertilizer, 40. Police baton, 2. Handcuffs and keys, 2. Walkie-talkies, 2. Clean police uniform, 1. Clean fabric, 20. A truly bountiful harvest. These items occupied 10 slots in his storage, with the mutated fertilizer and fabric stacking with his previous stock. Alongside his canned luncheon meat and drinking water, his storage was now full to the brim. At this moment, Zhang Chen still held the fire axe and riot shield. Fortunately, he had sold his weapons the night before and left other supplies in his room. Otherwise, his storage ring would have been unable to accommodate everything. After some contemplation, he retrieved the revolver, locked the safety, and secured it to his waist. An additional weapon at his side meant an added layer of safety. Plus, it freed up a slot in his storage. He then took out the car keys. Since these were found on zombies on the road, it was likely that a vehicle was nearby. Why not test his luck now? If he found one, it could yield even more supplies. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen pressed the unlock button on the first car key. Click! The sound echoed in his ears. It turned out to be the red sedan right beside him. What incredible luck! Suddenly, a collection prompt appeared on the red car's body. However, unlike before, where collection prompts were green, this time it was yellow. Could it be that even cars could be stored in his inventory? That seemed quite extraordinary. Click to collect. Ding. Current storage ring level insufficient to collect this item. Required storage ring level 3. Current storage ring level 1. To upgrade storage ring by 2 levels requires 0-10 storage ring fragments. Energy crystal 5. Alas, the storage ring level was insufficient, and it seemed he could not collect it now. What were storage ring fragments? Zhang Chen glanced at the dark green storage ring on his finger. This item was exclusive to survivors who entered the game. Did it mean that fragments could only be collected from other survivors? The implications were chilling. This effectively provided a justification for survivors to rob and murder one another. Zhang Chen instinctively touched the handgun at his waist, feeling slightly reassured that in this apocalyptic world, becoming stronger was the only way forward. Steeling himself, Zhang Chen peered into the car window to ensure no zombies lurked within before opening the door and searching inside. He found only a roll of toilet paper. This item, while claimed to be useful, really had little value. Yet, to say it was entirely useless, there were times when it was indeed necessary. When nature calls, one must have the means to address it, especially in this world where zombies become acutely sensitive to odors at night. If one neglects to clean up afterward, they would surely become prime targets for zombie attacks. To perish due to lack of toilet paper during such a critical moment would be the most tragic death imaginable. How embarrassing. He decided to keep it for now. Zhang Chen then opened the car's trunk, discovering 2 large, unopened packages of toilet paper. This fellow, going to the supermarket to stock up on toilet paper, was quite the sight. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading system, placing 2 small segments of toilet paper on the market. Needs: door keys, car keys, water, food, weapons, energy crystals, storage ring fragments. He selected all useful items he could think of. Click. Send. Ding. Congratulations, transaction successful. Sold 2 segments of toilet paper. Received. Key. So quick. It sold immediately after posting. Zhang Chen did not rush to claim the exchanged items, as his storage space was already quite cramped. His pockets were filled with numerous keys. Fortunately, as long as he did not claim the items, the completed trades would remain in the trading system temporarily. However, this temporary holding was time-limited, 24 hours at most. Beyond that, the items would be destroyed. Zhang Chen tore off another 2 segments of toilet paper and placed them for sale, after 3 to 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, transaction successful. Sold 2 segments of toilet paper. Received. Bloodstained access card. Wow! It seemed everyone's stomachs were in good shape. By sheer coincidence, he discovered yet another small business opportunity. Toilet paper, originally of little worth, could not be exchanged for anything substantial. If he set the price too high, others might choose to sacrifice their pants to save themselves instead. However, if one were to exchange useless keys and access cards for something of unknown value, it would be akin to recycling waste. For other survivors, these keys and access cards hold no worth. Yet, in Zhang Chen's perspective, they are akin to the keys of treasure chests, their value occasionally surpassing even that of a bottle of water and canned luncheon meat. Observing the fervent reactions of the crowd, Zhang Chen tore the bulk pack of toilet paper into over 60 small pieces and placed them on the auction trading system. While this item is not particularly rare, anyone traversing the residential buildings could easily find toilet paper. However, they would not exchange it for those worthless keys. Thus, it can be said that Zhang Chen monopolized this segment of the market. After closing the trading interface, he turned his attention to another car key in his hand. Finding a more open area, he pressed the unlock button. Immediately, the police car in the middle of the road flashed its lights. Goodness, it was a police car? Zhang Chen did not rush towards the police car but instead observed his surroundings. It seemed there were no zombies in sight. Be cautious. Sometimes there are no zombies, but their short stature may be obstructed by obstacles. The warning appeared urgently once more. Zhang Chen quickly crouched down, peering beneath the car to get a better view. Indeed, he spotted a pair of blood-stained white ballet shoes limping past the gap beside the police car. Judging by the size, it must belong to a zombie little girl. Thankfully, he received the warning. Otherwise, a surprise attack from a zombie child could have been fatal. Phew, that was close. This apocalypse feels painfully real, leaving no room for carelessness. Zhang Chen silently maneuvered to the back of the little girl zombie, and with a swift swing of his axe, he dispatched the creature. You have reclaimed a zombie corpse, gaining energy crystal core 1. Mutated fertilizer 1, Chapter 12. Acquiring the shotgun. One shot to the soul. Gently, Zhang Chen opened the door of the police car. Inside the glove compartment, he discovered 2 sets of handcuffs and a walkie-talkie. On the passenger seat, there lay a fast food box, its contents now overrun with various colorful molds, a fluffy mound that was quite nauseating to behold. Clearly, this item held no value. Zhang Chen searched around a bit more but found nothing of note. He decided to check the trunk. Approaching the rear, he lifted it gently. To his surprise, a shotgun lay inside, accompanied by 2 boxes of shotgun shells. Goodness, this was a heavy weapon. Although he was currently facing only ordinary zombies, who knew if mutated ones lurked in this world? At close range, a shotgun could easily turn a zombie into a sieve. If aimed at the head, its lethality would multiply. What a significant gain. Zhang Chen quickly retrieved the police baton from his storage ring, stowing it in the large bag meant for the shotgun. With the space he just freed up, there was just enough room for 2 items. He stored the shotgun and shells safely within the storage ring. It was prudent to keep valuable items secure to prevent loss. The police baton was hardly worth much. With so many items accumulated, it seemed wise to return home first before heading to the supermarket. With a pistol and a shotgun now in his possession, Zhang Chen felt emboldened to act. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen placed all items in his space, except for the 2 guns and ammunition. He then turned on the gas and retrieved some frozen meat from the refrigerator. After defrosting it in the microwave, he cut 2 thick slices in the pan. He added a bit of soy sauce and pepper, commencing the frying process. Cooking raw meat is quite demanding, requiring heat, oil, a pan, and various seasonings. Now that electricity was available, it was manageable. However, should a power outage occur, dealing with frozen meat would become a considerable hassle, unlike canned luncheon meat, which could be consumed at any time. Thus, Zhang Chen resolved to prioritize consuming the more difficult-to-cook ingredients. Watching the red meat sizzle in the frying pan, the aroma of the meat mingled with the spices wafted through the exhaust pipe and drifted into a window of building number 5. On the 3rd-floor balcony of building number 5 sat 2 men adorned in vests, their arms inked with intricate tattoos. One was tall and slender, the other short and stocky. The tall man twitched his nose and suddenly inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Brother, do you smell that? I think I can smell meat. It seems someone is frying meat, perhaps beef. Slurp, that's downright extravagant. In this situation, someone is actually eating meat." The stocky man sniffed but detected nothing. The air was filled with dust and the scent of canned luncheon meat. You must be delirious from hunger. Where would the smell of fried meat come from? Besides, look around. Do you see any meat for sale on the auction trading? Having canned luncheon meat is already a luxury. As he spoke, he scooped a large mouthful from the can and stuffed it into his mouth, offering the remaining third to the tall man. "Perhaps you have a point. I might just be craving meat too much." The taller man conceded, not hesitating to finish it off. That moment, a woman crouching in the corner of the staircase spoke up. She was the low-cut dress woman trapped under the eaves yesterday. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, curled up in the corner. Watching the 2 men devour her food and water, she felt a mix of anger and powerlessness. "What, do you have something to say?" The stocky man shot her a glance and inquired, "I haven't eaten yet. Didn't you say you would leave me some?" The woman licked her cracked lips, her voice hoarse. "Pfft, how dare you even ask? This is the price for us saving you. Without us, you wouldn't have made it through the night." The stocky man scoffed. "You ought to be grateful to us. But, to repay you, yesterday you both already. You can't take all the benefits for yourselves," the woman protested weakly. "What? Were we the only ones who enjoyed ourselves yesterday? Didn't you have fun too? Besides, yesterday was compensation for rescuing you from the eaves. You said it yourself that as long as we saved you, anything goes. Today's luncheon meat is compensation for allowing you to stay the night without kicking you out. The outside world is crawling with zombies. Without this sturdy unit door, Do you think you could have safely spent the night? You would have ended up as zombie food. The stocky man retorted viciously. He and the tall man had known each other prior. Coincidentally, both found themselves in the same apartment when the game began. During the initial chaos, they had rushed out with kitchen knives, cleverly shutting the door behind them to trap the zombies inside. However, they themselves were now trapped in the stairwell, spending a cold night on the hard floor. When they rescued the woman yesterday, it was out of lust. Now, with food and water running low, they viewed her as a burden. Thus their tone had turned rather unfriendly. Brother, we've already eaten this girl's luncheon meat and drank her water. We're truly out of food and water now. If we don't find something soon, we might starve to death here. The tall man lamented with a grim expression. Don't worry, I've already devised a plan. Look over there. The stocky man pointed outside. Building number 5 was situated right next to the road, allowing them a clear view of the small square at the community entrance. On either side of the square were a small supermarket and a dumpling shop. You see? A restaurant and a supermarket. There must be food inside. As long as we can get over there, food will not be an issue. The stocky man declared confidently. But, with so many zombies, how can we two get over there? The tall man asked, his face filled with worry. Those zombies were grotesque and reckless. A single bite or scratch could lead to becoming one of them. Even if he were to face a zombie one, he lacked the confidence, let alone facing so many. Wouldn't he going out be akin to seeking death? Rest assured, I've already formulated a strategy. The stocky man replied with a mysterious smile, his gaze shifting towards the woman. Chapter 13. If Zhang Chen can do it, so can we. 20 minutes later, near the community entrance square, the woman was forced to climb up a tree branch about 4 to 5 meters high. Initially, she was aided by a ladder, but then they compelled her to climb. Terrified, she clung tightly to the branch, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Please, let me down. I'll do whatever you ask from now on. I don't want to die. The stocky man glared at her impatiently, his voice low and menacing. Shut up. If you want to live, do as I say. In a moment, once we're concealed, you must shout with all your might. Draw all the zombies from the square over here. Once we've dealt with them, we can rescue you. The tall and slender man, upon hearing the plan of the short and stout individual, asked with a hint of trepidation, Brother, do you think this will work? With over 20 zombies, it's just the two of us. What if something goes awry? The stout man, exuding confidence, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Worry not. Did we not witness it yesterday? That woman was shouting from the rain shelter. There were 7 or 8 zombies surrounding her. The man wielding the fire axe dispatched them effortlessly. Although this time there are slightly more zombies. We can cover each other. We'll be just fine. After the stout man finished speaking, he noticed the tall and slender man still appeared unconvinced, so he added, in truth, these zombies may seem frightening, but they lack combat prowess. Consider it. That man easily severed the zombies' heads with his axe. Such ease suggests their bodies are quite frail. We have merely exaggerated their terror. Trust me, brother, there's no mistake. Hearing this, the tall and slender man nodded hesitantly. Indeed, the man with the axe had exhibited remarkable strength yesterday. He did not appear particularly muscular or robust, yet he dispatched zombies as if they were mere vegetables. It was not that the man was exceptionally strong, but rather that the zombies were exceedingly weak. If he could achieve that, surely they could as well. Following the stout man's plan, the two concealed themselves behind a car at the main entrance. Help me! A woman screamed, her voice piercing and sharp. With that single cry, half of the zombies at the entrance were instantly drawn to her. The zombies, upon hearing her voice, were activated as if by a switch, rushing towards her with ghastly howls. Help! I don't want to die. Save me, please. Initially, the woman had called for help reluctantly, but now she was utterly terrified, screaming for her life. Her high-pitched voice shattered the tranquility of the residential area. All the zombies in the square surged towards the tree where the woman stood, surrounding her completely, their pale arms reaching up towards her. It's time. The stout man smiled slightly. He recalled the scene when Zhang Chen had dispatched 7 or 8 zombies in a similar fashion. And the zombies had shown little resistance. Now, at the stout man's command, the two men, armed with their respective cleavers, charged forward. Both men understood that noise would attract zombies, so they dared not make a sound. They stealthily approached the back of the horde. raising their cleavers to strike the nearest zombie from behind. With a sickening thud, the cleaver sank into the back of the zombie's head, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. However, before the stout man could express his satisfaction, a wave of dread washed over him. He realized that the cleaver had lodged itself within the zombie's skull. Refusing to budge, as the corpse fell, the stout man stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not retrieve the cleaver. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Why was this situation different from what he had seen yesterday? He had put all his strength into that strike. His wrist still throbbed from the impact. He had expected to cleave off a significant portion of the zombie's head, yet it had only penetrated a mere few inches. Now he couldn't even pull the blade free. At the same moment, the tall man struck horizontally with his cleaver, aiming for the zombie's neck. He too had anticipated that this blow would sever the head entirely. To his dismay, the cleaver only penetrated halfway, becoming stuck upon hitting the vertebrae. The most horrifying part was, the zombie did not perish. Instead, it slowly turned towards him. Brother, this isn't at all like what we saw yesterday. The tall man, struck with fear, felt his legs weaken, causing him to collapse to the ground. The cleaver remained embedded in the zombie's neck. Both men found themselves disarmed. Any approaching zombie could spell their doom. Run! Run! The stout man shouted, then took off in a panic. His cry only attracted more zombies. A number of zombies abandoned the woman shrieking from the tree and turned their attention to the brothers. Brother, please help me. Don't leave me behind. The tall man scrambled to his feet, frantically making his way towards the stout man. He was tall and quick, but the stout man, despite his initial head start, could not run fast enough, soon being overtaken. The pursuing zombies were even swifter, their ghastly cries echoing behind them. Brother, hurry, the zombies are coming. The tall man urged, unwilling to abandon his brother. He instinctively slowed his pace. Brother, I'm sorry. I can't run any longer. The stout man gasped, struggling to keep up. Years of inactivity had left him breathless after just a short distance. What are you saying, brother? Hold on. We're almost to the unit door. Don't give up. The tall man reached out to grasp the stout man's arm, hoping to pull him along. Just as his hand brushed against the stout man's arm, the latter suddenly seized his wrist. In that brief moment of surprise, the stout man delivered a powerful kick, striking the tall man's ankle. With a sickening crack, the stout man's kick inflicted injury upon his companion. Brother, you? The tall man grimaced in pain, staring incredulously at him, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. I'm sorry, brother, if we both run, neither will escape. I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it in the next life. The stout man then viciously kicked the tall man in the abdomen, sending him sprawling into the throng of advancing zombies. You bastard. I considered you a brother, and yet you. The tall man cursed, but before he could finish, he was overwhelmed by the horde of zombies that had surged upon him. Several zombies descended upon him, tearing at his flesh with savage fervor. A female zombie bit into his throat, blood choking his airway, silencing him completely. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones cracking reverberated in the air, chilling to the bone. The stout man, witnessing the unit door draw nearer, felt a surge of hope. If he could just reach the door, safety would be within his grasp. However, in the instant his hand touched the door, several pale hands grasped his shoulders simultaneously. He felt a powerful force pulling him back, slamming him to the ground. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. All around him were the ghastly faces of the zombies, their pallid skin marred by purple veins. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had taken a brief respite in his room, savoring a delightful steak for lunch. The feeling of being well-fed was indescribably satisfying. It was time to raid the supermarket at the community entrance. There would surely be ample resources. Zhang Chen equipped himself with his access card and keys, along with his riot shield and axe, and stepped out of Building 3. The area surrounding Building 3 had been largely cleared of zombies. Consulting the map, he noted that only the small garden and the entrance still harbored zombies. His current upgrade progress stood at 18,100. He needed 82 energy cores to level up. Based on his prior calculations, he could expect to obtain approximately 6 energy cores for every 10 zombies defeated. Thus, to achieve his upgrade, Zhang Chen would need to eliminate at least 137 zombies. Ugh, that's quite a daunting number. He would take it one step at a time. Zhang Chen cautiously made his way towards the entrance along the pathway of the community. No zombies were in sight, nor were there any blind spots, making the difficulty significantly lower than his route in the morning. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing any potentially hazardous areas until he confirmed they were safe before proceeding. Ahead lay Building 5. Once he navigated around it, he would reach the entrance. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility of the community. Help me. It was a woman's voice, a voice he recognized. Zhang Chen froze. Wasn't this the same woman he had heard yesterday? She had a knack for attracting zombies. Her cries were truly irresistible. Hadn't she been rescued? How could she be trapped again? What terrible luck she had. Zhang Chen stealthily approached the side of Building 5. Upon turning around, Zhang Chen was met with the sight of two clusters of zombies ravenously feasting on two corpses in the corridor. In the distance, around 10 more zombies were aimlessly circling a tree. And to his astonishment, a woman had actually climbed up the tree. How on earth did she manage that? Zhang Chen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. After all, he could barely jump down from a rain canopy 2 stories high. Yet this woman had ascended to a tree towering 3 or 4 stories high. Truly, she was a curious case. The woman continued her frantic screams from atop the tree, drawing the attention of the zombies below. Meanwhile, the 2 clusters of zombies were completely engrossed in devouring fresh meat and blood. It was an opportunity. Zhang Chen steadied himself. As long as he was swift and precise, he should be just fine. Moreover, the sheer volume of noise the woman was making indicated that nearby zombies had largely been attracted to her. Even if the battle turned unfavorable, he could resort to his handgun and would not face a dire outcome. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Chen grasped his shield and stealthily charged toward the nearest group of zombies. Swish, swish, swish. With a rapid succession of 3 strikes, he cleaved the heads of 3 zombies in half. The moment the 4th zombie raised its head to see him, he delivered another blow, smashing open its skull. At that moment, the 5th zombie took notice of Zhang Chen, just as it was getting to its feet. Zhang Chen slammed his shield into it, knocking it down. Thud! The axe came crashing down, severing the zombie's head. Subsequently, he delivered a finishing blow to the stout man, who had been reduced to little more than a skeleton. The first cluster of zombies was dispatched. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Chen pressed on. Although he had eliminated the first group of zombies with minimal noise, the proximity of the second cluster was a concern. Zombies recognize survivors through both auditory and visual cues. As long as one zombie spots a survivor, others in the vicinity will take notice as well. Zhang Chen was uncertain of the underlying principle, but it was an observable phenomenon. Sure enough, as the first group fell, the second began to take notice of Zhang Chen. Groan? They turned their attention to him, emitting terrifying low growls. Clenching his fists, Zhang Chen charged forward before the second cluster could rise, swinging his axe twice to eliminate the first 2 zombies in his path. At this point, the remaining 4 zombies had all stood up, growling as they lunged towards him. Hiss! The numbers were overwhelming. Zhang Chen hurled his shield forward, using his right foot to kick. The shield blocked 3 zombies at waist height, sending them tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment, he swung his axe down, smashing the skull of the remaining zombie. Then, wielding the axe with both hands, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with one hand. He could easily cleave through a zombie's head. Now, with both hands, his strength surged dramatically, blood splattered everywhere. 3 zombies were reduced to mere chunks of flesh. One zombie, with a third of its body still attached, continued to snap its jaws, attempting to bite off a piece of him. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen delivered another blow, not forgetting to finish off the tall, lanky zombie as well. The second cluster of zombies, eliminated. Chapter 15. What a fool. I have a gun. Zhang Chen took a moment to regulate his breathing, focusing his attention on the 10 or so zombies beneath the tree. Thankfully, the woman's screams had not ceased. Were it not for her, if all those zombies had surged towards him, the consequences would be dire. In terms of combat prowess, armed with an axe and shield, Zhang Chen was undoubtedly far superior to these unarmed zombies. The challenge lay in avoiding injury. Even the slightest scratch or graze could spell doom. Thus, as the number of zombies increased, the difficulty of dispatching them escalated exponentially. Onward, with swift efficiency, Zhang Chen executed a brutal onslaught. cleansing the group of zombies beneath the woman's tree completely. As the last zombie fell, the woman finally ceased her screams. "It's you." She recognized Zhang Chen. "But how did you manage to climb that tree?" Zhang Chen wiped the blood from his axe on a zombie's corpse and replied, slightly out of breath, "I just took down over 20 zombies. That kind of exertion is no trifling matter. If I had been methodical about it, I could have done so without breaking a sweat. But this was a relentless bout, akin to running a full sprint for 400 meters. I am a bit winded." It's a long story. Actually, watch out." The woman's words were cut short as she suddenly screamed again. Zhang Chen knew that whenever she screamed, it was never a good sign. At the same moment, he felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. Reacting instinctively, he ducked low and raised his shield. With a resounding thud, a kitchen knife crashed against the shield, leaving a white mark. The immense force sent a slight tremor through Zhang Chen's arm. It wasn't a zombie. It was a human. Before Zhang Chen could clearly see the attacker's face, a barrage of knife strikes began to rain down like a storm. The shield reverberated with each blow. This assailant was relentless and silent, clearly well prepared. Zhang Chen defended himself while retreating, maneuvering around the tree and stepping back several paces to create distance. At that moment, he finally discerned the figure before him. A burly man wielding a knife in either hand, exuding a menacing aura. The mark on the shield indicated that this opponent possessed considerable strength. Hiss! This man looked familiar. Zhang Chen froze for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly recalled. It was Wang Jiran. This was the very individual who had posted a large quantity of food and water for trade the previous night. He hadn't anticipated that this man would also be in the vicinity, launching a surprise attack on him. Impressive, Zhang Chen. It seems I may have underestimated you. Wang Jiran sneered. Zhang Chen had sold weapons yesterday, and they had been snapped up in an instant. Though his name and image had only appeared briefly on the trading channel, Wang Jiran had kept an eye on the auctions for food and water, which is how he had noticed Zhang Chen. "Wang Jiran, you dare to ambush me?" Wang Jiran seemed unfazed by Zhang Chen calling his name. He smirked. "I didn't expect you to reach an extraordinary level of strength. Did you slay enough zombies, or do you possess some other fortune?" As Zhang Chen remained silent, Wang Jiran chuckled and continued, "Oh well, I know that even if I ask, you won't reveal it. Your potential is immense. If you continue to grow, you could become a powerful force. Unfortunately, I cannot allow anyone to surpass me. After I kill you, I'll slowly uncover the secrets to your strength myself." Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression vigilant as he inquired, "You mentioned you also reached an extraordinary level of strength." Wang Jiran scoffed derisively. "What is so astonishing about that? You have your methods of strengthening, and I certainly have mine. I don't mind sharing, as you'll soon be dead anyway. Although my food and water sold slowly, they are still valuable commodities. Thanks to those fools willing to exchange energy crystals for my supplies, I've been able to enhance my strength without even stepping outside. Now, I'm going to give it my all. After all, you've expended so much stamina. I wonder how long you can hold out." In Wang Jiran's eyes, Zhang Chen was already a dead man. Both were at the same extraordinary strength level, theoretically equal in power, stamina, strength, speed. All were on par. However, Zhang Chen had just dispatched over 20 zombies, significantly depleting his energy. With all attributes equal, yet Zhang Chen's stamina slightly diminished. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome would be glaringly obvious. Zhang Chen regarded the self-satisfied Wang Jiran. Suddenly, he tossed his axe and shield to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. This action caused the latter to pause in surprise. "What? Are you giving up the fight? Or do you wish to propose some nonsense about teaming up or submitting to me? Do you really think I'm that foolish? I understand the peril of raising a tiger." Before Wang Jiran could finish his ominous declaration, a loud bang echoed. A small blood hole appeared on Wang Jiran's head. He stared incredulously at Zhang Chen, shock and fear etched across his face. His lips quivered as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately, no words escaped him. Thud. Wang Jiran's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Clang, clang. The knives fell from his hands. He collapsed, lifeless, before Zhang Chen. "What a fool! I have a gun." Zhang Chen secured the revolver, re-engaging the safety before stowing it away. He had never intended to engage Wang Jiran in a direct melee confrontation. Why not end the fight in one swift blow? Did he think this was an action movie? No need to engage in dozens of rounds of combat, striking poses all the while. This was the apocalypse. Life and death were at stake. Swiftly eliminating the opponent was the only path to victory, thanks to the woman perched in the tree, who shouted at the top of her lungs for over 20 minutes. All the surrounding zombies were drawn to her. Otherwise, who knows how many zombies Zhang Chen's gunshot would have attracted. At the same time, Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that his marksmanship was so precise. He actually managed a headshot with a single bullet. Chapter 16. Can corpses be collected? The woman in the tree was now filled with sheer terror. After all, there is a profound difference between slaying zombies and taking human lives. Overwhelmed by fear, she found herself unable to utter a single word. After disposing of Wang Jirun, Zhang Chen slowly approached his lifeless body. To his surprise, a prompt indicating the possibility of collection appeared. So, it turns out that the corpses of survivors can also be collected. Collection. You have reclaimed a survivor's corpse, acquiring energy crystal 35, purified water 166, remaining purified water 1, ham sausage 84, instant noodles 60, kitchen knife 2, fruit knife 1, storage ring fragments 5, sharpened tang knife blueprint, map fusion device, certain risku videos 7. Hiss. Zhang Chen had anticipated that Wang Jirun would possess a wealth of resources, but he never expected such an abundance. Not only was there a substantial amount of food and water, but also blueprints and a resource detector. These are undoubtedly treasures. It goes without saying that this fellow must have traded food and water for these items. As for the certain risku videos, what on earth? Trading food for such things. Hiss. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. As Zhang Chen regained his stamina, he meticulously studied the findings. Upon completing his examination, he clicked to destroy the videos. They couldn't be extracted and would only occupy space within the storage ring. Zhang Chen then glanced at the sharpened tang knife blueprint and map fusion device. Sharpened tang knife blueprint requires metal weapons 010, energy crystals 010, can forge an alloy tang knife that slices through iron like mud, never wears out. Map fusion device. Scan the acquired maps into the fusion device. The scanned maps can be summoned as navigational maps at any time. Currently, when opening this map fusion device, it only displayed the architectural layout within a radius of approximately 100 meters. If the map were to be shrunk, it would reveal that apart from Zhang Chen's location, all other areas remained shrouded in darkness, akin to the fog of war in a game. With the map, the surrounding fog would dissipate, transforming into a normal map. Without the map, one could only rely on gradual exploration. Only the areas that had been explored would be revealed, much like in a game. Zhang Chen's backpack now contained 2 guns and ammunition, occupying 4 slots. He tucked the pistol behind his waist, freeing up an additional space. Meanwhile, Wang Jirun's supplies were particularly abundant, after accounting for the remaining purified water and the already destroyed risku videos. He still needed 9 slots, just enough to fit. He stored everything into his storage ring. Zhang Chen stood up, surveying the multitude of zombie corpses strewn about. All these too were resources. Unfortunately, his storage space was already full, leaving him unable to hoard more items. What to do? Now that all the zombies in the vicinity had been eliminated. If Zhang Chen were to return to Building 3 to deposit his belongings, then hurried back, what if other survivors arrived in the interim? He would have missed out on the opportunity to collect the corpses of over 20 zombies, which would be a significant loss. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Chen. To upgrade the level 1 storage ring to level 2, he needed 10 storage ring fragments. Just now, he had collected 5 fragments from Wang Jirun's body. There were still 2 survivor corpses on the ground, 1 fat and 1 thin. After collecting from them, he might just have enough. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen began to clear away the zombie corpses and targeted the tall, thin man for collection. You have reclaimed a survivor's corpse. Acquiring storage ring fragments 3. This fellow was rather impoverished. He had only a single storage ring on him, nothing else of value. Zhang Chen then approached the short, stout man and collected from him as well. You have reclaimed a survivor's corpse, acquiring a set of lace women's underwear, storage ring fragments 2. Women's underwear? Does this stout man have a peculiar penchant for such items? What a weirdo. Zhang Chen promptly discarded the underwear, completely oblivious to the fact that the size of the garment was strikingly similar to that of the woman in the tree. At this moment, the woman felt a flush of embarrassment. Her neck turning red, Zhang Chen stored the storage ring fragments into his storage space. Ding reminder. Your current storage ring has met the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade, ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 10, energy crystals 5. Storage ring level. Upgraded from level 1 to level 2, storage space. Expanded from 12 slots to 24 slots. To upgrade to level 3. Requirements. Storage ring fragments 0-100, energy crystals 50. Level 3 new feature. Unlock vehicle storage, allowing storage of one vehicle. In an instant, the storage space doubled. What was once a fully packed storage space now had an additional half. Allowing for further extensive collection, Zhang Chen began collecting from the corpses of the zombies one by one. In total, he collected from 22 zombie bodies, acquiring energy crystals, 14, keychain, 1, access card, 1, mutated fertilizer, 70, clean cloth, 30, chain lock, 1, solar flashlight, 1, kitchen knife, 2, meat potato seeds, 5. He stored all these items into his storage space, occupying an additional 6 slots, leaving him with 6 slots remaining. Zhang Chen then focused on the meat potato seeds. Soon, a prompt appeared. Meat potato seeds, a unique edible plant from water blue star, resembling a potato in appearance, with a taste akin to meat, known as meat potatoes, rich in protein, nutrients, and trace elements. Highly adaptable, maturation period of 4 months, seeds for crops. This is a fantastic find. The inherent food and water in the city are limited. As survivors scavenge, the supply diminishes. Sooner or later, they will be left with nothing. By taking matters into his own hands, he can secure sustenance for himself. This is the essence of survival. Zhang Chen glanced at his upgrade progress. Tio reached the human physical limit. He needed 100 energy crystals. Before his upgrade, energy crystals existed as items and would not be consumed. To upgrade from an ordinary person to strong, 10 energy crystals are required. Tio advanced from strong to exceptionally strong. 50 energy crystals are necessary. Wang Jirun must have consumed at least 60 energy crystals to reach the exceptionally strong stage. However, after defeating him, Zhang Chen only acquired 35 crystals. This indicates that only the items within the storage ring are collected at 100. The absorbed energy crystals yield only a portion. To upgrade to the human physical limit, Zhang Chen still requires 43 energy crystals. In total, he would need to eliminate approximately 70 more zombies. This is no simple task. Moreover, ensuring the safe attraction of so many zombies is also a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen's gaze fell upon the trembling woman hiding in the tree. Chapter 17. The function of the humanoid zombie summoner at the same time. The woman noticed Zhang Chen. Seeing him, as if a deity of death had descended, fear crept onto her face, and she trembled as she spoke. Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. I will serve you, and I promise to never betray you. An idea sparked. Zhang Chen tossed her the abandoned half-bottle of purified water, left over from Wang Jirun. He certainly couldn't drink it, but discarding it would be wasteful. Better to offer it as a small favor. Drink this first. I want to kill you, Zhang Chen said indifferently. Thank you. So, could you help me down from the tree? The woman stammered, eager to express her gratitude. I will let you down, but not now. You will stay in this tree overnight. Tomorrow, I promise to lower you. Zhang Chen replied. I spend the night in the tree? The woman nervously repeated. However, upon seeing Zhang Chen's piercing gaze, she quickly swallowed her pleas for mercy. Well, I suppose I will stay here for the night. Zhang Chen ignored her further. He first rummaged through the supermarket at the community's main entrance. There truly was little left to scavenge. Any items of value had been taken by Wang Jirun. The remaining supplies were either expired or had been tainted by a peculiar red mushroom. The items on the cashier's countertop were strewn across the floor. With 2 tables pushed together, it was evident that Wang Jirun had huddled on the 1.5-meter long, 1-meter wide table to sleep last night. Such a narrow table, the main entrance is separated from the outside world by a sturdy metal railing. Standing approximately 1.5 to 6 meters high, Zhang Chen grasped the railing firmly and shook it with all his might, yet the barrier only trembled slightly. The entire entrance features but a single small door equipped with a card reader for entry and exit, which at this moment stands ajar. It appears that the electromagnetic lock has malfunctioned, offering no resistance whatsoever. As soon as the small door met the doorframe, it wobbled precariously before swinging open once more. Zhang Chen retrieved a chain lock from his storage space, wrapping it twice around the small door and its frame, adjusting its length to the shortest possible. With a satisfying click, he secured the lock. Thus, the main entrance of the entire complex was fortified, effectively creating a barrier that would keep the external zombies at bay. Zhang Chen's plan was quite straightforward, and no matter how loud a woman's voice might be, it would fail to attract more zombies. Actively drawing the undead was perilous, so why not wait for them to come to him? As night fell, zombies would rely on scent to identify humans. The woman perched in the tree would serve as a natural lure, drawing the zombies from outside the community towards the perimeter wall. The following morning, Zhang Chen would simply need to eliminate the zombies one by one from behind the wall. Safe, efficient, and with a considerable number of targets. At this moment, the sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, with approximately 2 hours remaining before it vanished completely behind the buildings. Time was of the essence. Zhang Chen glanced at the sharpened Tang Dao design blueprint. In his storage, IT required 10 metal weapons and 10 energy cores. The energy cores were not an issue. Where there were zombies, there would be energy cores. The challenge lay in acquiring the 10 metal weapons. Currently, Zhang Chen possessed 4 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, and 1 fire axe, totaling 6 metal weapons. He still needed to find 4 more. His attention turned to the peculiar keychain he had just collected. Unlike the ordinary keychains most people carried, this one held a multitude of different keys including a house key, access card, company key, car key, and more. An eclectic assortment. Among them were 5 identical keys, each marked with tape and numbered. They all appeared to be door keys. Zhang Chen recognized them with a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that this zombie was a landlord, carrying the keys to 5 different properties? As he contemplated the keychain, a notification appeared. You are quite fortunate. These are the keys to Building 8. You really should try your luck at the lottery, if such a thing exists in this world. Indeed, they were the keys to Building 8. Zhang Chen's heart leaped with joy. He could clear an entire building. He hurriedly made his way towards Building 8. Distinct from the other residential buildings, Building 8 stood alone on a small island, surrounded by water on all sides. There was only one stone bridge for entry and exit. The island was as large as a football field, adorned with small gardens blooming with vibrant flowers. This place was ideal, easy to defend and hard to attack. It could serve as a stronghold in the future. There are no zombies here, but there is a hungry little cutie. The notification displayed once more, a hungry little cutie. What could that possibly be? Zhang Chen paused momentarily, but the notification offered no further details. Well, since it was labeled as a little cutie, it probably posed no threat. He decided to enter. Zhang Chen swiped the access card and stepped inside. The air was fresh, devoid of any scent of blood or the putrid odor of decaying zombies. The floor was immaculate, free from any stains. Building 8 was a spacious unit, consisting of only 1 entrance per floor. There was an elevator and a secure stairwell, following the sequence of the key numbers. Zhang Chen unlocked each door, thoroughly searching each apartment. The layouts and decorations were nearly identical, as if recently renovated. All the furniture and appliances were brand new, yet no one had had the chance to move in before the zombie outbreak occurred. Thus, the refrigerators stood empty, lacking food and clean water. However, the kitchen utensils were quite complete. Zhang Chen scoured from the 1st floor to the 5th, ultimately discovering 10 kitchen knives and 5 fruit knives. Chapter 18. A sudden zombie tide. This place was remarkably secure, as it appeared no one had ever set foot here. He had yet to encounter this so-called little cutie. Never mind, he decided to settle in the unit on the 5th floor. Firstly, it was the highest floor, offering the broadest view. Secondly, the 5th floor provided direct access to the rooftop, which featured a small garden. Zhang Chen planned to cultivate some meat potatoes here, testing the waters. Residing on the 5th floor would make it convenient to tend to these crops. With daylight still lingering, Zhang Chen rushed back to Building 3 to retrieve all his stored supplies and transport them to Building 8. This would henceforth be his stronghold. Everything was ready at this moment. The last rays of sunlight gradually slipped below the horizon. The frenzied night of the zombies was upon them once again. Zhang Chen gently pressed the switch for the electric curtains. Instantly, the blackout curtains in every room on the 5th floor slowly descended, plunging the interior into complete darkness. He then activated the wake mode. Soon, every light in the rooms blazed to life, illuminating the space as brightly as day. The blackout curtains effectively isolated the light from within the rooms, ensuring that even if someone stood below, It would be difficult to ascertain that the room was lit. How he adored this modern smart home. Zhang Chen settled into the plush leather sofa, casually retrieving a bottle of purified water and gulping down nearly half in one go. Refreshing. In such an environment, being able to drink freely was an extreme luxury. Many would wish to mark the water bottle with measurements, only taking a small sip when parched. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading channel, and in an instant, notifications of successful sales flooded in. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper, receiving 1 key. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper, receiving 1 fruit knife. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper, receiving 1 blood-stained access card. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper, receiving 1 blood-stained key. All 60 pieces of toilet paper he had listed in the auction were sold out. He conducted a quick tally and found that he had amassed keys, 22. Access cards, 15. Fruit knives, 7. Safe keys, 5. Car keys, 8. It took less than a roll of toilet paper to exchange for such a wealth of resources. Once he had the time, he would definitely put these keys to good use and make a handsome profit. Moreover, the fruit knife could be listed again for sale. Although the fruit knife's value had diminished since the first day of his arrival, it still had a market. What a lucrative venture. As he checked the auction trading channel again, he noticed that many others had begun to sell toilet paper as well. Perhaps after a fierce bidding war, toilet paper was now being sold by the roll. However, what they truly sought were food, water, and energy cores. While toilet paper was indeed in demand, it was not yet at the level that it could be exchanged for energy cores. The auction house was still predominantly filled with an array of bizarre and useless items. Food and water remained scarce commodities. Occasionally, someone would offer a few energy cores for exchange. System-provided food and water had already been consumed, leaving him both hungry and thirsty. He wondered if anyone would provide him with sustenance, for he felt famished. Speaking of which, why hadn't the esteemed Wang Jirun offered food and water anymore? He had claimed to have an abundance of resources to sell earlier that morning. After expending so much effort to crush a zombie with a flower pot and harvesting an energy core, why had food prices surged? It was also possible that the esteemed one had found a beloved companion and was now enjoying a romantic getaway. Is there anyone near 5th Middle School? I have food and water. Ladies, please private message me. Men need not apply. Gua Xian. Where are you? If you see this, please message me. I have been looking for you for ages. Is there anyone who knows me? Seeking a team, only familiar faces. I dare not step outside. The zombies are too terrifying. There's a young lady with a fine figure, offering videos for sale, content customizable, price negotiable. Contact me if you have food and water. The chat channel continued, oblivious to the fact that Wang Jirun had already perished. Meanwhile, food and water prices in the auction house soared yet remained unsold. The reason for this situation was simple. Energy cores could only be acquired by killing zombies. Survivors with the capability to eliminate zombies naturally possess the ability to explore more locations in search of food and water. Take this city as an example. Restaurants and small supermarkets were abundant. Even residents might have collected food and water from their homes. Therefore, for those survivors capable of obtaining energy cores, food and water were not a concern. The cores were reserved for personal upgrades. Conversely, those incapable of slaying zombies could not afford to purchase cores. Thus, the prices of food and water in the auction house had reached their current state. Zhang Chen would neither spend high-value energy cores to exchange for resources nor list his resources for trade. Not only would they likely go unsold, but doing so would also reveal the abundance of resources he possessed. Until Zhang Chen achieved absolute superiority in strength, biding his time was the way to go. Currently, the survivor camp had grown to 15 members, and their combat capabilities were rapidly increasing. Our combat team could now simultaneously eliminate around 3 zombies. Recently, we are planning to seize a large supermarket nearby. Survivors participating in the assault will be given priority in resource allocation. I welcome everyone to message me privately to share your location, and I will send a team to rescue you. Additionally, please be aware that I have recently noticed a group comprising approximately 4 men and 2 women, seemingly engaged in robbing isolated survivors. Please take care to protect yourselves. Zhang Hao has once again emerged opportunely, making his presence felt while sharing some information. Has the number of people in the camp increased? Zhang Chen remained silent. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. While teamwork has its advantages, it also harbors its drawbacks, especially in a world where resources are exceedingly scarce. The darker aspects of human nature often manifest in such dire circumstances. Zhang Chen continued to observe the chat channel. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Another tedious day on the top floor. I witnessed 3 survivors being devoured by zombies today. Zombies have a penchant for lurking in dark corners. So everyone must be vigilant while venturing out. Be exceedingly cautious, for life is singular. Moreover, as a friendly reminder, there is a massive horde of zombies on Ingbin Road, densely packed and seemingly endless. Those nearby should take care to detour. Goodness, there are some peculiar entities within this horde, grotesque in appearance, crawling along the ground. Not to mention the towering giant zombies, taller than a bus. My heavens, it's practically a zombie exhibition. For those near Ingbin Road, if possible, it's best to keep your distance. Chapter 19. The origin of the blueprint. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel erupted. No way, I thought these ordinary zombies were the limit. Could there truly be even more terrifying entities? Taller than a bus? Is that still a zombie? It resembles a monster. Didn't the system state that the game would gradually lift its constraints after 30 days? How can such grotesque zombies exist already? I have no idea where I am. What is Ingbin Road, and how am I supposed to detour? This is maddening. Absorbing energy crystals can enhance strength. Everyone, hasten to slay the zombies. This world is already so terrifying. What will it be like after 30 days? It will surely resemble a hellish nightmare. Damn. I must quickly withdraw the energy crystals from trade. These should not be sold. Seeking refuge, seeking refuge. There are 6 of us sisters together. We urgently require the protection of a capable young man. Zhang Chen felt slightly astonished by the previous message. Who would have thought that? Even under duress, zombies could be so grotesque, taller than a bus. It seems imperative to enhance my abilities swiftly. Zhang Chen retrieved the sharpened tang knife blueprint. Initially, he had intended to synthesize this weapon only after he reached the pinnacle of human capability. However, it now appears prudent to forge it sooner. After all, even at the peak of human physicality, one's damage output pales in comparison to that of a suitable weapon. Click to synthesize. Ding. You have lost 10 metal weapons. Energy crystals 10. Congratulations, you have acquired the sharpened alloy tang knife. A gleaming tang knife appeared before Zhang Chen. The blade bore intricate patterns, exuding a palpable quality. Let us test the efficacy of this weapon. Zhang Chen wielded the tang knife and lightly swung it at the coffee table. Whoosh, a flash of cold light. Zhang Chen barely felt resistance. He observed as one corner of the wooden coffee table was cleanly sliced off. Such sharpness. If he had used a fire axe for that maneuver, it would have required considerable effort, and the cut would certainly not have been this smooth. With this weapon, slaying zombies will be significantly easier. Satisfied, Zhang Chen stowed the weapon away. Ding dong. Suddenly, a private message arrived. It was Zhao Siya, who had exchanged a half bottle of water with Zhang Chen yesterday using a map and a key. Are you there? Yes, I possess the basic water purifier blueprint. Can I exchange it for some water? I am parched. Zhang Chen clicked on the blueprint. Basic water purifier blueprint. Requires 1 ordinary water purifier, energy crystals 5. The basic water purifier, capable of purifying contaminated water into mildly polluted water. Mildly polluted water can be used for washing faces, bathing, and irrigation, but it is unsuitable for drinking, as it carries a high risk of causing diarrhea and dysentery. This item may be of little use to others. After all that effort, the purified water is non-potable? What a complete waste, however. For Zhang Chen, it held a different significance. The growth of meat potatoes requires water and fertilizer. Fertilizer is easily handled, as he has accumulated several hundred in his storage space. However, the water for irrigation is evidently insufficient. He cannot possibly use drinking water to irrigate plants. That would be far too extravagant. Fine, but you must tell me where you obtained this blueprint. Zhang Chen inquired. It is indeed peculiar. Despite having slain numerous zombies, he had yet to acquire a single blueprint. Yet, Wang Jiran, who had not killed a single zombie, somehow possessed the design for a tang knife. Zhao Siya, trapped in the security room, also managed to obtain a design blueprint. What is going on? Is this one of the conditions for exchange? Zhao Siya hesitated before asking. Precisely. One might even say, your information holds far greater value than this blueprint. If the information you provide is useful to me, I would consider trading you half a bottle of water, Zhang Chen stated. Of course, that half bottle of water would still be the remainder of what he had just consumed. Well, fine. Eventually, you would discover it anyway. I found that there are numerous supply boxes on the university campus. I took advantage of the zombies at the entrance being distracted to open a nearby supply box, and this blueprint was what I obtained. Zhao Xie recounted the truth. She felt Zhang Chen was a good person, which led her to share the actual situation. Numerous supply boxes. Zhang Chen was captivated by this statement. Upon entering the game, he had opened a level 1 supply box and received a physique potion, giving him an advantage over others. If he could seize the supply boxes on the university campus first, that would undoubtedly secure him a tremendous advantage. Truly, I am not deceiving you. I opened a level 1 supply box. Made of wood, appearing rather rudimentary. I saw supply boxes at the entrance of the campus's teaching building and on the playground. I even spotted a golden level 3 supply box. However, there were too many zombies surrounding it. So I merely glanced at it before fleeing. Fearing that Zhang Chen might not believe her, Zhao Xie elaborated on the locations and appearances of the supply boxes. Zhang Chen had never seen a level 3 supply box. But the description of the level 1 supply box matched precisely with what he had encountered. I believe you, Zhang Chen replied calmly. Thank you for believing in me. I knew you were a good person. Zhao Xie said, feeling a bit touched. I am not a good person. I advise you not to easily trust anyone who claims to be good. Anyone can masquerade, especially someone as beautiful as you. You are already a target of desire for other male survivors. Being overly trusting will not yield favorable outcomes. Zhang Chen coldly corrected her. I understand. I know you have my best interests at heart. I can protect myself. Thank you, Zhao Xie said, presenting energy crystals. 3. She looked at the handsome man in the chat, feeling warmth in her heart. Did you slay zombies? Upon seeing the energy crystals, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yes, there happened to be a military dagger in the supply box, so I gave it a try. I was quite scared and nervous during my first zombie kill. However, I feel that if I can execute a sneak attack, the odds are significantly in my favor. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare. Zhao Xie excitedly shared her experiences with Zhang Chen. Chapter 20. The Howling Moon Wolf King. This girl can actually kill zombies? This revelation caused Zhang Chen to regard the seemingly delicate and beautiful girl with newfound respect. How many girls in the chat would rather sell themselves than step outside, let alone face zombies? They wait for others to offer charity or rescue. Yet Zhao Xie dares to slay zombies. She has taken down at least 5 or 6 zombies. Are you there? What is wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Have you encountered any danger? Please reply. Don't scare me. Zhao Xie, noticing Zhang Chen's prolonged silence, felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly pressed for a response. No, I am simply astonished. You are remarkably skilled. Able to kill so many zombies, Zhang Chen replied. Hee, do not underestimate me. I am a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Moreover, as long as I remain silent, handling these zombies one-on-one is quite manageable, Zhao Xie said proudly. Oh, right. It seems she suddenly recalled something and added, Today, I collected a locked diary from a zombie. I noticed you have an affinity for peculiar items, so I wondered if this might be of any use to you. Zhang Chen clicked on the locked diary. This is a diary of the indigenous people from the old world. There were no particularly special prompts from the system. However, at that moment, a notification box appeared just in time. Collecting such diaries will greatly aid your understanding of mutated monsters and this world. Besides, who writes diaries in earnest? Understanding mutated monsters, right? The monsters before him had all been subdued. Who knows how terrifying the unrestrained ones could be? Gaining some prior knowledge would be prudent. This diary is valuable. What would you like to exchange for it? Zhang Chen inquired. It's merely a diary. If you like it, consider it a gift. Zhao Xie smiled sweetly and then sent a trade request. She placed the bloodstained diary in the trading box and clicked to lock it. As soon as Zhang Chen clicked to confirm, the trade would be successful. I dislike taking others' things for free. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and then placed his pink teddy bear blanket from building number 3 in the trading box. He clicked to trade. How did you know I needed a blanket? The ground is too cold at night, and I often wake up frozen. With this, I can sleep comfortably at night. And it's my favorite pink. Thank you, Zhao Xie exclaimed excitedly. She sniffed the blanket, and it seemed to still retain the masculine scent of Zhang Chen. This made her cheeks flush. If you have good items in the future, feel free to contact me. I can offer a price higher than the auction, Zhang Chen stated. All right then, thank you. Zhao Xie sent a smiley face. I will rest now. Going to bed early can save some food and water. Bye-bye, good night. After completing the trade, Zhang Chen closed the chat box. Most survivors, in the absence of food and water, would indeed follow Zhao Cier's example, trying to sleep early or lying flat to conserve energy. But Zhang Chen was different if food and water were likened to money. He was undoubtedly a super tycoon in this apocalyptic world, with food and water in the hundreds. It was something that any survivor would dare not even dream of. It was dinner time. Zhang Chen hummed a little tune and lit the gas stove. There was no choice. The frozen meat still hadn't even finished. For the next few meals, he would have to continue eating meat. Alas, how monotonous and tedious. Is this what humans say? If other survivors saw Zhang Chen eating meat at every meal and still found it boring, they would be infuriated. Most survivors were relying on a single can of luncheon meat distributed by the system, stretching it to last 2 days. Some were even attempting to fill their stomachs with unidentified wild fruits. Yet here was Zhang Chen, feasting on meat, surviving. This is truly excessive. Sizzle. The perfectly marbled meat slices emitted a tantalizing aroma as they cooked in the frying pan. When one side was golden brown, Zhang Chen flipped it over to begin cooking the other side. Cooking meat was indeed a skillful endeavor. One must never flip too frequently. Doing so would quickly evaporate the juices and moisture within the meat, resulting in a tough, unpalatable dish. Conversely, allowing one side to cook thoroughly before flipping would seal in the juices and preserve the flavor. Most importantly, it would be tender and delicious. This was Zhang Chen's experience gleaned from years of barbecuing. As the other side neared completion, Zhang Chen sprinkled a bit of salt and black pepper on the meat. It was ready. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire room. Time to dig in. Zhang Chen prepared his utensils and was just about to start when he suddenly felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the corner. What could it be? Zhang Chen instinctively crouched down, rolling onto the ground. He then habitually drew out his explosive shield and sharpened Tang Dao. Woof, roar. That sound seemed somewhat juvenile. Zhang Chen focused his gaze and discovered, in the corner of the kitchen stood a fluffy white puppy. About 20 centimeters long. It bared its teeth at Zhang Chen, letting out a low and babyish growl. Mutated energy beast. Howling Moon Wolf King pup. Combat talent S-class. Can be tamed. Howling Moon Wolf King. That name sounds rather impressive. Can it be tamed as a pet? An S-class? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Woof. The little one bared its teeth, cautiously observing Zhang Chen. It was likely drawn by the aroma of the meat. The adorable creature mentioned earlier must be this little guy. Come here, have a piece of meat. Zhang Chen sheathed his weapons and shield, cutting a small piece of meat and holding it in his hand. He squatted down, smiling at the distant white puppy. Woof! The puppy remained wary, lifting its head as if engaged in a mental struggle. It's delicious. Just try it. Zhang Chen took a bite of the meat. Chewing loudly this time, the puppy could no longer resist. It widened its clear eyes, fixated on Zhang Chen's mouth, drool dripping down its chin. Here, this piece of meat is for you. Zhang Chen cut another piece, this time placing it on the ground, smiling as he looked at the puppy. Woof, woof, the puppy, unable to resist the enticing aroma of the meat, cautiously approached Zhang Chen. It quickly snatched up the meat and gulped it down in a few bites. Then it swiftly retreated a few steps, returning to the corner, still watching Zhang Chen warily. Chapter 21. I shall name you Air Pang, Mutated Energy Beast Pup, Affection Level 20. Upon reaching an affection level of 100, it will permanently bond with its master, never to betray. Current combat power of the Mutated Energy Beast Pup is equivalent to an exceptionally strong human wielding a weapon. Such a tiny puppy holds combat power on par with myself? Who does it think it's looking down on? Surely, there must be some mistake. Zhang Chen was astonished by the content of the prompt. Forget it. Let us tame it first. Haha. Feeding it meat can increase its affection? This is simple. Zhang Chen cut another piece and tossed it in front of the puppy. Go ahead. The puppy, not one to be polite, lowered its head and began to munch eagerly. Before long, it had devoured the piece clean. Finally, it licked its lips, seemingly asking, is there more? Mutated Energy Beast Pup, Affection Level 40. It increased again. What a glutton! Zhang Chen decided to cut a slice of beef into many pieces, placing them on a plate in front of him. This time, the puppy's wariness towards Zhang Chen noticeably diminished. Wagging its tail happily, it approached and began to eat heartily. Mutated Energy Beast Pup, Affection Level 60. Mutated Energy Beast Pup, Affection level 80. Mutated energy beast pup. Affection level 100. Just as the puppy finished off all the beef on the plate, its eyes suddenly brightened, emanating a faint glow. Then, the system sent another prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a combat pet. Please give your pet a name. A name? This little puppy is entirely snow white, fluffy, and incredibly adorable, with a name as imposing as Howling Moon Wolf King. I might as well call it Airpang. Airpang was a Labrador that Zhang Chen had previously raised. The little puppy before him shared the same level of gluttony for food. Airpang? Zhang Chen gently called out, "Woof." Airpang seemed to understand that Zhang Chen was calling it, wagging its tail in delight. Affectionately rubbing against Zhang Chen's pant leg, so obedient, Zhang Chen gently stroked Airpang's fluffy little head. With a companion in this apocalypse, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Zhang Chen opened the pet interface, and Airpang's basic information immediately popped up. Name: Airpang species, energy mutated beast, Howling Moon Wolf King growth stage. Pup, as it matures, its combat power will significantly increase, and it will master new skills, preferred food, meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects, skills, doubling combat. Upon entering battle, its size, strength, speed, and mass will all increase exponentially. This little guy can even eat zombies. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. He hurriedly took out a chunk of mutated fertilizer from his storage space. He found an iron basin in the kitchen and placed it inside. This substance was harvested from zombies. I wonder if Airpang can eat it? Come on, Airpang, give this a try. Zhang Chen lightly tapped the iron basin. Woof! Upon seeing such a large chunk of meat, Airpang's tail wagged like a fan. Excitedly, it pounced forward and began to chew eagerly. The mutated fertilizer could indeed serve as dog food. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. If that's the case, he wouldn't have to waste food feeding Airpang. This little one was already eating more than him at its current size. Zhang Chen had been worried about where to find food for it once it grew up. Now, all his problems had been effortlessly resolved. There were still over 200 pieces of mutated fertilizer in his storage space. It would definitely be enough to feed Airpang for a while. Perfect. Airpang was indeed a little glutton. Not only did it finish a pound of beef, but it also devoured an entire large chunk of mutated fertilizer. To note, that large basin of mutated fertilizer appeared to be even larger than Airpang itself. Yet this little guy managed to eat it all. The little one's belly was round and plump from feasting. Airpang licked his lips and then staggered over to Zhang Chen's side, flopping down onto the ground with a thud. Before long, his eyes fluttered shut, and he drifted off to sleep. What a carefree little creature. After finishing his meal, he simply dozed off. Zhang Chen polished off the remaining beef and then took some time to fry up a large chunk of frozen meat, storing it away in his storage ring. Since time stands still within the storage ring, he need not worry about spoilage. The steaming hot fried meat, regardless of when it is retrieved, will always be fresh and warm, as if it had just been cooked mere moments ago. This way, Zhang Chen could always enjoy hot, sizzling meat without the need to waste time returning to prepare a meal. Subsequently, Zhang Chen combined the water purifier in the room with 5 energy cores, creating a basic water purifier, a device resembling a purifier filter with a spray nozzle on one end and an adjustable water inlet on the other. Zhang Chen affixed it to the showerhead and gently turned on the water supply. With a whoosh, the originally murky, reddish-brown water transformed instantly into clear, transparent water. Zhang Chen understood that, although the water appeared clean, it was still tainted. It was certainly unfit for drinking, but it would suffice for bathing. With shower gel and shampoo readily available, Zhang Chen indulged in a delightful bath before sinking into a deep slumber on his bed. The next morning, Zhang Chen was roused from his sleep by Airpang's gentle licks. The fluffy little creature was nuzzling his face, alternating between sides. Upon noticing Zhang Chen was awake, Airpang joyfully danced in circles on the bed, wagging his tail with excitement. Woof woof, is it morning already? Zhang Chen opened the electric blackout curtains, and a beam of golden sunlight flooded the room, momentarily giving him the illusion of returning to a peaceful era. Ha, 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 Airpang, with his tongue out, panted excitedly. You must be hungry and ready for breakfast. Zhang Chen chuckled, noticing that Airpang seemed to have grown a bit since he last saw him. However, he was still in his juvenile stage. Come on, let us eat. Zhang Chen produced a hefty mound of mutated fertilizer, and placed it in an iron basin. Woof woof! Erpang obediently sat by the basin, his tail sweeping the ground like a broom. It was time to eat. After Zhang Chen signaled, he began to devour it eagerly. The little fellow was quite well-mannered. Chapter 22. Encounter with a robbery gang. Zhang Chen ascended the stairs to the rooftop, uprooting all the peculiar plants from the flower pots. He then planted 5 meat potato seeds into several large pots and watered them. The meat potato seeds began to sprout. 120 days until maturity. 120 days. That means it will take 4 months to mature. Forget about 4 months. Who knows what the world will look like in just a month? Oh, right. I can use mutated fertilizer. It's supposed to accelerate the growth of crops? Zhang Chen pulled out a large clump of mutated fertilizer. Ding. Each crop can only use fertilizer once a day. Do you wish to apply mutated fertilizer? Note: using mutated fertilizer can shorten the growth period of meat potatoes by 10 days. Only a 10-day reduction? That seems a bit underwhelming. Zhang Chen frowned. Currently, the first 30 days appear relatively safe. He should take this opportunity to stockpile food. No one knows what will happen after 30 days. Therefore, the more he shortens the growth period, the more meat potatoes he will yield. And the more food he will accumulate. Synthesis. Zhang Chen combined 10 mutated fertilizers into 1 accelerated fertilizer. Accelerated fertilizer can shorten the growth cycle of meat potatoes by 60 days. Now that's more like it. Although the total time reduction from accelerated fertilizer is less than that of 10 mutated fertilizers, time is of the essence, and he had no choice but to opt for accelerated fertilizer. Using accelerated fertilizer. Ding. Usage successful. The growth of the meat potatoes accelerated as if viewed through a fast-forward lens. From rooting and sprouting to growing, the changes were visible to the naked eye soon. 5 plants about half a meter tall appeared in the pots. Meat potatoes need 60 more days to mature. Half of the accelerated fertilizer was used, so he could continue using it tomorrow. Zhang Chen piled the accelerated fertilizer beside the pots, hastily ate a quick breakfast, and then left building number 8 with Erpang. Erpang obediently trotted alongside Zhang Chen, occasionally wandering off to sniff at something on the ground. However, he quickly returned to keep pace with Zhang Chen. The duo soon arrived at the community's main entrance, where Zhang Chen was met with a scene that ignited his wrath. A group of 4 or 5 survivors was gathered at the community gate, dispatching the zombies that Zhang Chen had lured there yesterday. The woman in the tree was rescued, her hands bound to a lamp post like a prisoner. These survivors wielded a hodgepodge of weapons. Some brandished baseball bats, others wielded kitchen knives or watermelon knives, as they busied themselves clearing the zombies amassed at the entrance. Protected by the community's fencing, the zombies were unable to attack the survivors, making it a windfall for them. Yet, they had not considered who had orchestrated the arrival of these zombies. They were plundering Zhang Chen's spoils. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Chen bellowed furiously, brandishing his sharpened Tang Dao with his other hand. He raised a riot shield. Erpang sensed his owner's anger and bared his teeth, letting out a low growl of warning. Someone? The group turned nervously, and upon seeing only one person accompanied by a small dog, their wariness diminished significantly. What do you want? A burly man with a beard glanced at the woman in a low-cut outfit. Mistakenly believing Zhang Chen had his sights set on her, he grinned and said, I spotted this woman first. She belongs to me now. If you want her, you can trade for her with some food. Or, I think your Tang Dao looks quite nice. You could let me have a go with it. And this little dog, though small, would make a fine meal for us. Ha ha ha. The others, hearing the bearded man's words, exhibited greedy expressions and laughed maliciously. Woman? What woman? I'm talking about the zombies. Let go of those zombies. They are my possessions now. I'm giving you 2 choices. 1. Keep your distance from those zombie corpses and scram. And I 1T kill you. 2. I'll slaughter you all and then collect the zombies. Choose for yourselves. Zhang Chen spoke slowly, an aura of killing intent emanating from him. This time, Erpang did not retreat to a corner but excitedly wagged his tail at Zhang Chen. Damn, this little guy is quite bold. Just one person, and he is acting so tough. Does he still think that in this world, there is such a thing as first come, first served? Ha ha ha, I see this kid hasn't he grasped the situation. We outnumber him, and he dares to threaten us? These zombies were discovered by us, so they belong to us, including that woman. A few of the henchmen began to mock him with laughter. The bearded man chuckled but then suddenly turned grave, saying, "If you had fled immediately, I might have let a lone survivor go. You would have had a slim chance of survival. Now, I've changed my mind. I'll be taking that Tang Dao, that little dog, and everything in your storage space." As he spoke, the bearded man and his henchmen began to close in on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen observed their personnel configuration coldly. 4 men and 1 woman, armed with a watermelon knife, a baseball bat, 2 kitchen knives, and a fruit knife. 4 men and 1 woman? Suddenly, this reminded Zhang Chen of what someone had said in the chat channel yesterday, that there was a gang of robbing survivors nearby, consisting of 4 men and 2 women. Could they be that group? Or perhaps there's another woman hiding. Regardless, a survivor team that roams freely in the apocalypse is certainly not composed of good people. In these times, one should either avoid trouble or keep their distance. Since trouble has found him, he must eradicate it completely. My apologies, young one. I fear your retaliation, so you shall meet your end here today. The bearded man rolled his shoulders, producing a cutting board from his space. It was modified, with a handle embedded on one side, allowing it to serve as a shield. The others also pulled out their own makeshift armor. Be it frying pans or pot lids, they utilized anything that could serve as a weapon. The dried blood on the shield indicated that this group had been through their fair share of battles. This fool even brought along a puppy. He must have plenty of food. Otherwise, how could he sustain a puppy? Soon, you will charge in for a frontal assault while I capture this puppy. I'll butcher it in front of this man. And when he is distracted, you can take him out. The tattooed woman continued to propose ideas. All right, let us do it. The bearded man grinned sinisterly. This tattooed woman was essentially the brains of the operation. And under her counsel, they had chosen the path of robbery from the very beginning. On the very first day, they ruthlessly slaughtered several survivors and successfully seized their provisions. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, they became insatiable. Every survivor and zombie they encountered along the way was mercilessly dispatched. The sole reason they spared the woman in the low-cut attire was that they realized her willingness to lower her standards for survival made her easily manipulable. She could potentially be used to seduce other survivors and undermine their unity from within. "Get him, you little brat! Go die!" roared the bearded man, charging forward with 3 henchmen. "No, something's amiss." Zhang Chen's expression hardened. Chapter 23. The combat prowess of Erpeo in a standard confrontation. The best strategy is to catch the opponent off guard. Having experienced numerous battles, they could not possibly be ignorant of such a simple principle. Yet, their deliberate declaration to kill him was a clear indication of ulterior motives. Moreover, Zhang Chen noticed that as the bearded man spoke, his gaze flicked up and to the side behind him. During combat, both parties would surely focus intently on each other. The bearded man's glance in that direction could only imply one thing: an ambush. Their words were merely a ruse to divert his attention. The true lethal strike lay in wait behind him. In a flash of insight, Zhang Chen grasped this notion. He swiftly rolled to the ground, raising his blast shield to block sideways. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as an arrow struck his shield, ricocheting high into the air. Damn it, there truly is an ambush. Another woman was concealed in the shadows, armed with a bow. Zhang Chen had to concede that this band of robbers was indeed formidable. They were ruthless, cunning, and adept at ambush tactics. They possessed all the essential attributes for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Any ordinary survivor would find it exceedingly difficult to gain an advantage against such a team. Had they not encountered Zhang Chen today, they would undoubtedly have risen to become a dominant force in the future. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. How could he have discovered them? This guy is more troublesome than any adversary we've faced. In light of this, there is no choice but to leave no survivors. Brothers, charge, kill. With a thunderous shout, the bearded man led the charge. The tattooed woman swiftly evaded to the side, rushing toward Erpeo. Perfect, let me test the power of the sharpened Tang knife. Zhang Chen pressed forward, charging headlong into the group of survivors. He opted not to fire his weapon, for with such numbers, a mere shot or two would hardly suffice. Furthermore, the zombies were too close. They were particularly sensitive to sound. Gunfire would send them into a frenzy. At that point, the flimsy fencing would offer no obstacle. They could even pile over one another to breach the barrier. If that happened, all of Zhang Chen's careful planning would be in vain. With the sharpened Tang knife in hand, taking on 4 opponents posed little challenge. Moreover, Erpeo was also present. "Erpeo, go!" Zhang Chen roared, raising the tang knife to strike at the bearded man's head. Seeing Zhang Chen counterattack, the bearded man couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ha! Still too young. The blast shield was an excellent defensive tool. It had a large surface area, strong impact resistance, and was transparent, allowing for observation of the opponent's strategy. If Zhang Chen held the shield for defense, it would indeed be quite difficult for his few companions armed with mere kitchen knives, fruit knives, and baseball bats to inflict any harm upon him. However, now that Zhang Chen was taking the initiative, it was a different scenario. As long as he could parry Zhang Chen's attack, a swift kick could follow, and the other 3 would swarm in, leaving Zhang Chen with no chance of survival. What a fool! With a cold sneer, the bearded man raised the cutting board to block. His robust physique granted him considerable strength. The cutting board was made of thick wood. Even a cleaver would struggle to penetrate it. Blocking the tang knife posed no issue. In fact, if all went well, the tang knife might even become lodged in the cutting board. If that occurred, the battle would become even simpler. Thud. Before the bearded man could finish his triumphant thoughts, he felt a chill in his arm. Half of his arm, along with the cutting board, was severed cleanly. Blood gushed from the stump. Ah! The bearded man screamed in agony. Zhang Chen did not afford him a moment to react, and with another swift stroke, he severed the bearded man's head. Splatter! Blood erupted like a geyser, drenching the 3 remaining men. What? The boss is dead? Avenge him! With rapid precision, Zhang Chen unleashed 3 strikes, each slicing through the opponent's weapons before cleaving into their bodies. Each blow drew blood. Kitchen knives, baseball bats. All were as fragile as tofu in the face of Zhang Chen's sharpened tang knife. In an instant, the 4 men who had dared to confront Zhang Chen lay sprawled in a pool of their own blood. This is impossible? At that moment, the tattooed woman had just reached Erpeo's side. Initially, she had intended to eliminate Erpeo directly. However, witnessing Zhang Chen's ferocity, she was left with no choice but to capture Erpeo as leverage, coercing Zhang Chen to spare her life. With that thought, the tattooed woman hastily sheathed her knife and reached for the back of Erpeo's neck. The nape of the neck is a vulnerability in both felines and canines. Once grasped, it renders the victim powerless. Yet, just as her hand was about to make contact with Erpeo, he suddenly transformed from a mere 20-centimeter pup into a nearly 2-meter-long battle wolf. His speed was astonishingly swift. Long, white fangs protruded from his mouth, exuding an aura of danger. What? What is happening? Before the tattooed woman could react, Erpeo lunged, sinking his teeth into half of her shoulder. Then, with a violent shake, he tossed her into the air, leaping to seize her again, dragging her along the ground. After just a few bites, the woman was left on the brink of death, her shoe flung away. Seeing that she was about to lose consciousness, Erpeo finally released her, barking a few times. "Erpeo, go after that one," Zhang Chen instructed, picking up the fallen arrow and placing it near Erpeo's nose for him to sniff. Erpeo howled to the sky before sprinting toward a nearby building. "Please, kill me." The tattooed woman lay on the ground, her upper body a gruesome mess. Blood continued to seep from her mouth, signaling her imminent demise. "I don't want to become one of those monsters." With her last ounce of strength, the tattooed woman pleaded. Zhang Chen remained impassive, standing expressionlessly by her side. Moments later, she breathed her last. Zhang Chen began his countdown, 1. When he reached 25 seconds, the tattooed woman's eyes suddenly flew open, her face marred by purple veins. Thud. Zhang Chen plunged the tang knife into the zombie's skull. 25 seconds. The transformation from human to zombie takes 25 seconds. Perhaps individual variations exist, but the time frame is generally consistent. At the very least, she was not of the sort that required an extended period to change. Zhang Chen nodded, having grasped yet another crucial piece of information. Chapter 24. Advancement of physical limits before long. Erpeo returned, clutching a woman in his jaws. She had already succumbed to death, transforming into a zombie, flailing her arms wildly, attempting to bite Erpeo. Unfortunately for her, Erpeo held her firmly by the neck, rendering her incapable of biting anything. "Excellent, Erpeo. Finish her off," Zhang Chen encouraged with a nod. Crunch. With a slight exertion, Erpeo crushed the zombie-esque skull. The battle concluded, and Erpeo reverted to his juvenile size, wagging his tail at Zhang Chen in a display of triumph. Well done! Zhang Chen promptly retrieved a chunk of mutated fertilizer from his storage space and tossed it to Erpeo. The little creature had a hearty appetite. Having just eaten that morning, he was already ravenous again. Devouring the fertilizer with gusto. Where did that woman go? After dispatching the 6 survivors, Zhang Chen suddenly noticed that the woman in the low-cut attire had vanished without a trace. It seemed the apocalypse had taught her a few lessons. At the very least, she had learned to flee rather than foolishly wait for rescue. Never mind her. Let us see what spoils we have. Zhang Chen proceeded to collect items from the bodies one by one. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained energy crystals, 83, purified water, 23, canned luncheon meat, 7, storage ring fragments, 97, medicine, 55, strange key, 1, precise longbow, 1, arrows, 283, mutated fertilizer, 374, clean fabric, 152, a arrow blueprint, 1, precise longbow blueprint, 1, basic wall design, 1, wood collecting technique, 1, expert climbing skill, master tailoring skill, precise longbow. No need to learn archery. After aiming, arrows automatically correct their trajectory, remaining unalterable in flight. Basic wall design enables the construction of basic wooden walls to withstand attacks from ordinary zombies. Wood collecting technique allows for the collection of wood materials from trees and wooden products. Expert climbing skill transforms you into a climbing expert, capable of scaling most buildings and cliffs. Master tailor skill. This skill enables you to craft all apparel, footwear, and protective gear from recycled materials. As your level increases, the manufactured items will exhibit higher rarity and additional attributes. So many energy crystals, so many storage ring fragments, so many blueprints. Zhang Chen could hardly contain his joy. This is an incredible windfall. It seems this group has not been shy about killing. Otherwise, how could there be so many fragments of storage rings? Ding! Detected that the storage ring can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Having just collected the resources, the system promptly displayed the notification. Upgrade immediately. Ding! You have lost storage ring fragments, 100, energy crystals, 50. Congratulations, your storage ring has upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The storage capacity has expanded from 24 to 48 slots, unlocking the vehicle warehouse space. 1 slot, vehicle warehouse, can store vehicles of any size. To upgrade from level 3 to 4, you need storage ring fragments 200, energy crystals 100. Note: a level 5 storage ring unlocks the building warehouse, allowing the storage of constructions. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes of the level 3 storage ring, Zhang Chen could not help but gasp in amazement. This ring is truly a divine artifact. Each upgrade doubles the capacity. Even at level 3, it boasts a 48-slot backpack. In such a scenario, it can almost accommodate all items. Zhang Chen could even fit in some daily necessities with ease. Moreover, the level 3 ring allows for the storage of a vehicle. With a car on hand, the chances of a successful escape would significantly increase. No matter how fast the zombies run, can they outrun a car? What captivates Zhang Chen the most are the attributes of the level 5 ring. It can store buildings. This means Zhang Chen could carry his shelter with him wherever he goes. He could settle down wherever he finds comfort. This is simply exhilarating. Following this, Zhang Chen also learned the master tailor skill, expert climbing skill, and wood gathering technique. Zhang Chen glanced at his current energy crystal status. Current upgrade progress, 87-100. Zhang Chen looked at the horde of zombies at the entrance of the community. There were at least 40 to 50 zombies. It seems today he is bound to reach the human physical limit. Half an hour later, the area in front of the community gate was strewn with corpses. Killing from behind the community wall was effortless. The zombies' hands could not reach through, leaving only their heads exposed above the wall. They were completely like lambs to the slaughter. After a thorough count, Zhang Chen had collected energy crystals, 28, mutated fertilizer, 230, clean fabric, 120, bloodied key, 8, car key, 5, clean sanitary napkin, 2, Egrets brand cigarettes, 32, storage ring fragments, 3, sanitary napkins, cigarettes. The items on these zombies are indeed quite diverse. As for the storage ring fragments, they were likely from survivors infected by zombies at the very beginning. Currently, this item only appears on the bodies of survivors. Current upgrade progress, 115-100, ding. Conditions for upgrade met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. Every inch of his muscles brimmed with strength. His senses became heightened. Even the world before him seemed clearer. Ding. Congratulations, you have ascended to the human physical limit. Is this the state of human physical limits? Zhang Chen looked at the chest-high community wall, placed his left hand down, and gently leaped over it. He cleared it effortlessly, not even brushing the edge of the railing. So easy? Zhang Chen glanced at the nearby residential building. Taking a running start, he jumped forward. Miraculously, he propelled himself up the smooth, flat wall, reaching 5 stories high in one breath. As he released the force, Zhang Chen felt a powerful downward force bearing down on him. Instinctively, he lightly brushed his shoe against the wall to slow his descent. He then landed softly on the ground, falling from 5 stories without any assistance, and yet he sustained no injuries. This is truly an unbelievable feat. It is worth noting that there have been news reports of individuals falling from 5 stories and dying. Is this the level of human physical limits? Chapter 25. A truckload of canned beef. Striking it rich, Zhang Chen was exceedingly pleased with his state. He continued to check the upgrade panel. To ascend to Awakener, he requires 15,200 energy crystals, still lacking 185 energy crystals. This means he needs to eliminate at least 300 more zombies. Hiss! Zhang Chen inhaled sharply. The zombies around the community had been nearly cleared. If he wished to kill more zombies, he would have to venture into unfamiliar territory. Exploring the unknown inherently carries risks. The community is relatively safe since it is enclosed, with only 1 or 2 entrances. The mobility of the zombies is limited. With each kill, there are fewer zombies. However, the environment outside on the streets is different. The main road is sprawling, and any misstep could attract zombies from several blocks away. Not only would they be numerous, but he could easily be caught in a pincer attack. At that point, he might not even have time to escape, let alone kill zombies. He must devise a prudent method for slaying zombies. Zhang Chen examined the car keys in his hand one by one. This is the key to a red sedan, power 1.6. This is the key to a white SUV, power 1.8 TE. This is the key to a taxi, power 1.4. This is the key to a heavy truck, power 600 horsepower. A heavy truck. This is it. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Armed with a riot shield and a dagger, he cautiously made his way toward the main road. Last night, the scent of the low-cut woman had attracted most of the zombies, leaving the nearby road quite clean, with only a few straggling zombies. Zhang Chen swiftly eliminated them. He climbed atop an SUV, surveyed the surroundings, and soon spotted a heavy truck carrying a blue container. This is the one. Zhang Chen dispatched the 2 zombies wandering around the heavy truck, then turned his attention to the container. Not only are there no zombies here, but it also contains 5,000 boxes of well-packaged canned beef. Such luck should be worth a lottery ticket. 5,000 boxes of canned beef? Zhang Chen was overjoyed. He gently sliced the lock on the container with his dagger, pulled open the iron doors, and found it filled to the brim with neatly arranged boxes of canned beef. He casually pulled out a box, opened it, and found 6 sealed cans of beef, each weighing 500 grams when calculated. One box contains 6 cans, equating to 6 pounds. With 5,000 boxes in the container, that totals 30,000 cans, 30,000 pounds. This is truly a windfall. 30,000 pounds of canned beef. Even if Zhang Chen consumes 2 cans a day, it would last him 15,000 days. That's equivalent to 40 years. He never expected to stumble upon such good fortune. Zhang Chen hurriedly stored all the cans in his storage space. They only took up 1 slot, labeled, well-packaged canned beef, 30,000. Delightful. This storage space can hold more than a heavy truck. Next, the show must begin. Zhang Chen placed Air Pow in the passenger seat, while he took the driver's seat. He spent some time familiarizing himself with the vehicle controls of this world. Fortunately, the cultural development of both worlds is quite similar. Soon, Zhang Chen mastered the essentials of driving the heavy truck. Time to start hunting zombies. Zhang Chen first shifted into reverse. Vroom. The heavy truck's engine roared loudly, startling the unknown birds perched in the trees, sending them fluttering away in panic. Heh. A few zombies staggered out from the shops by the roadside, drawn by the roar of the truck's engine. This is just the beginning. Reversing. Zhang Chen didn't even look at the rearview mirror. directly shifting into reverse. He slammed the accelerator. Fear room. The heavy truck violently reversed, toppling the parked sedan aside with ease. Howl he he. The surrounding zombies seemed to be activated, madly rushing toward the heavy truck. Excellent, just like that. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. He ignored the tide of zombies pouring out from the nearby shops and shifted into drive. The truck turned left and charged into a narrow alley. This alley had been previously scouted by Zhang Chen. There were hardly any vehicles here, and only 7 or 8 wandering zombies on the road. It was perfect for a speed run. Zhang Chen leisurely drove the truck into the alley, maintaining a safe distance from the horde behind him. The zombies couldn't catch up, but he wouldn't lose them either. Beep beep, the heavy truck's horn sounded heavily and loudly. This noise attracted zombies from half a block away. Zhang Chen could hear the low growls of zombies everywhere, along with the chaotic sounds of shuffling feet. They are coming, crack, with a sound. The glass on the second and third floors of the alley shattered. Dozens of zombies leaped out of the windows. A cacophony of indistinguishable sounds erupted as a horde of zombies surged forth from the side entrance of the nearby community. The narrow opening at the door proved insufficient, prompting many of the undead to pile atop one another in a grotesque display. One after another, they clambered over the iron gate, only to tumble heavily to the ground. Yet, these zombies remained blissfully unaware of pain. Some dragged broken ankles, exposing ghastly white bones, yet they continued their frenzied charge towards the heavy truck. A low growl escaped Urpeo as he beheld the approaching throng of zombies, his fur bristling with tension. Poised to enter battle at any moment. Calm down, Urpeo. We are safe here. These ordinary zombies pose no threat to us. Zhang Chen proclaimed confidently, honking the horn fervently. An increasing number of zombies gravitated towards their location, surrounding the heavy truck in ominous numbers. Simultaneously, the regional chat channel erupted with activity. What was that sound? Did everyone hear it? It sounded like a car horn. Indeed, that noise rivals an air raid siren. Is this fool not aware that zombies are attracted to sound? I'm cowering in my home, holding my breath, and someone dares to make such a racket? This can't be someone driven mad by the apocalypse. Seeking death. I believe that sound is from a large truck. It's loud enough to draw every zombie from the surrounding blocks. Oh my, I can see that truck right below my building. The area had become densely packed with hundreds of zombies, leaving me questioning his intentions. From my rooftop vantage point, the good news was that the zombies on Ingbin Road remained unaffected by the horn sound. The bad news was that indeed, all the zombies in the vicinity had been lured away. These zombies flowed like a river to the sea, and I estimated there were 200 to 300 more on the road. If this individual did not drive away soon, he would surely be overwhelmed by the zombies. Of all places, why must he meet his demise right beneath my home? With these hundreds of zombies, I have no chance of even stepping outside. As the zombie numbers swelled, nearly blocking the entire alley, just when everyone believed Zhang Chen was doomed, the heavy truck roared to life. Huh? Is he only now deciding to drive? Was he perhaps napping moments ago? In this situation, driving is futile. It's a certain death. The survivor residing near the truck should take advantage of the distraction to seek a safer hiding place. With the zombies diverted, every other location must be secure. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? I shall relocate. Goodness, the truck is actually moving. The horde cannot contain it. How is that possible? I recalled being trapped in an SU, fully aware that a horde of zombies would render escape impossible. Moreover, in this scenario, the zombies were virtually blocking the path. Soon, survivors atop the building transmitted a video. The heavy truck accelerated suddenly, plowing through the obstructing zombies with ease. The force of its launch was so immense that it sent distant zombies flying. How can this be? He is actually breaking through. Indeed, the tide of corpses is utterly powerless against him. Witnessing this is exhilarating. The heavy truck likely possessed between 400 to 600 horsepower. The term horsepower is aptly named after the pulling strength of a single horse. A heavy truck can generate the propulsion of several hundred horses. A mere few hundred zombies stand no chance of stopping it. What a show-off! He is such a lunatic. As I spoke, the heavy truck carved a bloody path, leaving behind a crimson trail of tire marks. After the encounter, only a portion of the zombies had perished. Most lay incapacitated, their bones shattered. Some even struggled to crawl after the heavy truck. If only I had such a heavy truck, I could go wherever I pleased. The zombies would be no hindrance. This felt akin to a video game, pure exhilaration. What is happening upstairs? I did collect the truck keys from the zombies, but with so many vehicles on the road, how can I discern which one is which? The odds of finding the keys to a heavy truck and stumbling upon the vehicle are akin to winning the lottery. Does the driver of the heavy truck need a girlfriend? I could sit in the passenger seat, assist with navigation, and fulfill all needs. Hey, I'm in the dormitory at Tianyang University. Please come rescue us. There are 6 of us girls. We come in all types. Huh. What is going on? That massive truck is returning. Amidst the shock, Zhang Chen was seen maneuvering the heavy truck, executing a U-turn at the intersection, then accelerating back into the alley. This time, he drove faster, with an even greater force of impact. The sounds of crashing and grinding filled the air as the zombies' dismembered limbs and bodies relentlessly struck the truck's front. The truck's tires were enormous, over a meter in diameter, elevating the vehicle high above the ground. The zombies could only strike the truck's front, unable to even touch the glass. Occasionally, blood splattered onto the windshield, easily wiped away by Zhang Chen's swift use of the windshield wipers. Once again, he surged through the horde, leaving a thick carpet of zombies in his wake. Only a handful remained standing, yet they too would not be crushed. Zhang Chen dismissed these minor details, parking the truck by the roadside. He then disembarked, wielding his weapon with precision, swiftly decapitating the remaining few zombies. Subsequently, he methodically delivered finishing blows to those still clinging to life on the ground. At this moment, the chatroom finally comprehended. Zhang Chen was not seeking death nor trying to attract attention, but was efficiently exterminating zombies. He had devised a remarkably effective and safe method for taking them down. This was astonishingly impressive. We had all been focused on avoiding detection by the zombies. Yet someone was contemplating how to eliminate them. The disparity was staggering. Such terror, truly, such terror. His power likely surpassed our own. Will the Great One accept disciples? I can fend for myself. I only wish to follow the Great One in slaying zombies and enjoy a taste of victory. This Great One remained silent, a true enigma. What a shame we couldn't discern his appearance. Otherwise, we could have reached out privately. Great One, please, take me along. Let us form a team. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, he had become a celebrity within the regional chat channel. He had no time to monitor the chatter. Daylight was the prime opportunity to eliminate zombies and enhance his strength. To squander such precious time on conversation? That would be sheer folly. Zhang Chen systematically dispatched the severely wounded zombies, then commenced gathering resources. This collection was exhilarating. The entirety of the street was littered with zombie corpses. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal, 236. Mutated Fertilizer, 2132. Clean Fabric, 758. Damaged Truck Keys, 34. Damaged Keys, 72. Wrinkled Contaminant Defense Map, 1. Crushed Cigarettes, 33. Tattered Notebook, 3. Cash, 2,735 yuan. The resources collected were somewhat tragic. Aside from the unwavering energy crystals, mutated fertilizer, and clean fabric, most of the other supplies had been damaged during the repeated crushing by the truck. A slight disappointment. However, compared to the abundance of energy crystals, this loss was hardly significant. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, discarding the damaged items onto the ground. He casually touched the heavy truck, and in an instant, it was absorbed into his storage space. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Energy crystals, 251-200. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 27. Dual talents unleashed. Of course, I shall upgrade. Zhang Chen decisively selected yes. As a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, he suddenly felt an overwhelming power enveloping him, his skin glowing red as his body temperature soared. Erpeo, witnessing this transformation, expressed concern, but Zhang Chen understood. This was the energy crystals enhancing his physique. His body had reached the limits of human endurance. To unleash even greater power, he needed to undergo transformation. After several minutes, the burning sensation began to recede, and his skin returned to its normal hue. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to the Awakener Phase 1. The talent system has been activated. As the sound resonated, a sprawling, tree-like structure of talents materialized before Zhang Chen. The lower tier possessed fewer talents, while ascending revealed a greater variety. At first glance, it appeared densely packed. Please select your desired evolution path. 1. Gene Enhancement Path. 2. Energy Enhancement Path. Upon selecting the above talent paths, you will forfeit the other, and this decision cannot be altered. Please choose wisely. Gene Enhancement Path. By continuously modifying the genetic attributes of survivors, they will acquire formidable physical prowess, boasting enhanced speed, strength, and resilience. When paired with energy weapons, combat capabilities will multiply. Energy Enhancement Path. By improving the utilization of energy cores, survivors will envelop themselves in an energy field, thereby augmenting their combat effectiveness. As long as sufficient energy cores are available, they will showcase exceptional battle prowess. Zhang Chen briefly skimmed the content and grasped the essence. The Gene Enhancement Path essentially represented the route of a warrior or assassin, focusing on physical enhancement. The Energy Enhancement Path mirrored that of a mage, emphasizing the amplification of energy fields. This choice, each has its merits, making it rather challenging to decide. Zhang Chen mused, just as he lingered in uncertainty. The system prompted him once more. Ding. It has detected that this survivor has ascended 2 levels within 2 hours, activating hidden rewards, unlocking hidden evolution paths, limited to exceptionally robust survivors who cross the physical threshold within 2 hours to ascend to Awakener status. You may simultaneously retain both talents. Combat effectiveness will significantly increase, but the energy core requirements for leveling up will also escalate. Do you wish to choose to evolve in both directions? Yes, no. At that moment, a prompt appeared. The hidden talent is undoubtedly the optimal choice. It is recommended to fully allocate points to both talents, as one can only traverse this path once. Given that even the prompt advocated for simultaneous evolution in both directions, Zhang Chen had no reason to hesitate. Yes, a radiant white light burst forth. Zhang Chen ascended to Awakener Phase 1. The talent trees for Gene Evolution Path and Energy Evolution Path illuminated simultaneously. Congratulations, you have acquired the Gene Evolution talent. Strong Body, 1-1. Your physique has become even more robust. Self-healing effects are enhanced tenfold, capable of healing minor viral infections, with strength, speed, and reflexes increased by 50. Congratulations, you have acquired the Energy Evolution talent. Enlightenment, 1-1. You are surrounded by pure energy. Damage dealt is increased by 10, damage received is reduced by 10, and the probability of acquiring energy cores is elevated by 20. Both Strong Body and Enlightenment are talents automatically granted upon ascending to Awakener Phase 1. This means that if a survivor chooses the Gene Evolution path, they will receive the Strong Body talent immediately upon ascending to Awakener status. Similarly, those selecting the Energy Evolution path will directly obtain Enlightenment upon their promotion. From this point onward, survivors will gain 2 talent points with each level up, which can be allocated to enhanced talents. Currently, both Strong Body and Enlightenment are marked 1-1, indicating that only 1 talent point is needed to activate them. Furthermore, these talents are already activated and at maximum level, making further upgrades impossible. Some talents are marked 0-5, meaning they are not yet activated and can be upgraded an additional 4 times. It is quite akin to a game, easily comprehensible. Zhang Chen then checked his upgrade requirements, which stated, to ascend to Awakener Phase 2, you must fulfill 51,802. Had a survivor normally chosen a single evolution path, it would appear as 51,800 here. However, due to Zhang Chen's selection of the hidden dual talent route, the consumption has increased. By expending more energy cores, he gains even greater abilities. Zhang Chen found this quite fair. Though this would significantly elevate the difficulty of leveling up, besides his daily zombie slaying, he would need to seek additional sources of income. Zhang Chen surveyed the surrounding buildings. Following the prompt, he entered a tidy little shop. It was a small restaurant, devoid of any supplies, yet impeccably clean. It was a suitable place for a lunch break and a moment of rest. Zhang Chen tossed a large clump of mutated fertilizer to air Pang and pulled out a cooked steak. Devouring it heartily, while eating, he examined his supplies. Currently, his most abundant resource was food. However, until he could find a sustainably regenerating food source, these items remained essential consumables. They must not be carelessly exchanged for energy cores. Furthermore, it was now the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Many survivors were still in hiding. Even if Zhang Chen wished to trade food for energy cores, others could hardly spare any. The most pressing issue remained fundamentally resolving the problem. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's attention was drawn to the precision longbow blueprint. He could continue selling weapons. The sharpened Tang Dao was too lethal, unsuitable for selling to other survivors. That would be akin to harboring a tiger. The longbow, however, was a more prudent choice. It could eliminate zombies from a distance without posing a threat to himself. It was settled. After lunch, Zhang Chen arrived at the roadside of a narrow alley. The bodies of harvested zombies would vanish entirely. Thus, the alley was left barren, save for the bloodstains on the ground. Scattered every 5 or 6 meters were small trees of a fist's width. Zhang Chen approached the nearest tree, and the option to collect appeared. Collect, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 3 in the storage space. Wood appeared in the form of long planks, and no need to chop. Just collect? How convenient. Zhang Chen moved to a nearby thicker tree. Collect, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5. Chapter 28. If not you, then who? It seems the quantity of wood obtained from trees depends on their thickness. The sturdier the tree, the more wood harvested. Onward, collect, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 2. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 4. Sprouting branch 1. Zhang Chen collected from the trees in the entire alley, totaling wood 240. Sprouting branch 65. Sprouting branch can be planted to grow into a tree. Once the system suppression of the next phase is lifted, unmutated trees will become rare resources, so utilize them wisely. The prompt suddenly appeared. Zhang Chen initially intended to discard the sprouting branch, thinking it unnecessary with trees everywhere. However, upon seeing the prompt, realization dawned upon him. In 30 days, all plants would mutate. These trees might even become dangerous if he wished to craft tools or walls later. Having unmutated trees would be essential. Next, he set about crafting the precision longbow. Precision longbow blueprint consumes wood 10, energy core 1. To create precision longbow, arrow blueprint consumes wood 1. To create 20 arrows. Ding. You have lost wood 10, energy core 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained precision longbow 1. Ding. You have lost wood 10, energy core 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained precision longbow 1. Ding. You have lost wood 1, energy core 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained precision longbow 1. Zhang Chen expended 20 energy cores and 200 wood to craft 20 precision longbows. He first checked the auction channel. The items listed were quite peculiar, and even slightly valuable goods commanded exorbitant prices. Some even requested 10 energy cores in exchange for half a bottle of water. It was downright extortionate. Such audacity had become the norm in the auction house. Restoring market rationality would require several more days until resources became plentiful. Almost everyone in the auction house had adopted a mindset of trading a small amount of energy cores for a plethora of supplies. However, this market also had its advantages, as it allowed for easy opportunities to seize bargains. Undoubtedly, some indecisive individuals would be swayed by these deceptive offers, ultimately allowing others to reap significant rewards. After much contemplation, Zhang Chen decided to hawk his wares himself, as this would also provide insight into the market's genuine state. He opened the chat channel. Is anyone interested in a precision longbow? Comes with 10 arrows, as a bonus. Limited quantity, once they're gone, they're gone. PM me with your price. At this moment, survivors were stirred up by videos of heavy trucks crushing zombies. All were eager to slay a few zombies and showcase their strength. Yet, despite many wielding kitchen knives, they remained hesitant to venture out. After all, close combat posed a risk of injury, and injury equated to death, too perilous. Thus, when Zhang Chen announced the availability of the precision longbow, the chat room erupted. Wow, a ranged weapon. This is incredible. Arrows auto-target. Even those who cannot shoot can hit. It's undoubtedly a divine artifact. Brothers, we must venture out and slay the zombies. Remaining stationary will inevitably lead to our demise. It is far better to take a risk. Indeed, a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. At that moment, Zhang Chen's private chat interface was inundated with messages. Big boss, could you lend me your bow and arrow for a bit? I can exchange it for energy crystals after I finish off the zombies. What do you think? Hey there, I also want the bow and arrow. What do you desire in return? How about we do a video call? I'll follow your lead. It'll be quite entertaining. I only have half a sausage. Would that suffice? Great one. Zhang Chen disregarded these freeloading survivors entirely. What nonsense. I have invested 10 units of wood and a single energy crystal to craft this weapon. Do they expect to receive it for free? Have they lost their minds? With so many survivors around, there must be some who can afford to pay. Big boss. I have 5 energy crystals. Would that be enough for a trade? The speaker was a man dressed in military attire, appearing quite spirited. His name was Dong Taijun. All right, let us make the exchange. Zhang Chen nodded. It wasn't merely the reasonable price of 5 energy crystals that motivated him. He recognized this man's formidable combat prowess. If he wielded the bow and arrow, he would undoubtedly eliminate more zombies, yielding even more energy crystals to exchange for Zhang Chen's arrows. Indeed, from the outset, Zhang Chen had no intention of merely selling bows for crystals. To reap long-term benefits, he must rely on arrows. These are consumables. Without arrows, the bow holds no purpose. To continue slaying zombies, then one must purchase arrows. This is the correct strategy for maximizing gains, Big Boss. I have a skill book, Beginner's Eye of Insight. Would you be interested? Beginner's Eye of Insight allows you to perceive the strength level of your opponents within a range of 3 levels above or below your own capabilities. It provides a clear view of other survivor strengths, which is undoubtedly crucial. However, in the early apocalypse, the value of such an item pales in comparison to a bow and arrow. The strength of zombies is evident. Is there really a need for insight? As for encountering other survivors, their strength is measured by numbers. The more individuals, the more formidable they are. Early disparities in strength cannot compensate for numerical advantages. The pragmatic approach is to trade for the bow, inflict minimal harm, and slay a few more zombies. That is the way. Very well. Let us proceed with the trade. Ding. You have lost precise longbow and gained the skill Beginner's Eye of Insight. I have a 10L container of purified water. Would you consider a trade? A 10L container of purified water? Zhang Chen clicked on the item, and a familiar image appeared, just like the bottled water often used at home. To offer a 10L container in exchange for a weapon, this individual must possess more than just this one. Zhang Chen's interest was piqued, and he replied, I want 10 containers. What? Big Boss. That's too greedy. 10 containers is impossible, 2, at most. In truth, this man, namely Xiefeng, was quite troubled. Zhang Chen had indeed guessed correctly. He was trapped at a water station with 15 barrels of purified water stacked inside. He was not concerned about the water itself, but rather the fact that he could not sell it. It was entirely a case of having a price, but no market. He had previously attempted to trade a barrel of water for 50 energy crystals, but no one was interested. He then lowered the price to 30 crystals, still no buyers. Even after reducing it to 25 crystals, he remained unsold. In the auction house, a 500 milliliters bottle of water was priced at 10 energy crystals. For his 10L, it could be exchanged for 20 bottles, a significant markdown. If he went below 25 crystals, there would be no point in selling at all. Li Xiefeng was unaware that the inflated prices in the auction house had no actual transactions. His pricing was not exorbitant, but the required total of energy crystals was too high. Who could casually produce 20 or 30 crystals? After several days, Li Xiefeng had not sold a single barrel of water, and his confidence had been thoroughly eroded. What he desperately sought now was a reliable weapon. The small supermarket across from the water station was teeming with zombies. If he could rush in and eliminate them, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Signs of survivor activity were already evident in the vicinity. If he did not act soon, he risked being outpaced by others and would truly be trapped alongside his barrels of water. Seeing a bow with automatic aiming capabilities, Li Xiefeng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to acquire it. He was willing to pay any price, knowing that once he reached the supermarket, the returns would be manifold. This emboldened him to privately message Zhang Chen. Little did he know, Zhang Chen demanded an exorbitant 10 barrels. Was this not robbery? 10 barrels, not a single one less, brother. I only have 10 barrels of water in total. If you take them all, how shall I survive? Li Xiefeng desperately tried to plead. No worries, consider it. Others are bidding as well. We can resume our conversation later. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, thinking, if we are to gamble, let us gamble big. Chapter 29. The lions roar. Wait, Big Boss, don't contact him yet. I didn't say I couldn't do it. Li Xiefeng panicked. If another survivor obtained the bow and rushed into the supermarket first, he would truly pay dearly for his greed. 10 barrels, just 10 barrels. Let us trade now, Li Xiefeng hastily insisted. Ding, trade successful. You have lost 10 barrels of water and gained precise longbow 1. Arrows 50. Li Xiefeng was taken aback. Big Boss, you gave me 50 arrows? Didn't you say only 10? Indeed, I thought you were quite straightforward in our trade. So I've added 40 for you. Just don't tell anyone else. Zhang Chen replied with a grin. He understood the principle of giving a little to receive a lot. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Xiefeng felt immensely grateful, believing he had encountered a benevolent benefactor. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret parting with 10 barrels of water, but his mood brightened instantly. He excitedly declared, "Rest assured, big boss, I will surely promote you. A seller of integrity like you is truly rare." "Thank you." Zhang Chen had just swindled Li Xiefeng out of 10 barrels of purified water, yet the latter was now expressing gratitude, just a small favor indeed. As soon as Li Xiefeng concluded his private chat with Zhang Chen, he immediately began to boast in the chat channel, "Wow, this precise longbow is incredible. 1 arrow, 1 zombie, every shot hits. It's a guaranteed monster-slaying artifact. I feel like I'm on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life. Ready to marry a rich and beautiful woman." Moments later, Li Xiefeng shared a video. From a first-person perspective, an arrow pierced a zombie's skull. The scene was particularly gruesome. However, the effectiveness was undeniable. In an instant, many who had been hesitating in the chat channel sprang to life. "Awesome, brother. This is so much safer than a kitchen knife. And the bow is silent. It won't attract zombies. Truly remarkable. Wow, with the ability to slay zombies. Acquire energy crystals. What more could one desire? Who needs to marry a rich woman? The ladies would be lining up to be pampered. Just now, I saw 6 ladies approaching. Wait for me, I'm going to buy a bow." It was indeed worth purchasing. This way, he could storm into the supermarket across the street, where supplies surely awaited. In no time, inquiries surged, flooding the private chat messages, rendering Zhang Chen unable to respond. Among them were numerous messages from women, most seeking companionship or support. Many lacked resources to offer and were too fearful to confront zombies. In this apocalypse, even adult men cannot guarantee their safety. Would anyone be willing to carry deadweight? Expecting to mooch off resources is even less plausible. "Brother, I want 10 precise longbows. Name your price." Suddenly, a message caught Zhang Chen's attention. It was from Zhang Hao. "You want 10? Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback. The request for such a quantity indicated that Zhang Hao's team had grown, with at least 10 combatants. Moreover, it suggested that Zhang Hao had confidence, likely possessing substantial resources. Zhang Chen recalled that this fellow had mentioned a raid on a large supermarket the day before. Had they succeeded? "Indeed, name your price. If you need materials, we can provide those as well, along with a fee for crafting," Zhang Hao stated. This man was quite shrewd. If he learned about the materials, he could assess the production cost of a bow, leading to potential negotiations. Zhang Chen would never grant him that opportunity. Name your price. What do you want in exchange?" "For 10 longbows, I would require at least 100 energy crystals, 50 units of food, and 50 units of water." In truth, wood was not particularly valuable. What held worth was the energy crystals. 10 longbows required 10 energy crystals. Zhang Chen quoted 100 crystals, a 10-fold increase. Adding food and water, there was at least a 20-fold profit margin. "Whoa, brother, your price is a bit steep. How about this? I'll offer 80 energy crystals. Food and water are scarce, fetching exorbitant prices at the auction house. Besides, we have many people, and expenses are high. We barely have enough for ourselves," Zhang Hao countered. "Energy crystal cores must be no less than 100. If you find yourself lacking food and water, you may substitute with other items. If appropriate, I might consider a trade. After all, the cost of crafting 10 longbows is exceedingly high. They are the sole ranged weapons available on the market." Zhang Chen firmly asserted his stance. In truth, he would find 80 crystal cores acceptable. A net profit of 70 crystal cores would not be a loss. Furthermore, he still needed to sell arrows to accumulate more crystal cores. However, haggling operates in such a manner. The more inflexible you appear, the more the other party feels they have gained a tremendous bargain when they lower the price even slightly. If you acquiesce immediately to their counteroffer, they will undoubtedly feel they have been cheated. Such is the nature of human psychology, a bit mercenary. Currently, we possess only 90 energy crystal cores. How about this? We'll supplement the difference with other items." Zhang Hao remarked, sending a list of supplies to the private chat channel. Mutated fertilizer, 300. Clean fabric, 120. Bloodstained key, 23. Strange key, 1. Bloodstained access card, 8. Toilet paper, 12. Fresh grapes, 20. Fresh oranges, 7. Rugby helmet, 12. Diesel generator, 2. 200-liter barrel of diesel, 10. 159-liter barrel of gasoline, 12, steel, 178. This is all I have. Take a look and see what you can utilize, trade what you can. I truly have no surplus resources, brother. Consider it a favor, and in the future, should you come to our camp, I shall grant you a position of authority. Zhang Chen pointedly disregarded the last remark. In any survivor team, strength is the only true measure of status. Without strength, any title of authority is meaningless. Likewise, should one possess formidable power, the entire camp would be compelled to bow before me. As for these supplies, I'll take everything except the rugby helmet, Zhang Chen stated nonchalantly. Chapter 30. The subtle utility of Zhao Xia. After all, my backpack has ample space. It would pose no challenge to stow them all away. Moreover, the generator, diesel, and gasoline will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Just because the city has electricity now does not guarantee it will remain so indefinitely. What if this is merely a benefit of the novice protection period? Logically, the apocalypse should have decimated humanity within 6 months, meaning the generator should have ceased functioning by now. The current situation is decidedly abnormal. Better safe than sorry. All right, thank you, brother. You are always welcome at our camp. Our location is at the gymnasium, where the living conditions are excellent, complete with clean beds and secure recreational areas. Presently, our team comprises 20 individuals, half of whom are women. Among them, there are even celebrities. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to promote his camp. Understood. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave for now, Zhang Chen replied in a disinterested tone before completing the transaction. Are you there? Suddenly, Zhao Xia sent a message. Are you there? What is up? Zhang Chen was curious, as this girl typically contacted him only at night. Why was she reaching out during the day? Did she perhaps see his listing for the longbow and wish to acquire one? Zhao Xia did not respond but immediately sent a trade invitation. Subsequently, various items were placed on the table. Mutated fertilizer, 30. Bloodstained key, 2. Clean fabric, 10. Empty water bottles, 3. High-powered flashlight, 2. Batteries, 3. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to inquire about the situation, he promptly clicked to lock the trade. Little brother, I know you are a good person. I'm giving you all these items, all of them. What will you do? Zhang Chen sensed that something serious was amiss. I can't use them anymore. There is suddenly a horde of zombies on campus. Among them are some particularly fast-moving creatures, with long claws and a terrifying appearance. Previously, a survivor team passed through here and was easily devoured by this monster. Kitchen knives can't inflict any damage on it. I certainly cannot escape. I will inevitably be trapped here. Since I can't use these items, I am giving them to you, hoping they prove useful. Additionally, I am glad to have met you before I perish, Zhao Xia said, sending a photo of herself smiling. Her smile was radiant and sunny. However, after 3 days of alternating hunger and feasting, her cheeks had noticeably thinned, adding a touch of delicate vulnerability to her beauty. This photo is a gift for you. I hope you will remember me. Remember your friend in this apocalypse, Zhao Xia said softly. Crawling zombies? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow and asked. Until now, he had only encountered ordinary zombies. He had merely heard rumors in the chat channel about some unusual types. Yes, it looks particularly horrifying. Soon, Zhao Xia sent a picture. I captured this when it wasn't he paying attention. I witnessed it tear a man over 6 feet tall in half. In the future, you must keep your distance from it. Shouldn't T1 prioritize their own safety? Logically, Zhao Xia should have concealed the existence of this monster, seeking ways to have Zhang Chen rescue her instead. That would be the rational approach. This girl, even in her final moments, is concerned that Zhang Chen might encounter the terrifying creature. What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen examined the image. It depicted a muscular monster, with its head grotesquely elongated on its neck, its limbs contorted as it crawled on the ground, long and sharp claws protruding from its fingers and toes. It was evidently a formidable opponent. Zhang Chen focused on the image and soon, a prompt appeared. Crawling zombie, variant type 2, agile in movement, highly sensitive senses. Defeating it yields a substantial amount of energy crystal cores. As long as you do not confront this creature in confined spaces, battling it in open areas greatly increases your odds of victory. A substantial number of crystal cores. A high probability of victory. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. If this creature's level utterly dwarfed his own, no matter what Zhao Xia said, he would not dare challenge such a beast. Survival is paramount. Zhang Chen would not sacrifice himself for a girl he had known for only 3 days. Since this creature is not his match, and it carries a significant bounty of energy crystal cores, perhaps it is worth a try. Zhang Chen retrieved a 10-liter barrel of pure water from his storage space and then took out the empty water bottle Zhao Xia had just traded. He poured 500 milliliters of pure water from the large barrel into the bottle. Operating within the storage space allows for the direct separation of water and food, as long as there is a container. Zhang Chen placed this bottle of water along with a sausage on the trading interface and sent it to Zhao Xia, then clicked to lock the trade. Zhao Xia? You needn't send me food and water anymore. I can't escape, and I have nothing to barter with you. Moreover, being trapped here means I will require food and water daily, which you cannot afford. Zhang Chen chuckled helplessly. This woman truly was adorably foolish. Who said these items were being given away for free? Please, don't be so presumptuous. Providing you with food and water certainly comes at a cost, Zhao Xia. But I genuinely have nothing left to trade. I don't have a single valuable item on me. You wouldn't Zhao Xia's face flushed suddenly as she continued. You wouldn't be wanting those kinds of photos and videos? Would you? What are you thinking? Am I that depraved? I apologize. I was just speaking casually. Please don't take offense, I'm not offended. Let us discuss serious matters. All right, what's on your mind? I have 2 tasks for you. The first task is, while ensuring your own safety, keep an eye on the movements of this monster. The second task is, I still have a few precision longbows left unsold. You are responsible for selling them. Zhang Chen's thoughts were clear. Understanding the movements of this creature would ensure he could launch a preemptive strike. If he were ambushed by such a creature on the road, it would not be a trivial matter. Additionally, selling weapons is an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. Chapter 31. A familiar tactic. With so many people messaging him at once, Zhang Chen needed to discern the sincere buyers from those merely inquiring without intent. He also had to filter out the freeloaders. Among the remaining inquiries, he would need to negotiate prices. Sometimes, the other party would back out of the deal, rendering the discussions pointless. All things considered, had it not been for Zhang Hao stepping in and purchasing 10 longbows in one go, Zhang Chen likely would not have sold even 10 by now. Just as well, Zhao Xia had nothing else to do. Trapped in the security room, she had ample time. Rather than being idle, she might as well assist him in selling weapons. Once a price was agreed upon, Zhang Chen could directly trade with the buyer, earning crystal cores from slaying zombies while simultaneously selling weapons. Both endeavors could proceed concurrently without hindrance. Now that's efficiency. Please keep an eye on the movements of that monster. It's not really a task, but I will certainly pay attention. Selling things is also fine. I absolutely relish bargaining with people, thank you. For taking care of me, Zhao Xia said, touched in her perspective. Observing the monster's movements hardly constituted a task. It was merely a matter of checking in from time to time. How could that be considered a task? As for selling things, that truly tests trust. What if Zhao Xia deliberately negotiated a lower price to pocket the difference? The fact that Zhang Chen was willing to entrust this responsibility to her indicated his utmost confidence in her. To encounter such a man in the apocalypse? How wonderful! She absolutely could not let Zhang Chen down. Zhao Xia had nearly abandoned hope for survival, but Zhang Chen reignited her spirit in an instant. I am not here to take care of you. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, do you understand? Zhang Chen corrected. Understood. It's all about mutual benefit. In any case, thank you. Meeting you is truly wonderful, Zhao Xia replied with a smile. Where's the wonder in that? Such a foolish woman. Zhang Chen explained the cost of the precision longbow to Zhao Xia. He also shared details about several recently completed transactions, allowing Zhao Xia to form an estimate of the longbow's selling price. Only then did they resume the afternoon battle. Zhang Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2 p.m. There were roughly 4 hours until dusk. He wondered if they could reach Tianyang University in such a short time. The community where Zhang Chen was hiding was merely 500 meters from Tianyang University. However, the current alley was in the opposite direction from the university. Thus, no matter how many zombies they killed here, it wouldn't impact that location. Moreover, the zombies in this vicinity had already been eliminated. It was time to move on. Zhang Chen retraced his steps, crossing through the community to reach another exit. This was a small door typically used by pedestrians. A large iron gate, towering at around 4 to 5 meters, blocked the way. To the side was a small iron gate that required a card swipe. Zhang Chen took out the access card for Building 8 and swiped it. Beep! As expected, it worked. The small gate opened automatically. However, Zhang Chen did not rush out but paused inside the door. He heard the small gate emitting a rhythmic beep, beep, beep. The frequency of the sound was increasing, indicating that the gate was about to close. Suddenly, from the partially concealed area of the building, two zombies slowly emerged. Upon spotting Zhang Chen, they went into a frenzy, charging at him with the speed of 100 sprinters. Howl in the past, such speed would have seemed terrifying to Zhang Chen. However, he had now leveled up twice, reaching the initial stage of an awakened one. Moreover, he possessed the dual evolution talent of genes and energy. The zombies' desperate speed appeared to Zhang Chen as though they were moving in slow motion. Just as the zombies were about to pounce, Air Pow let out a low growl. Its body suddenly swelled. Woof! It leaped forward, sinking its teeth into the first zombie's neck, then began to thrash vigorously. With just a few motions, the sound of bones snapping echoed. The zombie's neck was twisted off. The second zombie lunged at Air Pow, attempting to bite, but Air Pow was cloaked in thick, resilient fur. The bite barely grazed its coat. Air Pow swiftly turned and bit down hard, its long canine teeth penetrating the zombie's eye socket, directly piercing its brain. The second zombie was dispatched as well. In one fluid motion, Air Pow eliminated both zombies. As if to seek praise, it wagged its tail at Zhang Chen. What a good boy. Zhang Chen chuckled, patting Air Pow's fluffy head. This fellow looked utterly satisfied. Collect, onward. Zhang Chen followed the markings on the map, heading toward Tianyang University. It was 500 meters away, separated by a block. The road here was significantly more congested than before. With cars parked closely together, heavy trucks could hardly navigate such a route. It seemed they would have to fight their way through step by step. Air Pow also sensed the dangers of this road, maintaining its enhanced form, not daring to relax. According to the map, two notable locations lay ahead. One was a gas station 200 meters away. Regardless of the time, gasoline and diesel are the best energy sources. It's always wise to stock up. Additionally, near the entrance to Tianyang University, there was a large shopping mall. Such establishments typically housed restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, and more. There would undoubtedly be plenty of resources inside. While Zhang Chen could ignore these resources and dash straight to Tianyang University to deal with the crawler, his cautious nature prevented him from such recklessness. If the zombies on the way were not thoroughly cleared, entering the school and causing a commotion would leave Zhang Chen sandwiched between enemies. A wise person would never place themselves in such peril. Therefore, the zombies in this block must be eradicated before he could safely advance. The duo, one man and one dog, walked along the road for several dozen meters, observing the indistinct figures of zombies scattered across the street. Occasionally, zombies would wander close to the windows of the shops, only to meander aimlessly away. Using their tried-and-true method, they would confront the zombies head-on. It was just the right opportunity to test his strength after leveling up. Zhang Chen assessed the arrangement of the parked vehicles. A large bus lay overturned on the road, with several vehicles crashed into one another nearby. The street was largely blocked, forming a natural wall of cars. A wide gap of about 7 to 8 meters opened on the right. Zhang Chen examined the cars parked in the center of the road and pushed one forcefully. The vehicle slowly began to move. He pushed 3 or 4 more cars to block the right side, then grasped the edge of a car and exerted a sudden force. With a creak, a small sedan weighing over a ton was effortlessly flipped onto its side. A zombie from a nearby shop, drawn in by the noise, poked its head out, only to be instantly bitten through the neck by Air Pow, who had been lying in wait. Zhang Chen cast a look of approval at Air Pow before pushing another car under the overturned vehicle for cover, ensuring that zombies wouldn't topple the sedan when they surged in. Thus, a wall of cars was constructed. Chapter 32. The Mutated Zombie Crawler. Zhang Chen took out his blast shield and sharpened Tang Dao. With a light leap, he landed atop a parked car by the roadside. The cars parked along the street were different from those haphazardly scattered in the middle of the road. Many vehicles in the center still had their keys inside, as no one had the time to turn off their engines when disaster struck. Thus, those cars had completely drained their gasoline and battery power, becoming mere scrap metal. However, the cars parked along the roadside were different. They had been in a state of rest, so their batteries still held some charged. As Zhang Chen stepped onto the car's roof, the alarm blared. Woo 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 beep beep woo woo hee. Woo. Gaga gaga. The surrounding zombies were startled by the ear-piercing sound, shrieking as they rushed toward Zhang Chen from all directions. Zhang Chen did not linger on the car but ran a few steps on the roof. With a running start, he leaped directly onto the roof of a bus. Air Pow, agile as ever, followed closely behind. It bared its teeth at the approaching zombies, drool dripping onto the roof. "Let me test my combat prowess." Zhang Chen smiled, a glimmer of confidence shining through. The earlier feat of lifting the small car had bolstered his self-assurance. The density of zombies in this world far exceeded that in shows like The Walking Dead. While the latter featured only a handful of zombies, here, there could easily be dozens. With the mere sound he had just made, over 100 zombies were effortlessly drawn to him. A mass of black, blood-soaked figures charged forward, claws outstretched. Daytime zombies lacked the ability to climb. The first wave reached the car barricade, extending their arms and howling. The subsequent zombies trampled over those in front, continuing their screeches. Thus, waves of zombies crashed against the steel wall like relentless tides. With each wave, the height of the zombies surged. After 4 or 5 waves, the first zombie managed to scramble onto the bus. "Let me handle this. You guard my back," Zhang Chen instructed Air Pow. Curiously, despite their brief time together, the man and his pet had developed a remarkable synergy. It was as if Air Pow could understand Zhang Chen's words, as it instinctively positioned itself behind him to prevent any side ambush from the zombies. Die. Zhang Chen swung his Tang Dao, aiming for a zombie's head. Swish! His strike sliced vertically through the zombie-esque skull. In the past, he could have only managed to cleave through a zombie's head, but this time, the Tang Dao effortlessly split the creature in half. As though slicing through a melon. Wow, this strength is quite formidable. Zhang Chen marveled at his own enhancement. At that moment, 3 more zombies charged at him. Zhang Chen swung horizontally. Thud. The heads of the 3 zombies rolled to the ground, their headless bodies staggering forward a few steps before collapsing. Zombies were surprisingly easy to dispatch. Zhang Chen, caught up in the excitement, decided to charge forward. With a swift movement of the explosive shield, I exerted a slight force with my left arm, effortlessly sending 2 zombies flying several meters away. They fell to the ground with a resounding thud. My right hand wielded the Tang Dao, slashing wildly. Wherever the blade struck, flesh and blood scattered. The zombies crumbled like watermelons before Zhang Chen, offering no resistance whatsoever. What astonished Zhang Chen even more was the significant enhancement in his reaction speed. Despite plunging into the horde of zombies, he found himself calmly evading attacks from 4 or 5 directions simultaneously, effortlessly sidestepping and delivering fatal blows to the undead. To Zhang Chen, it felt like slow motion. Yet to an observer, he appeared to be operating under some supernatural enhancement. Like a specter, he darted through the zombie tide, striking left and right. This seemingly reckless behavior left the zombies utterly bewildered. Unable to anticipate his movements, where he tread, zombies either found themselves decapitated or flung high into the air, incapable of retaliating. Upon witnessing Zhang Chen plunge into the horde, Air Pang let out a shout and followed suit. Some of the zombies, cleaved in half by Zhang Chen, were still not entirely dead when Air Pang rushed in to finish them off. The synergy between man and companion was impeccable. After a mere 10 minutes, the street was strewn with the remains of countless zombies, along with severed limbs and fragments. Zhang Chen, unfazed and not even slightly out of breath, felt as though he had not yet satiated his thirst for battle. Blood pooled like a stream, dripping steadily from the blade of the Tang Dao. Woof! Howl! Woof! With the zombies before him vanquished, Air Pang began barking furiously at a distant restaurant. Something amiss? Zhang Chen followed Air Pang's gaze and noticed the glass door of the restaurant packed with zombies, tightly pressed together as if rushing for work during morning rush hour. Countless hands and faces were plastered against the glass, creating a truly horrifying spectacle. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the window, and in an instant, the glass door shattered and a mass of zombies tumbled to the ground, entangled with one another. A creature, on all fours, stood atop the pile of zombies, emitting a chilling, piercing scream. A giggle. It sounded akin to a woman in extreme torment. The sound was sharp and jarring. Is that the crawler? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. He had initially intended to confront this creature at Tianyang University, but fate had led him to encounter it here. It seemed there were not just one, but several of such beings. Sensing danger, Air Pang bared its teeth and positioned itself protectively in front of Zhang Chen. Leave this one to me. You handle those pesky ordinary zombies. Zhang Chen commanded. Wolf howl. Reluctantly, Air Pang stepped aside. This creature was a warrior at heart. The more zombies or formidable foes it saw, the more exhilarated it became, eager to engage in battle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The crawler, having spotted Zhang Chen, twisted its head to reveal a face that was neither a smile nor a frown. Chapter 33. Different weaknesses. Whoosh. The crawler charged at Zhang Chen with astonishing speed, its powerful limbs tearing a gaping wound in the chest of a nearby zombie. So fast. As Zhang Chen raised his shield, the crawler was already upon him. With a dull thud, the immense force knocked Zhang Chen back a couple of steps. The crawler experienced a similar recoil but felt no pain. Upon landing, it immediately unleashed a flurry of claw strikes, its sharp talons slicing through the air mere inches from Zhang Chen's face, the gusts stinging his skin. Truly a formidable adversary. No wonder an entire survivor squad had perished at the hands of this creature. Zhang Chen continued to retreat a few steps, but the crawler, frustrated by its repeated failed attacks against Zhang Chen's defenses, became increasingly agitated. It suddenly gripped Zhang Chen's shield tightly, its neck stretching over the top. A terrifyingly grotesque face loomed before Zhang Chen. Giggle, giggle. Art suddenly let out a piercing scream, the frequency of which assaulted Zhang Chen's eardrums, leaving him momentarily dizzy and causing his left hand to loosen. The shield was snatched away by the crawler. Seeing Zhang Chen's defense compromised, the crawler swiftly extended its long claws towards Zhang Chen's throat. The claws, over 10 centimeters long, could easily sever a throat with even the slightest touch. Just as the crawler was about to make its lethal strike, Zhang Chen swiftly raised his left hand, seizing the crawler's wrist with a firm grip. The talons were mere centimeters from Zhang Chen's throat, yet no matter how hard the crawler struggled, it could not advance an inch. Is this all you've got? No wonder they say I can easily defeat you in an open area. It's likely because your sound waves create echoes in confined spaces. Indeed, had that last scream occurred within a building rather than in the open, the echoes would have caused multiplied damage, incapacitating survivors for extended periods. Even the strongest survivor would not stand a chance against you then. Too bad you lack the intelligence of a human, Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. His decision to hold back his attack and adopt a defensive posture was driven by a desire to comprehend the crawler's true capabilities. Understanding its attack patterns and combat characteristics would increase his chances of victory should they encounter one another in a confined space in the future. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Naturally, the crawler did not comprehend Zhang Chen's words. It merely felt as if its wrist were lodged in stone, immovable. With frustration, it emitted another shrill cry. However, this time, Zhang Chen denied it the opportunity. Just as the scream began, Zhang Chen swung his Tang Dao, severing the crawler's head with a swift motion. Enough with the noise. Whoosh! The head fell, yet the crawler remained not entirely lifeless. Its legs pushed off the ground. Aiming for Zhang Chen's chest, this strike could easily eviscerate a zombie. Its potential damage was considerable. Not dead yet. The crawler's central nervous system is not in its brain, but rather in its spine. Only by destroying the spine can it truly be eliminated. Just as Zhang Chen pondered this, a prompt appeared once more. Understood. Zhang Chen dodged the attack. The Tang Dao swung again. Splurt, to his surprise. The crawler's body was remarkably resilient. The blade penetrated only halfway before becoming stuck. Squeak, squeak. The crawler's head had fallen, yet some unknown part of it continued to emit sounds. It flailed about in midair. This creature was surprisingly sturdy. Zhang Chen delivered a powerful kick, toppling the crawler to the ground, and smoothly withdrew his Tang Dao. Although the headless crawler was not dead, it had lost its sight and flailed about like a headless chicken on the ground, its sharp claws wildly swiping. With a loud bang, it struck a parked car, leaving 3 half-meter-long gashes on the door. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity, this time armed with experience. He held the blade with both hands and brought it down forcefully. The blade sliced cleanly through the previously cut area, cleaving the crawler in two. Gurgle. The crawler let out a strange cry, finally succumbing to death. As long as the crawler's spine was destroyed, it could be completely eliminated. Its weakness differed from that of other zombies. Zhang Chen wiped the reddish-brown residue from his blade. At this moment, the battle on Air Pang's end had also concluded. Although there were quite a few zombies in the restaurant, numbering around 10, most were entangled on the ground, posing no effective threat. Thus, Air Pang found the engagement remarkably easy. Besides, as one who had grown by consuming zombie flesh, It was immune to the zombie virus. Effortlessly dispatching 10 zombies. With the battle wrapped up, it was time to collect the spoils. Zhang Chen first collected from the crawler. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining. Energy Crystal. 5010. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Accelerated Fertilizer. 5. Evolver's Blood. 1. Tough Leather. 3. Sharp Claws. 2. So many unfamiliar materials. Zhang Chen focused on each one, and prompts immediately appeared. Evolver's Blood is a valuable potion ingredient. It is recommended to accumulate it. Tough Leather is an important material for crafting energy armor. It is recommended to accumulate it. Sharp Claws are crucial for crafting energy weapons. It is recommended to accumulate them. Precious Potions? Energy armor and energy weapons? Although Zhang Chen lacked the blueprints for these items, he felt their power would far surpass the current Tang Dao and Longbow. Next, he began collecting from the other zombies. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining. Energy Crystal, 9018. Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Mutated Fertilizer, 530. Bunny Girl Outfit 1. Buy He Brand Cigarettes, 62. Cash, 1245. Spoiled Food, 1. Clean Notebook, 2. Clean Briefcase, 1. Carbon Pin, 6. Universal Charger, 3. Zhang Chen's backpack still had sufficient space to store all of these items. Inadvertently, he noticed an automated vending machine on the roadside outside the restaurant. Chapter 34. Scavenge, Scavenge, Scavenge. Curiously, Zhang Chen approached it. An automated vending machine with security levels comparable to an ATM. Without cash, one must rely on offering items instead. Comparable to an ATM security level? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Chen raised his fist, intending to test the sturdiness of the machined AT that moment. A prompt appeared once more. The vending machine is equipped not only with a whistle alarm system, but is also connected to the local police station and broadcasting system. If I were you, I would refrain from doing that. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Chen retracted his raised fist. Having just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, it was ill-advised to confront another horde of corpses. Furthermore, no one knew how many of those crawling monsters lurked in the vicinity. Caution was paramount. Zhang Chen glanced at the items within the vending machine. There were beverages, self-heating rice, and even a thoughtful provision of purified water. Additionally, there were boxed instant noodles and ready-to-eat cold noodles. The variety was quite impressive. Moreover, the prices were remarkably affordable. Instant noodles cost merely 5 cents, beverages 1 cent, and the most expensive self-heating rice with meat was only 1.5 yuan. It appeared that the cost of living in this world was exceedingly low. Zhang Chen currently possessed over 5,000 cash, a considerable sum in this realm. He selected the self-heating rice and flattened a crumpled 5 yuan note before inserting it into the machine. Ding! Soon enough, the self-heating rice along with the purified water tumbled out from the machine. Zhang Chen examined the self-heating rice. The production date was June 15, 2012, with a shelf life of 20 years. Indeed, all food items in this world boasted extraordinarily long shelf lives. Commonly, they started from 10 to 20 years. Zhang Chen stored the self-heating rice in his storage space and purchased a bottle of orange-flavored carbonated drink, which he opened and drank heartily. The taste was reminiscent of Fanta from Earth, sweet and delightful. Wang Wu Air Pang transformed back into a fluffy little bundle, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the beverage in Zhang Chen's hand, eagerly calling out. His expression seemed to convey, "Is it delicious? I want to try." Zhang Chen poured the remaining drink into a plastic bag and placed it before Air Pang. The little creature trusted Zhang Chen implicitly, not even sniffing it beforehand, and immediately began to lick. After a single taste, his eyes lit up, and he began to lick rapidly. Buy, clearing out the entire stock. Zhang Chen swiftly purchased every item from the vending machine, spending just over 100 yuan. In total, he acquired 20 bottles of carbonated drinks, 30 bottles of purified water, 10 boxes of braised beef rice, 10 boxes of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, 10 boxes of vegetarian rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ready-to-eat mixed noodles, and 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Likely due to these vending machines being situated by the roadside, surrounded by zombies, they had remained largely untouched. Zhang Chen also explored several nearby shops. All the freezers and vending machines had been thoroughly ransacked. It appeared that the indigenous people of this world had consumed them after eliminating the zombies on the street. Zhang Chen, accompanied by Air Pang, arrived beside a gas station. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a heavy truck materialized beside him. Zhang Chen opened the fuel tank, inserted the fuel nozzle, and let it fill automatically while he wandered through the small supermarket of the gas station. There was nothing left, only a few bottles of windshield washer fluid and motor oil scattered haphazardly on the shelves and floor. Behind the gas station supermarket, Zhang Chen discovered 4 empty fuel barrels, which he retrieved. He filled them with a total of 4 barrels of fuel, 2 of gasoline and 2 of diesel. Although there was still plenty of gasoline and diesel in the gas station, the limited containers left no room for more. Zhang Chen marked the location of the gas station on his map with a circle as a marker before heading towards his next destination, the department store. Zhang Chen scanned the shops along the way with his gaze. There were no supply boxes, only a few scattered zombies. However, after such a ruckus, none had emerged, indicating they were trapped and unable to escape. There was no need for concern. Zhang Chen then turned his attention to the brilliantly lit mall. Immediately, a prompt appeared again. There are multiple mutated Type 2 zombies inside. Exercise caution. There is a level 2 supply box in the gym on the 3rd floor. Multiple mutated Type 2 zombies? Zhang Chen noted that the prompt specified not just crawling monsters but multiple mutated Type 2 zombies. This indicated that there were various types of mutated Type 2 zombies, with the crawlers being merely one kind. Furthermore, there was a level 2 supply box inside. It was worth the risk for that. Zhang Chen drew out his shield and Tang Dao, cautiously stepping inside. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, Pang immediately sensed the danger, his size increasing as he followed Zhang Chen inside. The automatic glass doors of the mall were smeared with bloody handprints. The floor bore traces of bloody drag marks. Yet, the first-floor lobby was eerily devoid of zombies. It was quiet. Aside from the mall's constantly looping melodious music, the only sounds were the soft footsteps of Zhang Chen and the patter of Pang's plump paws against the ground. Where had all the zombies gone? Zhang Chen felt a twinge of confusion. If dozens, or even hundreds, of zombies had rushed out upon opening the door, he would have felt reassured. That would have been the normal occurrence. But the absence of any zombies heightened his vigilance. "Hey!" Zhang Chen suddenly shouted, striking the cosmetics counter on the 1st floor forcefully with his shield. With a crack, he failed to control his strength, causing the entire cosmetics counter to collapse, glass shattering everywhere. Such a loud commotion should have drawn zombies out. Yet, still no zombies. "Are there no zombies?" Zhang Chen shouted again. Howl howl Pang echoed with a roar. Silence. Perhaps the music in the mall was too loud, masking the sounds of the zombies. Even as Zhang Chen strained his senses, he heard no unusual noises. It was impossible for there to be no zombies. But where had they all gone? Zhang Chen and Pang circled the 1st floor. This was the cosmetics counter in the apocalypse, who would still be concerned about makeup. However, skincare products and perfumes would likely still have market demand. Suitable for trading. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained foundation, 75, skincare products, 120, perfume, 40, various shades of lipstick, 1255, makeup remover, 112, cash, 5345, sales assistant uniform 3. After gathering a plethora of items, Zhang Chen directly took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, he was met with the chilling, dense sounds of zombie howls. A massive horde of zombies was piled in front of a children's education room. Golden light spilled from within, casting the zombie silhouettes into a mass of dark shadows, countless hands dancing against the glass. The scene was utterly terrifying. Chapter 35. The nest of poisonous insects. So, where did all the zombies go? It turns out they were hiding here. Zhang Chen realized. Perhaps there were survivors inside drawing the zombies' attention, compounded by the mall's music interference, which prevented them from being lured by the noises from downstairs. Well then, it was time to get to work. Zhang Chen brandished his Tang Dao and swiftly charged forward. Pang took another route, following closely behind. As an awakened one at level 1, possessing dual talents, cutting through ordinary zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. The zombies had no chance to approach. In terms of strength, it was a complete rout. Coupled with Pang's assistance, dozens of zombies were soon dispatched cleanly. Collection. Congratulations, you have obtained energy crystals, 24/5, energy evolution talent bonus. Mutated fertilizer, 140, clean fabric, 60, cash, 827, mall guide map, 1, storage ring fragments, 12, broken baseball bat, 1, dull kitchen knife, 1, still a collection of odd items. The damaged goods were rendered unusable. and Zhang Chen simply discarded them on the ground. He then examined the guide map. The mall consisted of 5 levels. The basement was the food court. The first floor housed cosmetics and baby products. The second floor featured clothing, shoes, and children's education. The third floor was for fitness equipment and bedding, and the fourth floor contained restaurants. Clothing and footwear could be retained, as he needed to change outfits after battling zombies almost daily. The blood from zombies would never wash out. Furniture and bedding were also necessities, making this a perfect opportunity for a sweep. Zhang Chen refrained from opening the door to the children's education room, aware that survivors resided within. However, meeting strangers could be quite awkward. What if they insisted on joining him? He couldn't simply slaughter them for asking to form a team. Zhang Chen was no killer. It was better to avoid confrontation. Zhang Chen possessed the clothing master skill, allowing him to craft any clothing he had collected. Thus, he went directly to the clothing store and recycled all the garments into clean fabric for storage. There was also a lingerie shop. He collected that too. The fabric from lingerie was minimal, resulting in a smaller yield. Nevertheless, the peculiar styles added variety. A high-end suit store? Recycled. In the face of the system's recycling, nearly every article of clothing was valued based on area. Regardless of their usual price, they all turned into mere cabbages. Huh? An outdoor supply store? Zhang Chen curiously stepped inside. It was stocked with tents, sleeping bags, portable tables and chairs, as well as searchlights for nighttime use in the wilderness, and a 5-piece dining set for outdoor meals. These items were truly practical. Zhang Chen collected a children's tent and gave it a try. He obtained clean fabric 50. The tent can also yield fabric. However, the option for the children's tent does not appear in Zhang Chen's crafting list. This indicates that while the tent can be harvested, it cannot be crafted afterward. Thus, it would be prudent to simply toss everything directly into storage. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired outdoor wind and moisture-resistant tent 30, moisture-resistant picnic mat 50, sleeping bag 25, outdoor lighting equipment 10, outdoor barbecue utensils 10, outdoor barbecue set 20, night vision goggles 5, 100x zoom binoculars 5, fishing rod 20. The 48-slot storage space is indeed delightful. With so many items stored, along with previous collections, it occupies merely 3/4 of the space. Even the remaining quarter still offers a generous 12 slots. That is equivalent to an ordinary survivor's storage ring. After thoroughly scouring the second floor, Zhang Chen boarded the elevator, heading towards the 3rd floor. According to the hints, a level 2 supply box awaits in the gym on the 3rd floor. Moreover, there are several Type 2 mutated zombies lurking in the mall. Neither the 1st nor 2nd floors presented any encounters. They are likely all concealed on the 3rd floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, a nauseating stench of blood intensified, cackling, a familiar sound. It is the crawler. Just as Zhang Chen set foot on the 3rd floor, he suddenly turned, swinging a blade. Whoosh! With all his might, he cleaved the leaping crawler in two. Its grotesque head bore a horrifying expression that seemed to straddle the line between a grin and a grimace. Its mouth agape, it did not even have time to emit a sound before perishing. Cackling, another crawler? Is this the den of the crawlers? Zhang Chen raised his shield to protect himself, warily surveying his surroundings. Before him, on the corridor floor, walls, and ceiling, lay 3 crawlers. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had fought decisively and quietly. He had made almost no noise, effectively masking his actions with the mall's music. These 3 crawlers remained oblivious to Zhang Chen's presence. They aimlessly crawled about, at times digging frantically at the ceiling, sending debris scattering across the ground. In the opposite direction, a female zombie with disheveled hair stood sideways, facing him. This zombie was clearly unlike the other ordinary ones. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her skin was a sickly green, and her belly was prominently swollen. One could faintly discern something writhing beneath her abdomen. Type 2 mutated zombie, poisonous insect breeder, capable of spewing highly corrosive venom and crawling creatures covered in corrosive liquid. If I were you, I would certainly keep my distance from such a being. Hiss! Zhang Chen inhaled sharply. This situation was beyond his expectations. Not only were there 4 Type 2 mutated zombies, but he also encountered a new breed, and it appeared to be quite formidable. Engaging in reckless combat was not Zhang Chen's style. He crouched at the elevator entrance, carefully examining his surroundings. Fortunately, just a short distance from the elevator's entrance lay the gym, the very place housing the level 2 supply box. Zhang Chen was acutely aware that his purpose in coming to the mall was not to battle mutated zombies for thrills. His objective from the very beginning had been to grow stronger and gather resources. If he could discreetly acquire the supply box and retreat unscathed, that would be the epitome of success. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen gently patted the robust form of Erpang, the latter. Understanding the cue, quickly morphed into a small wolf cub. The smaller the size, the less likely he would be detected by zombies. Zhang Chen held his breath, stealthily entering the GYM. As he reached for the glass door to close it, a prompt suddenly appeared once more. Did you see the wind chime above the door? Do you think zombies enjoy the melodious sound of wind chimes? Chapter 36, Talent Crystal. Zhang Chen glanced at the wind chime above the glass door. Indeed, there was one present. This is a common tactic employed by shops. Each time someone enters or exits through the door, it produces a sound, alerting the front desk staff to attend to or bid farewell to customers. The sound of this wind chime is particularly crisp and pleasant, with strong sound transmission capabilities. If accidentally triggered, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, there was a prompt. Zhang Chen's heart raced with anxiety. He slowly stood up, exerted a bit of force, and snapped the wind chime's cord. He then wrapped it in his clothing and placed it gently on the table. Quietly, he closed the door through the glass door. He saw that the mutated zombies remained unaware of any disturbances. Zhang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The mall's music, coupled with the soundproofing of the glass door, ensured that even if there were zombies present, any noise he made would go unnoticed. Zhang Chen maneuvered around the front desk and directly entered the equipment area. These fitness machines were currently the least useful items. With the ability to rapidly enhance physical attributes using energy crystals, who would spend excessive effort on exercise? There were no supply boxes in the equipment area. No supply boxes in the treadmill section. Zhang Chen proceeded straight to the bathing area. Ultimately, he discovered a level 2 supply box in the women's bathing room. This box appeared pitch black, adorned with mysterious line patterns. The moment he placed his hand on the supply box, a prompt immediately popped up. Would you like to open it now? Yes, no? Yes. The box responded and opened itself. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Design Blueprint for Resilient Basic Energy Armor 1, High-Grade Pet Food 1. Talent Crystal. Upon use, it can increase 1 talent point. In the case of dual talents, each talent increases by 1 point. Design Blueprint for Resilient Basic Energy Armor. Requires Energy Crystal 200, Resilient Leather 20, Clean Fabric 500, Resilient Basic Energy Armor. Automatically covers the entire body when sensing danger. Granting immunity to fall damage from heights of up to 50 meters and similar impact damage before shattering. Reduces other damage by 20. High-grade pet food. When used, it accelerates the growth of pets. Effective only for pets before reaching adulthood, not including adulthood. Wow, is this what a level 2 supply box contains? The items inside are a world apart from those in a level 1 supply box. Erpang gazed at the high-grade pet food in Zhang Chen's hand, and just from the scent, it was salivating profusely. With its front legs draped over Zhang Chen's legs, it stretched its neck out, eager to get closer to the food. Its tail wagged like a fan. All right, I'll give it to you now. Zhang Chen opened the food box and placed it on the ground. Erpang dashed forward in excitement, nearly shoving its entire head into the box. Without lifting its head, it began devouring the food voraciously. Zhang Chen picked up the talent crystal, a small red crystal. With a slight pressure from his finger, the red crystal shattered instantly. A surge of energy flowed through his finger and into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Gene Evolution Direction. Talent Point 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Energy Evolution Direction. Talent Point 1. Subsequently, Zhang Chen glanced at the second row of talents. The talent tree requires the first row to be illuminated before the second row can be unlocked. In the second row, there are 2 talent choices available for each of the 2 directions. The talents under the Gene Evolution Direction are Feline Reflex 03, enhances evasion, speed, and reaction ability by 33. Skill, Fury 01, significantly boosts all attributes for a short time while reducing damage taken by 30. Duration and attribute enhancement increase with the survivor's level. The talents under the Energy Evolution Direction are Skill, Energy Strike 01, emits a powerful energy beam from the hand to obliterate enemies. Damage is contingent upon the energy crystal limit required for the survivor's upgrade. The higher the limit, the greater the damage dealt. Wealthy beyond measure, 0.3. Increases the yield of non-special item resources acquired through gathering by 20, while an initial 20 bonus also applies to other resources. Currently, Zhang Chen possesses 1 talent point in each of these 2 evolutionary directions. Under such circumstances, there is no other choice, is there? Directly selecting both skills is indeed enticing, isn't it? Upgrade talent, skill, energy strike, upgrade talent, skill, fury. In an instant, 2 streams of energy, 1 red and 1 blue, surged into Zhang Chen's body. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. At that moment, a small, intertwining line of red and blue appeared on the inner wrist of his left hand. Measuring only about 1 centimeter in length, this line is the talent line. Survivors of the gene evolution direction bear red lines on their wrists, while those of the energy evolution direction bear blue lines. Zhang Chen's wrist displayed a line interwoven with red and blue. As more talents are illuminated, this line will grow longer, and the interwoven patterns will become increasingly complex. At this moment, Pang had also finished the high-grade pet food. Originally a small, fluffy creature, it had now visibly grown in size. Its body now measured about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Its wagging tail struck Zhang Chen's calf with considerable vigor. The pet information immediately changed. Pet name: Pang battle pet type, mutated energy beast, howling moon wolf king growth stage, juvenile stage 1 favorite food, meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects, skills, combat multiplier. Upon entering battle, size, strength, speed, and mass will all exponentially increase. The Call of the Wild. It is capable of summoning 2 howling moon wolf cubs to join the fray. However, they vanish once the battle concludes. Can I summon companions as well? Zhang Chen smiled faintly, surprised to find this fellow quite dependable. With this, the odds were evened at 4 against 4, at the very least. The numbers were balanced. Let us proceed and witness the prowess we have gained after our enhancement. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Pang shook his fur, and suddenly, his size multiplied several times. Previously, after his amplification, he had been roughly the size of a golden retriever or an Alaskan Malamute, but now, he had grown to the size of a compact car. His physique was akin to that of a robust male lion. Pang lowered his head and nuzzled Zhang Chen's shoulder, signifying his submission. The duo arrived at the entrance of the GYMT. At that moment, 3 crawlers had crawled over. Unbeknownst to them, point 1 was atop the awning outside, another on the ground, and the last was at the stairway, voraciously gnawing on the corpse of a crawler slain by Zhang Chen. The music from the mall grew louder, becoming somewhat raucous, agitating the mutated zombies. Chapter 37. The origin of the poison worm. The loud noise was a favorable circumstance. Although Zhang Chen had now acquired 2 additional skills, providing him with greater confidence in confronting these mutated zombies, he favored a cautious approach. The fewer mutated zombies faced simultaneously, the lower the injury rate, thus enhancing the safety factor. Even as an awakened, Zhang Chen still lacked immunity to the zombie virus, necessitating extraordinary caution. Pang, I leave the one on the ground to you. I shall deal with the one on the roof. Zhang Chen gently patted Pang's sturdy back as he spoke. Woof! Pang wagged his tail. In his amplified state, even a mere swish of his tail could inflict considerable damage. When it struck Zhang Chen's arm, it left a stinging sensation. Let us move. Upon Zhang Chen's command, Pang charged ahead with renewed speed. His colossal form crashed through the glass door, and his massive paw landed heavily on the crawler's back. Crack, crack, crack! The crawler on the roof noticed Pang and prepared to attack. Zhang Chen activated his skill, Fury. Instantly, he felt as if invigorated by a stimulant. His pupils dilated, pores opened, and a surge of frenzied rage surged from within. Zhang Chen leapt with astonishing agility, soaring 4 to 5 meters in distance. With a swing of his Tang Dao, he cleaved the rooftop crawler in half, a decisive strike. At that moment, the crawler at the elevator also became aware of Zhang Chen's presence, screeching as it charged towards him. Concurrently, the long-haired monstrosity, the poison worm breeder, slowly turned its face. It bore the visage of a nearly melted human face, its skin sagging as if it might drip away. Its large mouth grotesquely stretched from ear to ear. Utterly repulsive, gulp. Although the poison worm breeder moved sluggishly, it possessed the ability to attack from a distance. It opened its mouth and forcefully spat out a glutinous liquid towards Zhang Chen, Perfect timing. Zhang Chen sidestepped to evade the crawler's lunge. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the crawler's legs and yanked them back, using the crawler as a shield between himself and the poison worm breeder. Splatter! The green, viscous corrosive liquid struck the crawler directly. Squeak, squeak, the crawler emitted shrill cries. Wisps of green smoke began to rise from its back. Clearly, this corrosive substance inflicted considerable damage. If it were to adhere to skin, the consequences would be dire. If you think it only spewed corrosive liquid, you are mistaken. This substance is laced with poison worms. The name of the poison worm breeder is not without reason. A notification popped up. Poison worms? Zhang Chen kicked forcefully, sending the crawler flying several meters away. The effects of fury were exhilarating. He felt as though his combat prowess had surged to a new level. The crawlers before him were entirely akin to playthings. Simultaneously, as the crawler was sent flying, a four-legged grotesque worm crawled out from its back. Originally, it intended to ambush Zhang Chen directly, but it was thwarted. Being forcefully pushed downwards by the crawler, skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving a trail of deep green slime. The poison worm was dead. This little creature was not only swift but also covered in corrosive liquid. Just a slight touch would spell disaster. Fortunately, it was exceedingly fragile and could be easily dispatched. Gurgle, gurgle, the poison worm breeder spat out two more blobs of green corrosive liquid. With the crawler no longer serving as a shield, Zhang Chen quickly darted forward, covering another 5 to 6 meters with ease, effortlessly evading the corrosive attack. Zhang Chen refrained from using a blast shield to defend, as he deemed it unworthy. Should the shield fail to withstand the corrosion, it would mean he voluntarily rendered a piece of armor useless. When facing such ranged attackers, evasion was preferable. Shields were reserved for life-saving moments when absolutely necessary. One blob of liquid splattered against the wall, while the other struck the ground. Soon, the marble wall and floor began to emit smoke and bubble, rapidly corroding a large pit. Following that, two palm-sized, four-legged green insects, resembling spiders, crawled out, hastily advancing toward Zhang Chen. They were coated in corrosive liquid, leaving behind a trail of corrosive footprints in their wake. These creatures were indeed troublesome. Zhang Chen swiftly approached the crawler, which had just risen. With a fierce downward slash, he cleaved its body in two before it could react. Although the poison worms moved quickly, their diminutive size hindered their ability to catch up with Zhang Chen. Gurgle. Another blob of liquid. This time, it struck the gym's glass wall, instantly corroding a hole through it. The poison worm fell into the gym. Before long, it corroded the glass and crawled out. A swift resolution was imperative. These worms were multiplying rapidly. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would become for him. Skill activated. Energy strike. With a thought, a brilliant blue light erupted from Zhang Chen's left palm. Subsequently, a wave of energy akin to the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball surged from his hand, directly impacting the belly of the poison worm breeder. Sizzle, boom, splatter. The poison worm breeder exploded like a burst water balloon, showering the surroundings with corrosive liquid. A pungent, acrid odor permeated the entire mall. With the demise of the poison worm breeder, those poison worms trailing behind Zhang Chen emitted a final shriek before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, dead. It turned out that by eliminating the matriarch, the little ones perished too. What a relief. Zhang Chen had previously worried about encountering multiple poison worm breeders, as they could effortlessly spawn dozens of untouchable poison worms, enough to spell certain doom. Zhang Chen's battle had concluded. An air-pang skirmish was nearing its end as well. He, along with the two amplified howling moon wolf cubs, had surrounded a crawler. The latter had lost both arms and one leg, its body marred with wounds. The three howling moon wolves vied to tear apart the crawler's remains. After a fierce struggle, with a loud rip, the crawler was brutally torn into 3 pieces, its spine fractured into several segments. This was hardly a battle. It resembled more a hunt led by Pang with his 2 little comrades. Now, they feasted upon their prey. Witnessing the crawler's demise, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for it. Chapter 38. A ghostly encounter. The battle concluded. In this fierce confrontation, Zhang Chen and Pang had collectively vanquished 4 crawlers, including the one initially eliminated at the elevator, and 1 poison worm breeder. Collecting, ding, congratulations, you have obtained E-Energy Crystal, 26052. accelerated fertilizer, 25, evolver's blood, 5, resilient leather, 12, sharp claws, 8, corrosion-resistant leather, 2, corrosive essence, 1. A substantial profit, an undeniable windfall. The energy crystals acquired from these several mutated Type 2 zombies equated to the yield from slaying 5 to 600 regular zombies. The efficiency was remarkable. Zhang Chen monitored his leveling progress. 522,802. Currently, the energy crystals accumulated only accounted for 1/3 of the required amount for leveling up. Nevertheless, this was already commendable. He had just leveled up twice in a row today. If he could continuously eliminate a substantial number of Type 2 mutated zombies, he believed he would soon reach the early stage of the Awakened Level 2. Zhang Chen, accompanied by Erpang, roamed the 4th floor. There was no need for hints. Erpang's behavior indicated the presence of nearby zombies. At this moment, Erpang had reverted to the size of a small yellow dog, eagerly sniffing around, appearing as if on a leisurely excursion. Observing this demeanor indicated a lack of zombies nearby. Indeed, the 4th floor had not a single zombie. Numerous storefronts bore markings made by survivors using spray paint. And the kitchen was entirely bare. A patch of red mushrooms had sprouted from the spoiled rice and flour, blanketing the walls and floor. These bulk food items, when exposed to air, would be overtaken by these toxic mushrooms. After thoroughly searching the mall, Zhang Chen and Erpang leisurely descended the escalator. In truth, the mall could serve as a refuge, given its ample space, potentially accommodating many individuals. The only drawback was the absence of sleeping arrangements. Sleeping on the cold ground would undoubtedly be a harrowing experience. The elevator descended slowly to the 2nd floor, where they encountered a group of survivors armed with various weapons, their faces etched with terror. Even some individuals have collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. As the elevator descended slowly, Zhang Chen finally discerned several survivors in the distance. Even at the entrance of the educational institution where they had sought refuge, a few girls clung to the doorframe, resembling startled fawns, prepared to flee into the building at the slightest rustle. Am I truly that terrifying? Zhang Chen cast a bewildered glance at the crowd, then gradually descended in the elevator towards the 1st floor. Are you human or a zombie? The lead man, pale as a ghost, mustered the courage to inquire. Zhang Chen remained silent, reaching the 1st floor and departing quietly. It seems he must be human. Human? Impossible. He descended from the 3rd floor. We know full well what lurks on the 3rd floor. Indeed, there were originally over 20 of us, and we never feared the ordinary zombies on the 4th floor. Yet, on the 3rd floor, a single monster claimed the lives of over 10 of us. There are still at least 3 or 4 monsters above, and one of them has long hair. Recalling it now sends shivers down my spine. How could this man have come down unscathed? This is unimaginable. Could it be that he has eliminated all the monsters above? As this thought escaped, every face around him was etched with shock. This is utterly impossible. Brother Su had already reached the pinnacle of human capability. Yet he couldn't even last a minute before being torn apart. Are you suggesting that this man's strength surpasses the limits of humanity? Brother Su was supported to reach the human limit through our combined efforts in slaying zombies and centralizing all the obtained cores. How could an ordinary survivor level up so rapidly on his own? While they were conversing, someone had stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor, only to return with a grim expression. It's true. The 3rd floor bears the scars of battle, and there are even green bits of flesh. The newcomer spoke gravely. Green flesh? Could it belong to that green monster? Gasps of alarm rippled through the crowd. The individual nodded laboriously, stating, indeed, only that monster's skin is green. Whose flesh could it possibly be? Moreover, the entire mall is enclosed. These monsters couldn't have vanished into thin air. The only conclusion is that the man we just saw used formidable means to eliminate all the monsters. He even reduced that green monster to a pulp. Reduced to a pulp. Could he have developed superhuman abilities? It's simply unfathomable how he accomplished this. I believe we should follow this esteemed individual and have him lead us. Precisely, with his protection, we would be far safer. Several girls chattered excitedly, unanimously deciding to seek Zhang Chen's allegiance. The others appeared somewhat at a loss. Ever since the team leader, Brother Su, had perished, the group had been in a state of disarray. With anxiety running rampant, everyone yearned for a formidable leader to unite them. Quick, hurry, and bring the Great One back. Someone urged urgently. The swift-footed survivor promptly raced down the elevator. Moments later, he returned, looking disappointed. The Great One has long since vanished without a trace, and more alarmingly, the entire street outside has been cleared of zombies. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left speechless with shock, simultaneously filled with regret. How could they have let such a powerful figure slip through their fingers? How could they have questioned whether he was human or monster? Such flawed reasoning, alas, it's too late to dwell on it now. Having exited the mall, Zhang Chen stood atop a bus, gazing towards Tianyang University, which was merely a street away. Yet, what astonished Zhang Chen was the alarming density of zombies amassed within the university grounds. He observed the undead milling about, shoulder to shoulder, in the campus, creating an overwhelming, chaotic sea of darkness. Chapter 39. A major power outage amidst the throngs of ordinary zombies. There were also the figures of crawlers and insect breeders. Occasionally, one could glimpse a towering silhouette exceeding 3 meters in height, though this creature lingered behind the teaching building, revealing only a portion of its massive arm. This was undeniably a human arm, albeit vastly larger, with bulging veins that suggested the muscles were on the verge of bursting. Just by observing this arm, Zhang Chen understood that this being's power was undoubtedly far superior to that of the crawlers and insect breeders. Had any other survivor witnessed such a scene, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Yet, a greedy smile curled Zhang Chen's lips to him. These were all energy cores, a veritable treasure trove of resources to enhance his strength. Acquiring such abundant resources is no easy feat. It must be utilized wisely. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced toward the entrance of Tianyang University. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. The security booth at the entrance lay in ruins. Reduced to rubble with rebar exposed in the air, a crawler was crawling along the edge of the debris. Could it be? Zhao Xia has perished? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Ding dong, Zhao Xia. Are you there? Chen Gu? Zhao Xia is not dead. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. Then it dawned on him. With such a vast campus as Tianyang University, there must be more than one entrance and exit. Thus, the security booth could not be the only one. Zhao Xia must have sought refuge in another security booth. That makes sense. Zhang Chen scrutinized the destroyed security booth before him. The exposed rebar was already rusted, indicating it had been demolished long ago. Moreover, considering the crawler's strength, while its claws were sharp, it was still insufficient to dismantle reinforced concrete structures. What's happening? Zhang Chen replied. Several people were asking to purchase bows. The ones you provided have already been reserved. I don't know if you have any extra bows. If so, I can respond to them. Furthermore, those who made reservations have already sent over the trade requests. They are as follows: Energy Core 10+, Frost Flower 5, Instant Noodles 5, Bloodied Key 10, Carbonated Material 5, Skill, Basic Mechanical Repair, Skill, Advanced Electrician, Basic Physique Potion 1, Steel 100. When trading, please compare with what I sent you to prevent anyone from attempting to cheat or shortchange. I was concerned you might be busy earlier, so I didn't ask. Your bows are incredibly popular right now. And there are too many inquiries. The backlog of orders is overwhelming, which is why I had to contact you. I hope this hasn't disrupted your affairs. Zhao Xia's communication was organized and particularly considerate. Understood. I will handle it once I return to my residence, Zhang Chen replied. Oh, you're still outside? Then don't talk. Make sure to stay safe. No need to reply to this message. Just let me know when you get back. Zhao Xia urged anxiously that I'm fine. The surrounding zombies have been cleared, Zhang Chen replied. What about you? Is that crawler still lurking nearby? Zhang Chen inquired that I'm okay. I'm quite safe. I've been keeping an eye on that crawler. It has been wandering nearby. I just saw it head towards Building 1. Zhao Xia responded earnestly. Good. As long as you're all right. Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. Although he had never met this girl and they had only known each other for a few days, Zhang Chen inexplicably wished for her safety from the zombies. Ah, you care about me? Zhao Xia blushed. No. I was merely asking where that monster is. Remember, in this apocalypse, no one is truly reliable, regardless of what I say now. It can all be feigned. In this world, women, especially beautiful ones, are putting their lives at risk if they trust others too easily. Do you understand? Zhang Chen spoke sternly. Hee, are you saying I'm beautiful? Zhao Xia smiled sweetly. I meant you need to protect yourself and not trust others easily. Can you focus on what I'm saying? Zhang Chen replied, exasperated. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. I know how to keep myself safe. In fact, many people pursued me in school. But I could tell they weren't genuinely concerned for my well-being. However, you are different from them. You are special, Zhao Xie shyly admitted. All right, let's not discuss this further. I'll talk to you once I return home. Zhang Chen closed the chat channel. The sun was now beginning to dip towards the horizon, with only an hour left before it completely set. With such little time, it would be impossible to clear the sea of zombies at Tianyang University. It would be wiser to gather more wood. Making the most of the evening hours, Zhang Chen set his gaze upon the rows of trees lining the roadside, ready to commence his gathering. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 7. Sprouting branches 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5. Sprouting branches 1. He continued to gather until the sun began to set, finally returning to his neighborhood. In total, Zhang Chen had collected wood 356. Sprouting branches 177. Upon returning home, his first action was to remove the clothing stained with the blood of zombies, discarding it for good. He received clean fabric 5 in return. Utilizing his skill, tailoring master, he crafted a new set of sportswear. Retreating to the bathroom, he indulged in a refreshing shower, washing away the sweat of the day. Afterward, he retrieved a bottle of carbonated beverage and grabbed a few ice cubes from the refrigerator, pouring them into a glass. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor, he gazed out at the desolate city. He took a gentle sip of the chilled drink. What a delight, stretching languidly. He mused that battling zombies had become akin to a mundane job. Routine of 9 to 5. Pang, worn out from a day of fighting, had already settled down at Zhang Chen's feet. Soundly asleep in his dreams, he seemed to be savoring delicious treats, his mouth moving in a rhythmic fashion. Zhang Chen glanced at the time. Mere seconds remained until the streetlights flickered to life. He relished the moment when the city illuminated, providing him a semblance of hope that civilization had not entirely perished. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the streetlights failed to ignite. As darkness enveloped the sky, the world descended into a pitch-black void. Tonight heralded a waning moon. Its light feeble at best, coupled with an unexpected blackout, the entire city was plunged into a darkness so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand before their face. The electric curtains and refrigerator lay dormant, rendered useless by the outage. The water pump had also ceased its function, leaving the faucets dry. Howl hiss ugh, the eerie sounds of zombies echoed through the night, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Zhang Chen retrieved a powerful flashlight from his storage space, propping it up on the table and casting its beam upon the ceiling. The room brightened, a makeshift illumination in the oppressive darkness. This technique was a playful discovery from his childhood, whereby directing the light to a specific spot created brilliant illumination, while the areas left unlit remained shrouded in shadows. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had preemptively cooked frozen beef, allowing him to enjoy a steaming meal without further preparation. After finishing the pan-fried beef, he opened the chat channel. At that moment, the channel buzzed with discussions among survivors regarding the blackout. The absence of electricity heightened their sense of insecurity, prompting a collective need to alleviate their anxiety through conversation. The chat was more animated than ever. Damn, my power's out, is yours too? We share a regional chat channel, so it's likely. I'm on the rooftop, and I see that the entire city is plunged into darkness. I live on the 45th floor. I cleared zombies from the elevator and led the ones in the corridor to the emergency exit. It's all over now. I'm in a mall with no windows, relying solely on indoor lighting. Now it's pitch black even in the daytime. This is absurd. I just traded for 2 bowls of instant noodles in the auction channel, hoping for a hot meal. Now I can only gnaw on dry noodles. I envy you for having food. I've been starving for 2 days. I'm in a bookstore, and now I'm blind. Can't even read to distract myself from hunger. I can hear my stomach growling. It's so dark. I am terrified. Can someone keep me company tonight? I can't dare to sleep. Great. If zombies come, I want to even know where they are. At least I want to be afraid when I die. Hey? Don't scare me. I've locked my door. Zombies shouldn't be able to get in, right? Guanxin. Where are you? Message me immediately. Zheng Hao. Welcome everyone to the survivor camp. We have emergency lighting, fully armed combat teams, as well as food and water supplies. Zheng Hao seized the opportunity to promote his camp. Emergency lighting. Upon seeing this term, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he had a diesel generator in his storage space. This generator, along with several barrels of gasoline and diesel, had been exchanged from Zhang Hao earlier that day in a blackout. The value of a diesel generator was second only to food and water. Zhang Chen had acquired two with ease. Zhang Hao must be regretting his decision now. The survivors' desperate pursuit of light was rivaled only by their need for sustenance and hydration. The prices of generators and various energy sources were skyrocketing. Zhang Chen had struck a lucrative deal. After his meal, Zhang Chen opened the trading channel, successfully completing the orders introduced by Zhao Xie earlier. The items traded matched exactly what Zhao Xie had provided. Without any deceit. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained energy crystals, 10, frost flower, 5, instant noodles, bucket, 5, bloodied keys, 10, carbonated hard material, 5, skill, basic mechanical repair, skill, advanced electrician, basic physique potion, 1, steel, 100. Zhang Chen utilized the two skill books. And in an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding mechanical repair and electrical circuits flooded his mind, making his thoughts feel significantly more agile. The world around him appeared increasingly clear. Armed with the powerful flashlight, Zhang Chen descended to the basement, connecting the fully fueled generator to the household electrical grid. Starting it up, the generator roared to life. With the generator's activation, the lights in the 8th floor corridor flickered a few times before illuminating brightly. Done! The entire 8th building radiated light, like a beacon in the night. What the hell? Guess what I see? It's pitch black. How can you see anything? No, I see a room not far away with lights on. It's glowing brightly. Wait, isn't there a blackout? How can someone have power? I see it too. But it's too dark around to determine where it's coming from. Those lucky survivors must be living the good life. Can you tell where it is? Are you kidding? It's all dark. I can't tell east from west. I can only see the light, but without any reference point, I have no clue where it is. Before, I didn't dare turn on the lights for fear of exposure. Now, it's pitch black, and turning on the lights doesn't matter. Too bad I have no power. I looked through my binoculars. That big shot has a plate on the table. It looks like they just had meat, and there's a bottle of carbonated drink beside it. Not to mention a soft bed. I'm so jealous. In this apocalypse, they can still enjoy meat, drink soda, sleep on a big bed. It's like living the life of a deity. Here we are, struggling to survive, while they're enjoying themselves. I'm not asking for a big bed or drinks. I'd be content with just a full meal. Hey, any of you big shots have blankets? I can't even dream of a mattress. It's too cold at night, and sleeping on the concrete floor is unbearable. To be honest, I've started to drink my own urine. It looks just like that big shot's carbonated drink. That person with power should message me privately. I might have a surprise for you. The upstairs folks are too naive. Having power, food, and a bed is like having 1,000 billion in peacetime. Do they lack women? Big shot, if you like men. I'm also available. Damn, that's disgusting. Can't you have some dignity while alive? Stand there and talk bravely, but you try starving for 3 days and sleeping on the concrete floor, then come back and talk to me about dignity. 110086, Chapter 41. The bloodied diary. Zhang Chen was completely oblivious to the fact that the chat channel had erupted due to his casual actions. He had connected the generator and then strolled back to his bedroom in his slippers, relaxed and carefree. Little did he know, he and his room had become the focus of attention for the entire channel. Approaching the wardrobe, he opened the cabinet door. Within, there are over a dozen sets of identical sportswear crafted by oneself, along with several sets of silk pajamas. Zhang Chen changed into a set of pajamas and gracefully reappeared by the window. Oh my, I finally saw the esteemed figure in person, though the distance renders the details indistinguishable. Am I imagining things? I distinctly recall the figure donned in sportswear just moments ago, yet now he is transformed into satin sleepwear? What audacity! Does one truly wear dedicated pajamas for slumber? Meanwhile, I have been wearing the same outfit for 3 days, and the odor is unbearable. I can hardly tolerate my own scent. I have previously worn garments of this satin fabric. They are exceptionally soft and cling to the body, akin to wearing nothing at all, remarkably comfortable. Alas, I long to wear them once more. But what time is it? I should ponder what to dine on tomorrow. For that is of utmost importance. As the crowd engages in discussion, Zhang Chen, still clad in his pajamas, vanishes from the window. He had just been working on the diesel generator, and now he carries the distinct scent of diesel. After a refreshing shower in the bathroom, he emerges anew. Building 8 is the epitome of luxury within this upscale community. equipped with its own water pump. Moreover, the Water Bureau's pump boasts a backup power system, ensuring water is delivered to various neighborhoods. However, reaching the upper floors still requires coordination with the pump. Zhang Chen fortuitously possesses both, enabling the use of water. As he toweled off his damp hair, he returned to the window. Witnessing this scene, the chat channel erupted once more. I have an MP that I am unsure whether to voice. This deity actually took a shower. Good grief, there is still water during a power outage? Yet, even more absurd is the notion that tap water is not typically contaminated, right? Can it truly be used for washing? Indeed, I had previously washed my face with tap water, only to suffer from folliculitis, leaving my face swollen like a pig's head. The audacity of those upstairs. Don't they see that the water is reddish-brown? Do they dare to wash with it? I even saw someone drinking it. What does that signify? When pushed to the limit, what one T1 do? Yet this brother, after his shower, appears unscathed. Otherwise, his skin would have long since turned red. Could it be that this esteemed figure bathes in purified water? This is intolerable. I can't even get a sip of water, and he bathes in purified water? It's outrageous, truly outrageous. If it weren't dark, I dare say this brother would be robbed by a multitude come morning. Robbed? With so many zombies on the streets, one must first escape the confines of the building. Furthermore, with so many possessing food and water, do you truly believe you can rob them? The profile of this esteemed figure closely resembles that of the truck driver I saw during the day. Could they be the same person? It's highly plausible. A being of such power has likely ascended to the pinnacle of human capability. Hiss, how terrifying, possessing both wealth and strength. This truly leaves no room for others to thrive. Jealousy has rendered me nearly purple with envy. I am on the verge of exploding with envy. Zhang Chen, while drying his hair by the window, suddenly realized that the curtains had not been drawn. He gently pressed a switch to close them, severing the live stream of those sour individuals. Afterward, he began to sift through the items in his storage ring. Some trivial items that were not urgently needed could simply be stored in the room. The more significant resources, such as wood, gasoline, diesel, and energy crystals, which take up considerable space, would remain in the storage ring. During this process of tidying up, Zhang Chen noticed two items. Point one was a bloody diary, which he had acquired during his first exchange with Zhao Xie for supplies. This diary would aid him in better understanding this world and its monsters. Zhang Chen placed the diary on the table. It was still only a little past 7, and there was ample time before sleep to peruse it. The other item was a basic physical enhancement potion. This was the potion he had obtained upon entering this world from a level 1 supply box. At that time, he possessed an ordinary physique, and thanks to this potion, his combat capabilities had significantly improved. Now, many days had passed in this apocalyptic world. Most survivors capable of venturing out had upgraded to exceptionally robust statuses. Those who could not even defeat zombies lacked the resources to exchange for this potion, leading it to be a coveted item at the beginning of the game, but its value had steadily depreciated over time. It had now become akin to a useless relic. High-tier survivors had no need for it, while low-tier survivors could not afford it. This item, it would hardly fetch any price if sold. Perhaps, Zhang Chen tapped on Zhao Xie's chat message. Are you there? The moment this message was dispatched, a response came almost instantaneously. Yes, I'm here. Have you just arrived home? Zhao Xie replied almost immediately, seemingly waiting by the chat channel, eagerly anticipating Zhang Chen's message. I was so worried. The power is out and it's pitch black outside. I was frightened, thinking if you were delayed on the road, it could be dangerous. But thank goodness, you finally made it home. Yes, I just got home a moment ago. Apologies for only messaging you now. Observing Zhao Xie's enthusiastic demeanor, Zhang Chen felt a pang of guilt. It's nothing. As long as you are safe at home, that's what matters. The world is becoming increasingly perilous, and it's better for me to remain indoors. You go out often, so you must be cautious. Otherwise, I would start to worry. Zhao Xie glanced at the last sentence. Deeming it too direct, she hastily retracted it and sent anew. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, what would I say to others when they ask for bows and arrows? What would I have to offer them? Zhang Chen smiled faintly, suddenly finding Zhao Xie somewhat silly and endearing. By the way, I have these items for you. Zhang Chen initiated a trade with Zhao Xie, placing basic physical enhancement potion 1, beef canned 1, purified water 1, sanitary pads 10, and women's sportswear 1 in the trading box, and clicked to lock it. Chapter 42. Sales commission Zhao Xia? Why are you giving me so many things? Oh, you want me to help sell them, right? Zhang Chen shook his head and replied, no, these items are simply for you. For me, these items are quite precious. Why gift them to me? Zhao Xia felt a wave of gratitude. She had survived for days sequestered in the security room, entirely relying on the food and water provided by Zhang Chen. Today, she had almost lost all hope for survival. It was also Zhang Chen who, at a critical moment, had given her the hope and courage to continue living. At this moment, Zhao Xia was curled up in the pink teddy bear blanket gifted by Zhang Chen, overwhelmed with emotion. Don't misunderstand. These items are not given without reason. Consider it a sales commission, Zhang Chen stated. Sales commission? Yes, indeed. You help me sell bows and arrows, and I provide you with a sales commission. It's only fair. Thank you. You're so kind. Hee. Zhao Xia, moved yet elated, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With meat to eat, water to drink, and clean new clothes, how could one not feel happy? Upon her arrival in this world, she had been clad in a flight attendant's uniform, short skirt, black, and high heels, making combat exceedingly inconvenient. She stowed all of that in her storage space and changed into the new sportswear. This feels truly comfortable, Zhao Xia beamed. By the way, Changgu, I've contacted many buyers. They have offered quite favorable terms, but I'm unsure if you have any weapons available for sale. Additionally, some buyers who purchased bows and arrows are interested in arrows. What price range are those? Zhao Xia inquired. I can make as many long arrows as you need, and the same goes for arrows. As for the price, you can decide. The weapons you sold today were priced exceptionally well. Zhang Chen sincerely complimented. It must be said that Zhao Xia indeed possesses a talent for sales. Moreover, when a girl negotiates with a man, she inherently holds an advantage. At times, men feel that haggling over a trivial matter with a delicate girl lacks decorum. Thus, Zhao Xia capitalizes on this advantage, selling bows and arrows at a significantly higher price than Zhang Chen, and the demand continues to flow. Zhang Chen is well aware that weapons are ultimately obsolete products. Just like how he acquired the blueprint for energy armor today, as survivor strength increases, more weapon and armor blueprints will emerge, leading bows and arrows to become increasingly irrelevant. Therefore, while the power levels remain moderate, it is prudent to seize every opportunity to profit. Very well, I shall take the lead. Also, if you have anything else, I can help you sell that too. After all, I am stuck here with little to do, Zhao Xia eagerly offered. Let me see. Zhang Chen glanced at the storage space, then opened the trading interface. You can help me sell these items too. Egret brand cigarettes, skincare products, perfume, tint, sleeping bag, fishing rod, outdoor tables and chairs, clean sportswear. Canned luncheon meat, purified water, container required. That should be about it. However, for food and water, only energy cores and blueprints can be exchanged. Nothing else. The canned luncheon meat, provided by Zhang Chen, was not obtained from a truckload of beef canned food. This canned luncheon meat is the food allocated to each survivor at the system's inception. There are a total of 12 boxes. To be honest, the taste of this canned meat cannot compare to beef at all. Moreover, this item is scarce. Unlike instant noodles, which can be easily collected from supermarkets, this item cannot be stacked indefinitely. As time goes on, its availability will only diminish. It occupies space in the storage. It would be better to sell it directly and free up some storage. All right, Chenggu, leave it to me. I will ensure to sell them at a good price, Zhao Xia said cheerfully. She felt a sense of pride in being able to share some burdens with Zhang Chen, believing she was not just taking advantage of others. In Zhao Xia's mindset, the notions of being kept and living off others did not exist. Perhaps most women hope to find a reliable and capable man so they can focus solely on being beautiful and do nothing else. Merely being a decorative vase. Zhao Xia did not share this perspective. She believed that a woman's image and figure must be maintained, but she must also share the burdens of her man. Otherwise, she would become a liability, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. And no matter how attractive one may be, without capability and value, it does not change the fact of being a burden. Surviving in the apocalypse is already challenging enough. Who would want to carry a dead weight along the journey? Thus, Zhao Xia aspired to become valuable. Even if she could lessen Zhang Chen's workload just a little, she would feel a sense of worth. Yes, I will work hard. I will do my best. Chenggu, take care of your health and rest early. Yes, got it. Zhang Chen turned off the chat channel. He stretched and focused his attention on the bloodstained diary on the table. The cover of this diary was stained red at one corner with blood. The blood had long since dried and turned blackish-brown, not seeping into the pages, thus not affecting readability. Zhang Chen opened the first page of the diary. May 17, 2012. The Federal Medical Commission assured everyone that this is just a common flu, and there is no need for concern. It can be prevented and treated through community infection and gaining immunity. Furthermore, this virus will not pose a threat to our health in the future and will become a part of our lives, much like the common cold. Although I am not a medical professional, I feel this illness is different. Some individuals even exhibit symptoms resembling rabies, such as fear of light and water. A regular flu should not present so many strange symptoms. I have decided to wear a mask. Regardless of what others do, I must be responsible for myself and those around me. May 20, 2012. Longting Nation has begun constructing high walls around key cities. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. The major media outlets scoff at it. The number of sick students is increasing, and recently, there have been unusually vacant machines at the internet CAF. For the first time, I did not have to queue to use the internet. This is a pleasant change. The following entries recount mundane daily affairs. Zhang Chen had little interest in this individual's privacy and quickly flipped past them. Chapter 43. Diary of Catastrophe, July 25, 2012. The high walls of Longting Nation have been completed in just 2 months. It is hard to imagine. The media continues to ridicule Tongxiang Nation's absurdity, yet I have an ominous feeling. With so many sick classmates, the school has been forced to cancel final exams. This is perhaps the only good news lately. August 3, 2012. During summer break, all my classmates returned home. I decided to stay at school to earn some money part-time during the holiday. Furthermore, violent incidents have been occurring frequently. I do not wish to go to crowded places like the train station. However, today I noticed military troops have stationed here for exercises. I am curious as to why the military is conducting drills at the school. August 12, 2012. The virus has mutated, and all the infected have turned into zombies. The military has dispatched troops to cleanse the infected cities. A citywide curfew is in effect. Anyone appearing on the streets will be shot on sight. It seems my premonition has come true. Now, Tongxiang Nation has become a model for countries worldwide. The media that once mocked them has fallen silent. But now, it is too late to say anything. To hell with herd immunity. Now, the herd has turned into a tide of zombies. August 25, 2012. Or maybe the 26th. I can't remember. It no longer matters. The university is the last refuge that I am grateful for my wise decision. As I have become one of the first residents of this sanctuary, I never imagined there was such a vast air raid shelter beneath the playground. Every day, thousands of residents outside attempt to rush in. I pity them, but I am powerless to help. In fact, I do not wish for the military to let them in. If there are infected among them, our sanctuary will be utterly compromised. September 29, 2012. The virus has caused rapid mutations in plants, accelerating their growth. Zombies are merely a minor annoyance. Mutated insects and plants are humanity's nightmare. Numerous monsters that can resurrect even after being killed have emerged from underground. The main forces have been decimated. All the weapons humanity once took pride in are utterly ineffective against these mutated creatures. Thanks to the influx of refugees into the sanctuary, food supplies have drastically diminished. And the water cycle has encountered issues. Even if the monsters above ground cannot find us for now, it won't be long before we find ourselves trapped here. October 12, 2012. Today, another soldier blew his own brains out with a gun. The crime rate in the sanctuary has surged, with the cries of women echoing daily. I have had enough of this place. It is said there are 3 armed mechas fully stocked with ammunition in the armory. We have decided to steal them and fight our way back to the surface. Wish me luck. November 7, 2012. Mutated burrowing worms have taken over the sanctuary, but I successfully stole 1 armed mecha. However, this world is no longer the world we once knew. This is the final page of the diary. The entire diary consists solely of this page and the blood-stained cover. It is not difficult to deduce that the owner of the diary perished after penning this entry. As for what he witnessed, he did not disclose. However, based on his writings, the armed armor seems to be quite formidable. Yet, upon appearing on the surface, it was swiftly eliminated. This indicates that the monsters in this world are far more powerful than the armed armor. Zhang Chen's expression grew grave as he finished reading the diary. Indeed, zombies occupy the lowest tier of the food chain. He must grow stronger swiftly. If he cannot even handle these mutated zombies, then in 30 days, he will face a catastrophic fate. The walls enclosing the city. Where is Tungxiang Nation? Perhaps there, he could find a long-term sanctuary, armed armor, an air raid shelter beneath the playground of Tianyang University? Zhang Chen's mind raced. The diary just mentioned that food consumption in the shelter was rapid and that soldiers were stationed there. This means there is not only food but also a significant armory of military weapons. If he can acquire these items, the efficiency of killing zombies will undoubtedly increase. Perhaps these weapons may be ineffective against mutated creatures. However, at this stage, being able to eliminate zombies and enhance his strength is paramount. The only challenge now is Zhang Chen cannot determine where the entrance to the air raid shelter is. Moreover, the campus of Tianyang University is densely populated with zombies, including even more terrifying entities than the mutated Type 2 zombies. Recklessly charging in to investigate would certainly not be a wise choice. If only there were something that could allow Zhang Chen to safely scout the playground situation, while lost in thought. Zhao Xie sent another message. Are you asleep, Chenggu? Not yet. Is there something you need? Well, someone just wanted to exchange a drone with a high-definition camera and a remote control device for a longbow. I don't know if this would be useful to you, but I've never seen this item at the trading post. It's quite rare. I didn't want to make a decision myself. So I'm checking with you, Zhao Xie replied obediently. A drone. This is a valuable item, just as I wished for. With this, Zhang Chen can clearly see the distribution of zombies on the playground, allowing him to formulate the most effective battle plan. Yes, I can definitely make use of this, Zhang Chen replied. All right then, I'll go negotiate the price. Zhao Xie sent an okay gesture. Shortly after, she sent another message. I haggled with her for quite a while. It seems this is her bottom line. She probably doesn't have many resources. Drone with a high-definition camera, 1. Drone control console, 1. Energy core, 3. Zhang Chen looked at the terms and nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Xie's sales skills are indeed impressive. The energy crystal core holds an equivalently vital significance for survivors, akin to that of food and water. 3 of these can be procured. It seems quite the investment has been made. Very well, I shall hand you the precision longbow, and you may proceed to trade directly with her. Zhang Chen crafted 20 precision longbows in one breath, subsequently handing over 10 to Zhao Xie. This girl is brimming with energy. She remains indoors during the day, allowing her to rest at any moment. However, I cannot afford such luxury. The daily battles impose a significant toll on my body. Adequate sleep is essential to maintain optimal combat efficacy. You can transact directly with the buyer for these 10 longbows. Once sold, simply request more from me. Zhang Chen declared. Me transact directly with the buyer? Aren't you concerned I might abscond with your weapons? Zhao Xie inquired with a playful smile. Would you? Zhang Chen countered without providing a direct answer. Of course not. Don't underestimate me, Zhao Xie retorted, slightly annoyed. Indeed, I trust you wouldn't. You are quite cunning. Enough of this. I shall take my rest now. Good night. Indeed, sweet dreams. Farewell. Zhang Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, when he wished Zhao Xie good night, she ought to reciprocate. Yet, it seemed she invariably concluded with a farewell each night. What an intriguing woman. Chapter 44. A bountiful harvest of meat potatoes. The following day, Zhang Chen arose, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast. Once everything was settled, he opened the chat channel. At that moment, Zhao Xie had sent him several trade invitations, showcasing a plethora of items: purified water, 10, instant noodles, 10, energy crystal core, 25, skill, marksman, 1, skill, universal driving technique, 1, skill, steel collection, 1, skill, basic mechanical enhancement, 1, skill, marksman. Upon use, significantly enhances shooting accuracy. Skill, universal driving technique. Upon use, allows one to operate any vehicle with minimal exploration. This includes cars, motorcycles, airplanes, helicopters, ships, and even horses. Skill, steel collection. Enables direct extraction of steel materials from metal structures or materials. Skill, basic mechanical enhancement. Allows for the enhancement and modification of mechanical devices through the consumption of steel. Wow, I did not anticipate such a bounty from a night's rest. What a windfall. Zhang Chen glanced at the timestamps of Zhao Xie's trade invitations, ranging from 10 p.m. to just past 3 a.m. This indicated she had been tirelessly engaged in selling weapons to him throughout that period, an absolute testament to her dedication. Zhang Chen stored the skill, marksman, in his storage space and methodically utilized the other skills. For Zhang Chen, the marksman skill currently held little utility. The bow automatically aims, and firearms produce too much noise, easily attracting zombies. Furthermore, considering Zhang Chen's current prowess, his melee capabilities were just as effective, if not more so. Particularly against crawlers, one must damage the spine to ensure their demise. Relying solely on firearms would yield little success. Wang Wu, Air Pang has awakened. This little creature truly can sleep. Since returning home yesterday, he had slumbered until now, over 10 hours of rest. Yet, this is to be expected. Based on Zhang Chen's previous experiences with dogs, puppies are notoriously lazy, spending most of their day in slumber. Zhang Chen retrieved mutated fertilizer, too, and placed it in the iron basin. In his younger days, Air Pang could easily devour an entire serving of mutated fertilizer. Now that he has matured, it is time to increase his portions. Zhang Chen then ascended to the rooftop. The 5 meat potatoes had flourished abundantly. The display indicated 59 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes until maturity. He poured the remaining, accelerated fertilizer over the plants. In an instant, the meat potatoes surged in height by over 20 centimeters. Yellow flowers blossomed and withered almost instantaneously, yielding robust roots that bulged from the soil. At that moment, the information displayed, meat potato is now mature. Zhang Chen uprooted all 5 meat potatoes, shaking off the soil clinging to their roots. Each potato bore 5 to 7 edible tubers, each weighing over 2 pounds. This resulted in nearly 30 pounds of sustenance. The yield was indeed impressive. The meat potato is a remarkably peculiar plant. Unlike potatoes, it does not sprout from tubers, but is cultivated from seeds produced after flowering. One meat potato typically yields around 10 seeds. Thus, from 5 meat potatoes, Zhang Chen could cultivate 50. The yield had multiplied tenfold. This is absolutely delightful. If this continues, food scarcity will be a thing of the past. However, the rooftop space is limited, with only a dozen or so flower pots. It simply cannot accommodate such a vast number of meat potatoes. Zhang Chen stood at the edge of the terrace, peering down. Building 8 is situated atop a small island, surrounded by ample lawns and open spaces. Perhaps I shall plant them outdoors. Zhang Chen stored the meat potatoes and their seeds in his storage space and hastened downstairs. At this moment, Air Pang had finished his meal, wagging his tail and trotting happily behind Zhang Chen. Construct basic fence. This was a skill Zhang Chen had acquired. In no time, waist-high wooden fences emerged around the ground, encircling the small island. He then crafted a simple gate directly opposite Building 8. This gate was astonishingly rudimentary, merely an ordinary wooden door, lacking even a rain cover. Nevertheless, for a basic fence, such a result is commendable. The primary purpose is not to ward off other survivors or zombie incursions, but rather to signify ownership of this area. The planted items must not be disturbed. With the fence completed, it became evident that someone was needed to guard these crops. Otherwise, should Zhang Chen depart, the meat potatoes could easily be pilfered by other survivors, resulting in a significant loss. Currently, it was just him and his pet. Zhang Chen certainly could not remain here to guard. Hence, the only option remaining was Zhang Chen cast a glance at Air Pang, a smile creeping onto his face. Wolves possess a strong territorial instinct. Assigning him to guard the premises is perfectly suitable. After all, Zhang Chen's primary task today is reconnaissance, not combat. Once tomorrow arrives and these meat potatoes are fully matured, he can take Air Pang along for battle. Air Pang, I have a task for you, Zhang Chen declared. Air Pang tilted his head, gazing at Zhang Chen with a confused expression. His demeanor seemed to suggest, aren't we supposed to go out and play? These meat potatoes, you must keep a watchful eye on them. No one is allowed to approach. Zhang Chen gestured emphatically towards the meat potatoes and patted Air Pang. Wang Wu? Air Pang appeared puzzled. While he could comprehend simple combat commands, the notion of guarding was far too complex to explain. You stay here while I go out, understand? Zhang Chen attempted to clarify further. This time, Air Pang seemed to grasp the idea. He lay on the ground, panting, and looked at Zhang Chen with an endearing expression. Excellent, let it be so. Zhang Chen utilized accelerated fertilizer on the 50 planted meat potato seeds. This time, the fertilizer demand was substantial, consuming 3 large bags. Finally, Zhang Chen retrieved Air Pang's food bowl, filling it with 4 servings of mutated fertilizer. This constituted the little one's daily ration. With everything in order, Zhang Chen felt assured as he stepped outside. After walking a mere 10 meters, he glanced back. Pang sat dutifully at the entrance of the gate, gazing at Zhang Chen with a hint of reluctance. Yet, he understood his responsibility and merely watched as Zhang Chen ventured away without following. The journey was silent. Zhang Chen arrived once more near Tianyang University. With a gentle leap, he ascended atop the bus. From this vantage point, even if a few stray zombies wandered by, they posed no immediate threat to Zhang Chen, allowing him to focus entirely on utilizing the drone for reconnaissance. Activate the drone, Chapter 45. Trucking at full speed. Buzz. The drone's propellers whirred rapidly, emitting a sound akin to insects buzzing. Buzz. Zhang Chen quickly acclimated to the drone's response speed and operational methods. Observing the drone as it flitted about erratically for a moment, it abruptly stabilized and sped toward Tianyang University. Zhang Chen monitored the situation below through the control screen. The zombies here were as dense as the previous day, showing no signs of reduction. They were primarily congregated in the corridors, playgrounds, and open parks, while places like classrooms and dormitories remained nearly devoid of zombies. It appears the diary entries were indeed accurate. The zombie outbreak coincided with summer vacation, resulting in fewer people indoors. The zombies on the ground were mostly citizens and soldiers who had succumbed after breaching the defenses. Throughout the journey, countless zombies were drawn to the drone's buzzing. They raised their pale hands and howled, and even through the screen, Zhang Chen could almost smell the foul stench emanating from the horde. Kikik. A crawler leaped effortlessly, navigating atop the densely packed bodies of the undead. It gazed up at the drone with a bizarre expression. Truly a repulsive creature. Zhang Chen deftly nudged the control stick, propelling the drone forward. It hovered above the playground for a while before promptly locating the entrance to the air raid shelter. Beneath the flagpole, the grand gate lay shattered. A 4-meter-tall armored vehicle leaned precariously against the commanding platform. The tempered glass of the control room was completely shattered, and the ground was stained with a copious amount of blood. Is this what armed armor looks like? Zhang Chen cautiously maneuvered the drone closer to the armored behemoth. The armor boasted 4 arms. The upper pair firmly grasped a 2-meter-long firearm, while one of the lower arms had been modified into an alloy battle blade, and the other bore a substantial shield. Additionally, many missile launchers were mounted on its shoulders, and a rocket propulsion system appeared to enable short-distance flight. Such a colossal machine was truly a weapon of war. Perhaps it was vulnerable against those unrestrained mutated creatures, but it would undoubtedly be a crushing presence against these zombies. If only he could seize this magnificent contraption, no horde of corpses would pose a threat. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes and mused. Mechas embody a man's romantic ideal. Though this was merely armor and not yet a true mech, it represented a leap far beyond the technological advancements of Earth. Who wouldn't he yearn to command such a formidable entity, rampaging through the hordes of the undead? The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. Zhang Chen piloted the drone towards another area of the campus for a while before being captivated by a gleaming supply crate. A level 3 supply box. It was as large as a van. Surrounding it were dozens of crawlers and poison bug breeders. It seemed that the higher the grade of the resource box, the greater the allure it held for these mutated zombies. It was as if the mutated zombies were convening for a meeting. Growl. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt a powerful gust of wind assault him, causing the drone to tremble uncontrollably. Moments later, a massive 4-meter-tall giant zombie appeared in the drone's camera view. This was the very creature Zhang Chen had encountered earlier. The distance had distorted his earlier assessment of its height. Now, up close, he realized it was even more imposing and robust than he had anticipated. It retained a humanoid appearance, its skin a dark gray devoid of hair, with muscles and veins bulging grotesquely. Most alarmingly, due to its immense size, it wore no garments whatsoever. It was utterly liberated in its state of existence, particularly in the lower half. Zhang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could one even engage in battle like this? Just a glance could inflict 1,000 points of mental anguish. Type 3 mutated zombie, giant tank, possessing immense strength, speed, reflexes, and resistance to damage. Roar, the giant tank bellowed, its colossal body leaping into the air, hands outstretched, crashing down with tremendous force. The drone was instantly obliterated, its components scattering across the ground. The camera fell, and in that fleeting moment before losing signal, it captured an image of a security room. Soon after, The control panel was inundated with static. Indeed, there was a security room on the other side of the school. Following Zhao Xia's earlier remarks, she could see the crawlers and the status of the level 3 supply box, leading him to deduce she was likely holed up in that very security room. Zhang Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Xia's location. The immediate priority was to acquire the armed mech and devise a strategy to eliminate the zombie horde and mutated creatures to successfully procure the level 3 supply box. He retrieved the Tianyang University campus map and, based on the drone's prior reconnaissance, reconstructed the distribution of zombies. There were at least several thousand, if not more. If he attempted to lure them out and eliminate them one by one using sound, it could take days. That was far too long. Time was of the essence. The dazzling level 3 resource box would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless survivors. A swift resolution was imperative. Zhang Chen pondered briefly before his eyes lit up. He had a plan. Jumping down from the bus, Zhang Chen began to push every car aside along the road. With his current strength, shifting a vehicle weighing over a ton was akin to a regular person lifting a water cooler. It was a bit tiring, but hardly difficult. After clearing the road, Zhang Chen continued to clear the adjacent streets, creating a passage wide enough for 2 rows of small cars to pass. Everything was in place. He then took out a heavy-duty truck. Climbing aboard, he revved the engine. In the past, he would have simply barreled through and awkwardly turned around. But now, with his mastery of driving, confidence surged as he gripped the steering wheel. It felt as though he had been driving this truck for years. He accelerated, charging forward. With the roar of the engine, the heavy truck surged to 60 mph, executing a sharp turn at high speed. The rear swung like a pendulum, leaving a long trail on the ground. What a thrill! Chapter 46. Carving a bloody path, shocking the crowd while others raced in sports cars that posed no challenge. Driving a heavy truck was the true mark of a man. At this moment, Zhang Chen's audacious actions caught the attention of other survivors. The heavy truck left a profound impression. Whoa, everyone, look, the zombie meat grinder is back. Incredible, the heavy truck is here to harvest the zombie chives again. This upgrade is rapid. It's exhilarating to watch. Wait, why are all the cars on the road pushed to the sides? Is there someone who can move vehicles? Move vehicles? Huh, are you serious? The average small car weighs about 1.6 tons. If you can lift one, you'd win an Olympic gold. Sorry, but the Olympic record is 183 kilograms. Even at 200 kilograms, that's still much lighter than a car. But seriously, where is this big shot heading to exterminate zombies? I see all the zombies nearby have been wiped out. Whoa, has he turned the zombies into rare animals? That's ruthless. I still have a dozen zombies downstairs. Please, Great Master, help us clear them. Stop joking. Those dozen zombies aren't even worth the Great Master's attention. He's killing them by the hundreds. I see the heavy truck is headed towards Tianyang University? What? The Great Master is going to Tianyang University? In an instant, the comments section erupted once more. What is going on? What is happening? Is there something wrong with Tianyang University? Some survivors, at a distance and unaware of the situation, inquired. I'll snap a photo. You can see for yourselves, soon. A barrage of photos flooded in, teeming with heads, including various mutated zombies. It was an absolute frenzy. Whoa, is this a zombie festival? This is way too many. The sight sent shivers down my spine. After seeing the zombies here, I suddenly felt that the dozen downstairs were nothing. Am I losing my mind? With such a dense concentration of zombies, even a heavy truck might not stand a chance. I reckon this guy is playing with fire. If the truck gets trapped in the horde, he's as good as dead. Exactly. Can't he drive somewhere else? There are zombies everywhere. Why go to Tianyang University? What a waste of resources. If he dies in that horde, I won't even have a chance to scavenge. Survivors near Tianyang University began streaming live video, watching the heavy truck speed toward the southern gate. It was about to collide. As the truck approached, the tension in the chat room escalated. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the iron barrier wall crumbled beneath the truck's wheels, followed by thousands of zombies. The heavy truck plowed through, carving a bloody path through the horde. Whoa! True to its name, the heavy truck packs a punch. This was nothing short of a cinematic spectacle, utterly exhilarating. It felt reminiscent of a game where you drive and crush zombies. However, today's situation was markedly different from yesterday. Thanks to a keen observer, people realized that yesterday, the heavy truck had charged straight through, turned around, and returned to eliminate the zombies. The speed of the truck had allowed it to evade the pursuing zombies, granting it ample time to maneuver, but this time was distinctly different. The moment the truck had plowed through the zombies, the bloodied path was immediately overwhelmed by the horde surging from all directions. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, the loss of a few dozen zombies was negligible. Boom rumble, the truck's exhaust belched black smoke. Then, its massive frame, unstoppable, surged into the campus. Was it not turning back? There were nearly 1,000 zombies at the campus entrance. Was that not enough? It seemed the truck was headed for the playground. Whoa, the playground? There are not only ordinary zombies there, but also monsters. I told you the heavy truck was suicidal. Everyone agrees now, right? The crowd fell silent, uncertain of the driver's intentions. As the heavy truck ventured deeper into the encirclement of zombies, it showed no signs of slowing down. Roaring forward with full power, Zhang Chen sat there, watching zombies being flung aside from the truck's windows, expressionless as he wiped the windshield. He meticulously wiped away all the remnants of flesh and blood that clung to the windshield. We have arrived, almost there. The heavy truck charged towards the side of the armored mech, executing a sharp drift. The power behind the truck's maneuver was extraordinary. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's mastery of driving skills, such a reckless move would have surely resulted in a rollover. Squeak. An urgent screech of brakes echoed. Subsequently, the truck's cargo area spun violently around the front of the vehicle. Thud. Bang. Dozens of zombies were instantly obliterated. Their skulls shattered by the tremendous force. They were sent flying, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. Simultaneously, a brief vacuum of zombies formed near the truck's door. Now's the moment. Zhang Chen forcefully flung open the door and swiftly reached out to touch the armored mech. In an instant, the massive armored mech vanished into thin air. Indeed, Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. The armored mech was also classified as a vehicle. Previously, the only vehicle stored in his space was the heavy truck. Now that the truck was out, the vehicle slot was vacant, perfectly accommodating the armored suit. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Zhang Chen collected the armored mech in the blink of an eye. At this moment, his body began to descend under the influence of gravity. As his left foot made contact with the ground, he exerted force once more, propelling himself back into the driver's seat. Just as he closed the door, countless pale, cold hands immediately began to pound against the truck's body. Retreat. Zhang Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the heavy truck traced an arc across the playground before roaring out, "Silence." A deathly silence. The entire area's chat channel fell silent for a full 3 to 4 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. What just happened? Am I seeing things? I witnessed an energy wave being unleashed from that man's hand, directly piercing through a mutated zombie. Holy smokes, is that the Kamehameha? Such phenomena exist in this world. How absurd. Slicing through mutated zombies as if they were mere vegetables, and his palm can emit energy waves. We typically only flee from mutated zombies, yet he dispatched them as if chopping vegetables? What tier is this guy even on? Has he already entered the realm of awakened ones? This is ridiculous. It has only been 4 days, and we all started from the same line, but this guy seems to have sprinted ahead. Without a doubt, this man is the strongest survivor in the world, bar none. Suddenly, I realize this young man is incredibly cool in battle. Oh great one, may I cling to your coattails? Are you establishing a base? I wish to enlist. Chapter 47. The ambush of the crawler due to the angle. The survivors in the chat channel couldn't see the position of the armored mech. They only saw Zhang Chen drive into the playground. And then his view was obstructed by a cluster of buildings. When the heavy truck reappeared, it bore numerous bloodstains, and one of its tires had burst. 2 crawlers seized the opportunity to climb onto the truck, desperately clawing at the top of the cargo area, producing a cacophony of metallic scraping sounds. Holy smokes, they can emerge in such circumstances. That's impressive. However, the situation is dire. Did you see those 2 monsters on the cargo area? Our squad encountered them before and nearly faced annihilation. Indeed, these creatures, known as crawlers, have claws sharper than metal and are formidable foes. One alone is challenging enough, and now there are 2. Even if the heavy truck breaks through the sea of zombies, it will be futile if it cannot shake off these 2 monsters. Even those at the human limit struggle against these creatures. That driver is doomed. What? Has someone already reached the human limit? This leveling up is too rapid. Do they devour energy cores like meals? I doubt the number of survivors in our area who have achieved the human limit exceeds 10. Holy smokes, why am I merely a frail survivor? What is this nonsense? I thought reaching an exceptionally robust physique was already impressive. After all, this is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Amidst the chatter, the heavy truck had already burst out of Tianyang University, pursued by thousands of zombies. The truck accelerated sharply, maneuvering around several corners, shaking off the ordinary zombies behind it. However, the crawler's claws dug deep into the metal of the cargo area, and no matter how the truck swerved, they could not be dislodged. The truck sped down the road that Zhang Chen had previously cleared. But soon, the road came to an end, blocked by abandoned vehicles. A few dozen zombies wandered in the distance. Let's deal with you here. Zhang Chen lightly pressed the brakes, allowing the heavy truck to come to a gradual stop. The heavy truck has stopped. It seems to be in dire straits. Survivors in the channel continued to discuss. Some timid girls began to cover their eyes, fearing the impending bloody scene. Survivors at the human limit struggle to last even a minute against crawlers. What chance does the truck driver have against two simultaneously? Many survivors harbored pity for Zhang Chen. Others were merely spectators, hoping to gauge the crawler's strength through Zhang Chen's battle, so they would have a point of reference for future encounters. Even more were secretly noting the locations of stores and road signs near the heavy truck. Should Zhang Chen perish, they could sneak in to scavenge his body. At the very least, a heavy truck would be left behind, along with a significant number of energy cores. This would be a tremendous fortune. Everyone harbored ulterior motives as they watched the live stream. Suddenly, the heavy truck's door swung open. A tall, striking man gracefully leaped to the ground. Due to the distance, only the contours of his face were visible. The details were indistinct, but his confidence and composure radiated from afar. Surely, this fellow cannot be unaware of the two monsters atop the cargo area? It's possible. He might not have noticed from the driver's seat. Otherwise, anyone else would have fled the moment they disembarked, not leisurely like him. My heart raced anxiously. This scene felt cruel, primarily because I couldn't see his face. I had no way to privately warn him. I hope he can enlighten us about the crawler's combat style before he meets his end. That would be a significant contribution. Among these survivors, Zhang Chen was already deemed a dead man. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The crawler slowly approached the edge of the cargo area, towering above, grinning eerily at Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, another crawler leaped down from the opposite side of the heavy truck, slipping beneath it, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below. Holy smokes, these creatures strategize. They are not ordinary zombies. Having seen mutated zombies, why aren't they fleeing? Are they too terrified to move? Be careful below. Alas, even if I say it, he cannot hear. This is surely the end. Zhang Chen gazed at the crawler atop the truck and smiled slightly. Just as the creature was about to leap down, Zhang Chen moved faster, charging towards the crawler. The Tang Dao flashed with a cold gleam. This full-force strike landed squarely on the crawler's back. The crawler didn't even comprehend what had transpired before its body was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto the ground. At that moment, another crawler surged from behind, attacking Zhang Chen. Boom, bang. A flash of blue light erupted. The crawler below was pierced through with a gaping hole, its spine shattered by a concentrated energy strike. Utilizing the recoil, Zhang Chen gracefully floated down to the top of the cargo area, his clothing untouched by a single drop of blood. His garments billowed elegantly. Zhang Chen raised his right hand, collecting the two crawlers, receiving Energy Core, 120, Accelerated Fertilizer, 10, Sharp Claws, 4, Tough Leather, 5. Evolved Blood, 2, Upgrade Progress, 642 802, ding. Detected that materials for crafting, Tough Beginner Energy Armor, are complete. Would you like to craft immediately? Craft immediately. You have lost Energy Core 200, Tough Leather, 20. Clean Fabric, 500. Congratulations, you have obtained Tough Beginner Energy Armor. Suddenly, a bracelet adorned with mysterious symbols appeared on Zhang Chen's left wrist. Is this the energy armor? Zhang Chen lifted his hand to examine the bracelet. Does it activate in the face of danger? Let us give it a try. With this thought, Zhang Chen turned to the adjacent 10-story building. According to the armor's description, it can negate falling damage within a 50-meter range. Given a height of 3 meters, 50 meters equates to a height of 17 stories. The nearby building is 15 stories, perfectly within the immunity range. Moreover, Zhang Chen had also prepared for the worst. Based on his current capabilities, even if he leaped from the 15th floor, he wouldn't TDIE.at most, he might sprain an ankle or something. After all, his physical condition has significantly improved, allowing him to withstand such damage. Coupled with his formidable self-healing ability, he would recover swiftly. He soon reached the rooftop. Chapter 48. Survivors from the Neon Nation with newfound confidence. Zhang Chen quickly leaped to the adjacent building, landing deftly atop the second-floor awning. With both hands gripping the balcony, he exerted a gentle force, and in an instant, his entire being floated effortlessly upwards for a distance of 2 or 3 meters. This time, there was no need for a running start. It was entirely reliant on skill, the effects of expert-level climbing. Zhang Chen moved with the agility of a gecko, effortlessly traversing the staircase. It was time to test the power of the energy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chen strode directly to the edge of the rooftop and leaned forward. He plummeted straight down, thud. The descent from the 15th floor took merely 2 or 3 seconds. Just as Zhang Chen's feet touched the ground, the wristband emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, he found himself encased in a brown armor. Zhang Chen expected a formidable impact upon landing, yet it dissipated entirely. Although he still felt a heaviness upon landing, his entire body felt remarkably light, unharmed. Indeed, it appeared to activate in moments of danger. The response speed of this armor surpassed even that of a human reaction. Zhang Chen gazed at the fully armed armor, nodding in satisfaction. A few minutes later, the armor gradually receded, transforming back into the wristband on his left arm. All of this transpired behind the building, conveniently avoiding the gaze of other survivors. Subsequently, Zhang Chen retrieved the combat mech from his storage space. Slightly damaged combat mech can be repaired using steel. The prompt appeared again. Zhang Chen had just acquired the ability of basic mechanical reinforcement modification, enabling him to fix minor mechanical faults and enhance machinery. Let us practice with the combat mech first. He had obtained a substantial amount of steel from trading with Zhang Hao, which would come in handy. Ding! You have lost steel. 20. Combat mech has been repaired. Ding! Combat mech cannot be enhanced at present. You require a higher-level mechanical reinforcement modification skill. Zhang Chen scratched his head. Indeed, such high-tech equipment as the combat mech could not be arbitrarily modified. The entire balance, combat capability, and maneuverability of the mech were meticulously designed. It was time for some practical experience. Zhang Chen was eager. He donned the combat armor. Inside was akin to a vehicle cockpit, with pedals for acceleration, braking, and jumping. The right foot operated the accelerator and brake, while the left foot handled the jump. It felt quite similar to driving a manual car. The difference was that the mech lacked a steering wheel. There was a flexible joystick situated where his arms rested. By merely twisting his body, he could turn the armor and change direction. With the benefit of his driving proficiency, Zhang Chen quickly became adept at piloting the mech despite it being his first time. The mech raced swiftly across the ground, leaping effortlessly to a height of 5 or 6 meters. In midair, he activated the thruster switch, allowing the mech to hover effortlessly, even performing aerial stops, turns, and accelerations. Zhang Chen piloted the mech for a while, easily squashing the zombies drawn to the noise into mush. The teeth and claws of the zombies were utterly ineffective against this steel giant. With a casual kick, he sent one zombie flying a dozen meters, its body folding upon impact. Crack! The spine snapped, leaving it unable to rise again. Thrilling, absolutely exhilarating. However, mere mobility and jumping were far from sufficient. He also needed to master weapon operation and comprehend the various data displayed on the control panel. Zhang Chen spent the entire afternoon familiarizing himself with all the data charts and the usage of weaponry. Moreover, he could seamlessly switch between close and ranged combat while controlling the combat armor. Phew! Though it was merely operational, the exertion was no trifling matter. It felt akin to having battled for an entire afternoon. As dusk approached, Zhang Chen finally stored the combat mech back into his storage space. He wiped the sweat from his brow and circled around the side of the building, arriving beside a heavy truck. Suddenly, he heard voices coming from the other side of the truck. Although the voices were soft, they resonated loudly in the stillness of the street. This is Neon language? Though Zhang Chen did not understand Neon, the phonetics of the language had discernible characteristics. He couldn't comprehend it, but he could identify it. Stealthily, Zhang Chen crept around the back of the truck to take a peek. He saw 3 slender men and a woman gesturing towards the truck, even one of them stepping onto the tire and tugging forcefully at the driver's door. The truck keys were in Zhang Chen's possession. How could they possibly open it? After several futile attempts, they began to murmur among themselves. They were surely concocting some scheme. At that moment, one of the men pointed at the window for a while before picking up a large stone from the roadside. It seemed he intended to smash the window to gain entry. "Hey, that's my vehicle. Back off." Zhang Chen lightly tapped the cargo box and stepped out from behind the truck. Just moments before, he had utilized his insight skill to perceive the strength levels of these individuals. The 3 men were all exceptionally robust, while the woman was of ordinary stature. Such levels were akin to mere ants in Zhang Chen's presence. "Atanavaki ne desuga? Nande de desuga?" One of the men shouted towards Zhang Chen. Simultaneously, they all drew long samurai swords from their waists. "Speak human language." Zhang Chen replied with impatience. "Aludang aki gu kuku jinxidi and I talasami lu." One of the neon men bellowed, charging towards him with a raised sword. There was no need to understand what was being said. The intent was clear. This was a death wish. Zhang Chen let out a cold laugh. Although dealing with foes of such caliber required no weapon, survival in the apocalypse demanded caution. Every battle must be approached with seriousness. A single mistake could cost one's life. He promptly drew his riot shield and sharpened tanto, his figure flickering. Swish, swish, Zhang Chen glided past the 3 men like a specter. Saikshu, Hiut Minheo Yaupi. The last remnants of sound escaped their throats as the 3 neon men erupted in blood. Their bodies severed into 2 halves. They stared in horror at the separation of their upper and lower bodies, slowly collapsing to the ground, maintaining their expressions of terror as they perished. Chapter 49. Playing along, the armored creatures could be cleaved in 2 by Zhang Chen. How much easier was it to deal with these ordinary humans? The exceptionally strong were still merely within human parameters. Please, don't kill me." The remaining baby-faced neon woman, frightened pale by the scene before her, trembled as she pleaded in Mandarin. You speak Mandarin?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Why yes, I'm an exchange student from Neon. My name is Mineko, in Longhua. I'm called Li Shui. In truth, I am not well acquainted with these 3. We merely encountered each other on the road. They said they couldn't understand the chat channel in this area and asked me to translate. I genuinely admire Longhua and its people. They wanted to forcibly take me to the area of the Neon people, but I refused to go. Please believe me, I am not aligned with them," Mineko pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. "The area of the Neon people? What does that mean?" Zhang Chen keenly detected significant information from Mineko's words. It appeared that the current chat in this area consisted solely of Longhua people, indicating that the vicinity was likewise populated by Longhua individuals. However, according to the 3 men, they had crossed from the other side of the river. The individuals there spoke Neon, and they assumed this area was the same. They had no idea about the language barrier. Mineko fell silent, yet she divulged everything she knew in response to Zhang Chen's inquiries. "Why did they come from the other side of the river?" Zhang Chen inquired again. They didn't tell me, but I eavesdropped on their conversation. It seems that the other side of the river consists of residential areas, places to hide, and there aren't many supplies. They looked at the map of Tianyang City and discovered that this side of the river is a commercial center. They believe there would be more food and places to hide here. So they came to scout. I speak only the truth. Please, spare me," Mineko implored, her eyes filled with pleading. "I can spare you, but you must relinquish anything valuable you possess, and then you may leave," Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. "Huh? I truly have nothing of value." Mineko feigned innocence. "No worries. I can kill you and still acquire the items in your storage ring. At that point, I will know whether you were truthful," Zhang Chen stated coldly. "Please, no." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's intent to kill her, Mineko immediately panicked, hastily rummaging through her storage ring for items. "Please, don't kill me. I can give you everything I have. These are all my belongings. Please, I humbly present them to you." Zhang Chen lowered his gaze to the items strewn across the ground. Sailor suit, 1. Adorable cat-eared cosplay outfit, 1. Frying pan, 1. Unknown vibrating ball, 1. Some cylindrical unknown object, 1. Bucket of instant noodles, 3. Carbonated beverages, 5. Energy crystal, 1. Mutated fertilizer, 5. Is that it? A frown of disbelief etched across Zhang Chen's face. Could this woman truly be lacking in intellect? In this post-apocalyptic world, what use was there in collecting a pile of clothing? Who would she wear them for? Moreover, the system is remarkably lacking in intelligence. It still fails to identify certain items. What is this unknown vibrating ball? And what of the unidentified cylindrical object? How could they not be recognized? I can see what they are. For goodness sake. Zhang Chen reached down to collect the bucket of instant noodles, 3, carbonated beverages, 5, and energy crystal. 1. I shall take these 3 items. The rest, you may carry away. You are free to leave now. A look of distress washed over Minako. Without food and water, how would she survive? Yet, upon seeing the blood-soaked Tang Dao in Zhang Chen's hand, she dared not utter a word. After stowing the remaining items into her storage space, she bowed repeatedly to Zhang Chen and fled without looking back. Zhang Chen turned and placed his hands upon the corpses of the 3 neon men on the ground. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired energy crystal, 125.25, mutated fertilizer, 890, clean fabric, 432, sharp katana, 3. Some unknown vibrating object, 3, red candles, 35, sturdy rope, 7, bucket of instant noodles, 35, bottled sake, 24, some inappropriate video, 32, storage ring fragments, 73. After gathering the resources, Zhang Chen did not immediately drive away. Instead, he stealthily pursued the direction in which Minako had fled. The reason Zhang Chen allowed her to escape was not out of mercy. He intended to let her go, to discern whether her words held any truth. Humans are prone to deceit. In times of peace, liars abound. How much more so in this perilous apocalypse? To trust others' words blindly is sheer folly. Regardless of how sincere Minako appeared, Zhang Chen had never placed his faith in her. After all, he had advanced to the stage of an awakened one. Compared to Minako, who was merely an ordinary person, their strengths were not even in the same league. Zhang Chen could easily perceive Minako's heavy breathing and the sound of her hurried footsteps. Yet, Minako remained oblivious, unaware that Zhang Chen was trailing her from a mere few dozen meters behind. She sprinted an impressive 300 to 400 meters before glancing back, confirming that Zhang Chen had not pursued her. She leaned against a streetlight to catch her breath. After a brief moment, her expression suddenly froze. For about 10 seconds, she was still. Zhang Chen understood that this frozen expression indicated she was communicating with someone through the chat interface. The system interface appeared before her retina, causing her to seem dazed to an observer when her focus shifted there. After resting a moment longer, her demeanor shifted instantaneously. The anxious, startled Minako, akin to a frightened fawn, transformed into a figure of calm and poise, her eyes gleaming with cunning and arrogance. This woman is undoubtedly suspicious. Everything prior was merely an act. Minako waited by the roadside for a while. 10 minutes later, a rugged vehicle sped into view. On the hood lay a zombie that had been struck. Due to the vehicle's speed, the inertia had pinned the zombie firmly against the engine cover. Creaking, the vehicle came to a halt, and the zombie was flung off. At the same time, 2 neon men disembarked from the vehicle, dressed similarly to the trio who had perished. One of them helped Minako into the car, while the other swiftly dispatched the zombie with a katana, cleanly piercing its skull. With a swift motion, the zombie's body vanished. Zhang Chen realized it had been collected. Chapter 50. The Conspiracy of the Neon Men. The 3 climbed into the vehicle and made a U-turn, heading north. Zhang Chen unleashed his speed, sprinting at a 100-meter pace to follow at a distance. In terms of explosive speed, Zhang Chen was slightly quicker off the mark than the vehicle. However, in terms of endurance, the vehicle excelled. Fortunately, the road was littered with the remnants of zombies and scattered vehicles, creating a convoluted path for the car to navigate. Thus, the vehicle's speed was not particularly swift. After traveling approximately 2 kilometers, the vehicle halted beside a side street, where bloodstains marred the ground, indicating that the area had been cleared of zombies. 2 neon men escorted Minako from the vehicle, and from a nearby alley emerged 4 neon youths, 2 men and 2 women, all rather short, with the women standing around 5 feet tall and the men just over 5 feet. Upon meeting, they chattered away in a rapid-fire conversation that Zhang Chen could not comprehend, forcing him to hide in the shadows and observe silently. "Minako, you're back. What happened to Ono and the others?" inquired the man with the small mustache. "We encountered the Dragon Kingdom people. Ono and the others all perished in battle. Thankfully, my wits saved me, Minako replied gravely. What? Ono and the others are dead? How many were there? With their strength, they shouldn't have been unable to escape. The mustached man exclaimed in disbelief. There was only one person, and they were killed in an instant. Minako's face darkened as she spoke. 3 people taken down by a single individual, in the blink of an eye? How is that even possible? Not even a mutated zombie could achieve such a feat. The mustached man expressed skepticism. Believe it or not, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Had I not performed my award-winning act, I too would have met my demise, Minako declared emphatically. The award-winning act? The mustached man regarded Minako with a knowing look. What are you implying? Fool. It's not what you think, Minako snapped. Enough. Regardless, we evaded that terrifying individual. Let us proceed with our plan. Minako adapted to the mustached man's demeanor. These men cannot survive without women. Their thoughts are consumed by such matters. The group ventured deeper into the alley, where 2 more neon men stood guard, wielding explosive spears, pinning 2 zombies against the wall. The zombies emitted low, hoarse growls, clawing desperately at the air before them. Yet, the spears were lodged at their waists, rendering them immobile. Are you ready? The mustached man asked Minako. Yes, just a moment. Minako tousled her hair and unbuttoned a few of her shirt's buttons, cultivating a disheveled, haphazard appearance. She then grasped the frying pan, weighing it in her hand before stating, I am ready. Then you run 20 meters. We shall release the zombies, remember. Run quickly and do not look back. Turn right upon exiting the alley and speak in dragon language. The mustached man reiterated, I know, this isn't my first time. You really are tiresome, always putting me in danger. Don't you understand the concept of cherishing a lady? Minako interrupted impatiently. What can I say? You're just too beautiful. No man can refuse a damsel in distress. The mustached man chuckled, playfully slapping her waist. Let's go. Minako giggled, composing herself before dashing forward. Help, is anyone there? Please save me. After running 20 to 30 meters, she suddenly cried out in dragon language, her voice sharp and piercing, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 zombies. The neon men, seeing their opportunity, slowly maneuvered the zombies away from the wall before swiftly retreating to safety. The zombies, drawn by Minako's cries, lunged forward, but their speed was sluggish, as though they bore injuries to their legs. This was a meticulously laid trap. Though Zhang Chen could not comprehend the neon men's words, he observed the scene from the nearby building, grasping the general intent. Was this not a classic beauty trap? The moment Minako shouted in dragon language, it became evident that these neon men were scheming to target the Dragon Kingdom people. He continued to follow the direction of Minako's flight. Ahead lay a large supermarket, where 7 or 8 survivors gathered at the entrance, 4 of whom stood vigilant with longbows, while others were tallying the supplies they had transported from within. Leading them was Zhang Hao. He had previously mentioned in the chat channel that he intended to raid a large supermarket. It appeared this was indeed the one. Help! Help! Is there anyone? Please, someone save me. Minako stumbled her way towards Zhang Hao. Her performance undeniably impressive. Previously, when Zhang Chen pursued her in a 400-meter sprint, she exhibited the prowess of a professional athlete. Yet now, over just 100 meters, she ran as if on the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha, 2 zombies were shrieking and chasing from behind. Help! Zhang Hao shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows struck with precision, embedding themselves in the foreheads of the zombies. The creatures fell to the ground with a thud. Thank you for saving me, Minako exclaimed, resembling a startled fawn, curled up on the ground, trembling. This scene was one Zhang Chen had witnessed merely half an hour prior. This is utterly absurd. Life is but a play. Reliant on one's acting skills, are you all right? Zhang Hao inquired with concerned eye in his survivor team. The number of men vastly outnumbered that of women. He was exceedingly eager to increase the female survivor count. A balanced gender ratio would mitigate potential issues. I'm fine. But, please, kind souls, my 2 younger sisters are still trapped in that alley. We saw you coming and wanted to ask for help. Unfortunately, we accidentally attracted the zombies in the alley along the way. We have no weapons to fend them off. I beg you to rescue my 2 sisters, Minako sobbed, her tears flowing like rain. 2 younger sisters? Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled. Yes, they are only 16, just like me. Both studying dance. Please, help save them. They are so young. Minako grasped Zhang Hao's sleeve, deliberately nudging her body against his leg. 16. Studying dance? Upon hearing this, the other male survivors also lit up with interest. Having a girl in the survivor camp would be delightful. Perhaps some sparks could fly. They now had a safe refuge. After securing this supermarket, they were temporarily free from worries about food and drink. What they lacked were women, if women came to enrich their lives. This apocalypse would lose its terror. The young men simultaneously cast inquiring glances at Zhang Hao. Some of the younger ones could hardly contain their eagerness to rush in and save the girls. So, how many zombies are there in the alley? Zhang Hao asked cautiously. While recruiting attractive members was essential, he couldn't risk his life for others. If there were too many zombies, he would prefer to turn a blind eye rather than endanger his own people for strangers. He maintained a level head on this matter. Aside from the two chasing me, there should be 4 or 5 more inside. Minako replied anxiously. 4 or 5 zombies. A piece of cake. Chief. Absolutely, the 3 of us can easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. Indeed, let us leave a few people to continue gathering supplies. By the time we rescue the girls and return, we'll have also finished inventorying the supplies. It's a win-win situation. Several young survivors began to fervently persuade Zhang Hao. After all, these individuals were in their prime, utterly defenseless against the allure of the opposite sex, especially if they were somewhat attractive. All right then, Zhang Hao assessed the danger and deemed it manageable. Lu Feng. Ding Da Qiang, you two come with me. The rest of you continue gathering supplies and remain vigilant. Be cautious of zombies, but also watch out for other survivors looking to rob us, Zhang Hao instructed. Don't worry, Chief. The survivors we encounter will be eager to ally with us. Plus, we have the numbers. Who would dare rob us? That would be madness. A young man chuckled. Caution is the mother of safety. Never let your guard down. We're in an apocalypse. Some people are so desperate they could resort to anything. Zhang Hao warned earnestly. All right, we understand, Chief. Rest assured. I promise that when you return, the supplies will be intact. The young man nodded with a grin. After reiterating his instructions, Zhang Hao led the 2 survivors, cautiously following Minako towards the alley. They were unaware that waiting for them in the alley was a group of neon-clad individuals wielding steel blades. Zhang Chen observed the scene from above with clarity. Although he held a mediocre opinion of Zhang Hao, he felt no obligation to assist him. However, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for these neon individuals. Their actions provided Zhang Chen with the perfect justification to annihilate them. With this thought, Zhang Chen quietly leaped from the rooftop, landing soundlessly, then swiftly darted towards the alley. On the other side, Minako clutched Zhang Hao's sleeve anxiously. Resembling a frightened young girl, her figure was curvaceous. Though slightly shorter, she possessed all the necessary attributes, especially as she swayed while walking, captivating the 2 young men behind her. We're almost there. Just turn right at the corner ahead. Minako pleaded earnestly. Big brother, please promise me you'll rescue my sister. Rest assured, if there truly are only 4 or 5 zombies, we'll rescue your sisters without fail, Zhang Hao replied, his gaze constantly scanning for any signs of danger. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. Moreover, the alley was eerily quiet, too quiet for comfort. Thank you, big brother. I like you, Minako exclaimed, suddenly cupping Zhang Hao's face with both hands and planting a tender kiss on his cheek. This left Zhang Hao utterly bewildered. Where had he ever encountered such an assertive girl? Not to mention, she was quite beautiful, complemented by a subtle touch of makeup, truly a striking lady. The 2 young men behind him felt a mix of envy and jealousy. They wished they could be in Zhang Hao's position, while also secretly hoping the 2 younger sisters would treat them similarly. That would be, just as they were lost in these thoughts, suddenly, 7 neon individuals emerged from the front and rear. Each wielding a katana, 3 in the front, 4 behind. Bag them, capture them. A man with a goatee shouted. Huh? What is going on? Before Zhang Hao could react, a cold dagger was already pressed against his throat. Surrender now, or I will slit your leader's throat. Minako, brandishing a dagger, looked smugly at the 2 remaining young men. What do we do now? The 2 young men, though reasonably capable fighters, lacked adaptability, with 7 opponents against their 3. And Zhang Hao held as a hostage. How could they possibly fight back? They stood frozen, unsure whether to raise their bows or lower them in this state of impending combat. Engaging in conversation was futile. Only in safe zones could the system's chat interface be accessed, which explained why some would suddenly fall silent. Who are you, and what do you want? Zhang Hao demanded sternly. I am Maneko, a neon individual. And these are my compatriots. Like you, we have formed a camp organization. However, while you have established a pathetic survivor camp, we have formed a hunter camp. There's a saying in Longhua, wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast, while dogs traverse 1,000 miles to scavenge. We embody the spirit and teamwork of wolves, hence we feast. And you are merely our prey. Maneko replied with a smile. You desire food and water. Correct? I can provide that for you. Just let us go, and I assure you, I will keep my word. Zhang Hao retorted. Ha, keep your word. Do you think I would believe that? I understand the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Now, one of your little brothers comes with me, and you and the other stay behind. If this little brother does not cooperate, I will kill your leader and your companion. Maneko directed at one of the younger-looking survivors. Don't listen to her. If we perish here, the others will still survive. If you heed her and bring the others in, we'll all be doomed. All the food and water will be seized. Zhang Hao exclaimed desperately. However, it seems you're in no position to negotiate. We could kill you 3 and still lure the rest of your group in. We have 8 people, while you only have 4 left. Even with numerical superiority, your remaining companions wouldn't stand a chance against us. But I can guarantee, if you comply, I will allow you a moment of comfort before your demise. Otherwise, I assure you, you will witness the zombies devour your flesh piece by piece. Maneko's tone oscillated between gentle and malicious, sending shivers down the spines of the 3. Chapter 52. I do not accept moral coercion. Can I be the third option? Suddenly, a loud, crisp voice emerged from above. Nanny? What is going on? With a sense of terror, the little mustache raised his head to look up. There stood a remarkably handsome man, gallantly poised atop the eaves, gazing down at him from a position of superiority. A living person had appeared right above him. Yet, amidst so many neon warriors present, not a single one had noticed. Are you, Zhang Chen? Zhang Hao blurted out. He had previously conducted a transaction with Zhang Chen, purchasing 10 bows and arrows from him, and had been thoroughly fleeced in the process, leaving a lasting impression. However, it was thanks to those 10 bows and arrows that they had been able to seize the supermarket with minimal losses. Had they relied solely on close combat weapons to confront the zombies, the casualties among the camp's fighters would likely have been significant. Seeing Zhang Chen, Zhang Hao first felt elated, then alarmed. He was delighted that reinforcements had arrived, but astonished that it was just one solitary individual. Wasn't that tantamount to delivering oneself to death? Not to mention that he was currently a hostage, even if he were free to act. With Zhang Chen, they would only have 4 people, 4 against 8. Any rational observer could easily discern the stark disparity in strength. Hey, Zhang Chen, you need to leave quickly, go to the supermarket entrance and summon my brothers. If we have equal numbers, we might still stand a chance, Zhang Hao shouted. Wait, I want to ask, if I rescue you, what benefits will I receive? Zhang Chen suddenly interjected. What? Nanny? This unexpected maneuver left both Maneko and Zhang Hao utterly bewildered. Brother, at a time like this, you're still negotiating terms? Don't you have any moral boundaries? Zhang Hao was on the verge of tears. Who were these people, engaging in moral extortion? It's only fair that I receive compensation for my labor in saving you. I could have waited for these neon folks to kill you, then taken them out myself. In that scenario, I would have claimed everything and profited even more. So, the fact that I am negotiating terms with you now is already quite ethical. Don't you think? Zhang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Hao found himself momentarily speechless. He actually makes a fair point. It's impossible to refute. Why should he save you for free? Even when returning a lost wallet, one ought to offer a token of gratitude. To expect a life-saving act without compensation is indeed a bit excessive. Then, how about this? I will give you 20 bags of frozen dumplings. How does that sound? Zhang Hao proposed. You really know how to do the math. Now that the power is out, frozen goods can't be stored in the refrigerator and must go into storage space. You want to give me things you have nowhere to keep? Forget it. I won't dither with you any longer. Here's my final offer. You will give me half of the supplies you acquire from the supermarket. If you try to be clever, I will take everything, Zhang Chen said coldly. Fine, it's a deal. Agreed. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in response. After all the effort spent gathering intelligence on the terrain, splitting the battlefield, and slaying zombies, to have to share half of the spoils with Zhang Chen felt utterly disheartening. Yet, was there truly any other choice? What use were supermarket provisions if one were dead? Zhang Hao could only acquiesce. Bastards, do you think I'm invisible? I will kill every last one of you. The little mustache, frustrated by Zhang Chen and Zhang Hao's unperturbed bargaining, began to yell in anger. Be cautious. Do not underestimate him. He was the one who killed Dai Yi and the others, Mei Naiko warned nervously. The fool Dai Yi had surely underestimated him. She would not make such a blunder. They had only just entered this world. And they were a team. Even if this kid leveled up rapidly, he could at most be comparable to their top fighters. Everyone, let's charge together. Do not let this Dragon Kingdom person escape, the little mustache shouted. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of fleeing. He gently descended into the alleyway, drawing his tang knife. Damn it, Zhang Chen, didn't you say you were coming to rescue us? I told you to send word. Not to challenge them one-on-one. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhang Hao shouted in desperation. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Zhang Chen, employing some unknown technique, darted to an FRO.in an instant. The little mustache and the two neon warriors beside him were severed in twain. The two young men trailing Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to engage the neon warriors behind them. Zhang Hao's fighters were exceptionally strong, as were the four neon warriors. However, they had the advantage in numbers, overwhelming the two and forcing them to retreat step by step. Swish! The two men felt a cold flash of light. Moments later, the four adversaries before them collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What the hell? What just happened? Zhang Chen managed to dispatch four neon warriors in an instant. Good grief. These neon warriors were of the same caliber as me. If that were the case, neither of us would be able to withstand even a single strike from him. This is terrifying. The two young men, initially unafraid when facing four, now trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Zhang Chen. The gap in strength was too vast. Chilling to the bone. Stay back. If you approach, I will kill their leader. Then you can forget about any supplies he promised you. Mei Naiko had anticipated such an outcome and had previously maneuvered Zhang Hao aside. With her back against the wall, she ensured that no one could ambush her from her blind spot. This woman was quite cunning. Before engaging in combat, she had already prepared a retreat in case of failure. I am sorry, but I do not accept threats. I have recorded what Zhang Hao just promised me. If your people do not believe me and refuse to share half of the supplies, I can easily kill them all. It won't take much time, and I can take the supplies at will. However, you must die, because I gave you a chance. But you deceived me, Zhang Chen said coldly, taking slow steps toward Mei Naiko. Why you? Don't come any closer. Mei Naiko felt an overwhelming pressure. This aura was unlike anything she had ever encountered, as if the very air around him was imbued with the scent of death. This man truly seemed capable of carrying out his threats. Everyone knew which was more advantageous, half of the supermarket's supplies or the entirety. If it were Mei Naiko, she would have sought a way to eliminate everyone and then monopolize the resources. Thus, she viewed Zhang Chen in the same light. Though she held a hostage, her sense of security had vanished. Noticing Mei Naiko's right hand trembling slightly, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to grab her hand. Sinking down and rolling a few times to escape in a disheveled manner. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen approached Mei Naiko. One swift strike. He cleaved Mei Naiko in half from head to toe. Chapter 53. The storage ring upgrades again. Zhang Chen. My brother, what a masterful display. Did you foresee that this woman wouldn't dare to kill me? Zhang Hao said, his face filled with admiration. Don't flatter yourself. My goal was to eliminate her. Whether you live or die is of no consequence to me. Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Hiss, you're truly heartless. Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Nevertheless, I must thank you for saving us. I will honor my promise regarding the supplies. Just as Zhang Hao finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. It turned out that the remaining survivors had finished counting the supplies and, worried about Zhang Hao and the others, had come to search for them. Upon entering the alley, they were met with a scene of carnage. The ground was littered with bodies, their demises gruesome and horrific. The stench of blood lingered in the air, causing some to retch involuntarily. Boss, what happened here? Are these zombies? Qian Jinyu, in charge of the supplies, inquired. These are neon warriors. That woman just now is also one. They deceived us into coming here to kill us and seize our resources. Thanks to the great Zhang Chen, we are still alive. Otherwise, we would have been 3 corpses by now. Quickly, bring out half of the supplies we gathered from the supermarket and hand them over to Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao commanded. What? Half? That's so much. Qian Jinyu replied, astonished. If I say to give, then give. This killing god took out 4 with a single strike. He made it clear. Either half or he wipes us out and takes everything. You studied accounting, so do the math yourself and see what makes sense. The 2 young men beside him were still trembling from the fear Zhang Chen had instilled in them, their hands shaking as they supported Qian Jinyu. What is going on? Qian Jinyu grew increasingly perplexed. He knew Zhang Hao's character well. He was fiercely protective of the camp's interests. For him to suggest giving away half the supplies was astonishing. The other 2 young men were typically fearless, daring to confront 3 or 4 zombies head-on. What had happened today that had left them so terrified? If I say to give, then you must comply. You must honestly relinquish half the supplies. No room for any hidden stash. Do you understand? Execute this immediately. That is my command. Zhang Hao observed a hint of impatience on Zhang Chen's face and hurriedly urged from the side. All right, I shall commence right away. Qian Jinyu began to extract supplies one by one. As the custodian of these provisions, he had gathered all the fragments of storage rings acquired from vanquished zombies within the camp. This consolidation was intended to facilitate Qian Jinyu's upgrade of his storage ring. Consequently, his ring boasted a high tier, allowing it to accommodate a plethora of items, effectively rendering him a mobile repository. A key asset of the camp. Boxes upon boxes of instant noodles, frozen delicacies, snacks, condiments, clothing, tobacco, alcohol, beverages. The various supplies piled high like a miniature mountain, nearly filling half the narrow alleyway. Since the instant noodles were an odd number, we took an extra bag, compensating Mr. Zhang with an additional bag of vermicelli. Likewise, the beverages were also odd, prompting us to take an extra bottle of white liquor, thus providing Mr. Zhang with a bottle of red wine. Essentially, it was as such. Mr. Zhang may conduct a count. Qian Jinyu pouted, expressing his displeasure. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I was previously a mid-level accountant with a decade of experience. You need not worry at all about my professional integrity. Our camp operates on principles of sincerity. Moreover, you are well aware of our camp's location. I would never deceive you. Zhang Hao stated solemnly. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Zhang Chen nodded, waving his hand to absorb all the supplies into his storage space. He then began to harvest the bodies of the neon people. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the energy crystal, 350/70, mutated fertilizer, 3265, clean fabric, 1233, canned luncheon meat, 12, self-heating hot pot noodles, 33, sake, 43, unknown vibrating object, 12, work attire, 3, nurse uniform, 1, handcuffs, 3, whips, 3, waterbeds, 3, strange wooden horse, 1, sharp samurai swords, 7, dagger, 1, sharp samurai sword blueprint, 1, ability enhancement potion blueprint, 1, ability enhancement potion, 15, recon drone, 3, off-road vehicle key, 1, universal hotel access card for couples, 1, storage ring fragments, 275, another bountiful harvest, upgrade progress, 1212-802, storage ring upgrade progress, storage ring fragments, 275-200, energy crystal, 1212-100. The storage ring meets the upgrade criteria. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, no, yes, ding, you have lost, storage ring fragments, 200, energy crystal, 100. Congratulations, your storage ring has upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Storage capacity has expanded from 48 to 72 slots. Vehicle storage space has increased from 1 slot to 2 slots. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5 requires storage ring fragments 500. Energy crystals 1000. Note: a level 5 storage ring unlocks the building storage, allowing for the storage of constructions. 2 vehicles can now be stored. Zhang Chen turned and walked to the end of the alley, hopped into the off-road vehicle driven by the neon person, and sped away. Watching Zhang Chen's retreating figure, Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhang Hao, Boss, are we really letting this kid go? We are but 8 in number. We have allowed this fellow to take away half of the supplies we painstakingly gathered at the cost of a brother's sacrifice. I can't shake off this feeling of discontent. Enough! Zhang Hao suddenly spoke sharply, startling everyone. Within the camp, He had always maintained a genteel demeanor and had never exhibited such a temper. Qian Jinyu trembled at the outburst, puzzled by Zhang Hao's ire. After a moment, Zhang Hao sighed and spoke earnestly. It is only because we are a few close brothers present that you may voice such sentiments. Such words must never be uttered again. If this reaches the ears of the esteemed Zhang Chen, our camp could be razed to the ground. Though Zhang Hao's words were delivered calmly, the shock they imparted upon the others was akin to a boulder dropped into a placid lake. Everyone understood Zhang Hao's character. He was a man of his word, never prone to boastfulness or alarmism. His ability to utter such words indicated that Zhang Chen possessed genuine might. Furthermore, he had saved us. An undeniable fact, Zhang Hao continued slowly. Qian Jinyu glanced at the two audacious youths who had accompanied Zhang Hao, their faces now ashen, seemingly still reeling from the earlier shock. What had transpired? Who exactly was Zhang Chen? That he evoked such terror? Chapter 54. The gradually appearing foreigners Zhang Chen returned to the vicinity of the heavy truck, gently reaching out to touch it, promptly retracting it into his storage ring. The slots for vehicles in the storage ring were now filled, one for the heavy truck and another for the armored mech. He then drove the off-road vehicle, humming a tune, back to the exterior of Building 8 in the residential complex. Pang, upon seeing Zhang Chen's return, could no longer contain his excitement, his tail wagging like a fan as he rushed over, leaping into Zhang Chen's embrace with fervor and showering him with enthusiastic licks. "Missed me, did you? Did anyone come by today?" Zhang Chen inquired. Pang, of course, could not speak and did not comprehend such intricate questions, continuing to joyfully nuzzle against Zhang Chen. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Chen noticed that the food bowl had been emptied. The wall remained intact, and the crops he had planted were thriving. However, a few dark piles had appeared in the corner. Approaching for a closer inspection, he was met with the prompt, "Mutated beast excrement? Usable as fertilizer? Slightly less effective than mutated fertilizer." Hiss! This is certainly unnecessary. Zhang Chen covered it with some soil. The courtyard remained unscathed, with no signs of anyone having scaled the walls, indicating that the surviving population still hesitated to venture out in search of food. Furthermore, even if they dared to search, they instinctively gravitated towards commercial areas. Rarely would anyone venture into residential districts. After all, the commercial district is replete with restaurants and supermarkets, abundant in supplies, while residential areas are fortified with unit doors and anti-theft measures. Making entry difficult, the narrow corridors pose significant risks should one encounter a zombie. Thus, residential areas are not the primary choice for survivors. As twilight approached, Zhang Chen took Pang back inside the building. Locking the unit door behind them, he first descended to inspect the state of the diesel generator. Since electricity was seldom used during the day and only briefly before sleep at night, diesel consumption had been minimal. At this rate, a single barrel of oil would last quite a while. Only then did Zhang Chen return to his room. Pang was particularly joyful upon entering, darting about on the floor, occasionally glancing at Zhang Chen as if fearful he might vanish. Zhang Chen closed the electric curtains, turned on the lights, and then accessed the chat channel to review the day's trading status and messages. "Zhao Siya, Brother Chen, today was a fruitful harvest. I sold several tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and tables separately. I also sold quite a few bows and arrows. Just as you mentioned, the demand for arrows has surged. I've sold out completely. How about you, Brother Chen? Was your day smooth? Just now, I heard the loud sound of car brakes, as if someone had entered the school playground. I saw zombies rushing in like a tidal wave. I am grateful to this person. The number of zombies around me has significantly decreased, and I took down over 10 zombies this afternoon. Hee, impressive, right? Brother Chen, you haven't spoken all day. Are you all right? It's already afternoon?" And I spotted a few black individuals in the campus, heading towards the dormitories. I thought this world was solely inhabited by us Dragon Kingdom folks, yet there are foreigners as well. However, these individuals were up to no good. Attempting to lift the skirt of a deceased zombie. Truly perverse. Brother Chen, are you all right? You haven't replied to my messages all day. Ugh, I shouldn't have spoken so ominously. Brother Chen is certainly fine. Brother Chen, please reply when you see this message. Zhang Chen read through the lengthy messages, spanning from morning to afternoon, with the last one arriving 20 minutes ago. "I'm here, just got home," Zhang Chen replied. "Brother Chen, you're back." A swift response. Zhao Siya must be constantly monitoring the trading and private chat channels, responding immediately upon seeing Zhang Chen's message. Is everything safe on your end? Zhang Chen inquired. Quite well. No one knows I am in the security room. The surrounding zombies have diminished significantly, she replied. If the number of zombies continues to decrease in the coming days, I shall be able to sneak into the convenience store across the street. This way, I can sustain myself without relying on you for food. Food is so scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. I truly feel indebted to you. Zhao Xia expressed somewhat bashfully. Oh, by the way, I'll trade the resources from today with you. Following her words, Zhao Xia sent a trading request. Please send over the harvest from today's trade. Most of it consists of food, water, and energy crystals. In total, there are 122 energy crystals. This is the most abundant and also the most precious resource in this transaction. With one crystal, one can acquire a cheap longbow, and by adding arrows made from readily available wood, one could easily exchange them for goods worth several times their value. It's as if one is simply picking up money. However, Zhang Chen has discovered a more efficient method for collecting crystals. Thus, while ordinary individuals may perceive these 122 crystals as a windfall of immense proportions, to Zhang Chen, they are merely of average significance. Well, you've worked hard. Here is your remuneration for today. Zhang Chen handed over a sausage, a box of instant noodles that had been steeped in hot water, and a bottle of carbonated drink as part of the trade. Instant noodles that are already steeped? And still steaming hot. Oh, how delightful! Zhao Xia gazed at the bowl of steaming noodles, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Well, I had instant noodles for dinner as well. A kettle of boiling water is perfect for steeping 2 bowls. It would be such a pity to let the remaining hot water cool down, especially since there's a power outage now. Hot water is a precious resource that must not go to waste. So, I conveniently made you a bowl, considering it a commission for today's sales, Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. You are truly kind, Zhao Xia replied. Her face flushed as she enjoyed the warm soup, while the young lady indulged in her noodles. Zhang Chen redirected his attention to the regional chat channel. Logically, today he encountered a neon gene, while Zhao Xia met a black person. Such occurrences are certainly not isolated incidents. They indicate that, after a few days in this apocalyptic world, survivors are gradually adapting to the harsh realities of survival. They have begun to scavenge for resources. It seems that foreigners have already infiltrated the territory of Longhua. There must be reactions in the chat channel. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Chen opened the regional chat channel, he was met with a flurry of insults. Chapter 55. Licking sigh, the people of Longhua truly lack compassion. I ask for a bit of food and water. Yet no one is willing to help. It's rather disheartening. I just received a message from a friend who said he has arrived in the Neon Gene territory and urged me to join him. He claims that the Neon Gene are incredibly hospitable. As soon as one arrives there, free food, water, and comfortable beds await. There's no need to face the risks of zombies. They have dedicated teams responsible for gathering food. Today, I saw a group of Neon Gene collaborating outside a large supermarket, with some on guard duty and others counting supplies. They even rescued a woman along the way. What a commendable spirit the Neon Gene possess. An individual named Wu Jingri proclaimed with a sense of superiority. His statement was met with a wave of ridicule. Someone immediately posted a series of photos showing precisely the scene Wu Jingri had just described. Look, are these not the people? Yes, these are indeed the Neon Gene. Did you see it as well? Everyone, take a look. This is the evidence. You need not doubt it. The people of Longhua simply lack unity, and there's no denying that. Wu Jingri declared triumphantly. At that moment, Zhang Hao stepped forward and said, Excuse me, the individuals in this photograph are me. I am a native of Longhua. Moreover, I have never held a favorable impression of the Neon Gene. What happened today has only solidified that notion. Since the avatars of the individuals speaking in the chat channel are their three-dimensional representations, everyone quickly recognized that the person in the photograph was indeed Zhang Hao. With the subject himself refuting the claims, the crowd began to jeer. Haha, what a grand misstep for the Neon Gene. This is utterly embarrassing. The slap in the face came too swiftly. Haha, the person in the photo has personally spoken out. Upon hearing the name Wu Jingri, it was clear he was no upstanding individual, shamelessly flattering the Neon Gene. How could he use our Longhua survivors' collaborative photo to validate the unity of the Neon Gene? This must be an image of our allies. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard I could cry. Wu Jingri's face flushed with embarrassment as he continued. Perhaps I mistook this photograph, but the Neon Gene are very polite and courteous. Joining their camp would certainly pose no problem. They harbor no racial prejudices and treat us with the same warmth they extend to their own. My friend is living quite well there. I plan to join him in a few days. Let you sour grapes lament the grapes you cannot reach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he retorted. The politeness of the Neonjin is nothing more than a fade. It is all superficial. I suspect that when you go there, you will merely be their fat sheep. You think you can receive food, water, and shelter without lifting a finger. One could easily surmise that such good fortune has never existed even in peaceful times. Now, in this apocalyptic era where resources are so scarce, would the Neonjin support idle individuals? Allow me to share the reality I encountered today. The woman I saved was a Neonjin, and my team nearly fell victim to her treachery. Zhang Hao's words immediately sparked a wave of astonishment. What? Zhang Hao nearly met his demise. Indeed, not a single Neonjin is trustworthy. No way. Zhang Hao is strong and robust. The photograph depicted 7 burly men, all armed with longbows and daggers, a truly elite force, decked out in top-tier gear. How could they almost be annihilated? Are the Neonjin leveling up that rapidly? It seems I must also strive harder. Zhang Hao continued with a bittersweet smile. I too believe that our strength was formidable, having eradicated hundreds of zombies in a large supermarket. Yet, I was blindsided. The most malevolent force in this world is not the zombies, but the human heart. The Nihonjin's strength is on par with ours, but their cunning far exceeds our imagination. He briefly recounted the entire incident and continued. In summary, these Neonjin employed the art of seduction to ensnare us, resorting to the despicable tactic of hostage-taking. Their goal was to annihilate us and seize our supplies. This is what some refer to as friendliness and warmth. Had it not been for a formidable individual who single-handedly defeated 8 Neonjin warriors, I fear I would no longer be able to speak in this channel. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me a big shot. I am but an ordinary person. In the presence of that formidable individual, I am nothing. With these words, another uproar ensued. The Neonjin actually turned against us Longwa people. Damn it, we should unite and deal with them. Wasn't it said that there are black individuals around as well? Perhaps there are Westerners lurking about. None of them are trustworthy. We must remain vigilant. Yes, Zhang Hao, where is your camp? We shall seek refuge there to bolster our ranks. One individual single-handedly slaying 8 Neonjin warriors? How incredibly impressive! Does such a revered figure truly exist to inspire such admiration in Zhang Hao? Our Longwa people are truly exceptional. How could those lowly beings comprehend? This is the genuine situation. Wu Jingri, that freeloading fiend, criticizes Zhang Hao's camp for requiring work to obtain food, yet he scuttles off to lick the boots of the Neonjin. This is simply mind-boggling. Wow, what a vivid description by the person above. I suddenly feel no hunger. Zhang Chen smiled faintly upon noticing that Zhang Hao did not reveal his name. It seems that Zhang Hao, capable of leading a survivor camp, possesses a modicum of discernment. He understands that one cannot speak indiscriminately without permission. Who would have thought that even in this apocalypse, there are still individuals mindlessly worshipping foreign lands, believing that the moon is rounder abroad? Some even cling to the notion of falling pies from the sky. What a peculiar character! With this thought, Zhang Chen recalled Zhao Xie's mention of the black individuals. With Zhao Xie in the security room, Zhang Chen felt a sudden sense of unease. After all, tomorrow he would be clearing out zombies and opening a level 3 supply box. He might as well eliminate those perverts and interrogate them about the surrounding situation. Who knows which tribe these black individuals belong to, whether they are from the Huizhou tribe or a faction of Westerners. It is imperative to ascertain the surrounding circumstances before proceeding with further actions. In this apocalypse, survival is of utmost priority. Zhang Chen had no intention of resorting to active robbery or pillaging. Yet, he would not passively wait for potential enemies to harm him. Threats must be eradicated in their infancy. Zhang Chen continued to glance through the chat messages for a while, finding nothing of value. The remainder consisted either of advertisements for trades or continued insults from earlier, utterly devoid of substance. A quiet night passed. Chapter 56. The nightmare established the next day. As soon as Zhang Chen awoke, the system promptly displayed a message. Day 5 of the game. The camp system has been activated. Subsequently, a point of light illuminated on the interface. Previously devoid of any options, a camp selection had now appeared. Zhang Chen clicked on the camp. Ding. You have not yet joined any camp. Ding. This function has just been activated. and no valid camp information has been found at this time. Would you like to create your own camp? Zhang Chen clicked yes. Please select the type of camp to establish. 1. Shelter. It must possess at least one secure room, with a maximum survivor capacity of 10 individuals. Establishment requires the consumption of food and drinking water equivalent to 10 population units per week. It can later be upgraded to transform into a camp. 2. Survivor camp. It must have at least 20 rooms or an equivalent secure area of the same size, with a maximum survivor capacity of 100 individuals. As the camp level increases, the population capacity will also rise, leading to the emergence of various positions and corresponding bonuses. Establishment requires the consumption of food and drinking water equivalent to 100 population units per month, along with energy crystals. 100. Upgrades can be chosen from production camp, raiding camp, collecting camp, and comprehensive camp. 3. Mysterious organization. The creator must be ranked among the top 1,000 in the current game progression, and members must have a combat power minimum requirement within the top 1 million. These conditions will proportionately change with the total number of survivors. Organization members are eternally loyal to the leader and shall never betray. Unless expelled from the organization, members can join any camp. Concealing their organizational identity, the leader can teleport to any member's side, with a cooldown period. The leader's status is exceedingly exalted, allowing them to have their own subordinates, who will never betray and are utterly obedient. Establishment requires the consumption of 1,000 energy crystals. The quantity of crystals will increase over time. Zhang Chen glanced around, finding the choices rather unnecessary. The outcome was evident. Rather than establishing a camp with an unwieldy population and varying survivor levels, it would be far better to pursue an elite route, creating a formidable organization capable of wielding power in a post-apocalyptic world. I choose to establish the organization. This function and effect are undoubtedly the most powerful. Moreover, the consumption of energy crystals will increase over time, meaning that establishing it now incurs the least cost. After all, Zhang Chen would soon be engaging in combat with his armored mech, thus he need not take direct action for the time being. He could upgrade his strength after exterminating the zombie horde. Click. Establish the organization. Ding. Your strength has been detected to be within the top 1,000 of the world. You meet the conditions for organization founder. Ding. Sufficient energy crystals detected. You may establish the organization. Ding. You have lost energy crystals. 1,000. The new organization has been established. Please name your organization. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Chen entered Dream Nightmare. The reason for the separating Dream and Nightmare is that Dream represents those who comply and support him, working together towards the goal of becoming the strongest in the apocalypse, capable of surviving with ease. Conversely, for his enemies or those who provoke him, they shall be met with nothing but endless nightmares. This reflects a distinctly clear sentiment of love and hate. Ding. Please select the emblem for the Dream Nightmare organization. A plethora of various emblems appeared below. Since only the top 100 strongest individuals in the world can establish an organization, there happened to be exactly 100 emblems. The first to establish gets to choose first. Subsequent founders will have to settle for what remains. Zhang Chen briefly browsed through the options. These emblems clearly exhibited distinct masculine and feminine traits, along with totems from various Eastern and Western mythologies. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen chose the dragon totem from the Dragon Kingdom as his emblem. In the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon is the most revered mythical beast, the emblem of kings. Since I get to choose first, I shall not hold back. Ding. Organization emblem selection complete. Clang. Congratulations. The Dream Nightmare organization has been established. You are both the founder and the first leader of the organization. Please recruit your members promptly. Zhang Chen examined the organization's operation interface, which was quite similar to a game guild interface. It displayed member recruitment conditions, organizational missions, and the organization attire. The organizational attire could be a cloak, ordinary clothing, or armor, adorned with the prominent organizational emblem. Currently, this section was blank. The organization cannot be upgraded, but it can provide bonuses to members through the collection of special crystals from mutated creatures. In the crystal sacrifice option, there are 7 slots available. This means that up to 7 special crystals can be placed here simultaneously. Special crystals? Zhang Chen scratched his head. He had yet to encounter what a special crystal was. He tried placing an energy crystal, but it wouldn't fit. Hiss. It likely requires defeating more formidable monsters. More formidable monsters? Zhang Chen suddenly thought of the mutated Type 3 zombies, the giant tanks, at the Tianyang University playground. Let's go. Zhang Chen accelerated the growth of all the meat potatoes in the yard using growth fertilizer. He harvested another 380 meat potatoes, each weighing over a pound and incredibly elastic. These items not only taste like meat, but also feel like meat. Each meat potato produces 10 seeds. Thus, Zhang Chen also harvested 500 meat potato seeds. This is incredible. Farming not only provides sustenance, but can lead to riches, due to limited space in the yard. Zhang Chen planted another 50 meat potatoes and entrusted them to Erpeo to guard the premises. After a day of practice, Erpeo seemed to have developed a fondness for this role. Perhaps wolves and dogs share a common ancestry. Both enjoying the task of guarding territory, woof, Erpeo barked at Zhang Chen, wagging its tail. The meaning seemed to convey, Master, rest assured, I shall guard the home. What a considerate little fellow. Zhang Chen prepared 2 large bowls of growth fertilizer and placed them in Erpeo's food bowl. Yesterday, he had only used mutated fertilizer, but upon returning, he found the bowl completely empty. It seemed Erpeo had thoroughly licked it clean. It must have been quite hungry, so Zhang Chen increased the amount. Attracted by the scent of growth fertilizer, Erpeo watched as Zhang Chen climbed into the off-road vehicle, disappearing behind the buildings. Only then did it joyfully plunge its face into the food bowl, devouring the contents. With each bite of growth fertilizer, Erpeo's physique appeared to become even more robust. Chapter 57. Hell's killing god, are you there? Zhang Chen proactively messaged Zhao Xie. Yes, he. Good morning, Changgo. Why are you contacting me during the day? Don't you need to go out and gather supplies? Zhao Xie had set reminders for Zhang Chen's messages. Due to her selling goods, she had gone to bed later than Zhang Chen. At that moment, she was awakened from her slumber by the notification sound. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's message, she quickly gathered her spirits to respond. Yes, I will be gathering supplies at Tianyang University today. And I plan to interrogate those few black individuals. So, it might be a bit noisy on your end during the day. No matter what sounds you hear, do not leave the security room. Understood. If there's an urgent matter, feel free to message me privately. I will enable your private message notifications shortly. Zhang Chen replied. Yes, understood. I will obediently listen. I will not cause trouble for you. Cheng Ge, are you planning to open a level 3 supply box? Be careful. There are tall zombies in that area. If you need help distracting the zombies, just call on me, and I can help draw their attention, Zhao Xie earnestly reminded. Yes, understood, Zhang Chen replied, choosing not to elaborate further. If it were ordinary zombies requiring diversion, Zhao Xie would undoubtedly be competent. However, the area was currently swarming with mutated Type 2 and Type 3 zombies. Even survivors at the peak of human physical capabilities would struggle to survive among such monstrous foes. Let alone Zhao Xie. Moreover, when Zhao Xie first encountered a mutated Type 2 zombie, she had appeared utterly despondent. Her intentions were commendable, but this task far exceeded her capabilities. Zhang Chen did not wish to dampen the young lady's enthusiasm, so he merely responded perfunctorily before closing the dialogue box. The off-road vehicle followed the same route as yesterday, quickly arriving at the street directly opposite Tianyang University. Previously, the zombies on this street had been cleared by Zhang Chen, but now they were densely packed once again, resembling the throngs of people on a busy commercial street during a holiday. In the distance, a few crawlers could be seen scuttling amidst the horde. At the entrance of the mall that had previously concealed a level 2 supply box, a massive accumulation of zombies had gathered, stacked upon one another like a small mountain. It was unclear what had transpired. Here we go, let us begin and warm up first. Zhang Chen parked the off-road vehicle by the roadside. He stepped out to stretch his limbs, then wielded his tang knife, since acquiring the skill of energy strike. The opportunities for using the blast shield had diminished. The skill requires activation from the palm, and wielding a shield would greatly diminish his capabilities. Moreover, with the basic energy armor now equipped, the blast shield could take its leave. Zhang Chen lightly leaped back onto the bus roof where he had previously dispatched the zombie horde. The ammunition for the armored mech was limited, and utilizing it here would be somewhat wasteful. Furthermore, the road was narrow, and at the end lay the old lair of the zombies at Tianyang University. Thus, it was not suitable for repeatedly crushing them with a heavy truck. It was better to manually clear out some zombies first to warm up. With this thought in mind, he drew his handgun and fired a shot at the distant crawler. Bang! The bullet struck the crawler's thigh. However, for such a tough-skinned and muscular creature, this amount of damage was utterly ineffective. Conversely, A tremendous gunshot reverberated through the clusters of buildings lining the street, startling the entire horde of zombies. Hiss, howl, roar. Almost simultaneously, every zombie turned its head in unison towards Zhang Chen's direction. Occasionally, a distant zombie would also pivot its head towards the source of the echo. Following this, a cacophony of terrifying wails erupted. The zombies surged towards Zhang Chen like a relentless tide. The zombies in the distance bizarrely sprinted towards the direction of the echo for a while, only to realize that something was amiss. They then joined the main throng, screeching as they charged forward. In a wonder a horde could form. It turns out zombies also exhibit a herd mentality. Zhang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, then swung his blade to sever the heads of the first wave of approaching zombies with ease. With little effort, howl of the zombies crashed against the bus in wave after wave. Relentless as the ocean, the piled-up corpses even created a makeshift human ramp around the bus. The subsequent zombies simply crawled up this slope. Zhang Chen, indifferent and composed, wielded his tang knife with casual grace, effortlessly slicing each advancing zombie in half. The bodies accumulated on either side of the bus, rising higher and higher. Zombies from all directions began to converge upon Zhang Chen. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked the sky above him. A crawler tilted its head, revealing a grotesque smile as it gazed at Zhang Chen. Its sharp claws descended menacingly. A sneak attack? Is this all? Zhang Chen countered with ferocity. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself into the air. Grasping the crawler's left hand with his left, he drove his tang knife horizontally, cleaving its spine in two. Simultaneously, the crawler's right claw grazed Zhang Chen's chest. Yet, at the very moment the claw brushed against his clothing, an energy armor enveloped his entire body. The claw scraped against the armor, leaving merely a white mark. Subsequently, the crawler plummeted to its doom. During its descent, Zhang Chen raised his left hand, obliterating the stationary crawler below into a mushy pulp. Then, with a fierce stomp on the head of a nearby zombie, he crushed its cervical vertebrae. In that moment, Zhang Chen resembled a martial arts hero with lightness of foot, leaping high into the air, then delivering a powerful downward strike, pinning the third crawler firmly to the ground. With the three crawlers dispatched, only the ordinary zombies remained. Although numerous, these zombies wielded nothing more than their fingernails and teeth. Such feeble attacks posed no threat to the energy armor. With no concern for injury, Zhang Chen found combat to be significantly easier. This was undoubtedly a crushing victory. He charged into the throng of zombies, effortlessly shattering their skulls with each punch, sending them flying 3 to 4 meters away. A powerful kick sent several zombies soaring before they crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen surged forward, delivering swift, finishing blows. His demeanor mirrored that of a player in a hack-and-slash game. Countless zombies were sent flying, shredded, and dispatched as if they were mere toys. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. Zhang Chen appeared as a harbinger of death, a god of slaughter from the depths of hell. Chapter 58. Full firepower. After more than an hour of fierce combat, Zhang Chen finally cleared the street of zombies. Blood had stained the energy armor a deep crimson, yet it seemed the armor could absorb the blood. Before long, the blood on its surface gradually seeped into the armor. Once the battle ceased, the energy armor reverted to the form of a bracelet. Collecting. Congratulations, you have acquired energy crystals 450-90, accelerating fertilizer 3, mutated fertilizer 2112, clean fabric 943, storage ring fragments 17, assault rifles 11, fragmentation grenades 33, rifle bullets 3217, military daggers 8, bloodied keys 63, car keys 22, walkie-talkies 15, leather notebooks 1, medicine boxes 3, antibiotics 30, tough leather 3, evolver blood 3, sharp claws 6, shelter guidance maps 1, strange-shaped keys 1. The other items were self-explanatory. However, what on earth is this strange-shaped key? Zhang Chen examined it closely. In truth, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary key. What was so peculiar about it? At that moment, a prompt appeared once again. Congratulations, this key can unlock the weapon cache at Tianyang University Shelter. Welcome to the era of firearms. A key that unlocks the weapon cache at Tianyang University? This is fantastic. Firearms are utterly overwhelming against these ordinary zombies. although Zhang Chen currently overwhelmed ordinary zombies as well. Using guns would be far less laborious. In times of lesser strength, he had refrained from using firearms recklessly. After all, gunshots could attract hordes of zombies. Without the immunity serum and proper protection, facing numerous zombies simultaneously posed a grave risk. One misstep could lead to a fatal scratch. Yet now, the situation was different. Ordinary zombies could not inflict harm on him at all. In such circumstances, firearms became divine instruments. Not only could they eliminate hordes of zombies from a distance, but they also conserved energy. The previous drawback of gunfire drawing zombies now transformed into an advantage, automatically attracting and annihilating zombies. What could be more exhilarating? Zhang Chen retrieved the skill, sharpshooter, from his storage space and activated it. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flooded into his brain and muscles. Zhang Chen pulled out an assault rifle, skillfully replaced the magazine, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot into the distance. Ding! A hollow punctured the center of a donut image on a billboard 100 meters away. He shot purely by instinct, even hitting a static target without needing to aim. This was delightful. Zhang Chen stored all collected items in his storage ring. A fierce battle loomed ahead. He popped open a bottle of carbonated beverage and drank deeply. Refreshing. Time to get to work. He slowly approached the entrance of Tianyang University, casually summoning his armored mech. Climbing aboard the mech, he prepared for battle. First, he launched a rocket to stir the pot, observing the throng of zombies in the distance. Zhang Chen gently pressed the launch button. Whoosh, a rocket, trailing a wisp of white smoke, shot straight into the horde. Boom. The thunderous sound echoed nearby, deafening. Even the glass in the teaching building trembled slightly from the immense noise. Subsequently, a massive fireball erupted, sending dismembered limbs and flesh soaring into the air, reaching heights of 2 or 3 stories. The ground, once densely populated with zombies, was instantly transformed into a crater about 5 meters in diameter. Goodness, the power of this rocket is beyond my expectations. This force is astonishing. With such an asset at his disposal, these zombies ahead were merely an appetizer. However, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of concern. With such devastating destructive power, would the energy crystals still be collectible after obliterating the zombies? With a thought, the prompt reappeared. Energy crystals cannot be destroyed. As long as you collect from the zombie corpses, you can obtain them. Mutated fertilizer will be destroyed at high temperatures, but the flesh can still be processed into mutated fertilizer. Most personal items of zombies will be destroyed in intense battles. Please take caution. Zhang Chen nodded at the prompt. As long as the energy crystals remain, that is what truly matters. This is the key factor. Everything else is secondary, especially the last note. Zhang Chen had already learned this lesson while crushing zombies with a heavy truck. Even a massive truck could reduce a zombie's possessions to mere pulp point. One could only imagine the fate of zombies under artillery fire. Howl, cackle, gurgle, roar. The recent rocket successfully drew the attention of all the zombies. Zhang Chen, the sole living being at Tianyang University, instantly became the target of their wrath. Giants, crawlers, and poison-birthing creatures all took notice of Zhang Chen, shrieking as they charged towards him. The giant's massive form rivaled that of the armored mech. Each of its strides spanned 2 to 3 meters, either kicking zombies aside or crushing them underfoot, exuding an aura of unstoppable force. The crawlers, resembling insects, numbered at least a dozen, all drawn from the teaching buildings, rooftops, and small gardens. Goa! The poison-birthing creature made the first move. A glob of corrosive liquid, teeming with poison bugs, flew towards Zhang Chen. He deftly sidestepped, perfectly evading the spray. First, I must deal with you, long-haired fiend. Zhang Chen maneuvered the armored mech, retreating while activating the 12.7mm high-velocity heavy machine gun. The lower arms wielded alloy combat knives and a shield, while the upper arms aimed and fired automatically. Heavy weaponry was secured in the mech's back-mounted slot. Let us see how you like this rocket. Whoosh! Another rocket launched, with a resounding boom. It struck the poison-birthing creature directly. The splattered corrosive liquid instantly dissolved the nearby zombies within a radius of several meters, leaving them as charred remains, sizzling and emitting wisps of green smoke. Oh, this is simply a moving biochemical bomb. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun unleashed a hail of bullets, automatically identifying and precisely targeting the zombies' heads. A scene unfolded where zombies were mercilessly decimated, their heads exploding in a gory spectacle. Crimson blossoms erupted across the playground. These undead creatures displayed neither fear nor the instinct to evade. As wave after wave of zombies were obliterated, they continued their relentless charge forward. Chapter 59. Trouble for the armed mech. Although Zhang Chen's armed mech boasted formidable firepower, it was insufficient to withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies. With the sound of explosions echoing, the zombies that had previously hidden within the school building surged forth. In an instant, the number of zombies on the playground not only failed to diminish but, rather, increased. .2 heavy machine guns were utterly inadequate to fend off such an extensive horde. As one zombie fell, 3 or 4 more trampled over its corpse to advance. Observing the encroaching mass of zombies, Zhang Chen leapt backward, activating his rocket thrusters mid-air. He soared over 100 meters before gently descending. Simultaneously, several rockets were launched. One explosion sent a crawling zombie and over 20 surrounding zombies flying. Another rocket struck a colossal tank. With a thunderous roar, the crawling zombie was hurled into the air. Losing an arm, the ordinary zombies, mere flesh and blood, were utterly powerless against the might of a rocket, disintegrating into minuscule pieces. However, the rocket that hit the colossal tank merely left a charred mark on its chest. As the smoke cleared, the tank's charge was momentarily hindered, yet it soon resumed its monstrous advance. It appeared that this giant tank's strength far surpassed that of the crawling zombies. The fact that a single rocket could not incapacitate it left Zhang Chen pondering. This creature is incredibly resilient. One must destroy over 30 of its mass to truly eliminate it. Destroying 30 of its mass? Zhang Chen gasped in disbelief. This creature resembled an unkillable cockroach. It was indeed wise to engage in battle with an armed mech. While contemplating his combat strategy, the tide of zombies surged forward another several meters. At this point, the faster crawling zombies had already reached the front lines, followed by the colossal tank and then the ordinary zombies. Flooding in like a relentless wave, the armed mech stood firm like a rocky outcrop, bracing for the onslaught of the undead tide. In the regional chat channel, all participants were startled by the deafening explosions caused by the rockets. And messages flooded in. Holy crap, did you hear that? I think I just heard an explosion. I heard it too. It seemed to come from the direction of Tianyang University. Tianyang University again? Which fool would recklessly seek trouble with a horde of zombies? Isn't that a death wish? Whoa, I saw it. You won't believe what I witnessed. What? Another heavy truck. But heavy trucks can't explode. Soon, live footage began circulating in the chat channel. A formidable armed mech deftly dodged a glob of corrosive liquid before unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The zombies fell like harvested crops, wave after wave crashing down. This was akin to witnessing a sci-fi blockbuster. It was exhilarating. What in the world is this? Is it a Gundam? Such a war machine exists in this realm? This is an armed armor. You can click the image for annotations. Could this be the same person who drives the heavy truck? Incredible. Yet, it seemed that even a single armed mech was insufficient. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, look, that giant monster, and there's a long-haired female ghost? Goodness, with so many zombies, this is truly a hellish scenario. It was estimated that there were at least several thousand zombies, and each required a headshot to be slain. It was doubtful that one armed mech would possess enough ammunition. What else to fear? The mech can fly. If it can't fight, it can flee. And with so many energy crystals, it's a steal. I was drooling with envy at the sight of a heavy truck and an armed mech. Why must all the good fortune befall this one individual? By the way, I remember that this powerhouse's hands can emit light. This individual was far more formidable than what Zheng Hao had described yesterday, having slain 8 neon warriors. After all, humans cannot compete with mechs. It absurd that despite the advancement of armed mechs, they can still be overrun by zombies. This is a weakened version. After 30 days, some of the suppression will be lifted. Surely, you haven't forgotten. Ugh, that's a chilling thought. If it's this terrifying now, what will it be like in 30 days? The Wolfang camp is recruiting. All are welcome to apply enthusiastically. Zhang Chen remained oblivious to the fact that his entire combat experience was being broadcast live. Regardless of whether it was being streamed or not, he was entirely focused on confronting the colossal tank and the advancing horde. No more hesitation. It was time to unleash his full firepower. Zhang Chen swiftly maneuvered the mech, retracting the heavy machine gun and retrieving a weapon resembling a cannon over 2 meters long from his back. The rocket launchers on his shoulders ascended slowly. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rockets began an aerial bombardment over the approaching zombies. The explosive spectacle left onlookers in a daze. Indeed, if it were merely a standard outbreak of zombie virus, modern military firepower could undoubtedly sweep through the horde. Yet, the zombies before him were remnants of a weakened state. Otherwise, humanity would not be cowering in bunkers to survive. A scorching wave, mingled with bits of flesh and blood, swept through the area. The continuous explosions shattered all the glass lining the streets. Some zombies leapt through the shattered windows, crashing to the ground. The smoke billowed, obscuring visibility. Goodness, this is astonishing. Such firepower is simply breathtaking. This should take care of them, right? If we can clear the zombies from Tianyang University, we could move in. They have dormitories beds, far more comfortable than sleeping on concrete. Indeed, there's a cafeteria as well. They should have gas canisters. Finally, we can have something warm to eat. All credit goes to this magnificent hero. Truly remarkable. I wonder if that gigantic creature can be destroyed. It must be obliterated. Carbon-based life forms stand no chance against artillery. Just as the chat channel buzzed with excitement, a massive shadow emerged slowly from the smoke. It was the colossal tank. Multiple wounds marred its body, yet its fighting capacity appeared unscathed. What kind of monster is this, surviving such an onslaught? Is this truly the world in its weakened state? What chance do we have against such a creature? Even the crawling ones on the ground make us want to flee. It seemed the armed mech was in dire straits. A wave of anxiety washed over everyone for Zhang Chen. Chapter 60. The final confrontation with the colossal tank. Zhang Chen felt no surprise at the appearance of the colossal tank. After all, he had previously gauged its strength. This barrage of firepower was merely to clear the ordinary zombies and crawling ones, allowing him to focus on battling the tank. A ghastly screech echoed from the left. With lightning reflexes, Zhang Chen struck as the crawling zombie lunged at him. His alloy steel blade pierced its chest. With a swift pull, the creature's insides spilled onto the ground, torn asunder. The armed mech's might was truly astonishing. Zhang Chen shook off the viscera clinging to his mechanical arm and aimed the cannon at the colossal tank. Coldly pressing the trigger, the sound of electromagnetic charging resonated. As the pitch of the charging intensified, an electric blue light began to gather at the cannon's mouth. Zing! A powerful bolt of lightning shot forth, illuminating the street, the remnants of zombies, and everything in its path with a ghostly pallor. The lightning slithered through the air, striking the colossal tank directly. Countless sparks and currents erupted in an instant. Simultaneously, the tank's body acted as a conduit, sending shockwaves through the surrounding ordinary zombies, creating a chain reaction. Boom! The immense voltage sent the colossal tank flying, embedding its massive form into the school building. Debris and shards of glass cascaded to the ground. The surrounding zombies were instantly incinerated into charred remains. Even those fortunate enough to remain unburned would have their cerebral tissue obliterated by the overwhelming current. The ground was littered with fallen zombies. At that moment, the mech displayed electromagnetic cannon energy depleted. Unable to use again. It appeared this weapon had been employed numerous times prior. The shot just fired was its last. Zhang Chen casually discarded the electromagnetic cannon onto the ground. With 2 mechanical arms wielding cold weapons, the other 2 retrieved heavy machine guns once again. At this point, the ammunition reserve for the machine guns had dwindled to a mere 20. Not much left. Seizing the moment of weakness, Zhang Chen did not wait for the colossal tank to react. He propelled himself forward, activating the rocket thrusters. The armed mech lunged forward, the sharp and cold alloy steel blade plunging into the tank's body. Boom! The 2 massive entities collided with the school building at the same spot, the steel and concrete structure unable to withstand such a tremendous impact. With a resounding crash, a portion of the outer wall of the building crumbled, leading to the collapse of more than half of its structure, burying the giant mutant beneath a heap of rubble and debris. The armored mech hovered above the scattered fragments, the blade of its alloy steel knife slowly dripping with a brownish liquid. Have we done it? Zhang Chen fixated intently on every movement amidst the wreckage. The electromagnetic cannon, combined with his recent frenzy of slashing, should have obliterated about 30 of its bodily tissues. right? Suddenly, the rubble shifted. A piece of debris tumbled down, rolling away for quite a distance. Roar! With a furious bellow, fragments of rubble were sent flying. Countless shards battered against the armor, akin to a hailstorm, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. "It is still alive?" Zhang Chen instinctively darted to the left. The mech required a moment to accelerate from a standstill to high speed in midair. Just as the mech veered left, a wall reinforced with rebar hurtled towards him. Zhang Chen narrowly evaded this lethal strike. However, the rebar still grazed the upper left arm of the mech, sending sparks crackling in a shower. Observers in the chat channel gasped at the perilous scene. Goodness, that was too dangerous. The pilot of the mech exhibited remarkable foresight, dodging just in time. I was startled. I thought that monster had perished. If I were piloting the mech, I'd have likely been smacked in the face by that wall. What incredible anticipation, amazing. But honestly, that giant creature is terrifying. It endured rocket bombardments and electromagnetic artillery, and still lives. Now I understand how humanity might face extinction in this world. And this is just the initial state. I recall it was mentioned that the suppression would gradually lessen. So, the zombies we're currently facing are the weakest, most feeble beings? My heavens, if this is the weakest, what will happen when the suppression is lifted? The chat room echoed with lamentations. Before their eyes, Zhang Chen became their savior. Their pillar of hope. After all, human players have yet to reach the level of operating armored mechs. If Zhang Chen were to fall, despair would engulf them completely. Roar! The giant mutant slowly rose from the ruins. Its chest riddled with several gaping wounds, its body coated in cement dust. It appeared particularly disheveled. Yet, it was not dead. Truly a resilient creature. Zhang Chen cursed under his breath. Giant mutant body tissue damage, 25. The notification appeared without delay at Ha. So it's at the end of its rope? Can I not finish you off? Zhang Chen scoffed. The armored mech ascended several dozen meters higher into the air. With a clear target in sight, the missiles were expended, and bullets proved ineffective against such a behemoth. Thus, it would have to be hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Chen thrust the steel knife forward. The mech's entire body tilted in midair. Revving up the power, it dove straight towards the giant mutant. For any living being, such an attack would be difficult to execute effectively. After all, the distance provided ample opportunity for the opponent to flee or evade. The hit rate was abysmal. Yet, Zhang Chen was not confronting a living entity, but a colossal zombie that knew no fear. Indeed, as Zhang Chen launched his thunderous strike from above, the giant mutant not only failed to evade but roared defiantly, preparing to stand its ground and engage in a fierce battle with Zhang Chen. The giant mutant was indeed a formidable foe, but alas, it lacked intelligence, a critical flaw. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's lips. He then maximized the thrust of the rocket boosters. Utilizing the acceleration from free fall, the speed of the armored mech swiftly exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The velocity continued to escalate. Bang! The armored mech collided violently with the giant mutant, sending debris flying in all directions. The tremendous force kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring all visibility. What just happened? Goodness, I couldn't see anything. What transpired just now? Did the armored mech collide with the giant mutant? This is exceedingly perilous. I hope the pilot is all right. Zombies should be dispatched by aiming for the head, right? Why is he not targeting the giant mutant's head? This individual clearly knows nothing. TSK. Up above, someone scoffed. Why don't you take action yourself? Amidst the clamor, a massive silhouette emerged from the enveloping smoke. Slowly moving outward, moments later, the giant mutant's distinctive gray-brown skin was illuminated under the sunlight. Chapter 61. Dragon Nation Squad no way? It's the giant mutant? It survived such a powerful blow. This is incredibly troublesome. I told you, to kill zombies, one must aim for the head. Clearly, the pilot of this armored mech lacks experience. Such a splendid mech wasted. If it were me, I would have triumphed in an instant. Silence. Dare you reveal your own skill level? How many zombies have you slain to boast so? The mech pilot I witnessed has killed thousands of zombies. What have you contributed? Bragging. The chat channel was on the verge of an uproar. Many were filled with despair. It's over. If even the armored mech cannot defeat the giant mutant, do the rest of us have any chance of survival? In the video, A gentle breeze swept through. The dust on the playground gradually dispersed, allowing the crowd to finally see clearly. Indeed, the giant mutant S-body was present, but it was not walking out on its own. Instead, it was being lifted aloft by the armored mech. Both were nearly of equal size, with the giant mutant almost completely obscuring the mech. The mech's four arms gripped the giant mutant S-corpse tightly, then effortlessly tossed it aside. We won. We triumphed. The audience in the chat channel erupted in jubilant cheers, each person celebrating. The giant mutant was arguably the strongest entity at this stage. Within less than a week of the apocalypse, someone had conquered the mightiest zombie. This left people astonished yet filled with renewed hope for survival. That person who claimed one must aim for the head of a zombie should come forward and be reprimanded. Look, the giant mutant S-head remains intact, yet it still perished. The armored mech pilot dared to confront the giant mutant head-on, signifying an understanding of the creature's weaknesses. You, mere spectators, what more can you do besides mock? I bet you'd only endanger yourself. Let us see you charge in and try to hack at the giant mutant's head, only to discover it's not a weakness at all. And you'd be dead before you knew it. Ha ha ha. The mech warrior is formidable. Zhang Chen waved the mechanical arm of the armored mech. At that moment, sparks were continuously erupting from the joints of the arm. The giant mutant was indeed a tough adversary. In that brief, electric moment of descent, the giant mutant had managed to precisely grip the upper arms of the mech. What incredible reflexes! Fortunately, that strike had definitively slain the giant mutant. Otherwise, with the armored mech in melee combat with the mutant, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Due to the excessive load, some circuits within the mech had burned out, emitting a noxious smell of charred rubber. The control panel indicated, energy nearly depleted, will shut down in 20 minutes. Zhang Chen pressed the exit button. The tempered glass canopy slowly opened, and he promptly leaped out, gasping for fresh air. The acrid stench of burnt rubber in the cockpit was overwhelming. At that moment, the live stream in the chat channel abruptly cut off. The broadcaster hurriedly stated, "Goodness, let us pause for a moment. I think I heard zombies nearby. I'll resume the stream once it's safe." Meanwhile, on the other side of the live stream, a group of black men hid around the corner of a dormitory building. They were also monitoring the playground's every move through the regional chat channel. The battle has concluded. It seems the armored mech has malfunctioned, smoke filling the cockpit. Indeed, and the pilot appears utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, likely on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha, foolish Dragon Nation people. Thank you for clearing the zombies from the playground for us. Now, all these energy crystal cores and other spoils belong to us. The black men chuckled sinisterly, then slowly emerged from the shadows. As they walked, they nonchalantly collected the corpses of the zombies around them, dispatching any that still clung to life with a swift strike. A bearded black man led the group, holding a dagger in hand. His goal was clear: eliminate Zhang Chen and seize the giant mutant's body before anyone else. Why bother with the corpses of ordinary zombies? They're merely average energy crystal cores. The resources from a powerful zombie like the giant mutant are surely far more abundant. How dare you touch my belongings? Zhang Chen also noticed these men. He slowly rose, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The air in the playground dropped several degrees. Your belongings? Once I kill you, all that you possess, including your resources, will belong to us. You are capable of operating armed mechs and eliminating such monstrous creatures. I can only imagine the trove of spoils you must possess. I am filled with anticipation. The leading man, a black individual, flashed a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. The others, witnessing Zhang Chen still on his feet, cautiously encircled him, fully aware of the peril they faced. Zhang Chen extended his right hand, and a gleaming Tang Dao materialized seemingly out of thin air. Among the group of black men before him, apart from one who had reached the pinnacle of human physicality, the rest were all robustly built. At this level, they would barely withstand a single strike. He thought to himself, exercising caution to spare a life, as he needed to extract information about their gathering place. Just then, a gunshot rang out, startling Zhang Chen before he could make a move. A bullet had struck the temple of the leading man with deadly precision, splattering blood everywhere. The large figure fell to the ground, propelled by the force of the bullet. Bang, bang, two more shots followed, each finding its mark with astonishing accuracy. causing 2 more individuals to collapse in swift succession. The remaining 2 black men, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned and fled, employing a serpentine escape. However, such a trajectory posed no challenge to the skilled marksman. Bang! Another shot echoed. The petite black man at the front fell to the ground, leaving only one remaining. Terrified, he dropped to his knees, hands clasped over his head. Bang! The final shot rang out. The shooter had no intention of leaving any survivors. Zhang Chen, unbeknownst to himself, had appeared beside the last black man, deflecting the bullet with his tang dao. He firmly pinned the man to the ground with his foot, rendering him immobile. The combat had concluded. It was then that a group of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms began to approach slowly from the side. Their attire was uniform, and their weaponry was sophisticated. The marksman who had taken down the black men was a long-legged woman with a stylish bob, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, a rarity among soldiers. She had emerged from a third-floor window of a classroom, gracefully leaping down to the ground without making a sound. Her prowess had evidently reached the limits of human capability. Chapter 62. What a coincidence! Zhang Chen, utilizing his eye of insight, surveyed the group of over a dozen individuals, astonished to discover that they were a mix of men and women, all having ascended to the pinnacle of human physicality. Some were even on the verge of awakening. Do not be alarmed. We are not your enemies. The leading man, approximately 1.85 meters tall with dark skin and a buzz cut, exuded an aura of masculinity and integrity. I am Zhao Longchuan, the leader of the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Team. These are the members of our unit. We were fortunate to have crossed over with our weapons and equipment. As soldiers, it is our duty to protect civilians from external threats. Though we now face an apocalyptic world, I refuse to relinquish my convictions. Since you possess the ability to control the situation, we can rest easy. We were merely meddling earlier. My apologies. Zhao Longchuan smiled as he looked at the subdued black man beneath Zhang Chen's foot. While he was deeply impressed by Zhang Chen's prowess, to have swiftly caught up with the fleeing black men and to have saved one from the precise sniper Zhang Chen's line of fire, such physicality and reflexes suggested he had long surpassed the limits of human capability. Entering the realm of the awakened, it was unfathomable that a civilian, without firearms, ammunition, teamwork, or professional combat training, could advance at a pace even faster than his elite special operations team. Truly, this was an extraordinary phenomenon. It was not truly meddling. I initially aimed to capture one black man for questioning. You have resolved the situation with the others, sparing me some trouble. Zhang Chen replied slowly, his gaze instinctively drifting to the numerous corpses of zombies strewn across the ground. 4 players in this apocalyptic game. This represented an enormous fortune. The playground was littered with nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies, alongside several mutated 2-type zombies, not to mention the formidable giant tank and level 3 supply crates. This was akin to a veritable treasure trove. Would the individuals before him remain indifferent? Zhao Longchuan seemed to perceive Zhang Chen's unease, flashing a reassuring smile. We have the capability to eliminate zombies ourselves. We do not seek to seize others' hard-earned spoils. Especially as fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, we should unite in times of peril. Together, we shall fend off external threats and these monsters. Rest assured, aside from the 3 black men we dispatched, which rightfully belong to us, everything else is yours. We harbor no intentions of encroachment. The other team members nodded in agreement, affirming Zhao Longchuan's sentiments. Zhang Chen scrutinized Zhao Longchuan for a considerable time, discerning the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any hint of deceit, which allowed him to relax marginally. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the fact that these soldiers retained such noble principles in a world devoid of government and authority. It was clear that this well-equipped, highly trained, and formidable team could easily dominate any survivor camp. Should they have wished to impose their will, few would possess the capacity to resist. You are a commendable group. However, there will always be scoundrels among the Dragon Nation. You must remain vigilant, Zhang Chen cautioned. Yes, I understand. Zhao Longchuan sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Throughout their journey, he too had encountered incidents that briefly shook his faith in the guardianship of his compatriots. Yet, swiftly, that conviction had been reaffirmed at that moment. A soldier came sprinting over, halting beside Zhao Longchuan to salute and report, Captain, we have discovered a survivor. Bring them over, Zhao Longchuan commanded. Along their route, the survivors had been gathered in a bus, always parked in a secure location with some soldiers stationed to guard it while the main armed team conducted operations. Emerging under the protection of 2 female soldiers was a stunning girl. Upon seeing her, the special operations team members, regardless of gender, were captivated. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Though clad in loose athletic wear, it did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her skin fair and her features exquisite. She appeared as if she had stepped out of an animated film. It was Zhao Xia. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. She was far more alluring than the character depicted in the chat channel. An aura of delicate charm radiated from her. Simultaneously, Zhao Xia noticed Zhang Chen. "Chen Go!" she exclaimed with excitement, before suddenly freezing, a flush of embarrassment creeping over her as she touched her hair. Having gone several days without proper grooming, it was slightly oily. Was she still beautiful in such a state? Encountering Zhang Chen under these circumstances felt exceedingly awkward. Thus, she took a few steps toward Zhang Chen, then gradually halted. "Chingu, I am so relieved to see you safe. Please, do not ever do something so reckless again. It is far too dangerous." I was watching the live stream in the chat channel, and my heart was in my throat, especially during that last moment. "It nearly terrified me to death," Zhao Xia said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I am fine, aren't I?" Zhang Chen replied with a gentle smile. "Xia, you are here? How wonderful, the heavens have smiled upon us. I thought I would never see you again." Zhao Longchuan approached Zhao Xia with quick strides. "Brother?" Zhao Xia recognized the familiar voice and, upon closer inspection, immediately identified the soldier before her as her brother. Zhao Longchuan. Zhao Xia was merely 12 when Zhao Longchuan enlisted, and after 7 long years, they had unexpectedly reunited in this apocalyptic world. She rushed to her brother's side, the siblings' reunion brimming with unspoken words. However, Zhao Xia paused, casting a reluctant glance toward Zhang Chen. One was her own flesh and blood, a brother tied by blood, while the other, despite only a brief acquaintance, had stirred her heart. Standing between the 2 men, she found herself at a loss. Chapter 63. The True Zombie Tide Approaches. Zhao Longchuan appeared to discern his sister's inner conflict and took the initiative to speak. "This young man, I see you possess remarkable skills. Surviving alone in this apocalypse for such a duration and exhibiting such prowess is indeed commendable. How about this? Why not join our Wolf Fang survivor camp? Come with us," Zhao Longchuan warmly invited. Before Zhang Chen could respond, he continued, "Intelligence indicates a massive zombie horde is rapidly approaching from the north. It is expected to arrive here within 3 days. The number of zombies in this horde far exceeds those present on this playground. According to drone reconnaissance, there are at least a dozen of these giant zombies, along with hundreds, if not thousands, of crawlers and poisonous insect breeders. The initial estimate of ordinary zombies should exceed 100,000. Such a massive tide of corpses cannot be resisted by any individual or camp. By then, the survivors here will likely find themselves trapped and perished. We have gathered all the survivors willing to leave with us along our journey. I suggest you join us in retreating southward. There lies a military base. We can use it as a stronghold to fend off the tide," Zhao Longchuan said earnestly. "Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to stay here." Zhang Chen responded without a moment's hesitation, politely declining. "A tide of corpses? I am currently troubled by the lack of zombies to confront. In this apocalypse, if one does not actively strive to grow stronger, they will ultimately be eliminated. It is a matter of rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Besides, with my own strength, even if I cannot defeat the tide, escaping is not an insurmountable task. If I leave now, wouldn't I be missing a splendid opportunity to enhance my abilities?" Zhao Longchuan glanced at the worried Zhao Xia. This man possesses considerable strength. Perhaps he can survive. However, Zhao Xia certainly lacks such capability. "I absolutely cannot allow my sister to take risks alongside this man. With our parents gone, I must ensure my sister's safety." Zhao Longchuan gently shook his head and continued to persuade. "Little brother, I acknowledge your skills. However, surviving alone in this apocalypse is exceedingly perilous. Over there, we have military protection, along with ample food, water, and an ecological recycling system. Only by banding together can we ensure survival in this harsh world. Moreover, you are aware, the true trial begins in 24 days. Indeed, As Captain Zhao said, in such a cruel apocalypse, evasion is not the optimal solution. Only through continuous strengthening and adaptation to the harsh environment can we survive. If a mere tide of corpses can drive me away, how shall I face the even graver trials that await in 24 days? Zhang Chen's words resonated with conviction, profoundly shaking Zhao Longchuan. Indeed, if one cannot withstand a tide of 100,000, how can they confront the tremendous upheaval that lies ahead in 24 days? However, if such words were uttered by an ordinary individual, Zhao Longchuan would merely scoff in derision. Anyone can boast, yet coming from Zhang Chen, Zhao Longchuan felt an unsettling inkling that Zhang Chen was speaking the truth. He truly intended to intercept the tide, and even possessed the capability to do so. Zhao Longchuan was startled by this sudden realization. To intercept a tide of corpses alone, it was an unfathomable notion. Each has their own aspirations, Captain Zhao. Let us part ways here. Zhang Chen offered a respectful gesture toward Zhao Longchuan. The latter understood this as a dismissal. In that case, until we meet again, little brother. Let us go, Xia, Zhao Longchuan said to Zhao Xia. Brother Chen? Zhao Xia looked at Zhang Chen with pleading eyes, filled with reluctance. Zhang Chen turned his head away, faced with a tide of corpses numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even if he exerted himself completely, he could not guarantee victory. How could he possibly have the capacity to protect Zhao Xia by his side? It would be safer for her to accompany her brother to the military base. At least with Zhao Longchuan's special operations team, safety would not be a concern. All right, Xia, let us depart. With Brother Zhang's strength, survival in this apocalypse is assured. I believe we shall meet again, Zhao Longchuan comforted softly. Brother Chen, you must survive. Zhao Xia, being led away by Zhao Longchuan, suddenly turned back and shouted at Zhang Chen, her eyes sparkling with hope. She wished for Zhang Chen to change his mind and leave with her or to stay and fight alongside him here. Yet, Zhang Chen merely waved his hand silently and slowly turned away. All right, little sister Xia, we shall go. We often hear your brother speak of you, but I did not expect you to be so beautiful. Zhang Chen remarked, linking arms with Zhao Xia, smiling brightly. Simultaneously, she secretly glanced at Zhang Chen, sensing that this man was somewhat different from the others. The image of Zhang Chen deflecting bullets with a tang knife replayed in her mind. This man could actually block bullets? This left her feeling unsettled. All right, let us set off. The sooner we settle at the military base, the sooner we can fortify our defenses. A great battle awaits in 24 days. Zhao Longchuan declared with seriousness. Yes. The team members responded in unison. They promptly organized themselves into a formation, marching in unison toward the campus exit, ignoring the corpses sprawled across the playground and the easily accessible energy crystal cores. They did not even spare a glance. Zhang Chen silently stood in place, watching the team grow ever more distant. Only when they had completely vanished from sight did he shift his focus back to the playground littered with zombie bodies. It was time to reap the rewards. Zhang Chen bound the captured black man to a tree and began collecting. Perhaps there were truly no survivors nearby the school, or perhaps Zhang Chen's earlier display of deflecting bullets had left the surrounding survivors in shock. Regardless of the reason, no other survivors appeared. Alone on the playground filled with zombie corpses, Zhang Chen spent over an hour collecting before finally finishing. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal, 53 2010 64, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutated Fertilizer, 13725, Accelerated Fertilizer, 120, Evolver Blood, 22, Tough Leather, 66, Sharp Claws, 36, Corrosive Solution, 5, Corrosion-Resistant Leather, 10. After collecting from the ordinary zombies and the crawling 2-type infected zombies, Zhang Chen then turned his attention to the giant tank beside him. The zombie blind box is now open. Chapter 64, Rapid Increase in Strength. The higher the level of the zombie, the rarer the materials obtained from collection. For instance, resources from 2-type infected zombies can be used to manufacture rare armor and weapons. Zhang Chen was filled with anticipation regarding what resources the giant tank might yield. Collecting the giant tank's body. Ding! Collection of the giant tank's body successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal, 500-100, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Rapid Fertilizer, 5, Berserker Blood, 5, Sturdy Leather, 5, Subjugation Potion, 1, Hiss, truly, a mutated 3-type zombie. While a single mutated 2-type zombie yields only 50 energy crystals, a mutated 3-type zombie provides a staggering 500 energy crystals. That's tenfold. Moreover, it even produced a subjugation potion. Subjugation potion. When used on players of lower rank, they are brainwashed into becoming the user's loyal servant, who can be commanded at will. This item seems rather sinister. To command at will? Zhang Chen stored the subjugation potion in his inventory. This item would surely find an opportunity to manifest its effects. However, not now. Zhang Chen assessed his current status. Current upgrade progress 7,736, 802. Player meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have advanced to the early stage of Awakener Phase 2. Your physical attributes have significantly increased. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more powerful. As Zhang Chen possesses dual talents, each upgrade results in an increase in the basic attributes of both talents. Gene Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Ding! Current upgrade progress 6,136, 1,502. Player meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to the early stage of Awakener Phase 3. Your physical attributes have significantly increased. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more powerful. Gene Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction, gained 1 talent point. Next level, Mid-Stage Awakener Phase 1. Current upgrade progress 3,136, 2,502. Having upgraded 2 levels consecutively, Zhang Chen did not rush to allocate his talent points. Instead, he approached the level 3 golden supply box, which was the size of a small van. There is still a level 3 supply box. The talent points can wait. Opening the treasure chest is the priority. Zhang Chen gently raised his hand, and the golden chest, as if sensing his presence, immediately emitted a faint golden glow. Level 3 supply box detected. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes. The box opened in response. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint 1, High-Grade Pet Food 2, Subjugation Potion Blueprint 1, World Unique, Special Crystal, Collection Enhancement, Talent Crystal. Goes without saying, a precious item that directly increases talent points by 1. Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint. Requires Corrosive Solution 1, Corrosion-Resistant Leather 2, Steel 10 to produce a Powerful Corrosive Bomb. Powerful Corrosive Bomb. Upon impact, it inflicts intense corrosive damage to all biological entities within a 2-meter diameter. With the harm inflicted on both metal and biological targets being doubled, Zhang Chen is currently perusing the manual for this powerful corrosive bomb. At that moment, a prompt appeared. Corrosive liquid can deal tremendous damage to enemies with robust physical damage resistance, such as giant tanks. HM is the powerful corrosive bomb, the nemesis of giant tanks. This must be kept safe. Subjugation Potion Blueprint. The only one in the world requires Frozen Condensed Flour 10, Energy Crystal Core 1000, and Berserker Blood 5 to craft the Subjugation Potion. The only one in the world. This implies that among all players, only Zhang Chen possesses the capability to create the Subjugation Potion. This level 3 supply box was indeed worth it. Owning this blueprint is tantamount to acquiring an extraordinary ability. Although at this stage, 1,000 energy crystal cores may seem a bit costly. As zombies and monsters gradually lose their suppression, the yield of crystal cores from them is bound to increase significantly. As time progresses, the resources required for this blueprint will likely become increasingly affordable. Enhanced Gathering. Special crystal cores, intended for embedding in the Nightmare Organization's crystal core sacrifices. Once embedded, all members within the organization can gain the ability to collect automatically. This means that while eliminating zombies and mutated creatures, they can simultaneously gather from their corpses without needing additional collection actions. Undoubtedly, this is an exceptionally practical ability. As upgrades demand more crystal cores, the number of zombies that need to be slain will also increase geometrically. If one were to gather them individually, it would not only be a waste of time but also make one susceptible to being robbed by other survivors. With this skill, Zhang Chen can fight and gather simultaneously, greatly enhancing efficiency in both combat and collection. Next, it is time for this red crystal. Zhang Chen gently crushed the talent crystal, acquiring 1 point in each of the bidirectional talents, coupled with the 2 points obtained from just leveling up. He now possesses 3 points in each bidirectional talent. Zhang Chen examined the talent tree. Currently, only the first 2 tiers of talents were illuminated, while the third tier remain locked. It can only be unlocked upon reaching the mid-stage of the Awakened. Zhang Chen is currently at the early stage of Awakened level 3, just one level away. The first tier talents, Strong Body and Enlightenment, have been fully allocated. The second tier talents, Fury and Concentrated Strike, have also been maxed out, leaving only Feline Reflex and Wealthy at 0.3. Just right for 3 points of genetic talent. Allocate them all. Ding. Talent allocation successful. Feline Reflex 3.3. Enhances evasion, speed, and reaction time by 100. Wealthy 3.3. Increases the yield of non-special item resources obtained through gathering by 60. And this effect can stack with the 20 increase from Enlightenment. Chapter 65. Trying to deceive me? Spare me. The collection bonus for energy crystal cores has significantly increased. Initially, the energy evolution direction granted a 20 pickup bonus. With the additional 60 bonus from Wealthy, the total comes to an 80 increase. The benefits are greatly enhanced. The only downside is that the corpses of the zombies just now did not benefit from these bonuses, resulting in a loss of some crystal cores. Some readers have pointed out this issue. I have realized it too, but it's difficult to amend. Recalculating would be a hassle, so let's just overlook it. You can't see it. However, that is of no consequence. Zhang Chen's next target is set on the horde of zombies that will arrive in 3 days from the north. That is where he must seize the opportunity. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. That is essentially a treasure trove of energy crystal cores. Just the thought of it stirs a sense of excitement. Nonetheless, Zhang Chen cannot afford to be careless. Preparations must be made thoroughly. After upgrading his talents, Zhang Chen approached the bound black man. At this moment, the black man was already so frightened that his lips turned pale. Rendered nearly speechless. After all, he is a remarkably strong individual. How could Zhang Chen, after running a distance, effortlessly catch up and even deflect a sniper's bullet with his knife? This strength must have long surpassed human limits. Even more terrifying is that the already abnormally powerful Zhang Chen had just scavenged a playground full of energy crystal cores. Plus, he has a level 3 supply box. His strength is bound to increase significantly. Faced with such a killing machine, he possesses no means of retaliation whatsoever. If the other party wished to end his life, it would be as simple as crushing a bug. Now, I ask, and you answer. Understand? Zhang Chen inquired ominously. I understand. I can comprehend Mandarin. I am an exchange student from the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. My name is Habu, and I speak Mandarin. Whatever you ask, I will answer, and I will not deceive you. I just hope you won't kill me, Habu said nervously. Where did you come from? Zhang Chen queried. We are exchange students, and we have been in the survivor area of the Dragon Kingdom. For the past few days, we have been hiding in the cafeteria, occasionally venturing out to scout. Today, we saw you clearing the zombie horde on the regional channel. So we came out. That big guy is our leader. He said we could seize the spoils while you were weak, but I strongly opposed it. You must believe me. And Habu hastened to defend himself. Where is the food in the cafeteria? Zhang Chen continued his inquiry. There wasn't much food in the cafeteria, only a bit of semi-prepared food in the kitchen. However, much of it has spoiled and is infested with red mushrooms. We noticed a locked room that seems to be the storage room of the cafeteria. There should be food inside. We were planning to break the door down, but we feared it would alert the zombies, so we never acted. There must be plenty of food in there. I can lead you. I know the way. And Habu eagerly pledged his loyalty, terrified that if he failed to prove his worth, Zhang Chen might eliminate him casually. All right, take me there. Don't pull any tricks. Zhang Chen nodded and pulled on the rope binding Habu. With a snap, the thin hemp rope was effortlessly torn apart. This demonstrated his extraordinary strength. And Habu nodded in fright like a quail, then obediently led the way. The zombies in the campus had mostly been attracted away by the recent explosive noises. At this moment, there were hardly any zombies to be seen in the corridor. Occasionally, a few weak zombies, blocked by classroom windows, were vainly pounding their pale hands against the glass, producing a series of thudding sounds. Zhang Chen scanned the surroundings, and prompts immediately appeared. There are 23 weak zombies in Building 7. They pose no threat to you. There are 15 weak zombies in the library. They pose no threat to you. There are 8 unclothed male zombies in the bathhouse. If you have special interests, you may visit. These few zombies are hardly worth mentioning. With Zhang Chen's previous strength, ordinary zombies could no longer inflict harm upon him. Even crawlers and other Type 2 infected could be easily dispatched. Now, having leveled up twice, his power is incomparably greater. As long as no abnormally powerful zombies like giant tanks appear, there should be no issues. Soon, the two arrived at the back door of the cafeteria. This is the place. Entering here leads to the kitchen's cold storage and storage room. With the current power outage, the contents of the cold storage are uncertain, but the food in the storage room is certainly still intact. I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Can I leave now? Naihabu asked awkwardly. Is it safe inside? Zhang Chen inquired. Safe, of course. We cleaned out all the zombies. There is a single zombie left inside. How could it not be safe? Naihabu hastily explained. However, the prompt before Zhang Chen displayed a different message. There are 30 hungry zombies behind the door. They pose no threat to you. This guy is full of lies. If it's so safe, why don't you go in first? Zhang Chen had no intention of giving Naihabu a chance to explain. One hand seized his neck, lifting him off the ground like a chick. Subsequently, the other hand opened the cafeteria's rear door, unceremoniously tossing Naihabu inside. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was just joking with you. Before Naihabu could finish his sentence, his throat was bitten through. Following that was the sound of muscle being torn apart and the crunching of zombies feasting on raw flesh, until silence enveloped the interior. Zhang Chen waited for 25 seconds before opening the door again. At this moment, the number of zombies in the cafeteria had increased to 31. Roar hiss, a horde of zombies charged towards Zhang Chen. Perfect for testing my upgraded physical strength. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. This time, he did not draw his tang knife but instead threw a punch directly at the zombies before him. Bang! Biffed. As Zhang Chen swung his fist, energy armor instantly enveloped his entire body. This punch was not executed with full force, yet the head of the zombie before him crumpled as if made of cardboard. With a direct blow, his jaw was dislocated and a sizable portion of his skull was caved in. His entire body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing into the 5 or 6 zombies charging from behind. Ding! Zombie killed. Special Crystal Core Collection Enhancement has been triggered. Automatically collected Energy Crystal Core 5-4, enhanced by Energy Evolution Talent. Mutated Fertilizer 3, key to the cold storage 1. A one-hit kill. Chapter 66, Air Raid Shelter. The enhanced strength of his body was indeed extraordinary. Faced with these zombies, Zhang Chen was akin to a tiger among sheep. With an overwhelming force, he effortlessly dispatched 31 zombies. Bolstered by the collection enhancement, the items obtained from killing zombies directly entered his storage ring. Only when the storage space was insufficient would items drop outside. Zhang Chen still had plenty of space remaining in his storage. Furthermore, the zombies dropped the same few items. Energy crystal cores, mutated fertilizers, clean cloth, and some other similar personal effects. Zhang Chen decided to keep the cold storage key and discarded the useless items such as business cards, meal cards, and student IDs to conserve storage space. After entering the back door of the cafeteria and walking a short distance, he encountered a heavy iron door. Water continuously flowed from the gap beneath the door. This must be the cold storage. Zhang Chen focused his gaze on the cold storage door and soon, another prompt appeared. The frozen meat in the cold storage has just thawed and is safe to eat. Excellent! Zhang Chen exclaimed with joy. In this apocalypse, the food most prevalent consisted of processed items like instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. While these foods were indeed pleasant to eat occasionally, consuming them daily would become unbearable. Other survivors, who struggled to find food, would be grateful for any sustenance. However, Zhang Chen was different. He possessed a substantial stock of meat potatoes, canned beef, and a plethora of goods acquired from supermarkets. With such a variety, he need not worry about food scarcity. Thus, Zhang Chen prioritized the quality of his meals. Undoubtedly, freshly cooked meat would surpass those instant foods in both texture and flavor by several levels. While others in this apocalypse fretted over survival, Zhang Chen had already begun planning for a life of quality. Upon opening the cold storage, he discovered 4 whole pigs, already processed and headless, hanging upside down, along with a cow and 2 sheep. In a corner, boxes of semi-finished food piled high. He collected everything into his storage space. Zhang Chen lightly touched the boxes of food. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained French fries, 72 bags. Fried calamari, 48 bags. Nutritional shrimp cakes, 96. fried chicken wings, 72, cheese 500g 30, grilled sausages, 6-pack, 100, knife fish 1000g 24, sole fish 1000g 82, synthesized steak 300g 48, popcorn chicken 300g 20, Orleans chicken legs, 2-pack, 66. What a bountiful harvest! Zhang Chen approached the storage room. Previously, when Zhao Xie traded with him, she had given him a set of keys, which included the key to the cafeteria's storeroom. Therefore, he easily unlocked the storeroom. This small room was approximately 50 square meters, filled with shelves stacked from top to bottom. The bottom shelf held staples such as rice and flour. Undoubtedly, the rice and flour here had also been contaminated by the red mushrooms. Only well-sealed, unopened items had been preserved. Collection, ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained cooking oil 5L 10, oyster sauce 5, soy sauce 6, ketchup 10, cooking wine 6, aged vinegar 6, white vinegar 4, salt 30, sugar 30, debanjiang 10, hot pot base 20. The variety of seasonings was overwhelming. Zhang Chen selected only those that would be useful for everyday cooking, as well as those that were already present in his storage. Stacking these items would save considerable space. After another round of looting, before leaving the cafeteria, Zhang Chen also took the gas canisters. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gas canisters. 6. Exiting the cafeteria, Zhang Chen returned to the playground. He recalled that the previous diary mentioned that its owner had stealthily taken an armed mech from the shelter beneath the school playground, where 3 were stored. The mech that had emerged was right at the entrance of the shelter. It perished almost instantaneously upon emergence, highlighting the terrifying nature of the outside world. This also indicated that 2 armed mechs should still be intact within the shelter. Such a combat asset must be secured. Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of the shelter. The shelter was converted from an air raid shelter. The entrance was located beneath the flag-raising platform on the playground. The heavy iron door was severely damaged, revealing a pitch-black interior. Standing at the entrance, he could feel the chilling air blowing out from within. It's terrifyingly dark here, but the good news is, there are no threats. Oh, Zhang Chen felt slightly disappointed. He had hoped to find more crystal cores here, yet there were no zombies. Upon reflection, it made sense. The shelter had been breached by undead monsters bursting from the ground. These creatures likely devoured everyone inside, hence the absence of zombies. Currently, the world was in a state of suppression against these monsters, and it was not yet their turn to appear. Therefore, it was natural that no creatures more fearsome than zombies existed here, just darkness. As Zhang Chen carefully descended the staircase, thick with dust and debris, every step echoed with creaks in the silence of the air raid shelter, producing a subtly eerie reverberation. After traversing only 3 or 4 meters, the world before him plunged into complete darkness. The light filtering through the entrance had diminished to a negligible level. Zhang Chen retrieved his night vision goggles and donned them. Buzz! The night vision goggles activated. Instantly, the pitch-black air raid shelter was illuminated, though the scenery appeared shrouded in green, lending an unsettling air. In this situation, although Zhang Chen was acutely aware of the lack of threats, his body instinctively reacted. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his nerves were in a heightened state of tension. Even the energy armor rapidly enveloped him as adrenaline surged. Zhang Chen proceeded step by step, observing the walls adorned with graffiti. The colors were indiscernible, yet they resembled blood, smeared by a hand. Scrawled upon them were phrases, "Help me," "This is hell," "Curse you," "Die," alongside many other unintelligible symbols. Chapter 67. Raiding the Armory. Along the way, numerous small rooms were partitioned by iron doors. Most of these small iron doors stood ajar, filled with remnants of various food packaging. The ground was covered with a thick layer of red mushrooms. Creeping up the walls, some iron doors had been deformed from within, bulging outward with massive protrusions. Zhang Chen examined one of the open iron doors. The solid cast door was approximately 5 centimeters thick and quite heavy. Zhang Chen struck one of the open iron doors with all his might. Bang! The dull thud echoed throughout the air raid shelter. Zhang Chen felt a slight ache in his fist. Despite his force, the iron door only bent a little. To create such an exaggerated bulge, the opposing force's size and strength were far beyond what he could currently contend with. He needed to grow stronger. That was imperative. Zhang Chen continued his exploration, soon arriving at the end of the corridor. Here lay a laboratory. The deformed iron door lay on the ground, with the doorframe bearing the inscription, Raven T325 Laboratory. Entering the laboratory, he found it spacious, divided into several smaller labs. Along the walls stood a dozen or so transparent glass jars, each filled with murky liquid. In some jars, the experimental subjects pressed against the container walls, exposing what resembled internal organs, a truly grotesque sight. However, they had long since lost any signs of life. On the other side, a glass wall provided a clear view of the situation behind it. A skeleton sat slumped in a chair, head tilted back, lifeless, with an indistinguishable face. The walls and glass bore bloody claw marks, suggesting unimaginable suffering and agony endured before death. Zhang Chen casually scanned the area, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. However, upon focusing on a computer, a prompt emerged beside it. This computer contains experimental logs, which will aid you in understanding the enemies of this world. The operation of this computer is largely similar to that of the real world, so there's no need to worry about usage. Experimental logs? This is excellent. This constitutes official research on the monsters, hence more authoritative. Collection. Zhang Chen reached out and gently touched the computer. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained experimental notebook computer with power supply. There was little else of value in the laboratory. Many of the test tubes had shattered, spilling their contents everywhere. Exiting the laboratory, Zhang Chen moved leftward and soon discovered a large pit on the ground. This pit was large enough to swallow an ordinary moving car. Peering down through his night vision goggles, he saw an unfathomable depth. All that could be seen were the excavated soil on either side of the pit, along with exposed steel reinforcement and concrete. This hole is 53 meters deep. Given your current capabilities, should you leap down, there is a 90 chance of spraining an ankle, a 35 probability of fracturing a bone, and a 100 certainty of being unable to climb back up. Good heavens, you might as well have told me outright not to jump. How much simpler that would have been. Zhang Chen silently grumbled to himself. This pit was likely created by the monsters during their invasion. The true enemy emerges from the depths. That certainly poses an unexpected challenge. Zhang Chen turned and walked away. At the end of this path stood a large iron gate, marked Military Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel Keep Out. Zhang Chen retrieved a strangely shaped key to the armory and unlocked the gate with determination. Immediately, a vast space unfolded before his eyes. Stacked on the ground were wooden crates, each one brimming with military supplies. From some of the scattered boxes, rows of brand-new assault rifles were visible. On the opposite side, neatly arranged were tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, and spare camouflage uniforms. Against the innermost wall stood 2 armed mechs. This perfectly matched the records in his diary. What a windfall! This was undoubtedly a lucrative discovery. Zhang Chen first returned to the deep pit and summoned the heavy truck from his storage space. The truck, nose down, plummeted straight into the abyss. Soon, a muffled thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of falling parts. After enduring countless encounters with zombies, the truck was now on its last legs. While it could still operate, the bumper was shattered, and the tires bore various degrees of damage. Moreover, Zhang Chen no longer needed the heavy truck to eliminate zombies. Its historical mission had been fulfilled. He then returned to the armory, stowing away the 2 armed mechs into his storage space. Just the right amount of vehicles. Subsequently, he began to collect other items in succession. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have acquired M16 Assault Rifle, 100, AMR Sniper Rifle 5, Anti-Armor Handheld Cannon, 1, Exoskeleton Support Equipment, 20, Tactical Helmets, 100, Bulletproof Vests, 100, Camouflage Uniforms, 100, Fragmentation Grenades, 200, Aluminum Thermite Grenades, 80, Laser Tripwires, 120, C4 Adhesive Explosives, 80, Flashbangs, 50, Tear Gas Grenades, 50, Smoke Grenades, 50, Assault Rifle Ammunition, 100000, Sniper Penetrator Rounds, 1200, Anti-Armor Shells, 200, T-20 Armed Mech Energy Core 4, Armed Mech Ammunition Supply Boxes, 20, Good heavens, Zhang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. With these resources, a formidable army could be assembled. An array of explosives, coupled with armed mechs that could replenish energy and ammunition. This significantly bolstered Zhang Chen's confidence in facing the impending horde of zombies. This was truly exhilarating. Thankfully, he had upgraded his storage ring. Otherwise, he could not have carried all these items at once. Even so, the 72-slot storage space felt rather cramped, leaving only 2 slots available. He needed to find a way to acquire some storage ring fragments to upgrade its level. Zhang Chen exited the armory and removed his night vision goggles. The outside world was dazzlingly bright. The glare compelled him to rub his eyes, taking a moment to readjust to the ambient light. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, with more than 4 hours until sunset. There was still time. Zhang Chen left the campus and re-entered the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Off he went, guided by the map. The vehicle traveled north along the main road. After about 10 minutes, it halted at the southern side of a river-crossing bridge, in front of a convenience store. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped out of the vehicle, the surrounding zombies were drawn by the sound of the engine, converging upon him. These nuisances were truly a hindrance, wasting precious time. Zhang Chen unsheathed his Tang Dao and swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies with ease. He then turned and entered the convenience store. Inside, there were no zombies, but the shelves had been completely ransacked of food and daily necessities. On the wall, someone had smeared a few words in zombie blood. "We are in Jiangbei. There is food here." Chapter 68. The temptation of Wu Jingri. Jiangbei is the territory of the Neon people. Zhang Chen was already aware of this. However, he found it peculiar that the words on the wall were written in simplified characters. Clearly, this was intended for the Dragon Kingdom people, just a river away. Free food. How laughable. Even in this apocalyptic world, would anyone still fall for such lowbrow deception? Searching the convenience store was merely a casual endeavor. But regrettably, he found no usable resources. Zhang Chen exited the store, directing his gaze towards the adjacent Xingchen building. This building has just been completed. There are no zombies, but also no resources. Excellent, this will do. Zhang Chen approached the entrance of the Xingchen building. The main door was secured with a chain lock. Peering through the window, he could see a pristine marble floor, alongside some piled-up construction materials. It was indeed recently finished. Zhang Chen drew his Tang Dao and struck the chain lock fiercely. With a clatter, the chain fell away. Pushing open the door, he was immediately greeted by a strong odor of fresh paint. With the entire city experiencing a blackout, the elevators were undoubtedly inoperative. He had no choice but to enter the emergency exit and sprint rapidly upward. Ascending all 45 floors, he passed through a fire break without needing to rest. Upon reaching the top floor, he was only slightly out of breath. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, surveying the expansive view. A significant portion of the Jiangbei district lay before him. 4 bridges connected Jiangbei to Jiangnan. Of those, 2 had already collapsed. Only 2 remained. One was the Glorious Bridge. Approximately 2 kilometers from the Xingchen building. One side of this bridge had fallen, yet the main structure remained intact. Congested with vehicles, the road was teeming with zombies. He could even see 2 or 3 crawlers leaping swiftly from one car roof to another. From a distance, they resembled oddly shaped monkeys wreaking havoc. Occasionally, a zombie would wander aimlessly, only to slip off the collapsed section and plunge into the water. About 100 meters away stood the Yongyu Bridge. Judging by its design, it appeared to be an older bridge, narrow in width and converted to a one-way street. There were hardly any vehicles or zombies on it. Zhang Chen retrieved his AMR sniper rifle, using the attached scope to observe the road, where numerous pools of blood were visible. There had clearly been zombies here, but they had been dispatched by passing survivors. The bodies had been collected, leaving only bloodstains behind. This meant the Neon people had crossed this bridge to enter Jiangnan. Following the trail of blood along this bridge, soon, he discovered the presence of the Neon people at a hot spring hotel. On the second floor awning of the hotel, 2 Neon guards sat watch, each equipped with a katana. Next to the hot spring hotel was a couple's hotel. Zhang Chen vividly remembered that during his previous encounters with Minako and other Neon individuals, he had collected room cards from this very couple's hotel. It seemed they had indeed taken refuge here. "Ah, I have found you." A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. "Storage ring fragments, here I come." An hour ago, in the regional chat channel, Wu Jingri was live-streaming himself enjoying a bowl of Japanese ramen, topped with several slices of meat and mushrooms. As he slurped the noodles, he boasted, "I told you there was free food in Jiangbei, but you didn't believe me back then. Some called me pro-Japanese and a sycophant. Now, I'm live-streaming ramen from Jiangbei to Jiangnan, just to prove with facts that the Neon people are incredibly hospitable, with ample food and water, along with safe havens. Once I finish my meal, I'll share a video of the shelter I recorded in Jiangbei for you to see. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are two distinct regions. The regional chat channel only operates within the same area. Once in Jiangbei, one can only chat on the Jiangbei channel. Thus, Wu Jingri could only livestream while holding his ramen in Jiangnan. Otherwise, he would have to rely on recorded videos to share in Jiangnan. Good heavens, there's actually ramen to eat, and it's steaming hot. I haven't had anything warm in days. Eating biscuits every day is torture. Enjoy your biscuits while you can. I have to eat dog food every day. What can I say? Jealous of those who have dog food. At least it contains some meat. Is it really true that once you reach Jiangbei, you can have hot meals without any cost? Seeing that someone was intrigued, Wu Jingri waved his hand, saying, the Neon people value unity. The more, the merrier. However, there are certainly contributions to be made, though you won't have to slay zombies. Just help with some sweeping, washing dishes, and the like. Do some tasks within your means. After all, if they provide you with food, isn't it a bit unreasonable not to contribute? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel erupted with excitement. What? Just sweeping and washing dishes? That's too easy. These are tasks one would typically do at home. It hardly qualifies as work. Indeed, I have joined a camp of my own kind. But the workload is overwhelmingly immense. Each day, I must practice decapitating training dummies for 5 hours, and later, I must venture out to gather food. If I am caught hoarding provisions, I shall face punishment. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult. I must also engage in battles against the zombies. Just yesterday, a fellow who joined the camp alongside me had half his face bitten off by a zombie right before my eyes. It feels surreal that if we do not slay zombies, we must resort to scavenging for food. In the past, it might have been feasible. Would the Neon people consider us their own? After all, we are not from the same nation. Yes, it would be reckless to approach them without caution, especially since we have no acquaintances there. Upon seeing this discourse, Wu Jingri understood that many were already swayed. He hastily added, there is no need for concern, for the Neon people have declared that we are currently in an apocalypse, where national boundaries hold no significance. What matters is that we, as survivors of humanity, must unite to weather this storm. If one lacks even this awareness, how can they hope to thrive? How can they endure in this apocalyptic world? We are no longer in the world we once knew. Let us cast aside our prejudices and unite as one humanity. Anyone wishing to join the Jiangbei camp may privately message me. Those with conditions should assemble at Yongyu Bridge. Those without conditions can also message me their location. As the Neon people will send someone to escort you. I am currently in a restaurant near the entrance of Yongyu Bridge, and this area is quite safe. In response to these statements, many in the chat channel maintained their rationality. Some even urged others not to be deceived. However, inevitably, some could not resist the allure and began to privately message Wu Jingri. Indeed, some have already started to break away from their original camps and stealthily make their way toward Yongyu Bridge. Chapter 69. Zhang Hao's predicament in the stadium. Zhang Hao had established the revival camp. Within the VIP box, he stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the survivors within the stadium, his expression weary. Recently, the number of survivors seeking refuge with Zhang Hao had surged, particularly since Wu Jingri had ingratiated himself with the Neon people, only to be exposed by Zhang Hao. His personal prestige and the reputation of the revival camp had grown significantly. The stadium was nearing its full capacity. Some had set up tents, while others simply sat on the ground. A few chose to recline on the bleachers to rest. At first glance, it resembled a refugee camp. As the number of survivors increased, management became increasingly challenging. Initially, when there were only a dozen or so people, everyone was familiar with one another, gathering resources, battling, and sharing meals together. Now, the population had multiplied tenfold, with many frail girls and elderly individuals among them. These individuals possessed little combat capability, yet they added to the number of mouths to feed. Conflicts, injuries, and even heinous crimes such as assaults frequently erupted within the camp. Zhang Hao was no police officer. He lacked the ability and energy to identify the culprits. Defending against zombies, fortifying the camp, and searching for supplies were already overwhelming tasks. Describing the current state of the camp as chaotic would not be an exaggeration. However, none of these issues were the most troubling for Zhang Hao. The most distressing matter was the emergence of a pervasive sense of negativity among the camp residents. They were increasingly reluctant to engage in combat with the zombies. Each day, they preferred to eat less and lie on the ground rather than participate in combat training or even step outside the camp. Knock, Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Zhang Hao adjusted his demeanor, ensuring his face radiated confidence. As the leader of the camp, if he appeared despondent, his members would undoubtedly become even more agitated. Therefore, even if he had to feign it, he needed to maintain an air of ease. The door opened, and Qian Jinyu entered, holding a ledger. There are 2 matters I need to report to you, Qian Jinyu said with a grim expression. Are they good news or bad news? Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. Both are bad news, Qian Jinyu, clearly in no mood for jest, got straight to the point. First, our stockpile of supplies is dwindling. Did we not just raid a supermarket a few days ago? How could it run out so soon? Zhang Hao was taken aback. He understood that the increase in population would accelerate resource consumption. But he had not anticipated it to deplete so rapidly, far exceeding his expectations. The supplies from the supermarket had been limited, and he had even allocated half of it to Zhang Chen. According to our current system, those who go on missions can prioritize meat supplies and take multiple portions. Those who do not go on missions can only receive basic rations. However, there are now far too many non-mission participants. With at least 150 people waiting for meals, originally, after distributing supplies to the task teams, what remained could sustain the camp for at least a month. But now, as you know, the numbers have soared, and survivors continue to join us daily. At this rate, our supplies can last a maximum of 5 more days. And this is not even the worst part. The second matter I am about to discuss is truly dire. Qian Jinyu, disregarding whether Zhang Hao could handle the news, reported it all at once. While many survivors have joined us, the number of those participating in supply-gathering teams is disappointingly low. Most of the camp's residents are simply waiting to be fed. Furthermore, we have already scoured all nearby convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants. To obtain more food, we must venture further afield. The greater the distance, the more challenging our support will be, and the more unexpected incidents we will encounter. Currently, the losses among the supply teams have exceeded the number of new arrivals. The team members have expressed significant dissatisfaction, feeling that they are the ones sustaining the entire camp, and some have even begun to disobey orders. At this point, Qian Jinyu sighed heavily and continued, just now, that scoundrel Wu Jingri was once again inciting survivors in the chat channel to go to Jiangbei. Zhang Hao nodded, saying, I saw that content. It is indeed quite inflammatory. However, it is clear that he is merely sending survivors to provide food for the Neon people. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to believe that. After all, we were just robbed by the Neon people a few days ago. Qian Jinyu let out a dry laugh, saying, You really overestimate the intelligence of some individuals. There are indeed those who lack the intellect, while others simply cannot resist temptation. Not only are there people believing it in the regional channel. Just now, I passed through the camping area and overheard some discussing in hushed tones. They complained about our mandatory combat training, claiming it was corporal punishment and inhumane. They said that those who are close to you and me feast on meat, while they are left to nibble on snacks like chips, leaving their stomachs aching. It infuriates me. The ones close to us are all part of the supply teams. They risk their lives to gather food for everyone. Why shouldn't they be allowed to eat well? These individuals do nothing but mooch off others, and they still dare to voice their grievances? Do you think these people are devoid of conscience? Qian Jinyu's face flushed with anger. Zhang Hao quickly handed him a can of flat cola, urging him to calm down. Beverages such as these, which replenish both energy and hydration, were undoubtedly luxuries. One did not dare to drink it all at once. It had to be savored in increments. The tension had already dissipated. Even so, after taking a sip of cola, Qian Jinyu's mood noticeably improved. After a brief pause, he continued, The most absurd part is yet to come. I overheard them planning to meet up and escape along Binjiang Road at dawn. I just checked the map. We are only 2 kilometers away from Yongyu Bridge. If they walk, they could arrive in half an hour at most, which has tempted many. Should we not prepare in advance to prevent their escape? Zhang Hao, hearing Qian Jinyu's words, could not help but find it both amusing and exasperating. Surely, there cannot be individuals so naive as to believe that the Neon People's territory is a paradise. After all, I have poured my heart and soul into these people, even providing them with food, only to find myself cast in the role of a cruel overlord. Those enigmatic Neon individuals have somehow become their saviors? No, in the morning, aside from the reconnaissance sentries for zombie warnings, everyone else is to withdraw. Additionally, use the walkie-talkies to inform the search teams in the north to ensure the zombies on the road are cleared. I want to ensure these individuals reach Yongyu Bridge without incident. As Zhang Hao spoke, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Chapter 70. Survivors from the Dragon Country arrive. Not only will we not stop them, but we will also assist in clearing their path. What is the reasoning behind this? These individuals are, after all, from the Dragon Country and have spent time in our camp. Why are we not persuading them to stay, but rather letting them leave? Qian Jinyu looked at Zhang Hao, bewildered and perplexed. You just mentioned that our camp is currently overburdened. We cannot accommodate so many survivors. If this continues, the fate of our camp will only lead to one of two outcomes. Either we perish from food shortages, or we succumb to infighting due to the betrayal of the supply teams. I trust you do not wish to witness either of these outcomes. Zhang Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly and with deep concern. This is indeed, but we are fully aware that their departure will not yield favorable outcomes. By allowing them to go unrestrained, are we not essentially becoming accomplices to the Neon people? Qian Jinyu retorted, his brow furrowed. Although he harbored no fondness for these individuals, he found it difficult to push them into the fire pit. I do not wish to act in such a manner. Yet as you can see, the hearts of men are divided. I aspire to lead everyone towards growth. If time permits, I could select some eloquent individuals to enlighten the rest, unify our thoughts, and bolster their confidence. However, we are left with merely 3 days' worth of provisions. The time is far too short for me to execute such a plan. Moreover, you are aware that once the 3-day deadline passes, these individuals will no longer be invested in our cause. Should we lose our food supply, I will instantly lose control over the encampment. As the keeper of our resources, you will undoubtedly become their target. Zhang Hao lightly tapped Qian Jinyu's storage ring. The latter instinctively withdrew his hand. Indeed, Zhang Hao had utilized all the fragments of storage rings he had obtained to upgrade Qian Jinyu's, which contained nearly all the supplies of the encampment. Once the food runs out, the ordinary survivors would remain oblivious to these secrets. However, those initial members of the collection teams who had followed him were fully aware. They possessed formidable combat abilities. Who could predict what actions they might take? Qian Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat at Zhang Hao's words. Furthermore, my actions will bring us numerous benefits. Noticing that his words had successfully alarmed Qian Jinyu, Zhang Hao could not help but smile slightly, continuing, the departure of these individuals will first alleviate our resource strain. Secondly, their fate will serve as a warning to those unwilling to train and confront the zombies. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If they wish to survive in the encampment, they must learn to fight. This way, we can seamlessly encourage everyone to participate in resource gathering. A dual benefit. What do you think? Under Zhang Hao's piercing gaze, Qian Jinyu's lips moved, and he eventually nodded. Though he did not endorse this approach, he could not deny that it was currently the only viable option. In this apocalyptic world, extraordinary measures must be taken. Let us proceed as you suggest. Zhang Hao smiled satisfactorily at Qian Jinyu and said, then you go inform the collection team. I will handle the communication with the guards. On the other side, at a restaurant near Yongyu Bridge, Wu Jingri vividly boasted about the Neon People's encampment. After finishing his ramen, he played a video showcasing scenes from couple hotels, inadvertently capturing images of scantily clad neon beauties strolling in the hallway. Once the video concluded, Wu Jingri wiped his mouth, stood up obediently, and extended his hands. Click! Immediately, a disheveled neon individual rudely handcuffed Wu Jingri's wrists. With a look of disdain, he remarked in neon, I really cannot fathom what the counselor was thinking. Allowing this pig to eat ramen. Resources are so scarce now, and yet he devoured an entire bowl. Such a tremendous waste of food. Another neon individual with yellow hair chimed in. All right, there's no need for complaints. This fellow is quite beneficial to the counselor's plans. The Longwo people hold great trust in him. Besides, he has only eaten half the ramen. Would you care to continue eating it? The disheveled man spat on Wu Jingri's shoe in disgust. The latter, unable to comprehend neon, forced a smile and replied, It's nothing at all. I know you didn't do it on purpose, moreover. As long as I continue this way, I can still enjoy ramen, right? The counselor even promised to assign me a beauty. I wonder when that will come to fruition. But don't misunderstand. I have no intention of pressing him. The disheveled man shot Wu Jingri a contemptuous glance and coldly remarked to his companion, I truly cannot understand how such a person devoid of dignity exists in this world. If it were me, I would rather perish than live like a dog. The yellow-haired man chuckled, squeezing the disheveled man's shoulder. signaling him to temper his emotions. The latter grumbled as he walked away. Only then did the yellow-haired man, with a heavy accent, address Wu Jingri. "Mr. Wu, please do not take offense. This individual from the island is just like that. He certainly did not intend any disrespect towards you. If we have done anything wrong that has made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize." As he spoke, he immediately bowed deeply to Wu Jingri. "No, everything is perfectly fine. There's no need for such formality, Koji-kun." Wu Jingri hastily extended his hand to assist Koji. However, with his hands shackled, he found it impossible to do so. Observing the handcuffs, Wu Jingri felt a twinge of embarrassment. "In truth, these handcuffs are for your protection. I trust you can understand this," Koji tentatively stated. He felt uncertain as he uttered those words, for the explanation seemed rather far-fetched. Understanding. I completely comprehend the counselor's good intentions. Once more Longwa survivors arrive, I will prove my loyalty and capabilities to him," Wu Jingri replied with a smile. "That is wonderful, Mr. Wu. The counselor has high hopes for you. You must strive to excel." The yellow-haired man suppressed his internal laughter, his face full of encouragement. "Survivors from Longwa have arrived." Just then, the disheveled man returned, his face alight with excitement. "Well, I shall." Wu Jingri raised his hand, displaying the shining handcuffs. "Allow me to assist you in releasing them, Mr. Wu. The next steps depend on you." Koji personally took the key and unlocked Wu Jingri's handcuffs. Smiling as he spoke, a total of 5 men and 3 women have arrived. They were originally nearby survivors, and since the zombies in this area have been largely cleared by the neon, they came over upon seeing the messages in the regional chat channel. Welcome to the family of Jiangbei Survivor Camp." Wu Jingri greeted the Longwa survivors with a beaming smile. Although he lacked other skills, his ability to engage in conversation was exceptional. Within mere minutes, he had the previously wary Longwa survivors laughing heartily, significantly easing their vigilance. The disheveled man stood beside Koji and quietly remarked, "The tall man has reached the limits of human strength, while the black and lean one is exceptionally robust. The stout woman is also strong, and the others are merely ordinary. He possesses the ability of keen insight. After all, these abilities are not akin to the submission potion blueprints. They are unique worldwide. Even the rare abilities do not quite compare. It is just that during the early apocalypse, few have acquired them. As time progresses, these fundamental abilities will become increasingly widespread. Such formidable beings with physical limits do exist. It seems we have truly struck gold this time." Koji nodded in satisfaction. After a while, 3 to 4 more survivors arrived in succession. Koji instructed his men to drive a van to transport these survivors to the camp. He, along with the disheveled man and Wu Jingri, continued to wait for new survivors to take the bait. I truly envy them for being able to reside in such splendid rooms and lead blissful lives," Wu Jingri commented wistfully as he watched the van depart. "Rest assured, Mr. Wu, once your work reaches a conclusion, you shall undoubtedly enjoy a living environment far superior to theirs. Moreover, the counselor will assign you an important position, making you a supervisor over these individuals. Beneath 1, above 10,000. Such a lofty status even makes me envious." Koji chimed in with a smile. In the swimming pool behind the hot spring hotel, designed for diving and seasoned swimmers, the pool reached a depth of 4 meters. The water had long since evaporated. Surrounding the pool were 3-meter-high walls, topped with a massive iron net. At the bottom of the pool stood 7 Longwa survivors, wielding axes, kitchen knives, samurai swords, and various other weapons, anxiously gazing at a metal fence on the wall. Some were even shouting profanities. "Wu Jingri, I curse your grandmother. How dare you deceive me? Once I escape, I will certainly sever your 3rd leg, damn it. I knew these neon people were trouble. I never expected they would betray us. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Sob. Why didn't I understand this principle from the start? Hey, you must be mistaken. We bear you no malice. We came to ally with you. Let us partake in the battle. Gathering sustenance is permissible, so release us. Given the gravity of the situation, must you remain so naive? If they had any worthwhile words to offer, we would not find ourselves abandoned here. The floor of the pool is smeared with bloodstains, and one can occasionally glimpse viscous clumps. The air is tainted with a foul stench of decay. Though the contents behind the iron-barred door remain unknown, it is assuredly not a pristine neon girl. On the diving platform, Councilman Yusuji gazes expressionlessly at the captive denizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Beside him stand two figures, the robust security chief Nakaho Isamu and his female secretary Akatani Yoko. Yusuji was transmitted here en route to a meeting, accompanied by his secretary and an armed entourage of bodyguards. Under Yusuji's cunning leadership, coupled with Nakaho Isamu's formidable security forces, they swiftly consumed numerous camps of neon inhabitants around them. Those who complied were assimilated, while the defiant were cast to the depths of this pool, serving as test subjects for the zombies' vulnerabilities. The behavioral patterns of ordinary zombies have been meticulously studied, revealing that even a neck snap can effectively eliminate them. Upon death, an individual transforms into a zombie within a fixed period of 25 seconds. If a living person is clawed by a zombie, depending on their physical resilience, they may perish within 4 to 24 hours, subsequently transforming into a zombie 25 seconds postmortem. Such data has not been derived from merely 1 or 2 living subjects. Rather, it has been amassed at the cost of survivors' lives, all in pursuit of accuracy. Like other survivor camps, Yusuji's base also requires provisions. Although his current supplies are ample, in a post-apocalyptic environment, no one would ever deem their resource stockpiles excessive, much like how, in times of peace, no one would claim to have too much money. What stage is the experiment? Yusuji inquired. The ordinary zombies have been thoroughly examined, and the insect incubators have also been studied. We are currently investigating the weaknesses of the crawlers. So far, the head, limbs, abdomen, and cervical spine do not appear to be their vulnerabilities. According to our hypothesis, their weak point is likely located in their most fortified dorsal area. The secretary detailed, holding a folder. Then let us provide these creatures with a hint, directing them to attack the crawlers' backs. Yusuji pronounced slowly, understood. Shall we proceed with the customary experimental protocol, releasing a fresh batch of crawlers for combat? The secretary sought confirmation. There are several injured crawlers currently in the Hot Spring Hotel. Capturing them is straightforward. A loud shout from a survivor can lure them into the trap. Then, we can gradually entice them to the pre-dug hole beside the pool. However, killing them is no easy feat, especially given their immense strength, resilient carapace, and sharp claws. A mere scratch, even a superficial one, would surely be fatal. Indeed, for the sake of experimental accuracy, we must release intact crawlers. Yusuji commanded. Understood. I shall execute this immediately. The secretary relayed instructions over the intercom. Soon, the iron gate of the pool was unlatched with a robust tug from above, unleashing a wave of acrid, sanguine odor that slowly permeated the surroundings. Following this, a chilling sound echoed repeatedly through the pool. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Chapter 72. Zhang Chen's Building 8 is discovered in the next moment. A hand with elongated nails emerged, followed by a grotesque face adorned with a sinister grin. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Everyone be cautious, a crawler approaches. What in the world is this monstrous creature? These neon fiends are truly inhumane. If they wish to kill us, could they not do so swiftly? My previous captain fell victim to this abomination. We stand no chance against it. Upon sighting the crawler, the morale of the survivors plummeted. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly evident. Previously, they would circumvent this creature, fleeing for their lives. Now, forced into such close quarters for a confrontation, it was tantamount to courting death. Listen below. The crawler's weak point is its back. Should you succeed in slaying it, proving your worth, I shall grant you your freedom. I swear I will not go back on my word. Yusuji bellowed from the platform. The secretary hastily translated his words into Mandarin. The weak point is the back. Can we trust the words of these little neon fiends? Regardless of its veracity, we shall discover the truth through trial. I believe they do not solely wish for our demise. Then shall we attempt it? A few of the stronger individuals exchanged glances, positioning themselves at 3 distinct angles, ready to launch a coordinated assault upon the crawler's arrival. The remaining survivors possessed no combat experience. They had come seeking free sustenance and a comfortable refuge, desiring nothing more than to enjoy a life devoid of strife. They had never even faced ordinary zombies before. Now, confronted with such a grotesque crawler, their spirits fled. Some collapsed in fear, a stream of yellow liquid pooling beneath them. Others struggled to steady their weapons, trembling uncontrollably as if in a state of vibration. Cackle, cackle. The crawler seemed to prefer targeting the weak. Bitey leapt down suddenly, its elongated claws piercing the chest of a survivor. With a swift motion, it raked its claws downward, tearing flesh as innards spilled across the ground. Two survivors, having mustered the courage to engage, were simultaneously repulsed by the gruesome sight before them. Their resolve evaporated instantly. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The crawler's movements were rapid. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before another survivor. With a sickening thud, its claws severed the victim's head, which rolled several meters away, leaving yet another pool of blood on the pool's floor. Now was the moment. The crawler's attack had inadvertently exposed its back to a survivor of remarkable physical prowess. With both hands, he swung an axe with all his might, aiming for the crawler's back. With a sharp clang, the axe penetrated only an inch before halting, as though it had struck stone. The tremendous recoil left his hands tingling. Was this truly a zombie? Had we not established that the monsters of this world were subdued? How could such an outrageous entity still exist? Roar. The crawler suddenly turned, swiping its claws in retaliation. The ambushing survivor was sent flying over 2 meters by the sheer force, crashing heavily to the ground, his axe slipping from his grasp. When Zhang Chen had slain a crawler, he had already ascended to the status of an awakened one. Wielding a sharp tang knife, his first strike had not been sufficient to kill it. He had needed to deliver a second blow to the same wound to finally vanquish it. The strongest survivors before him were merely at the physical limit. The gap in power between them and awakened ones was vast. Furthermore, the sharpness of their axes could not compare to that of the tang knife. With inferior weapons and lacking strength, slaying a crawler was nearly an impossible feat. Sever its limbs, render it immobile, another survivor shouted. Understood. A robust survivor raised a katana, bringing it crashing down upon the crawler's hind leg. With a sickening thud, the katana struck true, but it too penetrated only an inch. The defense of its legs was indeed not as formidable as that of its back, yet this survivor's strength paled in comparison to the previous one. He was still merely a half-hearted contender. Eek-ugh, the crawler suddenly opened its maw wide, emitting a high-frequency, ear-piercing sound wave. The noise echoed throughout the pool, resonating with such intensity that the walls trembled. Concrete dust rained down like confetti. Though Yusuji and his companions were at a distance and the sound was not primarily directed upward, they could not help but cover their ears. Just from this sound alone, Yusuji realized the outcome within the pool had been decided. What remained was merely a one-sided massacre conducted by the crawler. Draw the crawler back. We must not allow it to consume all the corpses. We still need to collect the crystal cores and rings. Yusuji stated nonchalantly. Understood. I shall arrange it. Nakaho Isamu responded, hastily moving downwards. Councilman, news has arrived from the northern defense line. Another wave of zombies approaches. Our live bait is dwindling. If this continues, we may not withstand for many days. The female secretary expressed her concern to the councilman. The so-called live bait refers to placing living individuals in cages or atop platforms to attract zombies. Zombies are far more drawn to living beings than to the sounds made. Some individuals, overwhelmed by terror, may even scream, which greatly aids in luring zombies. Let them endure for as long as possible. If we cannot discover a means to slay the crawler, we will forever live as if hunted by dogs. No matter where we go, we shall find no solace, eternally pursued by the tide of the undead. This is just the beginning. A terrifying catastrophe awaits us in 24 days. To survive, we must endure what ordinary people cannot and bear what ordinary people will not. The more the warriors on the front line endure, the stronger they will become, enhancing their chances of survival. Do you understand? Yusuji declared sternly. Yes, I comprehend. I shall never again propose such a foolish suggestion. The secretary hastily bowed and admitted fault. Furthermore, have there been any updates regarding the squad dispatched to explore the Jiangnan region? Yusuji returned to the lobby of the Hot Spring Hotel and seated himself upon the sofa as he inquired. Since Minako's team reported encountering a formidable man from the Dragon Kingdom, there has been no further communication. They have likely met with misfortune. Additionally, the Sakata team has just reported the discovery of an island in the center of a lake within a residential area. The island is equipped with buildings, railings, and cultivated crops, making it an ideal stronghold for us. The secretary reported truthfully. Chapter 73. Dinner is served an island in the center of a lake. It indeed presents a splendid location. With railings and crops, there surely must be guards. How many are there on the opposing side? Yusuji inquired, merely asking in passing. After all, the 6 members of the Sakata team have all reached their physical limits. Moreover, Sakata possesses a handgun. Dealing with a typical survivor camp should be more than sufficient. In his estimation, this stronghold was already secured. There appear to be no guards present. It seems the inhabitants have ventured out to gather supplies. Only a small dog is left to watch over the fields. The secretary responded candidly that, these Dragon Kingdom folks are woefully lacking in crisis awareness. They so easily expose their stronghold to others. No guards at all? Inform the Sakata team to eliminate the dog and then lie in ambush nearby. When the camp's inhabitants return, we shall strike and capture them all. Remember, leave no survivors. Yusuji, with a meticulous mind, understood that Jiangnan was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. During combat, the chat system could not be used. However, should anyone escape, they could call for help in the regional chat channel. At that point, the Sakata team would likely face the wrath of dozens, if not hundreds, of Dragon Kingdom individuals. That would be troublesome. Understood. I will contact the Sakata team immediately, the secretary replied, quickly accessing the chat interface. The system's chat interface was divided into two types: regional chat and private chat. Regional chat was only effective within the same area and visible to all within that region. Private chat had two methods. One was to add each other as friends, allowing communication regardless of location. If they did not add each other, they could only initiate private chats by seeing each other's names in the regional chat. Moreover, if there was no communication for over an hour, the private chat window would vanish. All forms of communication were disabled during combat. After a while, the secretary, with a perplexed expression, said to Yusuji, "Congressman, I cannot reach the Sakata team. They seem to be engaged in battle, yet I do not recall them mentioning any survivors in that vicinity." Yusuji waved his hand dismissively and stated, "It matters not. Even if there are some ambushing survivors, they will not pose a challenge for Sakata and the others. Once they conclude their fight, they will naturally contact us." No sooner had he spoken than Nakaho, armed with a handgun and displaying a wary demeanor, rushed over and anxiously exclaimed, "Congressman, quickly, get in the car. We must leave this place immediately. The iron fence of the crawlers has been breached. Now 3 crawlers have escaped and are hunting for the living. Our current strength is utterly inadequate to stop them. Please, Congressman, we must leave at once." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flitted past the window. Shortly thereafter, the anguished cries of 2 neon warriors echoed. These 2 were also bodyguards, having both reached their physical limits. Yet, in merely a single exchange, they were dispatched by the crawlers. Nakaho was already a formidable individual at the initial stage of awakening. This tier placed him among the elite of all survivors. His strength did not stem from the number of zombies he had slain, but from the substantial collection of crystal cores harvested from deceased survivors. The stronger the survivor, the more cores could be collected upon their demise. Collecting the body of a survivor at their physical limit yielded more cores than slaying 100 zombies. When factoring in the resources stored in his ring and the fragments of his storage ring, the value became immeasurable. It was precisely for this reason that Yusuji had begun to recklessly employ living individuals to test the zombies. This not only allowed him to gather invaluable experimental data, but also enabled him to acquire a wealth of crystal cores and resources without shedding blood. It was, in essence, a twofold advantage. Regrettably, a tide of corpses was imminent, and this location could not be held. We must relocate to a different area and start anew. That island in the center of the lake seems promising. Nakaho, drive to the location of the Sakata team. There lies a suitable haven for us, Yusuji commanded. The female secretary, Akadani Yoko, promptly relayed the last known position of Sakata when he contacted her. The vehicle was equipped with a navigation system, and it was approximately a 20-minute journey from here. We shall depart immediately. Shall we notify the others? Nakaho glanced at the disarrayed hot spring hotel, where cries of despair echoed intermittently. His expression was grave. "This place is beyond salvage. The supplies are with me. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Additionally, inform those on the northern defense line, as well as Koike and the others at the bridge to gather at the direction I indicated," Yusuji replied, his expression unyielding. "Understood." Nakaho nodded and commanded the nearby bodyguard to drive, while he activated the chat interface to begin contacting. Meanwhile, Jiangnan District, Lake Island, Building 8. Erpang lay languidly on the ground, basking in the sun. Although tasked with guarding, no one had come by, not even a passerby. Those meat potatoes wouldn't move. Erpang was on the verge of exploding from boredom. What vexed him most was that he had been growing rapidly lately. His physique had become even sturdier than in his youthful phase. Yet Zhang Chen still fed him the same amount as before when he left each day. That meager ration had long ceased to suffice. It was only early afternoon, and the food bowl was already spotless, with even the remnants of fertilizer around the edge licked clean. The bowl gleamed as if newly polished to woo. Pang let out a bored whine. Feeling as though he was hungry once more, suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent wafting through the air. Someone was approaching. Pang eagerly sprang to his feet. At that moment, he saw Sakata and 5 team members standing outside the wall, their faces beaming with mirth. The wall barely reached their chests. However, the neon individuals were slightly shorter than those from the Dragon Kingdom, and thus only their heads were visible above the wall, creating a rather peculiar sight. There were many unfamiliar crops in sight, but since the owner of this house was cultivating them, it indicated they were indeed edible. If we could cultivate these crops in large quantities, we would never have to worry about food again. The neon individuals chattered amongst themselves. Yet before that, we could indulge in some meat. Have you ever tasted dog meat? Especially that of a puppy. The flesh is tender and delicious. Sakata rubbed his hands together, his eyes greedily fixed on Pang, who was also salivating at the sight. One man and one wolf, both thinking of the same thing. Dinner time. Chapter 74. A feast unleashed generally. Whenever Pang encountered strangers or hostile individuals, he would instinctively bare his teeth in warning. However, today was different. He feared that if he showed his teeth, he might scare them away. And then he would have to endure hunger until Zhang Chen returned. Such an opportunity for food to come to him was rare, and he needed to cherish it. Pang excitedly wagged his tail, remaining in place as he observed Sakata and his agile companions vaulting over the wall. Look, this little dog possesses a weak territorial instinct. It is quite friendly towards people. See, it is wagging its tail at us. What a pitiful little creature, Sakata chuckled. The surrounding neon individuals joined in, laughing heartily, convinced that Pang was utterly foolish, lacking any sense of danger. Come here, little doggy. I have something delicious for you. Sakata laughed as he squatted down, lightly tapping his fingers on the ground. In reality, he held nothing at all. He merely wished to toy with the little dog before its demise. He had even envisioned the scene of the puppy struggling and wailing in his grasp. Oh, a droplet of saliva plopped to the ground from Pang's mouth. He simply could not contain his hunger any longer and began to slowly approach Sakata. See how foolish this little dog is? It genuinely believes I have something in my hand. It is so ravenous that it's drooling. How easy it is to deceive. Just like those Dragon Kingdom individuals who believe whatever the congressman casually shares. Ha ha ha, ah, just as Sakata laughed a few times, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Simultaneously, Pang's form rapidly expanded. He grew to 3 meters in length, with a shoulder height nearing 1.5 meters. This physique rivaled that of a brown bear. With a gaping maw, he clamped down on Sakata's forearm. The mere closing of his jaws produced a crunching sound. His immense biting force effortlessly severed Sakata's arm. The bone shattered into 3 pieces, but it was not over yet. Pang instinctively shook his head a few times, the tremendous strength tearing Sakata's shoulder clean off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the other individuals were instantly paralyzed with fear. What the hell is this, a little dog? What kind of monster is this? It's simply too large. Attack, attack. Open fire, kill it. As they watched the agonized Sakata lose consciousness, the remaining team members shouted desperately, both to reassure their companion and to embolden themselves. Ah, perish. One of the team members raised his katana high and swung it violently at the back of the hefty creature. With a dull thud, the blade met an impenetrable barrier. The creature's fur was extraordinarily tough, each strand sharper than a steel needle. With such a formidable physique, and armed with nothing more than a standard weapon, the katana failed to breach its thick hide. After all, just days prior, this beast had already bested a creeper in combat and had grown even stronger since. These Neon's warriors could not even defeat a creeper, let alone contend with a creature of this caliber. It was a certain path to death. With a swift motion, the creature's tail swept across, landing heavily against the thigh of one warrior. The force was akin to being struck by a heavy iron rod. With a crack, the thigh bone shattered, and the unfortunate warrior collapsed, face first onto the ground. Unable to utter a single cry of pain, the creature leaped forth, tackling a neon warrior who was attempting to drag Sakata away. With a single bite, it crushed the entire skull, splattering white brain matter across the ground. "Ah, you monstrous beast!" Another neon warrior drew a pistol and unleashed a flurry of frantic shots at the creature. Unfortunately, the bullets lacked the necessary power. They merely created small, charred marks on its fur. Although the bullets could not inflict significant damage, the impact still stung. The creature roared in fury, then howled at the sky. A woo. Suddenly, two wolf pups, each the size of a lion, emerged from the shadows. "What? An ambush? Retreat. We must withdraw immediately." But what about Captain Sakata? At such a critical moment, if we do not flee, our lives will be forfeit. Surely Captain Sakata will understand. The creature had already severely injured Sakata and another team member, and had killed one. This beast could not be harmed by blades or bullets. How could they possibly win? The remaining three, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee. The creature, with a grunt, seized the gun-wielding neon and bit down. Intending to swallow it whole, however, after a moment's thought, it spat the warrior out, placing a paw on its head and savoring the moment. It needed to leave a corpse for Zhang Chen to claim as a trophy. After all, this was its spoils of war. If it consumed all six, how could it prove that an intruder had come? Moreover, having witnessed Zhang Chen collect bodies before, it knew this would be of use to him. Thus, it consumed only the flesh, leaving the majority of the bodies intact. Meanwhile, the other two neon warriors had just scrambled over the wall, preparing to leap down when they felt their bodies lighten. Two wolf pups swiftly pounced, dragging them back with their powerful jaws. The massive canine teeth sank into the neon warrior's flesh, sealing their fate. The creature wagged its tail excitedly. Now it had food. The sensation of a hearty meal was simply exquisite. On the other side, Jiangbei, Hot Spring Hotel. The creepers were unleashed by Zhang Chen, who had originally come to trouble the neons. Having witnessed the cruelty of Minako, it was evident that any neon allied with her would not be virtuous either. However, upon investigation, Zhang Chen discovered that there were over 100 neons at the Hot Spring Hotel. He was not afraid of their numbers, but rather the possibility of missing any stragglers. Unlike zombies, which attack without fear, humans possess an instinct for self-preservation. They hide and flee, especially the leader who controls the camp's resources. If he escaped, not only would it pose a future threat, but he would also take the bulk of the camp's supplies, rendering Zhang Chen's assault meaningless. Releasing the creepers was a tactic to leverage their keen senses to eliminate survivors and flush out the camp's leader. Standing atop the hotel, Zhang Chen observed the surroundings intently. Sure enough, a black SUV emerged from the underground parking lot and sped toward Yongyu Bridge. At last, I have found you. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. In this apocalyptic world, cars had become luxury items. Zhang Chen had received a hint. As long as he obtained the car keys, he could locate the corresponding vehicle. However, other survivors lacked this ability. Finding the right car key among those dropped by zombies was no easy task, especially in a world overrun by the undead, where one could not simply stroll about and test each vehicle. Thus, cars were prioritized for important individuals. Zhang Chen leaped from the 5-story hotel, landing firmly on the ground. He had already been capable of withstanding such impact during his peak physical condition, and now, as a Stage 3 awakened, his strength was incomparable. Upon landing, Zhang Chen did not pursue the SUV but instead positioned himself strategically, drawing his assault rifle. With the advantage of his sharpshooter skill, he fired a shot, directly blowing out one of the SUV's tires. The vehicle emitted a sharp screech as it swerved uncontrollably, attempting to maintain its course while continuing to accelerate. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, raised his rifle again, and fired once more. This shot struck the right front tire, releasing a plume of smoke. The SUV lost all control, leaving a serpentine skid mark on the road before crashing heavily into a stone pillar at the bridge's entrance. There was no escape now. Zhang Chen slowly approached the SUV, rifle in hand. The armored mech was designed for dealing with hordes of zombies, and using it here would be a waste. Against these neons, who did not even display a combat level, Zhang Chen was more than capable of handling things himself. Who dares to act recklessly? Do they wish to die alongside us? One politician muttered, feeling a bruise on his forehead. Politician, we should leave and regroup with Koike and the others. Leave this to Mr. Nakaho. His strength is more than sufficient. Akiyama Yoko, using all her strength, pulled the politician from the crumpled car door. Miss Yoko is right. I can handle this Dragon Kingdom individual, Nakaho said with a wide grin. You all go ahead. I won't take too long with that. Nakaho delivered a powerful kick to the car door. The door crumpled under the force and flew several meters away before skidding to a halt. The recent slaughter of rebellious neons had awakened the beast within Nakaho, but he could not recklessly harm the Dragon Kingdom individual as they were merely subjects of experimentation. This was frustrating. But today he could finally unleash his skills, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It had been several days since he last killed. Hey, don't toy with him. Just finish him off, Yusuji urged, a hint of concern in his voice. Nakaho was a stage 1 awakened, and Yusuji had complete faith in his strength. However, Nakaho had a penchant for tormenting his victims before delivering the fatal blow, like a cat playing with a mouse. Under normal circumstances, this was fine. They had ample time, and such a method could serve as a deterrent to others. But now was different. If the creepers eliminated the survivors at the Hot Spring Hotel, they would soon emerge in pursuit. A swift resolution was imperative. Understood. Do not worry, politician. This Dragon Kingdom individual is intriguing. Killing him should allow me to level up again. I will make quick work of it. As Nakaho descended from the SUV, his eyes gleamed with greed as they fell upon Zhang Chen. Unawakened? Heading toward genetic evolution? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Zhao Lingchuan's team was armed and highly trained soldiers. This Nakaho could not possibly surpass their upgrade speed. Considering Minako's behavior and their experimentation on Dragon Kingdom individuals, the only explanation was that he had killed numerous people. It was undeniable that the rules of this world were cruel. Upgrading through the slaughter of survivors was undoubtedly much faster than leveling up by defeating zombies. If someone specialized in hunting down survivors, their upgrade speed would likely surpass Zhang Chen's, perhaps even at an alarming rate. Die, brat! Nakaho bellowed, not wasting words, and charged at Zhang Chen. Eliminating Nakaho would not be difficult, but he needed to extract the utmost value from him before his demise. Zhang Chen aimed his rifle at Nakaho's head and fired. The bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing Nakaho's cheek as he reacted with astonishing speed, evading the shot. So, awakened stage 1 can dodge bullets. Let's see about this. This time, Zhang Chen opted for full auto-fire, unleashing a rapid barrage. The average person, when engaging in rapid fire, often finds that the formidable recoil of an assault rifle causes the muzzle to rise, resulting in a decline in shooting accuracy. However, Zhang Chen, with his current physical prowess, encounters no such predicament. Coupled with the enhancement from his sharpshooter skills, nearly every bullet is directed with unwavering precision towards Nakatyu's body. While shooting, Zhang Chen even anticipates the possible evasive maneuvers Nakatyu might employ. It can be said that this volley of bullets nearly enveloped all areas surrounding Nakatyu. Damn Dragon Kingdom brat. Watch this. Nakatyu roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a terrifying mask of fury. His speed surged once more, allowing him to evade most of the bullets. Yet, a few managed to strike his thigh and chest. Nevertheless, Nakatyu pressed on as if unharmed, maintaining his momentum as he closed the distance of over 200 meters to stand before Zhang Chen. Are you astonished? Bullets are ineffective against me. Die. Nakatyu bellowed, his form unyielding. He swung his fist, encased in metal knuckles, down upon Zhang Chen's head. These knuckles, adorned with spikes, were designed for devastating blows, capable of taking down zombies with a single strike. In a fleeting moment, Nakatyu's massive frame crashed heavily onto the asphalt, creating fine cracks in the pavement. Zhang Chen, clad in energy armor, remained expressionless, standing resolutely in place. A single strike would suffice. Chapter 76. Capturing the Fat Sheep at First Glance. It appeared that Zhang Chen, being an early-stage awakener at level 3, was only 2 levels above Nakatyu, who was at level 1. In truth, Zhang Chen possessed dual talents, effectively elevating both his genetic evolution and energy evolution pathways by 3 levels each, while also fully allocating all his talent points. The disparity in their strengths had long surpassed the mere 2-level difference. Thus, a single move was sufficient to subdue the enemy. Clink. Target has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal, 255, 204, 80 talent bonus, Metal Knuckles 2, Metal Knuckles Design Blueprint, 1. Akari use lingerie, 2. Storage ring fragments, 107. Fine wine, 15. Clean fabric, 25. Certain disturbing video, 20. Couple hotel room key, 1. Upon collection, narcotic use corpse instantly vanished. Being merely a bodyguard tasked with protecting Yusuji, all the resources of the camp lay in Yusuji's hands. Thus, Zhang Chen felt no surprise at the paltry spoils. Regrettably, he had only 2 slots remaining. He opted to collect the energy crystal, storage ring fragments, and metal knuckles design blueprint. 1 slot remained. The unclaimed items fell as a survivor's supply box at the former location of Nakata Yu's body. Yusuji and Akari Yu dashed across the bridge. Clad in a professional outfit, complete with a fitted skirt and high heels, Akari Yu's attire was favored by Yusuji. With the hotel's stringent security, they had no fear of zombie attacks, prompting Akari Yu to maintain her attire. Little did they anticipate the unforeseen events of the day. This outfit severely restricted Akari Yu's speed. After merely a dozen meters, Yusuji had left her behind. "Mr. Yusuji, please wait for me," Akari Yu gasped, struggling for breath. You must strive on your own. You cannot rely on others for everything," Yusuji called back. However, he had barely finished his sentence when a gust of wind swept past. Suddenly, Zhang Chen, exuding an aura of lethal intent, blocked Yusuji's path. "Yu, how did you get here? Where is Nakata Yu?" Yusuji shouted in Japanese, his panic palpable. In truth, his words were futile. Zhang Chen's presence indicated Nakata Yu's demise. Yusuji, momentarily flustered, quickly composed himself, adopting an air of calm and non-hostility, palms facing Zhang Chen in a gesture of peace. "Let us converse amicably. Your assault on our camp likely pertains to resources. I can offer you everything I possess, including this woman behind me. You may have your way, provided you spare me. After all, we harbor no grievances. I shall remember your kindness. Should you ever require assistance, I will repay you wholeheartedly." Yusuji's face was a mask of sincerity, his hands clasped in a gesture of reliability. Anyone capable of becoming a council member possesses a natural talent for manipulation through words. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Wu Jingri to be so unwaveringly loyal. Yusuji felt immensely satisfied with his performance. With such acting skills, he was sure to score high. How the conversation would unfold next depended entirely on Zhang Chen's response. Regardless, Yusuji brimmed with confidence, believing that once Zhang Chen initiated dialogue, he would surely be able to negotiate concessions. Bang! Zhang Chen, with an impassive expression, unleashed a punch that sent Yusuji hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, Yusuji's eyes were filled with incredulity. He could not fathom why this individual would attack him, one willing to offer all his resources. What nonsense! Zhang Chen frowned. Previously, Nakata Yu had charged at him, shouting incoherently. Now, this man was no different. Did they not understand the issue of language barriers? Clink. Target has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal 3024, 80 talent bonus, storage ring fragments, 773, instant noodles, 6-pack, 290, frozen shrimp, 500g, 100, frozen sea cucumber, 500g, 80, frozen scallops, 500g, 120, fresh Wagyu beef, 1 kilogram, 300, soy sauce, 70, frozen beef, 1 kilogram, 800, frozen chicken, 300, instant noodles, 6-pack, 150, purified water, 5L, 500, unspoiled eggs, 500g, 70, luxury yacht, 1, level 1 protected hot spring villa, 1, zombie research notes, 1, sealed unknown potion, 1, meticulously preserved map, 1, automated guard tower blueprint, 1, complete technological blueprint, 1, in an instant. A dazzling array of resources filled his vision, their variety overwhelming. Yusuji possessed a level 5 storage ring, capable of accommodating 96 items, along with 2 vehicles and a building. The wealth of valuable items on him was staggering, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily speechless. Upgrade the ring. Clink. Current storage ring is level 4. To upgrade to level 5 requires storage ring fragments 1157 500. Energy crystals 1000. Upgrade conditions met. Proceed with the upgrade immediately? Yes. Clink. You have lost storage ring fragments 500. Energy crystal 1000. Congratulations. Storage ring upgraded from level 4 to 5. Storage capacity expanded from 72 to 96 slots. Building warehouse unlocked, capable of housing structures with a total indoor area not exceeding 500 square meters. Renovations, furniture, and appliances can be retained. To upgrade from level 5 to 6 requires storage ring fragments 657-800. Energy crystals 2136-2000. After the upgrade, slot count will increase from 96 to 120. Note: Level 6 storage rings allow for the storage of resources within the building warehouse, if that is the case. It translates to an additional warehouse, significantly conserving space. Only 143 ring fragments remain. Once the crawlers have cleansed the neon camp, I am sure to collect enough fragments. It seems today's ascension of the storage ring by 2 levels is utterly effortless. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward the hot spring hotel, only to see 2 crawlers racing towards him. One suddenly pounced on Akariyu, savagely tearing at her, while the other barreled towards Zhang Chen, emitting a spine-chilling screech. Ga ga ga. Chapter 77. This man is not human. Within the restaurant at the bridge's end, Wu Jingri was indoctrinating 3 newly arrived survivors, extolling the safety of the hot spring hotel and the friendliness of the neon people. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from the direction of the bridge, followed by the shrill sound of brakes. The group turned in alarm, witnessing a chaotic melee and cries emanating from the vicinity of the hot spring hotel. In the apocalypse, silence was paramount to avoid attracting zombies, making the cacophony from the hotel all the more jarring. Even from across the bridge, the sounds were faintly discernible. Wu Jingri, could there be trouble over there? One survivor remarked warily. Though they yearned for easy gains, they were not foolish enough to place unwavering trust in a mere stranger they had met once. Of course not. Bear in mind, the neon camp is fortified with over 100 personnel. Moreover, a formidable elite squad is stationed in the north to guard against zombies. The expertise demonstrated by others is truly remarkable. It bears no comparison to the makeshift encampment we have hastily assembled. Wu Jingri declared with unwavering confidence. Bang! No sooner had Wu Jingri's words echoed than gunfire erupted once more. It was only then that people noticed 2 figures, a man and a woman, rushing toward them from the other end of Yongyu Bridge. In the distance, a solitary figure appeared, indistinct due to the distance, merely a vague silhouette. Something must have gone awry. Otherwise, why would they be running? The survivors felt a heightened sense of vigilance. We're merely here to observe. We have no intention of staying, the leading survivor said dismissively. He then turned on his heel, ushering several members to follow suit. Wait, don't leave. There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Jingri attempted to persuade them further. However, these individuals had already drawn their weapons, cautiously retreating with expressions of wariness. In such circumstances, any further insistence would likely result in violence. Wu Jingri had always considered the encampment of the Neonjin to be a veritable paradise. Deeming it unnecessary to escalate matters thus, he swallowed hard, choosing silence. Xiao Qi and Luan Xiaotu stood silently by the window, their expressions pensive. Indeed, something had gone awry at the onsen hotel. Otherwise, individuals like Yusuji and Akadani Yoko, who had always lived in luxury, would not be fleeing in such disarray. Should we go lend a hand? Luan Xiaotu inquired. Given Yusuji's character, do you really believe he would appreciate our assistance in this state? Xiao Qi retorted with a scoff. Then, should we eliminate him? His ring contains all the supplies we have in Jiangbei. With those resources, we could establish our own stronghold. Luan Xiaotu grinned, revealing a predatory enthusiasm. It appeared that someone had gotten ahead of them. A flicker of alarm crossed Xiao Qi's eyes. Just as the two were engaged in idle conversation, a figure surged forward with astonishing speed. Reaching Yusuji before they could react, a single punch sent Yusuji hurtling through the AI art in mid-flight. It was evident that the assailant did not even need to make physical contact. Yusuji's body transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the ether. This phenomenon could only occur with harvested corpses. This individual not only possessed formidable strength, but also wielded unique abilities. Subsequently, Survivor Supply Box descended to the ground. Let us assess this individual's strength. Xiao Qi suggested. I'm already observing. But Luan Xiaotu stammered, as if witnessing something unfathomable. What is the situation? Can't you discern their power? Xiao Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Luan Xiaotu, whose strength was at the physical limit, could perceive opponents within 3 tiers of his own strength due to his basic inside eye. The man before them certainly did not fall short of Luan Xiaotu. Counting up 3 stages, that would place him at the threshold of the Basic Awakened Stage 3. Only entities surpassing Basic Awakened Stage 3 would elude Luan Xiaotu's discernment. Could it be that such a powerful survivor truly existed? This leveling up was akin to ascending in a rocket. No, I can gauge his strength. It should be at Basic Awakened Stage 3, but his awakening differs from others. Luan Xiaotu continued. Nakaiju is on the genetic evolution path, indicated by red. The northern defense line's Nomura follows the energy evolution path, shown in blue. Yet this man, he possesses both colors, blue and red, both at Basic Awakened Stage 3. Luan Xiaotu gazed at the man before him, his strength surpassing all that Luan Xiaotu had previously comprehended. Reaching the awakened stage already placed one among the elite survivors. Tio encounter someone with dual talents, especially at Stage 3. What a revelation! What has this individual done to achieve such power? Xiaoqi said, his expression paling in his mind. The notion of gaining strength by slaying zombies seemed utterly implausible. Tio acquire 60 energy cores from 100 zombies was already commendable. It paled in comparison to the swift gains from slaughtering fellow survivors. Zhang Chen's rapid ascension must surely have stemmed from a relentless spree of survivor killings. The demise of their own onsen hotel encampment was undoubtedly the work of this reaper. With the onsen hotel gone, what shall we do next? Luan Xiaotu inquired. We must retreat before this reaper discovers us. We certainly cannot claim Usuji's supplies. Survival must take precedence. As he spoke, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Akadani Yoko was pinned beneath a crawler, its maw tearing into her flesh. She was not dead. Rather, she writhed in agony. Given this man's prowess, the crawler would not prolong her suffering for long. We must hasten our retreat. Furthermore, we need to bring Wu Jingri along. This is the territory of the Long Kingdom, and we require a face from our homeland to speak on our behalf. Xiaoqi commanded. Understood. I shall see to it. Luan Xiaotu replied, leading the other Neonjin warriors and Wu Jingri, avoiding the main entrance for fear of encountering Zhang Chen in the open. They stealthily exited through the back of the hotel. Fleeing down the narrow alley.as for their destination, they remained uncertain. For now, their priority was to escape this man, more terrifying than the crawlers. Upon emerging from the alley, Xiaoqi couldn't resist glancing toward Yongyu Bridge. He caught sight of a crawler, half of its body suspended over the railing, before it transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Another, beneath Zhang Chen's foot, struggled in agony. Moments later, it too dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. The crawlers, once regarded as formidable adversaries by the Neonjin, could not endure even a minute before Zhang Chen. Is this still humanity? Chapter 78. The continuous upgrade of the storage ring. Meanwhile, atop Yongyu Bridge, Zhang Chen effortlessly dispatched 2 crawlers with swift precision. Given Zhang Chen's current capabilities, crawlers were merely slightly faster zombies, with combat prowess not vastly superior to that of ordinary zombies. Especially once their weaknesses were understood, they fell with a single blow. After eliminating these 2 monsters, Zhang Chen redirected his attention to the supply box dropped by Usuji, brimmed with valuable items, all of which he intended to claim. Food, blueprints, and various resources. He collected all that was significant. Items of lesser relevance, such as zombie research notes, meeting minutes, camp personnel roster, and room keys, were perused and then cast back into the supply box. Among the remaining resources, many items could be categorized similarly. As Zhang Chen already possessed soy sauce, instant noodles, and beef, the total gathered was barely sufficient. With 96 slots, only 2 remained. Such a curse, having an abundance of supplies, can indeed be troublesome. A sigh of exasperation escaped Zhang Chen's lips. He reached out to touch Akadani Yoko's lifeless body, collecting her energy core and storage ring fragment. The supplies were pitifully scant, yet an array of peculiar vibrating items was plentiful. These survivor supply boxes were immobile, remaining in place unless someone removed their contents. Otherwise, they would linger indefinitely. Zhang Chen proceeded toward the onsen hotel, which lay in utter disarray. A room on the 2nd floor was engulfed in flames. Leaping toward the window, the ground was littered with the mangled corpses of those devoured by crawlers, some having transformed into zombies, crawling feebly, while others had succumbed entirely to death, their bodies nothing but bloody remains. A pervasive stench of blood permeated the entire onsen hotel. As Zhang Chen walked, he delivered fatal blows to the fallen, scavenging the corpses of the survivors. The neon gene bore few valuable possessions. Only the energy cores and storage ring fragments warranted his attention. Everywhere he traversed, he left behind a trail of survivor supply boxes. Some survivors possessed so little that they didn't even require the boxes. Their belongings simply fell to the ground. After thoroughly pillaging the onsen hotel, Zhang Chen amassed a total of storage ring fragments, 218. Finally, he could upgrade. Upgrading the ring, ding. The current storage ring is level 5. To upgrade to level 6, you require storage ring fragments 875-800. Energy cores 2021-36. Upgrade requirements met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 800, energy cores 2000. Congratulations, your storage ring has been upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Storage space has expanded from 96 to 120 slots. The enhanced building warehouse has been unlocked. It can accommodate buildings with a total indoor area of up to 1,000 square meters. Renovations, furniture, and appliances can be retained. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 requires storage ring fragments 75-1500, energy cores 136-5000. Good heavens. To reach the next level requires 5,000 energy cores. Achieving the next level with my dual talents only requires 5,000 energy cores. This is utterly taxing. The current building can store items, significantly optimizing space usage. For the time being, it seems there will be no pressing need for additional space. With that thought in mind, Zhang Chen approached an open area and summoned the level 1 protective onsen villa. In an instant, a villa suddenly appeared before Zhang Chen. The entire structure was divided into 2 above-ground levels and 1 basement, each spanning an impressive 150 square meters, providing ample space. The exterior of the villa was fortified with reinforced steel panels. With a simple operation, all doors and windows could be secured behind sturdy metal barriers. Once the threat had subsided, the villa could return to its original state. All the glass was bulletproof and impact-resistant, sufficient to withstand the ambushes of crawlers, although it would still struggle against a behemoth. Zhang Chen pushed open the door and stepped inside the villa. Upon entry, he was greeted by an elegant foyer, leading into a spacious living room adorned with a long L-shaped leather sofa. The tiled floor was covered with plush carpets, and a fireplace graced one wall. Adjacent to the living room was an open kitchen, a bedroom, and a gym. The basement could serve as a storage area for a generator or as a workshop. The second floor featured another bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a family theater. It must be said that this villa was indeed more lavishly decorated and comfortable than Building 8. This Yasuji truly knew how to indulge in luxury. Zhang Chen descended to the basement, commencing an inventory of his storage space. Perishables such as meats, seafood, and fruits had short shelf lives, making them more practical to keep in storage. In contrast, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and similar items could be stored at room temperature. Zhang Chen first visited the kitchen pantry of the Hot Spring Hotel to retrieve some shelves before returning to the villa and placing them in the basement. He began categorizing the food items meticulously. Soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, and other condiments, along with vegetable oil, could be stored in a few bottles in the kitchen, while the rest would go on the bottom shelf of the racks, as they were not frequently accessed. Next came instant noodles, ramen, dry noodles, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice. Above these, he arranged snacks like chips and cookies. Beverages were set aside on a separate shelf, as they comprised the largest variety, including large bottles of drinking water. After over an hour of labor, a significant portion of the storage space had been emptied, creating ample room. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He left the villa and seamlessly stored it within his storage space. At this moment, the sun began its gradual descent towards the horizon. The buildings cast long shadows under the golden-red sunlight. Before nightfall, Zhang Chen had another task to accomplish. He assessed the direction and jogged northward. According to Zhao Longchuan, a horde of tens of thousands of corpses would arrive from the north in 3 days. Thus, it was likely that a small number of zombies had already begun to approach. Zhang Chen ran approximately 3 kilometers. Here, the road was barricaded with vehicles, forming a defensive line. He could ascend to the barricade from the adjacent buildings. The ground still bore remnants of food scraps, indicating that there had been people on this defensive line not long ago, though they had mysteriously withdrawn. Zhang Chen began to remove the cars one by one, creating a narrow passage for a single person to pass through. Subsequently, he positioned laser tripwires at a height of 1.6 meters above ground. With everything prepared, he sprinted back to Jiangnan, drove back to Building 8. Chapter 79. Are you sure you're not on vacation? Zhang Chen undertook this endeavor to test whether the automatic collection function had any distance limitations. In previous battles, enemies had been directly eliminated, and the collected items naturally entered his storage space. This time, however, the distance was a full 10 kilometers. Could he still continue to collect from such a range? Zhang Chen parked the off-road vehicle outside the fence of Building 8. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he sensed something amiss. A metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. A battle had likely occurred here. Air Pang, Zhang Chen called out. Wang Wu, indeed. Wolves also bark. They only howl when in distress. Air Pang responded excitedly from the courtyard. It had already heard the sound of the car and knew Zhang Chen had returned, wagging its tail with joy. Upon hearing Zhang Chen call its name, its excitement reached new heights, but it leaped twice without managing to clear the high fence. Just as Zhang Chen pushed open the wooden door, a massive shadow lunged towards him. Air Pang, eager to see Zhang Chen, immediately transformed into battle mode, preparing to leap over the wall. However, as Zhang Chen opened the door, the two collided in an embrace. Had Zhang Chen not possessed sufficient strength, this encounter could have ended quite differently. All right, I'm back, Zhang Chen said while dodging Air Pang's enormous tongue. When it was small, a lick was manageable, but at its current size, a single lick felt akin to a face wash. It was simply overwhelming. After a moment of enthusiastic licking, Air Pang returned to its smaller wolf form, excitedly nuzzling at Zhang Chen's feet. Suddenly, it barked and dashed to a corpse, wagging its tail with excitement. Only then did Zhang Chen notice the 6 corpses lying in the courtyard. Their features mangled beyond recognition. Yet the bodies remained, and the rings on their fingers were intact, allowing for recovery. Zhang Chen proceeded to collect from each one, accumulating energy crystals, 400 and 2336, with an 80 talent bonus, and storage ring fragments, 23. This, wealthy beyond measure, looting bonus was truly astonishing. This rate of collection, leveling up to an intermediate awakened state would be remarkably straightforward. Come on, let's head upstairs. Zhang Chen patted Air Pang's furry head as they entered Building 8. The first order of business upon returning home was to take a shower and change into clean clothes. By this time, the sun had completely set, and night had enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Zhang Chen drew the curtains and turned on the lights, beginning to prepare dinner. Today had been exceptionally fulfilling. He had cleared the corpse horde in the morning and eliminated the neon camp in the afternoon, so busy that he had forgotten to eat lunch. This was not good. Such irregular eating habits could easily lead to stomach issues. He needed to remind himself to eat at regular intervals. Zhang Chen retrieved the electronic watch he had collected from the neon people earlier that day and set a reminder function. He silenced the device, switching it to vibrate mode. Tonight, he intended to treat himself to a good meal. Zhang Chen took out some Wagyu beef and sliced 2 pieces. He placed a bit of butter in the pan, sizzling it as he cooked. Next, he pulled out some sea shrimp. It must be noted that Yusuji had an eye for quality. Even a single shrimp measured over 20 centimeters in length, likely fetching a high price in peacetime. Boiled shrimp, paired with self-heating rice, perfect. Before long, the meal was ready. Zhang Chen savored his food, not forgetting to place some of the high-quality pet food he had obtained from the Tier 3 supply box into Air Pang's bowl. While they were eating, a message suddenly popped up on the system interface. It was from Zhao Xia, requesting a video call. Would you like to connect? Note: the other party is not in your vicinity. Connect, Zhang Chen silently thought. Moments later, the scene before him shifted. Zhao Xia appeared on screen, clad in military green camouflage, smiling warmly at him. The backdrop featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, showcasing a skyline dotted with twinkling stars. The ambience was somewhat dim. Brother Chen, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Zhao Xia asked with a grin. She was already beautiful, and dressed in military attire. She exuded both charm and valor. It looks fantastic, Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Where are you currently stationed? Have you reached the military base yet? He inquired. Not yet. We have been busy collecting survivors, clearing zombies, and gathering supplies. Our pace has been slow. We only departed Jiangnan district at dusk and are now in Taiping district, Zhao Xia explained earnestly. Well, it's better to proceed steadily. Rushing in can easily lead to danger, Zhang Chen remarked. Why does it seem so dark on your end? He asked curiously. There's a massive power outage, and we're spending the night in an office building. To prevent any ill-intentioned survivors from causing trouble, we are prohibited from using lighting tools. Moreover, we truly lack any illumination equipment. We only have 2 or 3 strong flashlights reserved for the collection team. As resources are limited, Zhao Xia paused for a moment before abruptly stating, I will be joining the supply collection team tomorrow. I want to kill zombies too. I aim to level up and keep pace with you. I know you didn't bring me along today because you thought I would be a burden. I will strive to become stronger so I can assist you in battle in the future. As she spoke, Zhao Xia's eyes sparkled with determination, envisioning a future where she fought alongside Zhang Chen. Yes, keep it up, I believe in you, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Ding dong, Zhao Longchuan requested to join the video call. Connect, Zhang Chen readily agreed. The screen then split down the middle, revealing Zhao Xia on the left and Zhao Longchuan on the right. Hey brother, I was chatting with Chen. What are you doing here? Zhao Xia pouted, slightly annoyed. Oh? You were talking to Zhang Chen? Then never mind. Zhao Longchuan chuckled awkwardly and waved at Zhang Chen. He was about to exit the video call when suddenly, his expression froze, his gaze fixated on the plate in front of Zhang Chen. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Zhang Chen glanced down at the table, noticing nothing unusual. After a moment, he heard Zhao Longchuan swallow hard and ask, Is that plate of pan-fried beef and boiled shrimp in front of you? My goodness, that shrimp is hard to come by. All the freezers in the supermarkets along the way have thawed out. The seafood has all spoiled, yet you can still enjoy shrimp? Ah, good heavens. We are all struggling to survive, and yet you appear to be on vacation here. Zhang Chen slowly peeled the shrimp shell, took a hearty bite and remarked, It's quite delicious. Would you care to try some? Chapter 80. The Enigma of the World's Truth. Is that permissible? Zhao Longchuan hesitated for a moment. Logically, this was certainly not acceptable. One must not take from the collective resources, as it is a matter of discipline. However, from another perspective, his own sister harbored feelings for Zhang Chen, and Zhang Chen was somewhat acquainted with him. One could consider them friends, couldn't one? A little favor among friends shouldn't be deemed a breach of discipline, right? Absolutely not. Before Zhang Chen could respond, Zhao Xia firmly rejected the notion, stating, Brother Chen has already assisted me greatly. I have yet to repay him for his kindness. How could you have the audacity to take from him? Brother Chen, I shall temporarily disconnect the video to settle accounts with this fellow. Even as the captain of the special operations team, he hardly embodies the qualities of a leader. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's nod of agreement, Zhao Xia promptly ended the video call, fuming as she went to confront her brother. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. After finishing his meal, he began to sort through the supplies he had acquired that day. The encounter with Yusuji had been rather rushed, leaving him little time to properly assess his resources. He had observed many peculiar items earlier, and now it was time to examine them closely. Zhang Chen opened his storage space and retrieved all the items. First was the research computer, found in the air raid shelter, followed by sealed unknown potion, 1 from Yusuji's storage, meticulously preserved map, 1, automated watchtower design, 1, and comprehensive technology blueprint 41. What on earth are these items? The system offers no explanation. Zhang Chen scrutinized the sealed unknown potion, which was contained in a silver metallic package the size of a thermos. Inside, he could see a red liquid. As he gazed at it, a prompt gradually appeared. Awakening potion can be used to awaken biological entities that have been put to sleep by a sedative. Zhang Chen studied the prompt intently. It was the first time he found the notification to be as vague as it was informative. What does it mean to awaken dormant beings, or the sedative? This terminology was utterly unfamiliar to him. Is this explanation truly intended for me? He decided to store it away for further investigation later. Zhang Chen then turned his attention to the meticulously preserved map. This map bore no title, filled with a multitude of numbers that likely represented coordinates. It lacked city names or country labels, resembling a wilderness map. Amidst a dense forest, a point was marked. There was no additional information regarding its contents. Zhang Chen re-examined the map, and another prompt emerged. This map records the precise location of the meteorite that fell on May 11, 2012, located within the National Forest Park in the southern part of Heisei City. May 2012? Zhang Chen vaguely recalled that this was around the time the virus began to spread in this world. He quickly retrieved the bloodstained diary from the bookshelf and confirmed that the first entry mentioning the virus was dated May 17, 2012. Was this mere coincidence, or was there an inherent connection between the two? Given that this map was meticulously preserved, It must hold great significance. Should he seize the opportunity to explore the National Forest Park in Heisei City while the monster strength is subdued? Zhang Chen stored both the meticulously preserved map and the blood-stained diary in his storage space. His instincts told him that these items were undoubtedly interwoven with a complex web of connections. The indigenous people's emphasis on the meteorite's landing site could not be without reason. It was imperative to keep them safe. Perhaps one day, when the evidence is fully assembled, the truth shall be revealed to the world. Next, Zhang Chen examined the automated watchtower design. Requires 500 kilograms of steel and 500 energy crystals to construct an automated watchtower at a specified location. Automated watchtower automatically attacks mutated creatures within a radius of 200 meters. Attacks consume energy crystals. It can be installed on building exteriors, the ground, rooftops, or any location. Note: the kills by the watchtower are equivalent to the host directly killing, and it automatically collects resources. This will indeed prove invaluable in the face of a zombie horde. The final item was Comprehensive Technology Blueprint 4, which similarly lacked any description. It resembled a small chip. There are 27 comprehensive technology blueprints scattered among key technical personnel. Once assembled, they will grant access to all advanced technologies of Water Blue Star and activate the lighthouse. The lighthouse is a large artificial space station capable of sustaining an ecosystem for 100,000 people, designed for near-orbital flight around Water Blue Star. These items are remarkably advanced, particularly the lighthouse, which could essentially represent the hope for the indigenous people's survival. Now, with 4 chips in his possession, did this indicate that the indigenous migration plan had failed? Or was this perhaps the last vestige of hope left for Zhang Chen and the other outsiders? In any case, these items not only obscured Zhang Chen's understanding of this world, but also added layers of mystery. He stared at the items for a while, then returned them to his storage space. The experimental laptop was charging and currently inoperable. As Zhang Chen prepared to retire for the night, he suddenly heard an explosion echoing from the north. The blast, already loud, resonated further in the stillness of the night. It must have been a trap triggered by a landmine. There was no notification, indicating that the automatic collection has a distance limitation. Once it exceeds a certain range, there are no rewards for kills. Zhang Chen nodded. It seemed his plan to sit back and collect energy crystals at home had been thwarted. He would have to engage in battle with the zombies. Stretching, he glanced at the sleeping air pal before climbing into bed and drifting off to sleep. Outside, the zombies in the streets were stirred by the explosion, emitting a chorus of terrifying growls. This night, the undead were particularly restless. Meanwhile, at the stadium, within the revival camp, Zhang Hao was wide awake. He recalled Qian Jinyu's words, that some individuals would stealthily escape at dawn. These individuals must leave. Only then could the revival camp breathe a sigh of relief, and Zhang Hao could initiate his reforms. Thus, the morning's operation was of utmost importance. He was so anxious that he couldn't sleep all night. Finally, just after 5 in the morning, the sun began to rise above the horizon. The agitated zombies finally settled down, returning to their aimless state. A moment later, a tent within the stadium trembled slightly. A male survivor cautiously emerged. Chapter 81. Zhang Hao's Dilemma. The man glanced around before sharply raising his head to look at the large glass window of the VIP box, where Zhang Hao's office and living quarters were located. After confirming that he had not been noticed, he beckoned to the tent, and 2 women, their hairstyles intact and makeup flawlessly applied, hurriedly exited, clearly having prepared in advance. Subsequently, they began to contact other survivors one by one. In no time at all, a survivor team of about 50 was assembled, all without making significant noise. Some survivors were roused by the commotion but merely glanced and resumed their slumber. Different paths do not warrant conflict. Yet there was no need to risk offending these individuals by alerting anyone. Many adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Zhang Hao observed all of this through the curtain's gap. Clear as day, the leading man was Zhou Jiqiang, one of the few survivors within the camp who had reached a physical limit. Zhang Hao had originally intended to groom him as the captain of the 6th collection team, having taken special care of him regarding provisions. Knowing the man was lecherous, he had suppressed several incidents of misconduct reported to him, hoping to win him over. Who would have thought that Zhou Jiqiang, while outwardly obedient and pledging allegiance to Zhang Hao, would secretly organize other survivors to flee? The individuals following closely behind him were also exceptionally strong survivors, initially intended as seed members for the 6th resource collection team. To Zhang Hao's dismay, they were all in cahoots with Zhou Jiqiang. He was deeply affected by this betrayal, maintaining a facade of composure while his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the neon people handling these rascals, Zhang Hao would have seized Zhou Jiqiang and confronted him directly, demanding an explanation for his treachery. As these individuals slowly exited the stadium through the safety passage, approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Hao's intercom crackled to life. It was Qian Jinyu. These individuals had successfully made their exit and were heading towards Yongyu Bridge. However, I see that the leader is Zhou Jiqiang. Just last night, he submitted a handwritten roster of the team members to me. How could he, before Qian Jinyu could finish? Zhang Hao's icy voice interrupted through the intercom. This was not arranged by me. That man is nothing but a traitor. Upon hearing this, Qian Jinyu fell silent. He could empathize with Zhang Hao's feelings of betrayal by a person he had once valued. It must have been excruciating. Initially, Zhang Hao, as the camp leader, was the only one entitled to a solitary can of luncheon meat. Observing the plight of Zhou Jiqiang, he generously shared half of his portion with him. Little did he know that today, Zhou Jiqiang would lead a defection. Such is the unpredictability of human nature. Qian Jinyu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. At that moment, another walkie-talkie in Zhang Hao's possession crackled to life. This time, it was a message from Tan Sibao, the leader of the fourth team. The two different walkie-talkies operated on distinct frequencies to prevent interference. Zhang Hao's room was equipped with 6 walkie-talkies, each corresponding to the 5 collection teams and the camp's guard team. Currently, the walkie-talkie for the guard team was in Qian Jinyu's hands. Brother Zhang, I must lodge a complaint. The 5th team is utterly despicable. Yesterday, we were ambushed by a horde of zombies at the market. They were collecting supplies just above us, and we requested their archery support. But those people had the audacity to say that arrows were too expensive and told us to fend for ourselves. We lost 2 brothers before we managed to escape. That scoundrel Qi Hongda is simply inhuman. How can someone who disregards his own brothers even be a team leader? Tan Sibao exclaimed with righteous indignation. I understand. Preserve the strength of your team, find a safe route, and return to the camp swiftly. As for Qi Hongda, I shall ensure you receive an explanation, Zhang Hao replied with a calm demeanor. However, upon hearing Qi Hongda's name, a tremor ran through him. That was close. He almost forgot about that fellow. Zhou Jiqiang had been introduced by Qi Hongda. The two were college roommates before the apocalypse and shared a close bond. Now that Zhou Jiqiang was leading a defection, could Qi Hongda possibly be unaware? Moreover, earlier, Qian Jinyu mentioned that some teams were reluctant to follow orders. This was precisely referring to Qi Hongda, coupled with his refusal to assist the 4th team's brothers in battling the zombies. It was evident that this fellow was bound to rebel. Damn. Zhang Hao furiously hurled a paper cup from the table onto the carpet. Tio take the high-priced bow and arrows he had acquired from Zhang Chen and then betray his comrades to the neon people? Did he consider himself a fool? How could he endure this? Yet, Qi Hongda was a formidable individual at the extreme physical level. Zhang Hao was merely at an exceptionally strong level. If a confrontation ensued, he might not come out unscathed. The more Zhang Hao pondered, the angrier he became, and he couldn't devise a suitable plan for revenge. However, allowing these individuals to reach Jiangbei was infuriating. He paced restlessly in his room, consumed by an indescribable frustration, anger, and helplessness. The resentment bubbling within him had no outlet. This was driving him to the brink of madness. After several laps, he suddenly retrieved a handgun from his ring. This was something he had scavenged from the corpse of a police officer. He had not disclosed this to anyone, intending to use it for self-preservation at a critical moment. Now, perhaps it might come in handy. However, Qi Hongda's 5th team had 2 other individuals at the extreme physical level besides him. Could a single gun truly suffice against 3 extreme-level experts? Zhang Hao felt uncertain. Hey, Zhang Hao, are you there? There's new information. The walkie-talkie crackled again. It was Qian Jinyu's voice. What new information? Is the 5th team approaching? Zhang Hao asked anxiously. At present, aside from the 4th team led by Tan Sibao, which was the closest to the camp. The other collection teams were all situated 3 kilometers away, unable to return in the short term. If Qi Hongda were to launch a surprise attack now, the revival camp would be in jeopardy. No, it's not the 5th team. It's Zhou Jiqiang and the others. I spotted them entering a restaurant at the bridgehead, but shortly after, they all began to head back. The exact reason is unclear. If they return, what should we do? Should we act as if nothing happened? Qian Jinyu inquired. What? They're back. Could it be that something went awry at the neon camp? Or did they discover something? Hiss? Regardless, separate Zhou Jiqiang from the others. Send Zhou Jiqiang to my office and arrange for the others to wait on the bus parked by the roadside. I will handle the rest. Zhang Hao's mind suddenly flashed with a terrifying thought. Chapter 82. A harmonious meal. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jiqiang cheerfully knocked on the door and entered Zhang Hao's office. Zhang Hao had just prepared breakfast, instant noodles and sausages, 2 portions in total, one placed before him and the other across the table for Zhou Jiqiang. How was the morning workout today? Any encounters with zombies? Zhang Hao asked with a smile, taking a hefty bite of the sausage and savoring it with evident delight. I was just about to report this. Yesterday, many people mentioned that staying too long in the camp has rendered them useless. I figured since you were planning to form the 6th collection team, I could take this opportunity to take them out for some physical training and scout out some promising candidates. That way, the team would be established. Zhou Jiqiang looked at the sausage before him, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the instant noodles, unable to resist swallowing hard, yet refraining from eating. His intention in taking these individuals out that morning was not for a workout. It was to defect to the Neon people. However, upon arriving at the designated restaurant at the bridgehead, they discovered it was abandoned, with ominous words on the walls declaring that the camp had fallen. The Jiangbei camp had collapsed. Zhou Jiqiang's first instinct was that zombies were responsible. Now, with only a bridge separating Jiangnan from Jiangbei, recklessly crossing over would be tantamount to suicide. It was better to return to the camp and reassess their plans. After all, food and water were not a concern in the camp. They could last a few more days. Once Qi Hongda had gathered sufficient supplies, they intended to take a few attractive women and strike out on their own. Anyone could establish a camp. Why should they listen to Zhang Hao? Just because he established the camp earlier? Zhou Jiqiang had his own schemes, feeling guilty and thus hesitating to eat. Zhang Hao pretended not to notice Zhou Jiqiang's unease, casually slurping his noodles while saying, "Old Qian mentioned it to me. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with your suggestion. There are too few individuals as strong as you in the camp. With you here, I can rest easy. I also plan to merge teams 4, 5, and 6 into a battalion, commanded by Qi Hongda. You would serve as the vice captain, overseeing supplies and everything else." Zhang Hao swallowed the noodles, continuing with a smile. "You know, we separate management and supply authority here to ensure mutual checks and balances. You and Qi Hongda are good friends. I believe only you as vice captain would keep him from raising objections. What do you think?" Zhang Hao said, his gaze warm and inviting towards Zhou Jiqiang. I can certainly fulfill the tasks you assign. I can never forget that it was you who helped me during my most difficult times. Providing me with a safe haven, I will surely excel as the vice captain, serving the camp and you." Zhou Jiqiang couldn't help but smile broadly. Was this Zhang Hao being overly naive, wholeheartedly promoting him? Once he became the vice captain, coupled with Qi Hongda as the captain, wouldn't it be even easier to break away in the future? This Zhang Hao truly is a fool. With this thought, Zhou Jiqiang finally lowered his guard and took a bite of the instant noodles. "Delicious. You enjoy your meal. I still have half a bottle of cola. Let me pour you some," Zhang Hao said with a smile. Rising to walk behind Zhou Jiqiang, twisting the cap off the cola bottle. "There's cola?" Zhou Jiqiang felt as if he were on the brink of bliss. What was going on with Zhang Hao today? It was a blackout, and obtaining hot water was no easy task. Today he had hot water for noodles, sausages, and even cola. This was akin to a Michelin-starred dining experience in peacetime. How delightful, however. Something felt amiss. There's always something unusual about the extraordinary. Zhou Jiqiang's smile suddenly froze. Was Zhang Hao up to some trickery behind him? Panic-stricken, he quickly turned around, only to see Zhang Hao gripping a large vase in his left hand and a gun in his right. Before Zhou Jiqiang could react, the vase slipped from his grasp, shattering upon hitting the floor. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. At such a close range, and from behind, Zhang Hao had launched a surprise attack. Even though Zhou Jiqiang had reached the extreme physical level, he was still unable to evade it. Furthermore, there was an undeniable difference between those at the extreme physical level and awakened beings. And no matter how extreme, he was still merely flesh and blood. He could not withstand the bullet's assault. With a bang, the sound of the gunshot and the shattering vase occurred almost simultaneously. Zhou Jiqiang fell into a pool of blood, eyes wide open in disbelief. Scavenging, Zhang Hao reached out to touch Zhou Jiqiang, immediately collecting all his supplies and energy crystals into his own possession. In an instant, Zhang Hao felt as if he had been reborn. His muscles became even more defined, and he seemed to have grown a bit taller. He had successfully advanced to the extreme physical level. However, being the only one at the extreme physical level, along with just a gun, seemed somewhat inadequate to confront Qi Hongda's team. What happened? What is going on? A few minutes later, Qian Jinyu rushed in with several members of the city defense team, their faces etched with anxiety. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a shattered vase. Zhang Hao chuckled. At this moment, Zhou Jiqiang's body had already been removed, leaving no trace behind. The remnants of his sausage and instant noodles were collected by Zhang Hao into his storage space, ensuring that no evidence remained at the scene. Oh, now I can breathe easy. I just settled those people on the bus and hurried over. Qian Jinyu inquired with concern. Are you all right? Zhou Jiqiang must have upset you greatly. Forget it, I've decided to leave. There's nothing I can do, however. Losing my temper and smashing things was my fault. I reflect on that, sigh. I will go and try to persuade the others. Hopefully, they will be willing to change their lethargic ways. Zhang Hao lamented with a helpless expression. Then, I shall accompany the city defense team with you. There is strength in numbers, and it would be wise to have backup in case of any disturbances. Qian Jinyu suggested, no need. I can manage on my own. After all, this is about fostering trust through dialogue with everyone. If you bring your people along, it would surely appear as though we are preparing for a fight. How could they possibly trust us? Just hand me a watermelon knife. I have my means of self-defense, Zhang Hao replied with an air of nonchalance. That is fine. Just be cautious. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to call us. We will come to your aid, Qian Jinyu reiterated, still somewhat uneasy. Understood. This time? It's perfectly safe. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 83. The Path of Carnage. Moments later, inside the bus at the corner. It was a tourist coach with only a front door. When discovered, it was empty, devoid of passengers or keys, simply a vacant vehicle, this time. More than 50 survivors sat inside, their expressions tinged with impatience. Did I hear Zhang Hao is going to lecture us? Good heavens, training is the last thing I want to deal with at work, and now, in this apocalypse, we still have to endure his lessons? Exactly. Will attending class earn us extra food rations? Will the neon people treat us better? It's obvious. He is here to brainwash us, to make us go out and fight as cannon fodder. Are we to be treated as fools? Zhou Jiqiang was at his limit, and didn't he have to fight? Why should we, ordinary people, risk our lives against zombies? For a bag of chips? For a packet of instant noodles? Enough, enough. Let us maintain silence. We can't go anywhere near the neon people, so we must stay hidden here. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Oh, I say you're all overthinking this. Zhang Hao is just concerned we might incite more people to leave. He is here to plead with us. Yes, I think there is some truth in that. We should negotiate for better food rations. This is a rare opportunity for negotiation that we cannot afford to miss. Let us all band together and unanimously demand an increase in our food supplies. No one can back down at the last moment, or else we won't consider you a brother. Rest assured, this is a good thing. We will surely stand united. Indeed, Zhang Hao is soft-hearted. With a little persuasion, he will relent. As the conversation grew lively, suddenly someone knocked on the glass, saying, Shu, stop talking. Zhang Hao is coming this way. Everyone hurriedly fell silent, contemplating how to bargain with Zhang Hao in their minds. Zhang Hao approached the bus with swift strides, as if propelled by the wind. He slowly boarded the vehicle and forcefully closed the door behind him. The door was electronic, requiring considerable strength to push shut, but the occupants inside paid little heed to this detail, assuming Zhang Hao was merely cautious about their demands being overheard. Zhang Hao stood before the bus, gazing at the survivors, many of whom bore expressions of disdain, even mockery. Reflecting on the arduous efforts he had made to gather food only to share it with them, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. Not only did he receive no words of gratitude, but he was also cast as the villain. His heart felt as though it had been turned upside down. He merely wished to unite everyone's strength to survive in this apocalypse. Yet he never anticipated the depths to which human hearts could descend. Now, with no outsiders present, I wish to speak candidly with all of you. Zhang Hao declared, his face marked with weariness. I did not establish this camp to fulfill my own desires. You should know the kind of person I am after these days in the camp. I have never hoarded food nor allowed anyone to starve. Whenever I encounter struggling survivors, I would rather forego my own sustenance to offer help. What is my purpose in doing this? At this point, Zhang Hao felt a swell of grievance, his eyes reddening as his voice quivered. We are in an apocalypse. We are all survivors. My goal in establishing this camp is to unite our efforts to fight against zombies and the even more terrifying monsters that lie ahead. To survive in this cruel world, one must enhance their own strength. If even the indigenous people cannot withstand these terrifying monsters, on what grounds do you believe you can survive without doing anything? Isn't that absurd? I urge you all to train, to combat zombies, not to send you to your deaths. If I wanted you dead, I could have simply refused to accept you from the start. Why would I provide you with ample food and drink, only for you to fill your bellies and perish? I seek a united camp of survivors, all with combat capabilities. Only when we stand as one can we gather warmth in this harsh environment and survive. Do you understand? Zhang Hao shouted, anguish palpable in his voice. Yet, the survivors inside the bus remained impassive, their expressions unchanging. Zhang Hao, what good are your words? The treatment we receive is inferior to what the Neon people offer. If you provided us with meat daily, I might consider fighting zombies. But look at what we eat daily. Chips, biscuits, bread, and we even share a single bottle of water among 2 or 3 people. You expect us to risk our lives for such meager rations? Do you take us for fools? A man shouted, his voice rising above the rest. His outburst quickly garnered support from others, who echoed. Indeed, why should those who are close to you enjoy meat while us newcomers are left with this garbage? Let us not waste time talking. Increase our rations, and we might consider not inciting others to leave the camp. Or we'll return and rally them to depart. Why are all the food supplies in your and Xian Jinyu's hands completely opaque? Who knows how much you've hoarded for yourselves? If you truly aren't acting out of self-interest, why do you reside in the VIP suite while we sleep on the floor? As Zhang Hao listened to their vitriol, he felt an overwhelming desire to explain. Only those who participated in the gathering teams were afforded meat. There was hardly enough to go around, and naturally, those who fought the zombies were prioritized. Qian Jinyu meticulously recorded all the supplies collected and distributed. Zhang Hao even once refrained from taking from his own stock out of respect for others, enduring hunger through the night. Zhang Hao occupied the VIP suite due to his capabilities, the space, the team, everything was a product of his own discovery and assembly. Was it too much to expect a modicum of privilege? However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly found himself disinclined to speak further. He was exhausted. Even if he argued tirelessly, it would be futile. Some individuals simply weren't worth the effort. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of accusations, Zhang Hao burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most unbelievable news. He laughed heartily, almost doubling over, before finally managing to suppress his mirth. Reaching into his storage ring, he produced a watermelon knife. Thank you all. I was still somewhat hesitant. Your words have solidified my resolve. I am now determined. With that, a cold glint flashed, and the man who had first raised his voice crumpled to the ground in a pool of blood. Chapter 84. Power is authority. What? Zhang Hao, have you lost your mind? You dare to kill? A woman shrieked, her voice piercing the AI. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Hao silenced her with a swift blow. Though Zhang Hao had reached the pinnacle of human capability, the bus housed over 50 people, including a few exceptionally strong survivors. If they had all charged at him, it would undoubtedly result in casualties, but they could easily overpower Zhang Hao. Unfortunately, these people were accustomed to idleness, spending their days gossiping and complaining. Their so-called unity was merely superficial, driven by selfishness and short-sightedness. At this moment, each was consumed by thoughts of self-preservation, with no one considering a united front against Zhang Hao. The design of the bus made it difficult for many to launch a coordinated attack. Those in the front, panic-stricken, fled, blocking the path for those who were willing to fight, resulting in a chaotic tangle of bodies where even those capable of action were rendered ineffective. Thus, with his formidable physical prowess, Zhang Hao charged through from beginning to end. Occasionally, when met with resistance from those wielding knives, he swiftly toppled them to the ground. Blood flowed from the seams of the car doors like a small stream, splattering across the seats and windows, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. After a mere 10 minutes, the bus door swung open, and Zhang Hao stepped down slowly, drenched in the blood of the survivors. At that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. A new, brief talent mark appeared on his wrist, a adorned with one red and one blue talent line. As Zhang Hao disembarked, he disengaged the bus's handbrake and forcefully shoved the vehicle into the river. He then retrieved some purified water from his storage space, taking a sip before using the remainder to wash his skin. He shed his blood-stained clothes and donned a fresh outfit. This metamorphosis ignited a renewed ambition within him. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. Zhang Hao chose not to return to the camp immediately, but instead made his way toward the restaurant at Yongyu Bridge. He was aware that Qi Hongda, unable to reach Zhou Jiqiang, would undoubtedly wait for him there. His objective was to arrive before Qi Hongda could. Coincidentally, as Zhang Hao reached the restaurant, Qi Hongda and his team arrived simultaneously. The two parties encountered each other. "Captain Qi, weren't you supposed to be gathering supplies? What brings you here?" Zhang Hao inquired with feigned ignorance. "From now on, I am no longer a part of the camp. We can go wherever we please without needing to report to you." Qi Hongda scoffed, glancing warily around. Upon realizing there was no ambush and that Zhang Hao was alone, he pressed further. "You've left the camp? When did this happen? Moreover, you might be unaware, but something has gone awry at the Neon camp." Zhang Hao chuckled. "You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I am more interested in asking you something. Zhang Hao, where have you hidden Zhou Jiqiang? If anything happens to him, I will flatten your camp." Qi Hongda exclaimed, drawing his broadsword. The two other physically elite survivors hastily readied their bows, aiming at Zhang Hao. The remaining 3 survivors also brandished their weapons, displaying evident caution. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for just one person? Especially one who is merely an exceptionally strong tier of weakling? Zhang Hao retorted, unperturbed. "Since you've made up your minds to side with the Neon people, my obstruction is futile. However, I truly do not know Zhou Jiqiang's whereabouts. The guards informed me that he left with over 50 people early this morning. I was uneasy, so I came to check." "What? He hasn't arrived yet?" Zhang Hao spread his hands, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Qi Hongda squinted at Zhang Hao for a while. Sensing he was likely not lying, he murmured, "Could it be that he encountered zombies on the way?" After a brief pause, he turned to his team. "Xiao Chong, you and the brute go into the restaurant to assess the situation. The rest of you, stay alert for any Type 2 mutated infected nearby. Zhang Hao, I won't kill you. You can leave now, and we can consider this matter settled." Upon hearing Qi Hongda's words, the 2 elite team members slowly lowered their bows, seeking vantage points to maintain vigilance. "You won't kill me? Is this your way of repaying my kindness? How utterly ironic. It reminds me of the fable of the farmer and the snake," Zhang Hao said with a smile, showing no fear. "Zhang Hao, you better understand your current situation. You know your own level. Don Tu? Anyone randomly picked from our team could easily overpower you. I advise you not to provoke me, or else." Qi Hongda began, but suddenly, his vision blurred. In the next instant, Zhang Hao had grasped his throat and lifted him high, rendering him unable to utter another word. "Or else what? Speak up. I seem to hear nothing," Zhang Hao said with a mocking grin. "Let go of the captain, or we'll turn you into a sieve." The 2 elite survivors shouted. Yet, from their eyes, Zhang Hao discerned fear. It turned out that being feared felt rather good. With a swift twist of his right hand, Zhang Hao snapped Qi Hongda's neck. The chasm between the physically elite and the awakened could only be described as vast. No matter how strong the elite was, they remained mere mortals. However, upon awakening, all muscles and tissues underwent a transformative quality change. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows whizzed toward Zhang Hao, but he calmly shielded himself with Qi Hongda's lifeless body, deflecting the missiles. Then, he lunged forward, his knife slicing through the throats of the 2 attackers. In an instant, the strongest 3 in the squad were annihilated by Zhang Hao. The others, realizing Zhang Hao's might, either turned to flee or knelt in supplication for his mercy. However, Zhang Hao remained unmoved by their pleas. With swift precision, he eliminated everyone on the spot, subsequently reclaiming their bodies into his ring. Exhilaration surged through Zhang Hao as he surveyed his fists, feeling an overwhelming strength. The sheer dominance of absolute power far surpassed any notions of leadership or management by 100-fold. As long as one's fists were strong, no one dared to underestimate them. Ha ha ha! Zhang Hao let out a triumphant roar. He had surely become one of the elite among all survivors at that moment. A white SUV sped toward him from a distance. As it passed, the driver slowed down, rolling down the window to glance in his direction. It was Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. He could hardly forget Zhang Chen's formidable prowess from a few days prior. Although he had suffered a setback then, he dared not provoke Zhang Chen. However, his own strength had significantly increased. He wondered, could he possibly challenge Zhang Chen now? Hey, I recognize you. Your name is Zheng Hao, right? Zhang Chen greeted with a smile. Zheng Hao nodded in response. Yes, his mind was on high alert. He understood that Zhang Chen likely possessed a strength similar to his own now. After so many days, who could say if Zhang Chen had grown even stronger? If Zhang Chen desired to eliminate him and seize his crystal cores, what would he do? The two men locked eyes, the atmosphere growing a tad awkward. Nothing much. I'll take my leave, Zhang Chen. Unsure of what else to say, decided to depart. He had greeted Zheng Hao merely because he was one of the few individuals he could converse with in this apocalypse. Yes, do what you need to. Zheng Hao replied, watching as the SUV sped up Yongyu Bridge, quickly disappearing from his view. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished by Zheng Hao's growth. When he had last seen him, he was merely at the exceptionally strong tier, yet now, he had evidently reached the initial stage of an awakened one, and with dual talents. Dual talents indicated that he had acquired a significant number of crystal cores in a short time to boost his strength. Even the notoriously ruthless Neon people had their strongest warriors as awakened with single talents. How had Zheng Hao developed so rapidly? Zhang Chen pondered with a question mark in his mind. However, there was no need to rush to consider such matters. The priority was to grow stronger. Zhang Chen had nearly exhausted all his crystal core reserves to upgrade his ring. Fortunately, Air Pang had left him a substantial gift. Accumulated to this point, Zhang Chen still possessed 892 points of energy crystal cores, needing over 80 more to reach the 5,000 points required for an upgrade. Yet, Zhang Chen felt no concern, for he faced a horde of super zombies numbering in the tens of thousands. What he lacked most was crystal cores. Now, Zhang Chen needed to scout these zombie hordes and formulate an efficient combat strategy. This morning's task was clear: to determine the effective range for explosives to kill zombies that could automatically collect. Zhang Chen drove back to the location of the Jiangbei Auto City wall. The laser tripwires had already been detonated. The collapsed vehicles conveniently blocked the gap he had previously left open. 3 zombie bodies lay there, their heads blown to bits, leaving chaos in their wake. The power of the laser tripwires was indeed formidable. They had managed to eliminate 3 zombies in one go. Zhang Chen gently touched the corpses, reclaiming them. Peering through the gaps between the vehicles, he observed that the once empty street was now teeming with zombies, at least several hundred of them, drawn in by the sound of the explosion. They aimlessly wandered about, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Zhang Chen felt invigorated and lightly leaped to the top of the vehicle wall. Spotting a frail zombie, he suddenly leaped down, seizing its hair. The moment he made contact, his energy armor enveloped him once more. Roar! The zombie shrieked upon noticing Zhang Chen. Yet he had already propelled himself forward, sprinting twice before vaulting back over the vehicle wall with the zombie in tow. The other zombies, oblivious to the commotion, continued their mindless wailing. Zombies were nearly immune to the sounds of their kind. Zhang Chen's movements were swift and silent, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, there was no way to attract the attention of the zombies. Returning to the other side of the automobile city wall, Zhang Chen hurled a zombie into a dead end and swiftly leaped over to the other side of the wall. That moment, the zombie, having lost sight of Zhang Chen, became oblivious to the external stimuli and reverted to a wandering state. Zhang Chen quickly returned to the alley entrance, setting up a laser trip mine, and placed an alarm clock, set to a 10-minute timer, on the road opposite the alley entrance, ensuring it would not be mistakenly triggered by the trip mine. He then jogged to his designated location, which was 3 kilometers away from the zombie's position. Soon, the timer reached its end, and the alarm clock began to ring. Ugh! The zombies were drawn to the sound of the clock, rushing madly towards the alley entrance. Bang! A violent explosion resounded. Zhang Chen received no notifications. It was still too far. He pressed on. Using the same tactic, Zhang Chen once again seized a zombie and tossed it into the alley. This time, he positioned himself 2.5 kilometers away. Bang! The explosion echoed once more. Still no notification. Once more, this time, he set the distance to 2 kilometers. Bang! Ding! You have killed a zombie. Automatically collected. Energy crystal. 1. 80 bonus below 1 point. Accumulated for the next collection. Mutated fertilizer. 2. Damaged key. 1. It worked. Zhang Chen adjusted the distance to 2.1 kilometers. Bang! Still no notification. This indicated that the maximum range for automatic collection lay between 2 and 2.1 kilometers. There was no need to refine it to mere tens of meters, as it would waste time and serve little purpose. 2 kilometers. Hence, Zhang Chen needed to devise a defense line within a 2-kilometer radius. This would maximize the benefits of collecting crystal cores and resources. Zhang Chen returned to the position of the automobile city wall. He retrieved a recon drone, launched it, and flew it northward. Wearing VR goggles, Zhang Chen observed the footage from a first-person perspective. Initially, everything appeared normal. Aside from the hundreds of zombies congested at the automobile city wall, the distant streets had only a scattering of zombies, not densely packed. Moreover, the ground was stained with numerous patches of blood, alongside the remnants of exploded vehicles and charred buildings. Zhang Chen understood that the entire world had been restored to its former state. Hence, these wreckages could only have been caused by survivors who had traversed here. The survivors in Jiangbei had also engaged in desperate battles against the zombies. However, now, the entire Jiangbei area channel was eerily silent. There were probably no living souls left. The drone continued its flight northward for over 10 kilometers, finally uncovering signs of the zombie tide. From a distance, it appeared as if the zombies were packed tightly together, black as a swarm, filling all the streets like a black tide. Gazing further, dust swirled, merging the sky with the zombie tide, creating an endless horizon. Zhang Chen realized that the clouds of dust were the result of countless zombies passing by, stirring up debris as they moved. Given the scene before him, it was likely that the number of zombies exceeded 100,000, a conservative estimate. Zombies moved swiftly at night and sluggishly during the day. The previous night's explosion seemed to have significantly accelerated the southward advance of the zombie tide. At this pace, it was anticipated that by tomorrow at the latest, the zombies would reach the automobile city wall, leaving Zhang Chen with little time to prepare. Chapter 86. The death zone here at the automobile city wall. It was feasible to contain a small number of zombies. However, against the overwhelming tide of zombies, this level of defense was negligible at best, capable of delaying them by only a few seconds. Zhang Chen consulted the map. Jiangbei district was an old city, with its roads intricately connected like a web. Though the streets were narrower and the buildings older and shorter than those in Jiangnan, the abundance of narrow alleys made it nearly impossible to completely block the zombie tide at any specific point. The numerous small paths meant that even if some crucial intersections were barricaded, zombies would still find ways to circumvent the defenses from other routes. Zhang Chen meticulously reviewed the map of Jiangbei multiple times, ultimately unable to identify a suitable defensive location. Since Jiangbei could not be defended, the battlefield would have to shift to Jiangnan. Originally, there were 4 bridges connecting Jiangbei to Jiangnan, but now 2 were severed, leaving only 2. The Huiguang Bridge and the Yongyu Bridge. The Huiguang Bridge was a new structure, featuring a broad 10-lane roadway with train tracks beneath. Defending here would necessitate blocking both the bridge above and the tracks below. A daunting task. In contrast, the narrower Yongyu Bridge presented itself as the optimal defensive location. Zombies feared water and would only rush across the bridge. The constricted roadway would ensure that the number of zombies surging through was relatively small. A few automated sentry towers would suffice to provide excellent defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the northern end of Yongyu Bridge was a scenic area, offering a wide field of vision, ideal for mechs to engage in combat. The streets further north connected to narrower alleys, where traps could be strategically placed for maximum effect. This was practically a naturally advantageous defensive point. As long as the Huiguang Bridge was destroyed, Yongyu Bridge would become the sole passage for the zombies. Zhang Chen designated the scenic area as the main battleground. When the time came, mechs would engage the zombies in direct combat here. Automated sentry towers would be installed at the opposite end of Yongyu Bridge to prevent zombies from crossing during moments when the mechs might be trapped. Zhang Chen's unwillingness to let any zombie escape was not out of a sense of duty to protect the survivors of Jiangnan. He did not consider himself that noble. Moreover, he lacked the capability and obligation. In this apocalypse, even without the zombie tide, zombies roamed freely. Every day, survivors fell in battles against the undead. The ability to fight for survival was an essential trait for any survivor. Those without the capability or who lacked ambition would inevitably be eliminated by their environment. It was merely the law of the jungle. The reason behind Zhang Chen's actions was to monopolize this entire bounty for himself. He had no intention of wasting even a tiny bit. If thousands of zombies truly managed to escape, that would equate to thousands of crystal cores. Just the thought of it was painful. He began setting traps. The scenic area served as the main battleground for the mechs and would not have traps laid for the time being to avoid accidental harm. The focus of the traps was entirely placed within the labyrinthine alleys. Oil drums, empty water barrels, and large plastic bottles. Every empty container he could find was filled with gasoline at the gas station. He then proceeded to systematically inspect the fuel tanks of vehicles. With Zhang Chen's current strength, he could open the fuel tanks without needing to first access the car door. A single slash with his knife could tear apart the metal and unscrew the fuel cap. It was a simple yet effective approach. These gasoline-filled vehicles became miniature incendiary devices. Zhang Chen positioned the cars in the middle of the road, placing one every 20 meters. He then installed laser trip mines on their fuel tanks. Between each pair of vehicles, he placed a gasoline-filled water barrel or large bottle. Subsequently, he drove his off-road vehicle back to the gas station near Tianyang University. He summoned the armed mech and stored the off-road vehicle in his ring. Then, he transported the gasoline tanker with the armed mech to the northern end of Yongyu Bridge, placing it atop a nearby tall building. Next, Zhang Chen ascended to the rooftop of another building far from the battlefield. The buildings near Yongyu Bridge were generally around 10 stories high, comparable in height to this particular building, making it an ideal reference point for experimentation. Zhang Chen took out a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it down. Point 1. As he counted to the 5th second, the grenade exploded, creating a large crater in the asphalt, while surrounding vehicles were struck by shrapnel, emitting a cacophony of piercing alarms. The surrounding hordes of zombies were irresistibly drawn to the deafening sound, rushing in frenzied pursuit. There were more than 20 of them, violently banging against the windows of the cars. Zhang Chen produced another fragmentation grenade. Simultaneously activating his energy armor, he pulled the pin, letting go. The grenade began its descent. Just as it neared the heads of the zombies, it detonated with a thunderous boom. It obliterated the heads of 2 nearby zombies, sending countless sharp metal fragments flying in all directions. Swish! Another 5 zombies were struck in the head by the shrapnel, collapsing to the ground instantaneously, dissipating into a cloud of white mist in the air. Ding! Congratulations! Automatically recovered. Energy crystal, 4-3, 80 talent bonus, mutated fertilizer, 22 AM. Throwing the grenade just after the 3rd second seemed perfect for timing the explosion. Buzz, buzz. Zhang Chen's wristwatch vibrated. It was lunchtime. Zhang Chen casually sat on the rooftop, his legs dangling over the edge, enjoying the breeze while gazing at the river view, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. The vista here was truly expansive. No wonder so many people coveted riverside properties in peaceful times. Now, however, the area was filled with houses, but regrettably, few inhabitants remained. Zhang Chen mused to himself. He took out a box of self-heating rice from his spatial ring, along with 2 steaming slices of grilled beef, and began to eat heartily. Truly delightful. In the peaceful era, he used to enjoy watching shows, browsing short videos or novels, or playing games while eating. But now, in the apocalypse, such luxuries were unattainable. Thus, Zhang Chen had developed a habit of perusing the regional chat channel. Observing a multitude of people engaging in casual banter, he felt a sense of companionship. Realizing that the apocalypse was not as devoid of hope as it seemed, he opened the chat channel. The earlier message was utterly absent, leaving an eerie silence that felt almost terrifying. It was only then that Zhang Chen recalled he was currently in Jiangbei. Perhaps it would be better to return to Jiangnan for a meal. He put away the half-eaten self-heating rice and fried meat, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and casually tossed the trash onto the rooftop. He made his way towards a narrow alley behind the building, where no zombies lurked, and leapt down. The 10-story height was still bearable for Zhang Chen at this moment. With a whoosh, he landed smoothly. The force of his landing stirred up fallen leaves from the ground, which danced in the air for a moment before gently settling down. He then drove across Yongyu Bridge back to Jiangnan District. Chapter 87. Lunchtime. New opportunities upon his return to Jiangnan District. Zhang Chen retrieved his Level 1 protective hot spring villa from his storage. He had almost forgotten about it. Entering the villa, he moved a chair in front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and admired the river view for a while before opening the chat channel. Indulging in a meal as he scrolled through the messages, the regional chat channel in Jiangnan had become quite lively recently. As soon as he opened the interface, a torrent of messages erupted. Many had joined the survivor camp, free from worries, and conversations flowed more freely. Brothers, our camp has moved into the student dormitories of Tianyang University. It's incredibly comfortable here. Finally, we have beds to sleep on. I must thank that big shot who cleared the zombies. He's simply amazing. Accompanying the message was a photo of a dormitory featuring a desk and a bed, with posters of various unfamiliar male celebrities adorning the walls. Wow, bro, you've settled into the girls' dormitory, huh? That's impressive. Didn't you notice there were 6 girls in the dorm building? Is there really not a single zombie left at Tianyang University? I'm just across the street. I want to go there tomorrow. Wow. You've exposed your camp's location. Are you aware of how bold that is? Guanxian, where are you? If you see this, message me privately. The guy upstairs is quite persistent. With people from all over the world crossing over, there must be numerous regions, right? ISNT searching for someone akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If I had such a boyfriend, I would marry him immediately. Calm down, bro, you're a guy. What do you need a boyfriend for? Looking to acquire powerful weapons? I've got loads of energy crystals for sale. Some are listed, or just message me directly. Preferably long-range weapons. No need for bows, thanks. Seeing this message, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. Of course, he still had 100 assault rifles in his storage. These weapons were indeed formidable in the early days of the apocalypse. Aside from facing awakened beings, assault rifles could virtually sweep through all survivors. Moreover, they were far more suited for combating hordes of zombies than bows. The only drawback was their loud noise, which could easily attract zombies. However, those who dared to wield assault rifles were not merely seeking to ambush a couple of zombies. They were serious contenders. The market for such weapons was undoubtedly vast. Zhang Chen also realized another issue. The strength of survivors was on the rise, while the damage dealt by assault rifles remained constant. AS weapons continued to evolve and more powerful designs were discovered. The longer these guns were kept, the faster their value would depreciate. Now was the perfect time to sell them. Zhang Chen opened the auction interface. After 7 days of adaptation, coupled with the numerous weapons and bows he had previously released into the market, the combat capabilities of all survivors had significantly improved. With enhanced strength came an expanded exploration range. Concurrently, the items available in the auction house had become increasingly diverse. Previously scarce food and water began to circulate in trade. 500 milliliters of pure water, 4-5 energy crystals. A packet of instant noodles, 4-2 energy crystals. 500 milliliters of orange juice, 4-8 energy crystals. Storage ring fragments, 420 energy crystals. Heavy broadsword, 415 energy crystals. The prices in the auction house had risen considerably compared to before. As the survivors grew stronger and accumulated more crystals, an assault rifle could fetch a handsome price. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen listed one assault rifle for 60 crystals or a trade for design or skill blueprints. Private messages were welcome. Upon seeing the listing, the chat channel erupted. In a way, Zhang Chen is selling assault rifles now after selling bows? He is officially an arms dealer, but ISNT 60 crystals a bit steep? With an assault rifle, not only can you take down zombies, but it also serves as a deterrent against aggressive survivors. Absolutely worth it. I have a sharp dagger blueprint. Can I trade for it? Are you kidding? Why would anyone with an assault rifle want your sharp dagger blueprint? A throng of financially strained survivors engaged in banter in the chat, as if the assault rifle belonged to them. Of course, some astute individuals began messaging Zhang Chen privately. Bro, I have a box of instant noodles, 24 packets. How about trading for an assault rifle? Big shot. I have a doll and 5 bottles of pure water. Can I trade for an assault rifle? Just lend me the gun. I'll give you 100 crystals tomorrow. No lie. Hey, there are bad guys trying to harm me. Just let me borrow the gun to scare them off, and I'll return it along with 5 loaves of bread. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. While the first 2 offers, though not profitable, displayed some sincerity, the latter were merely attempts to exploit him. Is there still a market for freeloaders? Zhang Chen chose to ignore them. Bargaining with such individuals was a waste of time. He recalculated based on auction prices and relist the assault rifle. Assault rifle 500 rounds, 60 crystals, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water, 8 bottles of sugary drinks, 4 boxes of canned meat. Blueprints for ice condensation flowers, May message for trade. Otherwise, no replies. 500 rounds, 20 crystals, 2,000 rounds, 70 crystals. The value of an assault rifle was easy to calculate. In a secure position, 500 rounds could effortlessly take down 150 zombies. With better skills, it was possible to eliminate even more. From 150 zombies, one could collect 70 to 80 energy crystals, yielding a profit of 10 to 20 crystals. Moreover, once equipped with an assault rifle, one only needed to purchase ammunition afterward. This was undoubtedly a swift means to acquire energy crystals and enhance one's strength. This point did not require further elaboration from Zhang Chen. The instant the assault rifle was listed, 3 were sold immediately, netting him 60 crystals, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water, and 4 boxes of canned meat. Zhang Chen hurriedly contacted Zhao Xia, who was in another region. The chat and auction in her area were separate from his own. It was time to exploit the resources of the survivors over there. Are you there? I have some assault rifles to sell. Their SA commission. Zhang Chen quickly sent a message. Almost instantly, he received a reply that I'm here. I'm here. Just having lunch right now. No need for a commission. I am already taking advantage of you. Hang on a moment, Brother Chen. My brother was just complaining about a shortage of ammunition the other day. Let me ask him if he wants any. Chapter 88. Zhao Wealthy? Just you. A few minutes later, Zhao Xia sent another message. My brother wants to know how many guns and ammunition you have. Zhang Chen held a high regard for Zhao Longchuan and Zhao Xia. So he was straightforward, about 100 assault rifles, along with 53 laser traps, and over 90,000 rounds of ammunition. After sending this message, there was a brief silence on the other end. Zhao Longchuan directly initiated a video call. Once connected, his excited voice burst forth. How many? Over 100 assault rifles, over 90,000 rounds of ammunition, and laser traps? Are you robbing an armory or something? This is outrageous. No, Zhang Chen, you must be joking. Zhao Longchuan's second sentence almost slipped out unconsciously, but Zhao Xia quickly pinched him to correct himself. What do you mean by no? It's fine. After all, Zhao Longchuan is older than Zhang Chen, so calling him a kid isn't entirely incorrect. Zhang Chen didn't take offense to such trivial matters. Not bad, Zhang Chen replied casually. If Zhao Longchuan knew that he also possessed 2 armed mechs, he would probably crawl out of the video call in shock. However, these items were quite rare, and he didn't have enough for himself, so he naturally wouldn't easily disclose them. So, what price are you offering? I want them all. Zhao Longchuan pressed down his excitement, speaking each word deliberately. You want all of them? This time, it was Zhang Chen's turn to be surprised. An assault rifle at the auction goes for 60 energy crystals, along with 500 rounds. He hadn't even decided on a price for the laser traps yet. I have a total of 108 assault rifles in stock. I collected 11 when I first equipped the mechs. Are you sure you want them all? Zhang Chen reconfirmed. This was no small sum. Yes, I'm sure. The survivor group on my side has now expanded to 500 people. The special operations team originally comprised only 15 members, which was far from sufficient, and the ammunition brought along was rapidly depleting. Now, I have developed 10 combat squads, along with 5 reserve teams. If they had firearms, they could achieve rapid growth with minimal casualties. To be precise, I require 150 guns. However, you only possess 108, which I can reluctantly accept. As for the price, you need not worry. Zhao Longchuan chuckled and continued. We may not have that many crystal cores, but if everyone pitches in, we should be able to gather around 600 pieces. The remaining resources I can exchange with you, as we have cleared numerous large supermarkets along our journey, and our supplies are currently quite sufficient. What do you think? Is that feasible? Zhao Longchuan, fearing that Zhang Chen might refuse to trade for resources, became so anxious that he resorted to using honorifics. He had initially intended to say, considering Shiyu's connection, brother-in-law, show some leniency, but upon seeing Zhao Xia's cautious expression, he swallowed those words back down. That sounds acceptable, but how do you intend to proceed with the exchange? Zhang Chen understood the situation. Over 100 guns equated to over 6,000 crystal cores, and with more than 90,000 rounds of ammunition, an additional 3,000 cores would be needed. Producing 10,000 cores in one go was utterly impossible, even if it were listed in the auction house. It might take 10 days or more to sell out. Furthermore, food and water are also vital resources. Weapons will gradually depreciate, but food diminishes with each morsel consumed. As survivors endure longer, their crystal cores will increase, while their food supply dwindles. This cycle of scarcity and abundance suggests that stockpiling food now could yield substantial crystal cores in the near future, a decidedly lucrative endeavor. Currently, the price of a bottle of water here is 2 crystal cores. Meat is 4 cores per kilogram, and high-carb food is around 1 core each. Zhao Lingchuan reported the prices listed in the auction house while gesturing to Zhao Xie to assist with calculations. Their squad had recently scavenged a vast logistics warehouse and several food processing and beverage bottling plants. They lacked nothing except food and water, which were plentiful among the survivors living here, making the prices far lower than those in the Jiangnan district. With her head bowed, Zhao Xie quickly tapped on her calculator and reported, the total value of the firearms and ammunition amounts to 10,420 crystal cores, based on a 1:1 ratio for trading meat, carbohydrates, and purified water. We would need to provide 1,489 bottles of purified water, 489 kilograms of meat, and 1,489 units of carbohydrate food. Zhao Lingchuan flashed a sycophantic smile at Zhang Chen before turning to check Zhao Xie's calculator. Did I miscalculate? According to the 1:1 ratio, we would be dispersing nearly 1.5 tons of meat. You can't be serious. You haven't even married yet. Such a massive quantity could lead to disastrous miscalculations. Haven't you heard? Hand it over, let me check. Zhao Lingchuan took the calculator and began tapping away. Ultimately, the display showed a figure of 1,488.5732. Rounded up, it indeed came to 1,489. So, have you finished calculating? Zhang Chen inquired. Yes, I have, but how much is the laser trip mine? Zhao Longchuan asked nervously. He genuinely desired this item. Unlike Zhang Chen, a lone wolf who could extricate himself from any predicament, he had a family to consider. The speed and psychological resilience of civilians were incomparable to that of soldiers at times. When facing hordes of zombies, it was necessary to have something to impede their pursuit. Moreover, the immense explosion could draw zombies away to other locations, an absolute lifesaver. It might be of little use to Zhang Chen, but it would be immensely beneficial for him. Name your price. Zhang Chen did not respond directly but countered. Well, let me just say, since this item is one-time use. And Zhao Lingchuan rambled on about various shortcomings before finally getting to the crux of the matter. Thus, I believe 30 crystal cores each seems fair. 50 crystal cores, deal. Both Zhao Longchuan and Zhang Chen revealed expressions of satisfaction. Zhao Longchuan had initially quoted 30 crystal cores, leaving room for negotiation, while Zhang Chen felt it would be impolite not to counteroffer. To his surprise, the other party agreed. What a fortunate turn of events. A mere additional comment resulted in an extra 1,000 crystal cores, profitable indeed. Chapter 89. They have arrived, they are coming. Zhao Longchuan, fearing Zhang Chen might reconsider, hastily called out, deal, and promptly sent a transaction request. 53 laser trip mines, 450 crystal cores totaled 2,650 crystal cores. After deducting 600 to meet the required amount, the remainder translated into 300 units of resources. Although Zhao Longchuan was a resource tycoon, he was also responsible for a large population and dared not be extravagant. He directly traded Zhang Chen 1,789 units of water, meat, and carbohydrate food without even rounding it up. Zhao Longchuan offered a sheepish smile. As if to say, I'm afraid the landlord's family has no surplus grain. The resources were uploaded, yet Zhang Chen had yet to respond regarding the firearms, ammunition, and laser trip mines. This caused Zhao Longchuan's previously relaxed demeanor to tense up again. Zhang Chen, is everything all right? Is there a problem? Do you have steel? If you don't need it, could you spare some for me? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. One moment, let me check. Zhao Longchuan glanced over at the team member responsible for military supplies. The latter nodded and whispered in Zhao Longchuan's ear, we previously gathered 200 tons of steel from the steel mill. Zhao Longchuan nodded, saying, we have 100 tons of steel left, since we won't need it for now. You can have it. We're all family, no need to stand on ceremony. He then placed 100 tons of steel into the transaction interface and clicked confirm again. Now, can we proceed with the trade? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before asking, do you have ice condensing flowers? Zhao Longchuan looked bewildered. What flour? What is ice condensing flour? Oh, never mind then. Zhang Chen implied that if it wasn't available, it was not worth pursuing. Zhao Longchuan, flustered with concern, assumed that without the ice condensing flour, Zhang Chen would be unwilling to complete the transaction. He hurriedly said, no, if I find it, I will definitely give it to you. How does that sound? He then turned to his team members and commanded, inform all squads that any ice condensing flowers discovered must be turned in. They will be classified at the same level as food. No private hoarding allowed, understood? The soldiers, who had been eating and chatting, immediately stood to attention upon hearing Zhao Longquan's commanding voice, responding in unison, "Yes, Captain." "All right, continue your meals," Zhao Longquan instructed before turning back to Zhang Chen with a beaming smile. With 108 assault rifles and 10 fully equipped squads, they would no longer fear encountering hordes of zombies and could even confront small-scale zombie waves directly. The thought of such a thrilling battle scene made Zhao Lingquan's heart race with excitement. "All right then, thank you, Captain Zhao." Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, clicking to finalize the trade. Both parties received what they needed and closed the video link. What a relief! They had acquired firearms after shutting off the video. Zhao Lingquan leapt up in exhilaration. This was a significant investment, so he planned to be frugal. Tomorrow, they would take down the nearly 10,000 zombies at the city gate. Once out of the city, they would be close to their objective. However, it was crucial to remember. Do not fire unless absolutely certain. Every bullet fired was a loss of crystal cores. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen received 600 energy crystal cores. Along with the zombies cleared while setting traps, his total crystal cores now amounted to 1,687. He began crafting automated guard towers. Ding. You have lost energy crystal cores, 500, steel, 500 kilograms. Ding. You have lost energy crystal cores, 500, steel, 500 kilograms. Congratulations, you have obtained automated guard towers 2, which have been stored in your inventory. Zhang Chen then clicked on the powerful corrosive bomb design, initiating its creation. Ding. You have lost corrosive solution, 10, corrosion-resistant leather, 20, steel, 100 kilograms. Congratulations, you have obtained powerful corrosive bombs, 10, which have been stored in your inventory. Zhang Chen exited the villa and stored the items in his inventory. He then positioned the automated guard towers on either side of the bridge. Creak. The towers automatically generated metal supports, securing themselves to the large pillars at the bridge's entrance point. 2 fist-sized, dark gun barrels extended from the front of the towers. The cannon barrels swayed slowly from side to side. Having entered alert mode, they would obliterate any mutated entities detected within range. Zhang Chen meticulously placed a sufficient quantity of C4 explosives on the surface of the brilliant bridge. After retreating to a safe distance, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust and smoke. The entire roadway of the brilliant bridge was ripped open, creating a gaping chasm over 10 meters long. At such a distance, even the most agile of crawlers would find it impossible to cross. Now, all that remained was to await the imminent battle on the morrow. Concerned that the horde of corpses might arrive prematurely, Zhang Chen did not dare to delay. He returned home to safely store the ripe meat potatoes in his storage space before heading to his new abode with Air Peng, the fortified villa barricaded atop the bridge. Wang Wu Air Peng appeared thoroughly pleased with their new home. Upon entering the villa, he stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, wagging his tail with excitement as he gazed at the river view. Typically, he spent his days surrounded by an array of plants, but now the sight of the flowing river piqued his curiosity immensely. Tomorrow promised a fierce battle. Therefore, it was imperative to eat well today. To be fully nourished for the impending conflict, remember, do not bite that green creature. It possesses corrosive properties. Your fur cannot withstand it. Zhang Chen chuckled, gently stroking Air Peng's fluffy little head, regardless of whether Air Peng understood his words. Wang Wu! Air Peng suddenly perked up, his tail wagging more vigorously, as he spotted a zombie slowly emerging from the water, making its way toward the villa. Zhang Chen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation. The notion that zombies feared water was indeed true. Previously, while residing in Building 8, which was centrally located in the waterway, they had managed to evade numerous zombie encounters. Zombies typically did not venture into the water, but that did not imply that water could obliterate them. This particular zombie had fallen from the brilliant bridge. Unable to swim or float, it crawled along the riverbed, moving slowly until it left the water. Air Peng's demeanor suggested he had spotted potential prey. His appetite awakened. Suddenly, a luminous orb shot through the air, striking the zombie squarely on the head, causing it to burst apart. As the zombie's body fell backward, it gradually dissipated into a cloud of mist. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen received a notification indicating automatic collection. Air Peng's tail drooped, disappointment evident on his face. Do not worry. Tomorrow you may feast to your heart's content. Zhang Chen reassured, affectionately stroking Air Peng's fur. The night passed without incident. On the following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the gaps between the buildings and illuminated the villa. A distant explosion echoed from the direction of the northern riverbank. They had arrived. The horde was upon them. Chapter 90. The Zombie Tide. The pace of the advancing horde exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. He had anticipated their arrival at noon, yet they had arrived early in the morning. Zhang Chen had placed a laser tripwire 1 kilometer from the edge of the trap, serving as a warning signal. Thankfully, they had chosen to stay here last night. Otherwise, they would have missed the most thrilling part. With renewed vigor, Zhang Chen opened a bottle of coffee and drank it down in one go. It was time to get to work. Peng, though unaware of the unfolding events, sensed Zhang Chen's enthusiasm and became excited as well. Wang Wu! Peng barked in agreement as the pair exited the villa. Zhang Chen casually stored the villa within his ring, ensuring it would not be damaged during the impending battle. At a distance of 1 kilometer, if zombies moved at a normal pace, they would take approximately 7 to 8 minutes to reach the trap's edge. However, the recent explosion would have certainly excited them. If they charged forward at full speed, they could reach the trap's border in an estimated 3 minutes. Zhang Chen positioned Peng at the northern end of Yongyu Bridge. Stay here, Peng. The excited pup wagged his tail in response, perhaps understanding his command. Zhang Chen summoned his armored mech, leaping lightly into the cockpit as the battle chamber slowly sealed around him. And they were off. Zhang Chen maneuvered the mech for a powerful leap, activating the rocket thrusters. Whoosh! A burst of blue flames erupted as the mech soared into the sky, the immense inertia pressing Zhang Chen firmly against the seat. Ah, the exhilarating sensation of acceleration. This new armored mech was indeed formidable, brimming with power. In no time, the mech reached the forefront of the trap, landing atop a building. Just as he steadied himself, Zhang Chen felt an unusual tremor. Not only was the mech vibrating, but the entire building, the street, and even the parked cars were quaking slightly, as if foreseeing an impending storm and trembling in fear. Suddenly, a flower pot crashed down from a balcony of an old residential building. Shattering upon impact, countless zombies surged forth, a relentless tide of undead, pushing and shoving as they erupted from behind the buildings. The horrifying growls of the zombies melded into a cacophony, echoing through the streets like a dreadful symphony. The vehicles that had been stationary on the road resembled rocks in a tumultuous wave, but these were not ordinary waves, nor were the cars true stones. One zombie, trapped against a car's front, had no time to react before being toppled by the oncoming horde. One after another, the zombies climbed atop the car, then cascaded down its rear. 1, 2, 3. An uncountable number of zombies trampled over the compact car, which soon crumpled down, nearly pressed to the ground, vanishing from Zhang Chen's view. An overwhelming number of zombies surged through dozens of streets, sometimes converging into a torrent, at other times dispersing into alleyways as tributaries. Sweeping everything in their path, crawlers leaped about like fleas amidst the zombie tide, while the sluggish, venomous creatures were nearly pushed along by the ordinary zombies. The massive giants, though numerous, appeared less imposing amidst the surging horde. Now was the time. As the forefront of the horde reached the trap's edge, Zhang Chen swiftly drew the electromagnetic cannon from the mech. With ample ammunition and energy supplies, why hesitate? It was time for a grand opening. Buzzing, the sound of electromagnetic charging intensified, rising to a piercing pitch as arcs of blue lightning began to gather at the cannon's mouth. Zing! A fierce bolt of lightning shot forth, as if divine retribution had struck from the heavens. Boom! The crackling currents snaked and spread, directly targeting the giant's body. Countless arcs of electricity radiated outward from its form, cascading into the surrounding horde. Ordinary zombies could not withstand such a surge. Their dense formation exacerbated their vulnerability. In an instant, hundreds of zombies convulsed briefly before stiffening and collapsing. Before their bodies even hit the ground, they disintegrated into clouds of white mist, vanishing from sight. With just one shot, a vacuum of space formed around the giant. The horde momentarily halted, only to quickly fill the void with their frenzied shrieks. The giant, enraged, bellowed as it caught sight of Zhang Chen atop the building, its chest charred but still alive. 20 of the giant's body structure has been destroyed. 10 more is required for a complete kill. Fear not, another shot. Zhang Chen readied the electromagnetic cannon once more, initiating the charging sequence. Buzzing, boom. Another bolt of lightning pierced the giant's form, delivering the fatal blow. The giant, along with hundreds of ordinary zombies, disintegrated into mist, dissipating into the air. What a satisfying kill! However, such a strike against the horde was akin to tossing a stone into the vast ocean. Though it stirred a momentary splash, it was quickly swallowed by the depths, as though nothing had occurred. The vacuum left on the road was swiftly filled once more, and the horde surged forward. After firing the electromagnetic cannon twice, the barrel began to glow red, and the mech system alerted him that the weapon was overheating and temporarily unavailable. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed behind Zhang Chen. He realized that the horde had circumvented through other streets and had already breached the trap area. Swiftly, Zhang Chen dispatched a crawling zombie that had managed to climb onto the rooftop, then leaped into the air. With a click, the rocket launcher on his shoulder deployed. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rockets rained down upon the horde below, wreaking havoc. The entire street was engulfed in the terror of the rocket explosions. Boom, boom, the resounding blasts reverberated through the buildings, shattering countless windows. Waves of heat swept up ordinary zombies caught in the blast radius, sending them soaring into the air before crashing down heavily onto the ground. Some unfortunate zombies landed headfirst, instantly transforming into clouds of white mist. The street below was a chaotic mess, indistinguishable whether the smoke arose from the rockets or from the countless zombies meeting their demise. However, before the smoke cleared, more zombies, attracted by the explosions, streamed into the area, creating a dense mass once more. Chapter 91. Retreat to the Trap Zone. Whoosh! What exhilaration! Zhang Chen reveled in the thrill of battle, inflicting damage on the zombies without sustaining any harm himself. Moreover, his crystal cores were accumulating at an astonishing rate. He understood that it was time to coordinate with the trap zone. He could not contain the zombies on a single street, let alone face the horde surging toward Yongyu Bridge from multiple streets. He needed to alleviate the pressure on the bridgehead. With determination, Zhang Chen soared back to the central area of the trap zone. By now, the horde had breached the frontline defenses. The surroundings were engulfed in a raging inferno. Zhang Chen's intention behind installing the laser tripwire on the car's fuel tank was not to amplify the explosion's ferocity. For ordinary zombies, as long as their heads remained intact, even if their bodies were blown apart, it would be of no consequence. As for the thick-skinned crawlers, such damage would hardly prove fatal. The giant tanks were even less affected. To them, such an explosion was merely a drizzle. Zhang Chen's true purpose was to detonate the fuel tank with the laser tripwire, allowing the incompletely combusted gasoline to spray onto the nearby zombies. The flames produced by the explosion could instantly ignite a vast number of zombies, incinerating them. This was the core function of the trap, an indisputable weapon of mass destruction. The zombies caught ablaze. Yet their forward momentum remained undeterred. A horde of flaming zombies howled as they continued to charge forward. Cars were detonated one after another. Not just the zombies, but the ground and the surfaces of buildings were ablaze. At this moment, the leading zombies were finally consumed by the flames, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a wisp of vapor. The gasoline that had clung to their bodies naturally fell to the ground. Now, all the streets leading to Yongyu Bridge were engulfed in flames. Countless zombies still charged headlong into the inferno. Subsequently, plumes of vapor rose in succession, continually bolstering Zhang Chen's strength. Boom, boom. The explosions resonated from Pingan Road. The laser tripwires were detonating one after another, with barely a pause. Ordinary zombies could hardly maintain such a rapid advance after being subjected to explosions and flames for so long. Zhang Chen hurriedly soared over. He beheld 7 or 8 crawlers, their bodies drenched in gasoline, resembling creatures clawing their way out of hell, completely engulfed in flames. In the distance, a few charred crawlers writhed on the ground. Within moments, they dissipated into white mist. These crawlers had crawled down from the upper floors, their gasoline exposure minimal, thus sustaining little damage. They alternated between plummeting from above and leaping up, frantically charging forward. Occasionally, a laser tripwire was prematurely triggered, sending the crawlers sprawling. Yet, they quickly rose again, resuming their advance. If they continued their relentless march, the trap's lethality would be significantly diminished. They had to be stopped. Rat-tat-tat. Zhang Chen began firing his 12.7mm heavy machine gun at the crawlers from the rooftop. Thanks to the sharpshooter's support, this shooting was virtually a guaranteed hit. It was akin to playing a shooting game. Only here the stakes were far higher and infinitely more real. Crackle, crackle. Gasp. One crawler was the first to notice Zhang Chen. Before it could finish its shriek, dozens of bullets obliterated its head, body, and limbs. Its spine remained intact, and it was still alive, but it was rendered immobile. Flames swiftly consumed its innards and spine. Soon, it transformed into a wisp of vapor, vanishing without a trace. The remaining crawlers, drawn by the gunfire, all began climbing toward the rooftop. The elevated vantage point made targeting them exceedingly easy. If one were to shoot at crawlers on level ground, they would leap erratically, making it difficult to strike their vulnerable backs. However, climbing the building was a different story. With their limbs grasping the walls, their backs were exposed. It was akin to presenting live targets on a platter. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire, turning 3 crawlers on the opposite building into a gory mess. At that moment, 2 crawlers had already leapt up toward the cockpit of the armored mech. Zhang Chen stepped back, unfazed. With his left arm wielding a shield, he thrust outward with force, sending the crawler on his left hurtling into the air. His right arm's machine gun unleashed a barrage of fire. Countless bits of flesh rained down, disintegrating into vapor as they fell, completely dissipated by the wind. Meanwhile, the other crawler seized the opportunity to latch onto the mech's lower right arm. The alloy steel blade was integrated into the right arm, preventing any strikes. Crackle, crackle. The crawler seized its chance, lunging at the cockpit. At such a short distance, there was no possibility of evasion. The cockpit was made of bulletproof glass, impervious to the crawler's assault, but it would leave scratch marks that obscured visibility. The battle had only just begun, and Zhang Chen was not inclined to allow the cockpit's protective cover to become marred so soon. With a cold smirk, he directly deflected the cockpit's protective glass. His right hand swiftly opened. Subsequently, a wave of energy surged forth, cleaving the crawler's body in two. At that moment, a third crawler charged forward. Taking advantage of Zhang Chen's energy strike, it lunged directly at his face, its flaming claws poised to grasp him. However, a powerful hand seized it mid-lunge, halting its advance. With a crunch, the massive hand exerted force, crushing the crawler's bones. Simultaneously, the mech's lower right arm swung fiercely, annihilating the third crawler as well. Zhang Chen brushed off the dust from his hands and closed the cockpit once more. With the protection of the energy armor, such minor burns posed no threat to him. When facing crawlers, Zhang Chen was an overwhelming presence, whether utilizing the mech or not. Attempting a sneak attack? Utterly futile. Having dealt with these crawlers, Zhang Chen returned to the heart of the trap zone. At this moment, the battlefield was transformed. Dozens of buildings were consumed by flames, with the fire reaching skyward. Countless zombies continued to perish on the ground. Yet, an even greater number pressed forward relentlessly. The rate of zombies being incinerated was evidently slower than their charge. The tide of corpses was steadily advancing. The available traps were dwindling. Though ordinary zombies sustained heavy casualties, such losses were trifling for crawlers and giant tanks. The most outrageous were the toxic insect breeders. This creature's mucus could extinguish the flames of gasoline. Moreover, this mucus seemed to be secreted in an unending supply. Wherever a toxic insect breeder traversed, it left behind a trail of slime, akin to a snail's path. The zombies following in its wake could completely evade the flame's harm. What was even more dire was that the fire had indeed eradicated thousands of ordinary zombies. However, it had also exposed the mutated Type 2 zombies and giant tanks within the horde. While ordinary zombies continued to perish like moths to a flame, emerging from the inferno was an elite zombie battalion comprised of dozens of crawlers, toxic insect breeders, and 5 giant tanks. If they were not dealt with immediately, these creatures would obliterate more traps and press relentlessly toward the bridge. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated in Zhang Chen's ear. Ding! You have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 92. Caution. New Type 3 infected have emerged. Ding. Current upgrade progress 5736 2502. Detecting player meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have ascended to the mid-stage 1 of the awakened. Your physical attributes have significantly enhanced. The energy field enveloping your body has grown more potent. A new talent tree has been unlocked. Genetic evolution direction has granted you 1 talent point. Energy evolution direction has granted you 1 talent point. Next level, mid-stage 2 of the awakened. Current upgrade progress 1023 8002. Genetic evolution direction, talent. Raging slaughter. 01. Activates instant healing of wounds, eliminates poison, infections, and other negative states, and boosts attack damage by 300. Self-healing ability also increases by 300 during the duration, 10 minutes, immune to toxins and viral infections. After the duration ends, a 30-minute, vulnerable state will ensue, sustaining damage increased by 30. Metamorphosis. 03. Each upgrade grants an additional 3366 100 boost to the body's reactions, strength, speed, and impact resistance. Regardless of when the upgrade occurs, it will always compensate for the benefits received from the Awakened Stage 1. Energy evolution direction, talent, core resonance. 01. Consumes 10 crystal cores to resonate with the target's core, inflicting substantial damage. The resonance effect simultaneously affects other targets within a 5-meter radius, allowing for multiple connections with up to 100 resonance targets. Damage scales with level. Energy barrier. 03. Once activated, all attacks that would cause damage to the body are reduced by 60 75 90, with each successful defense consuming a crystal core. The stronger the attack, the more severe the crystal core consumption. Once all remaining crystal cores within the body are depleted, the barrier dissipates. Zhang Chen briefly glanced over the talents in the energy evolution direction, finding little of note. The energy barrier was a melee self-defense skill, but it consumed crystal cores. He still had more than half of the traps left to activate. By the time he activated them all, he would likely be due for an upgrade. He opted for an area attack skill first. Currently, farming crystal cores was his primary objective. Upgrade, core resonance, ding. Core resonance has been learned. As for the two skills in the genetic evolution direction, the first skill was undoubtedly a melee godsend. However, the 30-minute vulnerable state was troublesome, especially with the hordes of giant tanks. Zhang Chen had never been certain he could contend with the giant tanks solely with his physical prowess if he were in a vulnerable state. The battle would undoubtedly tilt in their favor. It would be wiser to upgrade Metamorphosis first. Each upgrade grants an additional 33 boost to all attributes, and this enhancement is calculated from the initial Awakened Stage 1. In other words, commencing from the initial stage of Awakener Level 1 to the Intermediate Awakener Level 1, there are a total of 3 tiers. 1 can additionally gain 3 opportunities for a 33 enhancement in upgrade attributes. With dual talents, this amounts to 6 opportunities. When calculated, this enhancement will undoubtedly manifest as a formidable force. Upgrading, Metamorphosis, ding, Metamorphosis. 1-3 upgrade successful. As the notification sound subsided, Zhang Chen felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. Gradually merging into his limbs and bones, he was filled with an overwhelming strength. Zhang Chen let out a wild roar. Through the cockpit's glass, the sound did not carry far. His strength had increased. Yet it was not yet time for Zhang Chen to engage in close combat. With armed mechs at his disposal, he would take advantage of this situation for as long as possible. He could not afford to be reckless. As he observed the 5 colossal tanks, dozens of crawlers, and a scattering of venomous insect breeders forming an elite zombie horde, they advanced step by step. Zhang Chen activated the now-cooled electromagnetic cannon, targeting the colossal tanks for a strike. Zzz crackle. The powerful electric charge crackled through the dust-laden air, igniting the nearby power lines. The strike hit its mark. 2 colossal tanks were connected by the current. 18 of Colossal Tank S structure has been damaged. Inflicting another 12 damage will completely annihilate it. 17 of Colossal Tank S structure has been damaged. Inflicting another 13 damage will completely annihilate it. The 3 crawlers at their feet were the most unfortunate, meeting an undeserved fate. They instantly dissipated into a cloud of mist. Upon seeing the recent notification, Zhang Chen couldn't help but pause. Indeed, the colossal tanks were interconnected by the electromagnetic cannon's current, and the damage they sustained was surprisingly similar. If so, previously, it took 2 electromagnetic cannon shots to eliminate 1 colossal tank. Now, as long as he could group them together, he could achieve a mass-killing effect. Zhang Chen calculated meticulously. The first colossal tank to endure the electromagnetic cannon's assault suffered 18 damage, while the adjacent tank sustained 17 damage. This indicated that the current experienced a 1 attenuation after passing through the colossal tank's body. Based on this attenuation, 2 electromagnetic cannon shots could potentially eliminate 4 closely grouped colossal tanks. Conservatively estimating, it might even be feasible to take down 3 at once. Well then, let me test whether this theory holds true. Zhang Chen leaped down from the building, simultaneously using the heavy machine gun to eliminate 2 crawlers clinging to the outer wall. Upon seeing the armed mechs, the colossal tanks roared in unison. All 5 charged forward. One unfortunate crawler, lagging behind, was directly trampled underfoot by a colossal tank, becoming little more than a meat patty. A pity. As it was not his kill, he couldn't collect from afar. The distance among the 5 colossal tanks was not particularly close. They needed a little assistance. Zhang Chen took a step forward, shield raised before him. Suddenly, he activated the rocket thrusters. Whoosh, bang. The armed mech collided with the foremost colossal tank, propelling it backward with unyielding momentum until it crashed into the second tank. Only then did Zhang Chen manage to control the mech to deactivate the thrusters. His legs digging firmly into the ground to break. The immense weight of the armed mech tore 2 deep grooves into the asphalt, even uprooting the soil. Following this, he leaped backward, activating the thrusters once more. Whoosh! He soared into the air again. At this moment, the other colossal tanks charged forward. All 5 colossal tanks were now huddled together. Now is the time. Zzzzz. Zzz, boom. Divine retribution descends. A blinding white light illuminated the entire street. The first to be struck by lightning was a hapless crawler, foolishly leaping into the fray. The powerful current coursed through it, instantly reducing it to vapor. Next, it struck the first colossal tank, then the second, and the third. You successfully activated lightning chain. They suffered damage ranging from 13 to 17. Simultaneously, damage indicators appeared beside each colossal tank, reflecting their injury levels. The 2 tanks that had previously endured severe damage from the electromagnetic cannon collapsed to the ground. Watching helplessly as their massive bodies gradually dissipated into mist. Caution. New variant 3 infection detected. The Whaler. Caution? This was the first time Zhang Chen had seen a prompt use such a term to describe an infected creature. Could it be that this entity was even more troublesome than the colossal tanks? Chapter 93. Guess where I am instinctively. Zhang Chen retreated several meters, raising his shield before him and preparing to engage the rockets. He scanned the battlefield rapidly. 3 colossal tanks remained, while 7 or 8 crawlers hopped along the walls, eyeing the distance. A venomous insect breeder was sluggishly making its way to the battlefield, at its current pace. By the time it arrived, the battle would likely have already concluded. Amidst the cacophony of countless zombie howls, a sudden high-pitched, piercing sound cut through the noise of the horde, sorrowfully reaching Zhang Chen's ears. Despite the cockpit's excellent sound insulation, this sound seemed capable of penetrating all barriers, as if it were whispering sorrowfully right beside him. This sound evoked images of ghostly figures from films in an instant. He was gripped by a chill, his hair standing on end. Where could this creature possibly be? Zhang Chen searched intently, yet found nothing. At that moment, the crawlers and colossal tanks renewed their assault, interrupting his search. Never mind, let us deal with these foes first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of rockets soared through the air, trailing long tails of flame toward the zombies. Crawlers were sent tumbling to the ground as the smoke cleared. 3 massive figures burst forth from the haze. They were the colossal tanks. At this point, the electromagnetic cannon was in cooldown after firing twice. However, Zhang Chen had a plan. He activated the rocket thrusters and flew directly over the heads of the colossal tanks. Narrowly evading a glob of green slime ejected by a venomous insect, he landed behind the venomous insect breeder. Yet upon landing, the armed mech tilted slightly, almost losing balance. Subsequently, Zhang Chen maneuvered the mech to grasp this green monstrosity. Hurling it forcefully toward the colossal tanks, splash! The venomous insect breeder, in its moment of flight, spat out a glob of slime, though it missed its target and splattered onto the ground instead. Soon after, a green, 4-legged creature crawled out, squeak. Zhang Chen expressionlessly stomped down hard. The mech's weight easily crushed the insect into a puddle of muck. Meanwhile, as the venomous insect breeder soared above the colossal tanks, Zhang Chen decisively activated the heavy machine gun. Rat-tat-tat, splurt. The breeder's bulging abdomen exploded, showering the colossal tanks with green venom. The breeder's body dissipated into mist, but the venom splattered onto the tanks remained. Almost immediately, a series of notifications appeared beside each colossal tank. Colossal tank suffers corrosive damage, inflicting 5 structural damage. Colossal tank suffers corrosive damage, inflicting 7 structural damage. Colossal tank suffers corrosive damage, inflicting 3 structural damage. Colossal tank has been eliminated. The corrosive liquid inflicted continuous damage, burning through the tank's skin and muscle, infiltrating deeper and causing further corrosion. In a short while, 3 colossal tanks transformed into clouds of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Amidst this, the whaler's voice lingered in his ears. What was happening? Zhang Chen had thoroughly cleared the street of zombies. Apart from the crawler crushed under the colossal tank, no other strange creatures remained. Where could it be? Just then, another prompt appeared. Are you certain you have searched every location, including yourself? Myself? Zhang Chen froze. He slowly approached the display window of a clothing store. The glass door had shattered. Yet the tempered glass of this window remained largely intact. As Zhang Chen maneuvered the mech to stand before the window, he discerned a faint reflection of the mech within the glass. Perched upon the mech's left shoulder was a female zombie. Beneath her disheveled, withered hair, pale skin faintly showed through. Her disproportionately long nails had pierced the outer armor of the armed mech. Fortunately, since there was no damage to the circuitry, the system interface displayed no alerts. Good heavens, she was sitting on his shoulder weeping. No wonder he couldn't find her. Before long, a series of prompts appeared beside the whaler. Whaler possesses extreme agility and sharp claws capable of cutting through metal. Behavior is erratic. May display non-aggressive tendencies toward humans at times, while at others, it may attack frantically. Caution. Its scream not only attracts nearby zombies, but also enhances them, driving them into a frenzy. This creature's behavior was indeed peculiar. This was the first time Zhang Chen had encountered a zombie that obediently perched on a shoulder. However, its appearance sent shivers down his spine. Having such a thing clinging to him was hardly a cause for pride. Regardless of its bizarre behavior, if it wasn't he attacking him now, he would take the initiative. With this thought, Zhang Chen raised the alloy battle knife in his right arm and swung it toward the whaler's head. Whoosh! The whaler dodged to the side with remarkable speed, rolling onto the ground. Its slender form was exceedingly agile, far surpassing the crawlers in swiftness. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. The weeping entity adeptly scaled the surface of the building, skillfully evading nearly all attacks. Occasionally, bullets struck its form, leaving behind mere white dots, far less dramatic than the grievous wounds suffered by the crawlers. With a defensive capability akin to that of a colossal tank, combined with remarkable agility and a diminutive target profile, it truly proved to be a formidable adversary. Upon reaching the rooftop, the weeping entity did not flee. Instead, it stood silently, hands covering its face, its grotesque form quivering. Soon, a chilling wail echoed in the air, soft sobs that sent shivers down the spine. Just then, from a distance, a horde of corpses surged forth from the inferno. Yet, these zombies remained unhinged, appearing as they had before, indicating that this mournful sound was not the shriek the alerts had foretold. The weeping entity was merely lost in its own lamentations, seemingly harboring no hostility towards Zhang Chen. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen dared not relax his vigilance. After all, this was a mutated Type 3 infected being, comparable in strength to a giant tank. He recalled his last encounter with a giant tank. Had he not held a distinct advantage? The armed mech would have fared little better. It was prudent to vacate this area and repel the second wave of zombies first. Just then, Zhang Chen prepared to intercept the advancing horde when a sudden howl from the bridge S direction pierced the air. It was Air Pow summoning his companions. The battle at the bridge had commenced. Chapter 94. The Survivor's Dilemma. An hour prior, at the Jiangnan District Stadium, Revival Survivor Camp. Zhang Hao awoke feeling refreshed, rising from his bed with an unusually buoyant spirit. Having experienced a delightful mood over the past few days, he had been waking up earlier than usual. Every morning, he engaged in a bit of physical exercise, performing a simple morning routine. Ever since the mysterious disappearance of Zhou Jiqiang and over 50 survivors, the atmosphere within the camp had markedly improved. It seemed those individuals had been the source of negativity, and with their absence, the morale of the camp had gradually brightened. Boss, good morning. Zhenggu, morning. Survivors encountering Zhang Hao greeted him with enthusiasm. Now aware that the Neon People's camp had been completely obliterated, They had no other place to turn and had resolutely decided to remain in the revival camp. Their mindset had shifted, leading to a warmer reception for Zhang Hao, the camp's highest authority. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from afar. Everyone paused momentarily before returning to their routines, resuming their tasks. They had grown accustomed to the sounds of explosions over the past few days, unsure of who was causing such commotion on the northern bank. After all, it was not their concern. Out of sight, out of mind, old Zhang, old Zhang. Qin Jinyu rushed down the corridor, his face a mask of urgency. What is the matter, old Qin? Why the rush? Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. Hurry, let us talk inside. Qin Jinyu replied, shrouded in mystery. The two retreated to a VIP room, shutting the door behind them. Zhang Hao lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs casually, and asked, So, what has got you so worked up? With a grave expression, Qin Jinyu urged, You need to check the chat channel. Today's explosion seemed different from before. Zhang Hao opened the chat channel, which was inundated with discussions about the explosions. Who is setting off firecrackers this early, making it impossible for anyone to sleep? Your firecrackers are that loud. I'd say a gas canister explosion is more believable. Yesterday, the brilliant bridge connecting Jiangbei to Jiangnan was destroyed, and now we have more explosions. Something significant must be unfolding. Have you seen Jiangbei? It's a sunny day, but it looks like clouds are gathering over there. The sky is dark. Not clouds, it's smoke. It must be kicked up dust, but it's not windy. How could there be such a massive dust cloud? Voices clamored in confusion. Zhang Hao glanced at the chat logs, then looked at Qin Jinyu with a puzzled expression, as if to say, Is this really so alarming? Qin Jinyu, sensing Zhang Hao's thoughts, gestured for him to bear with it a little longer. After a few more minutes, someone exclaimed, All right, I've connected the video feed from the drone. Let us see what is happening in Jiangbei. Shortly thereafter, a live video feed from a drone appeared in the chat channel. The drone had taken off from the rooftop of a residential building in Jiangnan, gradually crossing the river towards Jiangbei. After a couple of minutes, the drone hovered above the cluster of buildings in Jiangbei. Everyone could see in the distance a cloud of smoke, suggesting something was amiss. Based on my analysis, it's likely a dust storm. Everyone should stay indoors and avoid going out. Following that, they attempted a 100x zoom to discern if anything else lurked within the smoke. The camera shook briefly, then the image began to rapidly magnify suddenly. A pale face adorned with purple veins and a grotesque expression appeared on screen. It was a zombie, and not just one. The first zombie was gone in a flash, followed by a succession of them passing before the lens. The image shrank slightly, revealing the true nature of the smoke. It was not a dust storm, but a cloud of dust kicked up by countless zombies rushing forth. The pale and terrifying faces rushed past the camera in a terrifying tide. Suddenly, a crawler leaped onto a car, its twisted visage meeting the drone's gaze. That eerie expression, a blend of mockery and menace, alongside its chilling combat prowess, sent shivers through the survivors in the chat channel, prompting a collective gasp. What in the world is this? I just opened the chat channel, and now I'm wide awake. Thank you for rousing me. Much appreciated. The horde is coming. Someone recalled a soldier named Zhao who had warned of the impending horde and offered to take them away. But they hadn't believed him. Isn't Jiangbei the territory of the Neon people? Would they not be aware of a horde approaching? What? The horde is right in Jiangbei, just across the river from us? What should we do? What to do? Just run. If we linger, we'll lose our lives. That 3 to 4 meter tall being is a mutated type 3 infected. I thought type 2 was the limit. I believe we should unite to resist the horde. Can you fight a crawler? Resist? You'd be merely sending yourself to the slaughter. The horde is only about 5 kilometers from the riverbank. At the speed they're charging, they could reach the river in no more than 30 minutes. 30 minutes, that fast? What do we do? It said that zombies fear water. If we blow up the Yongyu Bridge, won't they be trapped in Jiangbei? That won't work. I've conducted that experiment before. If zombies have a path on the water, they traverse it. If the path is cut off, they can wade right across. They fear water, but not absolutely. So, we should be grateful to the individuals who blew up the bridge for leaving the narrowest pathway, which will significantly delay the zombies' advance. Then what are we waiting for? Let us retreat. More individuals joined the channel, inquiring about what was happening. The regional chat channel descended into chaos. Zhang Hao, what should we do? Fight or retreat? Qin Jinyu pressed. Does that even need to be asked? It's clearly a retreat. Zhang Hao replied. Not to mention the horde's size, tens of thousands strong. We are utterly powerless against the crawlers and giant tanks. It's best to preserve our strength and withdraw. Zhang Hao chuckled bitterly. Although reluctant to leave the camp he had worked so hard to build, if they remained, they would surely face a grim fate surrounded by zombies. Perhaps retreating would offer a glimmer of hope. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed relentlessly. In an instant, Jiangbei was shrouded in smoke, with flames flickering in the distance. Huh? Is someone actually fighting the horde? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his feelings a blend of shock, admiration, and fear. Chapter 95. The final trap. The explosive sounds merged into a cacophony. The ground trembled beneath Jiangnan district. Look, smoke is rising, and not just from one spot. Could it be that there's an army resisting the zombies? Don't be naive. This is the apocalypse. Where would an army come from? Even if there were, would they risk their lives? That's a zombie horde. Regardless, someone is assisting and resisting the horde. Shouldn't we lend a hand? Yes, we shouldn't stand idly by. We should run as far as we can before they perish in battle. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Enough talk, we must flee now. Or it will be too late. What a madman! Who would dare face the horde head-on? Quick, let us retreat southward. The farther away we are, the better. Hopefully, the horde will dissipate in a few days. Right? Let us all retreat south. At least we can look out for one another along the way. The earlier soldier had mentioned establishing a sanctuary to the south. Perhaps they could find refuge there. Observing the chat channel, everyone reached a surprising consensus. Zhang Hao's heart suddenly stirred, and he quickly commanded, Old Qian, have everyone pack their belongings and immediately retreat west. Qian Jinyu was taken aback and inquired, retreating west? But, are there zombies over there? We have no idea what the situation is. He pondered whether advancing recklessly might be overly perilous. Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, replying, Firstly, the soldiers from a few days ago have already retreated south. Departing 2 to 3 days ahead of us, they must have scavenged most of the supplies along the way. If we retreat south now, coupled with the other survivors, our numbers will be vast. Resupply along the journey will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Moreover, I am taking a gamble. A gamble? Qian Jinyu asked. Precisely did I wager that the horde will continue its advance southward. The zombies have been moving south from the northern bank without any survivors to divert their attention. Yet their course remains unchanged. This behavior appears to be entirely instinctual, and although I cannot fathom their reasoning, I believe they have no cause to suddenly alter their path. Furthermore, as survivors head south, those who lag behind will inevitably attract the horde's attention. These survivors effectively serve to lure the zombies away from us. We can proceed westward with peace of mind, no matter how numerous the zombies may be. They cannot surpass the sheer number of the horde. Zhang Hao patted Qian Jinyu on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. That is true. Qian Jinyu nodded hesitantly. Very well, time is of the essence. It's settled. Immediately relay orders that all must engage the zombies. Those who flee, cower, or scream will face execution for hoarding supplies. Anyone wishing to leave may do so at any time. 3 minutes to gather belongings. And we depart in 5. Zhang Hao stated with resolute authority. Understood, Qian Jinyu replied. He sensed a change in Zhang Hao since the incident involving Zhou Jiqiang, though he could not quite articulate what had shifted. In the Jiangbei district, at the bridgehead, Zhang Chen had just repelled a wave of zombies alongside Erpang and was contemplating how to withstand the next onslaught. He was entirely unaware that even if the zombies reached the Jiangnan district, it would not matter, for people there had already begun to evacuate. In-01 would be left to combat the zombies. The current situation was that Zhang Chen had already dispatched over 10,000 zombies, 10 giant tanks, nearly 100 crawlers, and a dozen venomous insect breeders. Most of the car bombs had been expended, and the armored mech had just switched to its second ammunition supply. The circuitry on his left shoulder was slightly scorched, and the shield along with the mechanical left arm had been corroded, leaving only half of a metallic limb. Erpang, exhausted, had his tongue lolling out, his fur stained red with the blood of zombies. Yet, his spirits remained high, ready for another battle. Given the present circumstances, Zhang Chen believed he could withstand at least 2 more waves of the horde. What unsettled Zhang Chen the most was, the initial whaler had been following him at a consistent distance. It now stood atop a building, covering its face and facing him. He could not discern its intentions. Was it waiting for the opportune moment to strike? What troubled Zhang Chen even more was the presence of 3 additional whalers that had congregated nearby. They too were covering their faces, intermittently emitting mournful cries, from 1 to 4. If these creatures continued to multiply, it could become quite troublesome. Zhang Chen had attempted to strike them with the electromagnetic cannon, but to no avail. Their movements were simply too swift. They easily dodged the attacks, even leaping outside the lethal range of the electric field. In short, he needed to keep a close watch on them and exercise caution. Oh whoa! Another wave of zombies began. This horde surged forth with even greater ferocity than before, their numbers vastly increased. Previously, the zombies had charged through numerous narrow paths, appearing less daunting, but now, the hordes from all those pathways converged upon the bridgehead plaza. Multiplying geometrically, Pang, you guard the northern bridgehead. I will handle things here. Zhang Chen patted Pang on the head. Roaring, the massive Pang wagged his tail and turned to sprint towards the northern bridgehead. It was time to deploy the final trap. Zhang Chen ascended to the rooftop and sliced open the fuel tank of a tanker truck with his alloy steel knife. Several tons of gasoline cascaded down from the rooftop in an instant. Subsequently, Zhang Chen fired a few rounds into the throng of zombies. Tat tat tat. Whoa. Hiss. Uh-oh. Thousands of zombies were drawn to the gunfire, beginning to pile upon one another, climbing atop one another like a precarious stack of blocks. Madly rushing towards the rooftop. Previously, the zombie population had been small in the alleyways, but in the plaza, the sheer volume was staggering. In just a few minutes, the horde had amassed to a height of 5 or 6 stories. Moreover, not far off, an unending stream of zombies shrieked as they joined the towering game. Zhang Chen opened the cockpit, retrieved a cigarette from his ring, and placed it in his mouth. He then flicked his lighter to ignite it. Hiss, cough, cough. He had never smoked before and realized he was not quite as suave as he had hoped. Thus, Zhang Chen discarded the lit cigarette along with the still flaming lighter. Bang! Whoosh! The gasoline ignited upon contact with the open flame. A faint blue flame rapidly spreading outward, seeking out all combustible materials and consuming them entirely. In an instant, the horde below transformed into a sea of flames. Countless burning hands reached skyward, desperate for salvation, while countless terrifying and pallid faces were engulfed by the fire, resembling a hellish purgatory. At that moment, the whalers atop the building suddenly sprang into action. Chapter 96. Ensnared in the horde. The whalers drifted down from the rooftop like falling leaves, their emaciated bodies swathed in loose garments that swayed as they moved. Just as they were about to touch the ground, they forcefully kicked off the building's outer wall, altering their trajectory by 90 degrees. Then, as if riding the waves, they leaped upon the flaming zombies, soaring several meters forward, swiftly vanishing beneath the cover of the horde. Where did they go? Zhang Chen dared not let his guard down. These creatures suddenly moving could not indicate a retreat. There would surely be no good intentions involved. Caution was paramount. Zhang Chen simultaneously pulled the pins from 5 grenades. Point 1. Whoosh! The 5 grenades were released, plummeting towards the horde below. Just before they landed among the zombies, boom! They shattered into countless sharp metal shards, launching an indiscriminate assault on the surrounding undead. It was as if it were raining. Swathes of zombies transformed into white mist as the gasoline dripped onto the ground. Yet, he still could not spot the whalers. Another round. Zhang Chen moved to the opposite side of the building and pulled the pins from another set of grenades. As he counted to 3, 7, or 8 emaciated figures suddenly soared towards him. It was the whalers. Zhang Chen was well aware they could not fly, but their climbing speed and jumping height were indistinguishable from flight. A sneak attack. Zhang Chen casually tossed a grenade while simultaneously retreating several steps in the armored mech, activating the rocket thrusters. The entire mech soared into the air. However, the whalers showed no sign of descending. As soon as they landed atop the rooftop, they exerted their strength, propelling themselves like projectiles and swiftly catching up to the armored mech. Bang bang, thud. Then, Zhang Chen heard the sound of heavy impacts. 7 whalers, none missing, clambered onto the armored mech, their long claws digging deep into the metal shell. Alarm! Alarm! Multiple damages detected in the armored mech. Rocket launchers are non-functional. Left lower, left upper, and right upper mechanical arms are disconnected. Rocket fuel tank is leaking, fuel is rapidly depleting. Beware of low fuel. which will result in the deactivation of flight mode. A series of system alerts indicated that the whalers were serious this time. They were not merely clinging to the mech, they intended to disassemble it piece by piece. Zhang Chen could visually see metal fragments detaching from the mech and falling to the ground. Should the armored mech be dismantled, he would have no choice but to confront the 7 whalers using only his own body, alongside the countless zombies struggling in the inferno below. These creatures were proving far more troublesome than anticipated. Zhang Chen glanced at the upgrade progress. Current upgrade progress, 15321-80002. This number was gradually increasing, indicating that zombies were continuously being incinerated in the flames. The only drawback of automatic collection was that it caused the slain targets to vaporize and disappear. If the bodies of these zombies remained, they could serve as fresh fuel, generating an unending blaze. But now, the gasoline was dwindling, and no new fuel was being introduced. The fire was gradually diminishing. At this rate, he would need to eliminate approximately 700 more zombies to achieve an upgrade. In light of this, Zhang Chen revved up the power of the rocket thrusters. The armored mech tilted and surged towards the oncoming horde, leaving a long trail of fire on the ground from the leaking fuel. The reason for rushing towards this direction was that Zhang Chen, positioned high above, spotted 2 clumsy venomous insect spawn obstructing the path. Behind him, a dense mass of zombies surged forward, with some slipping over their slick, decaying skin. Bang! The armed mech collided forcefully with the 2 venom bombs, splattering thick green corrosive liquid everywhere, in an instant. Over 200 surrounding zombies were reduced to mere mist. Following the mech's descent, its momentum remained unyielding, as it forcefully carved a path through the horde. However, this path was quickly filled once more by the encroaching zombies. Countless undead surged towards the armed mech. Their teeth and claws posed no threat to the armored machine, yet they piled upon one another, soon forming a mound atop the mech's wreckage. The already corroded and fragile metallic shell creaked ominously under the immense weight of the horde. On the brink of collapse at any moment, Zhang Chen found himself in a particularly precarious position within the cockpit. Just in front of him lay 2 weepers, positioned perfectly to attack the moment he opened the hatch. Trapped in his seat, Zhang Chen had no means of escape, rendering him immensely passive in this battle. Yet, if he did not exit the cockpit to abandon the mech, the number of zombies outside was steadily increasing, and the oxygen levels within the cockpit were gradually depleting. Zhang Chen could feel the onset of suffocation. He glanced at the upgrade progress, 15932-80002. Just a little more and he could level up. He must endure a bit longer. It was imperative not to rush out recklessly. Ordinary zombies were hardly a concern. Yet, facing 7 weepers, even if he measured against the strength of a giant tank, Zhang Chen had no confidence in handling 7 of them unscathed. Moreover, these weepers were swift in their movements, making escape far from guaranteed. It was prudent to wait. Achieving an upgrade would be ideal. But if the situation became dire, he would have to reconsider. Creak. A steel plate on the mech's back had corroded enough to cave in under the pressure. Yet, the zombies continued to pile higher and higher. Howl! A distant wolf-like cry reached Zhang Chen's ears. It was the summoning skill of Air Pow, signaling that zombies had crossed the Yongyu Bridge and were advancing towards the Jiangnan region. A perfect opportunity. Although the zombies killed by Air Pow would not be automatically collected by Zhang Chen, the watchtowers on either side of the bridge could be. Their attacks were inherently recognized as Zhang Chen's own. Allowing automatic collection, indeed, the previously stagnant upgrade numbers suddenly began to surge. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Was this even a question? Upgrade immediately. Ding. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to Intermediate Awakened Stage 2. The next upgrade to Intermediate Awakened Stage 3 requires 156-12,002. Chapter 97. Mass Slaughter begins with me. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to Mid-Awakener Stage 2. Your attributes have significantly improved. The energy field enveloping your body has grown even stronger. Ding. Transcendence. 1-3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been further enhanced by 1.33 times. Ding. Transcendence. 1-3 passive triggered. Your attributes have been enhanced once more by 1.33 times. Because of possessing dual talents, it equates to leveling up twice. It is important to note that consecutive effects are not merely additive. For instance, if a person's average attribute is 10 points, a single activation results in 13. However, 2 activations do not yield 1.66 but rather 10 multiplied by 1.33 squared, approximately 17.7. This is an exponential relationship. Since Zhang Chen began as a level 1 awakened, he has now leveled up 8 times, which means he has enhanced his capabilities by 1.33 to the 8th power, resulting in an increase of 9.8 times. In contrast, a single talent survivor has only leveled up 4 times, yielding an enhancement of 1.33 to the 4th power, equating to 3.1 times. The disparity in upgrade attributes is threefold. If reaching a full 100 additional bonus, the gap in strength would be even greater. Of course, Transcendence is applicable only during the awakened phase. Even so, it allows dual talent bearers to possess a dimensional advantage over single talent individuals. Gene Evolution Direction has granted 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has granted 1 talent point. Next level, Mid-Awakener Stage 3. Current upgrade progress, 156 12,002. Excellent. At this critical moment, he has finally leveled up. There is no doubt about which talent to choose this time. Gene Evolution Direction, upgraded. Ravage Execution, ding. Ravage Execution, upgrade successful. Ravage Execution, 1-1, activates instant healing of wounds, removes poison, infections, and other negative states, while increasing attack damage by 300 and self-healing ability by 300. For the duration of 10 minutes, immunity to toxins and viral infections is granted. After the duration ends, a 30-minute, vulnerable state will occur, damage taken increased by 30. Energetic Evolution Direction, upgraded. Energy Barrier, 1-3, once activated. All attacks that would harm the body will be reduced by 60. Each successful defense will consume crystal cores. The stronger the attack, the more intense the crystal core consumption. Once the internal crystal cores are depleted, the barrier will dissipate. This energy barrier not only negates the additional 30 damage from the vulnerable state, but also adds 30 to defensive capabilities. This is indeed promising. Let the battle commence. Zhang Chen focused his thoughts and activated the energy barrier. Instantly, a faint golden halo appeared around him, resembling an eggshell. It could adjust its shape and size with Zhang Chen's movements. As long as he remained unharmed, it would not consume energy crystal cores. He decided to test the strength of these weepers while also gauging his combat prowess as an intermediate awakened stage 2. Truth be told, since the last time he exterminated a zombie horde at Tianyang University, this place could hardly be compared to that. What he faced then was merely a group of zombies. He had leveled up twice since then and had only encountered crawlers afterward, which were far too weak to truly measure his growth. Now, he had leveled up twice again and should be able to contend with Type 3 mutated infectors barehanded. However, for safety's sake, Zhang Chen entered a battle stance, immediately enveloped in energy armor. Subsequently, the cockpit door swung open. Crystal core resonance. The interface in the upper left corner indicated -10 crystal cores. Previously, he had considered 10 energy crystal cores to be a substantial amount. Now, they seemed trivial. Buzz. As the skill activated, Zhang Chen felt a tremor run through his hands. This invisible tremor of energy quickly began to spread outward. The first to suffer from this energy assault were the 2 weepers outside the cockpit, who were immediately sent flying. The surrounding zombies initially froze in shock, their eyes turning crimson as veins bulged on their foreheads. Then, they began to disintegrate into a cloud of mist from their heads down. This phenomenon was akin to an invisible virus, sending the nearby zombies into a state of sheer terror. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced at his upgrade progress. Thankfully, crystal core resonance did not destroy the energy cores within the zombies. It merely utilized their internal energy to eliminate them. That single activation, although consuming 10 crystal cores, had resulted in the annihilation of 94 ordinary zombies, yielding a total collection of 51,4192 energy crystal cores. He had profited an impressive 82 crystal cores. This skill was simply a windfall against a horde of zombies. Had Zhang Chen been forced to use his Tang Dao to dispatch each zombie individually, taking down thousands of them, even if they stood still, would have taken an eternity. Watching the resonating effect gradually fade, a prompt suddenly appeared. The crystal core resonance skill has no cooldown limit. As soon as the resonating effect dissipates, it can be used again. However, frequent and dense usage of this skill will increase your fatigue. Zhang Chen gradually began to grasp the purpose of this prompt. As long as he focused or particularly concentrated on a point, it would display automatically. Otherwise, it would only appear during critical moments or when he encountered insurmountable challenges. Of course, it wasn't entirely absolute. In any case, this prompt was somewhat capricious. Indeed, once the resonating effect faded, Zhang Chen felt a surge of energy within him, primed to unleash another wave. Crystal core resonance. Buzz, boom. This time, he aimed directly at the mound of zombies above the mech. The overwhelming force sent the pile of zombies soaring into the air, each one disintegrating into white mist as they fell. This time, he had dispatched 100 zombies. Delightful. Howl. Suddenly, a cry echoed in his ears. Zhang Chen felt a chill at the back of his head, realizing it was a weeper launching a sneak attack from behind. He swiftly ducked and turned, drawing his Tang Dao in an instant. With a swift motion, he slashed. The cold gleam flashed. The strike was so quick it seemed to be over in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen was astonished at his own speed. The weeper, acting on the same instinct, found itself unable to evade as its claws were still mid-air, and it took the full brunt of Zhang Chen's strike. Clang. The Tang Dao struck as if it had hit solid rock, sending sparks flying upon contact with the weeper's skin, leaving only a white mark behind. Though the weeper remained uninjured, the force of Zhang Chen's blow sent it careening backward, crashing through a dozen ordinary zombies before finally coming to a halt. This fellow is astonishingly resilient. Chapter 98. The Summons of the Wailer. Advanced infected corpses. Goodness, even the Tang Dao cannot pierce its defenses. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, the Tang Dao is merely an ordinary weapon from the early stages. After all, the energy armor is powered by energy crystal cores. In comparison to energy equipment, the Tang Dao falls considerably short. Were it not for its attribute of never wearing down, it might have shattered into several pieces from that last strike. At this moment, several indicators of tissue damage appeared beside the whalers. These creatures, much like the giant tanks, require over 30 of their tissue to be destroyed before they can be completely eradicated. Initially, the two whalers that suffered from Zhang Chen's crystal core resonance endured 7 and 9 damage respectively. Their surrounding prompts displayed 23 remaining for elimination, 21 remaining for elimination. Meanwhile, the whaler that Zhang Chen had sent flying with a single blow only sustained minor abrasions. 30 remaining for elimination. Howl! Suddenly, a whaler perched atop a rooftop let out a piercing scream. This sharp, grating sound reverberated through the street, shaking windows and causing some bottles within nearby rooms to resonate with the frequency. Shattering instantly, following this, the ordinary zombies nearby had their eyes turn blood red, rushing madly toward Zhang Chen. Is this the enhanced skill? It's a pity that empowering a horde of worthless zombies is of little consequence. Zhang Chen scoffed, activating crystal core resonance. Once more, bang! The 100 enhanced ordinary zombies surrounding him could not withstand this powerful strike, instantly disintegrating into dust, leaving a 5-meter radius of vacuum around Zhang Chen. Wail, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 whalers simultaneously launched an attack on Zhang Chen. Concurrently, the 3 whalers that had been repelled, along with the one on the rooftop, joined the fray. The scene transformed into a 1 against 7. The surrounding ordinary zombies were negligible and posed no threat to Zhang Chen. Wail, wail, wail. Slash. 2 whalers attacked Zhang Chen head-on with astonishing speed. However, it seemed not quite so swift. This dazzling onslaught, now laid bare before Zhang Chen, was crystal clear. He could even anticipate the whalers' attacks in advance. Is this all? Zhang Chen kicked 2 whalers aside, sending another crashing into a nearby building. Turning back, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the whaler's chest, the tremendous force propelling it into the air. 2 tissue damage inflicted, 28 remaining for elimination. The prompt beside it changed immediately. Hiss, have I truly become this formidable? A full power kick can inflict tissue damage on a whaler. Still 3 whalers remain. Zhang Chen leapt up, landing precisely on one attempting to attack his lower body. With both hands, he pressed down on the heads of the other 2 whalers. Concentrated strike. Zhang Chen was prepared for the outcome of his right hand being effective while his left hand faced an awkward fate. After all, throughout this battle, he had only unleashed concentrated strike with his right hand, never simultaneously with both. Zing, boom, splatter. The heads of the 2 whalers were charred over a wide area, the immense force sending them flying. 12 tissue damage inflicted, 18 remaining for elimination. 12 tissue damage inflicted, 9 remaining for elimination. Indeed sturdy, even before leveling up, Zhang Chen's concentrated strike could easily slice through the bodies of crawlers. Now, striking a whaler at point-blank range only resulted in charring. Fortunately, the whalers are considerably smaller than the giant tanks. Thus, achieving that 30 tissue damage is relatively easier. If it were a creature of that size, the same output would likely yield only about 5 tissue damage. After all, tissue damage is inversely proportional to body size. Whale, whale, whale. While the other whalers rose, suddenly howling at the sky in unison. Simultaneously, not only the whalers on this street responded, but faint echoes of other whalers could be heard from afar. Zhang Chen recalled the prompt describing these creatures capable of attracting nearby zombies. However, these whalers were resonating with the entire horde, calling forth all the zombies to confront him. Hiss, a true monster-spawning artifact. Zhang Chen suddenly realized that if conditions allowed in the future, he should capture one to nurture, assisting in luring zombies. This would be far more efficient than the previous encounter with that low-cut dress woman. As the howling ceased, Zhang Chen felt the ground tremble once again. This tremor was different from the earthquake caused by thousands of zombies. Its amplitude was greater, accompanied by a rumbling sound akin to a train passing by. It seemed a massive creature was approaching. It must be the giant tanks, and not just one. Swiftly resolve this. Let us deal with you first. Crystal core resonance. Zhang Chen activated his skill once more. The invisible resonant energy surged against the bodies of the 100 zombies nearby, causing over 90 to return to the void. A whaler howled in despair, watching its form gradually dissipate until it vanished. Ding! First time collecting a mutated Type 3 infected whaler. Congratulations on acquiring Energy Crystal 600 480, 80 talent bonus, Rapid Fertilizer 2, Berserker Blood 2, Resilient Bones 2, Sharp Claws 2, Supply Box Sensor 1. Supply Box Sensor displays the locations and levels of all supply boxes within a random area on the minimap. Disappears upon use. This is excellent. While prompts can indicate the location of supply boxes, it requires searching through each building individually. Given that an area can cover hundreds of streets and thousands of buildings, searching them all would take an eternity. This indicator is far more efficient. Moreover, some supply boxes are located in open spaces, not in buildings, leaving room for oversight. With the display activated, Zhang Chen rushed toward the supply box's location, ready to open it. It's akin to a treasure map. This is a profit. Indeed, mutated Type 3 infected are laden with valuable items. Crystal core resonance. Concentrated strike. Zhang Chen swiftly dispatched another 5 whalers, to be summarized after the battle. Only one whaler remained, standing on the rooftop, its pallid face fixed with resentment upon Zhang Chen. Howl! Just then, the tremors beneath Zhang Chen intensified. The familiar roars of giant tanks echoed from deep within the streets. Subsequently, Zhang Chen witnessed one of the most shocking scenes in this battle against the horde. 15 or 16 giant tanks, accompanied by 5 or 6 whalers and 30 to 40 spore infestors, along with countless crawlers swarming from the ground, walls, and rooftops. An overwhelming tide surged forth. Is this an elite horde? The most alarming part. All of these creatures bore crimson eyes. Chapter 99. The Final Battle. Based on the numbers of these giant tanks and other mutated Type 2 infected, it was evident that the advanced infected of the entire horde had been summoned by the whalers. Furthermore, they were all in an enhanced state. That means the whalers cannot enhance themselves. Otherwise, it would be an entirely different scenario. Cackle, 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 roar, wail, wail, wail. The scene was nothing short of a chaotic dance of demons. Both the sounds and visuals were enough to instill dread and terror. Well, this saves me the trouble of searching for each of you. Zhang Chen had initially worried that Pang might struggle against the giant tanks. Since they had come to him, Pang could securely defend the southern bridge. Activating Fury. In an instant, Zhang Chen's skin was enveloped in a crimson hue. His pupils narrowed, adrenaline surged, and his muscles swelled dramatically, veins bulging. He entered a state of exhilaration. Activating Ravaging Slaughter. Zhang Chen did not hold back. He directly unleashed another powerful skill. Fury boosts attributes and reduces damage. Ravaging Slaughter triples attack and self-healing capabilities while negating toxin damage. The effects compounded, resulting in a dramatic enhancement. Facing these monsters, especially the enhanced ones, It would be unwise not to exert his full strength. Swiftly resolve this. Whoosh, swoosh. A fierce gust of wind erupted from Zhang Chen, a powerful energy field enveloping the entire street. If there were any survivors nearby, they would likely be crushed to their knees. Struggling to breathe under this immense energy pressure. Concentrated strike. Zhang Chen raised his right hand with force. Whoosh, boom. The energy wave transformed into a colossal electric cannon, radiating a faint golden glow. With unstoppable might, it pierced through the giant tank's body, resulting in a violent explosion behind it. Countless crawlers were obliterated, their remains and entrails creating a rain of gore that poured down from above. Yet, before this rain could reach the ground, it dissipated into wisps of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. The colossal giant that was struck also succumbed, gradually kneeling upon the ground, fixating its gaze upon the gaping void in its chest. From the aperture began a slow pallor that enveloped the surrounding flesh, which then evaporated, ultimately vanishing entirely. A single strike had annihilated the giant. The damage was simply astounding. Suddenly, a whaler lunged towards Zhang Chen from the side. He leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the attack, and casually patted the whaler on its back. Having already exerted all its might in the surprise assault, coupled with Zhang Chen's unexpected boost from behind, the whaler's speed surpassed its own control. With a whoosh, it crashed through a wall and into an auto repair shop. Zhang Chen paid no heed to the creature, for a vast horde of zombies awaited him. He surged forward, darting swiftly between the giant and the crawler, moving with such speed that the monsters barely had time to react. He propelled himself to the rear, halting amidst several poison bug breeders. Were these creatures sentient, they would surely perceive his intentions. It was an exceedingly blatant trap. Yet, these zombies were consumed by their insatiable bloodlust, seeking to obliterate any living being. The giant, whaler, and crawler all charged furiously towards Zhang Chen's position. The poison bug breeders unleashed torrents of venom upon him, but alas, the toxins merely clung to his form, having no effect, as they were instantaneously vaporized by the heat of his skin. The claws and fangs of the quadrupedal monstrosities could not breach Zhang Chen's defenses. They could only scurry anxiously upon him, closer, just a bit closer. As several giants swung their massive fists towards Zhang Chen, the whaler's claws were poised to graze his cheek. Such density was sufficient. Core resonance. A surge of immense power erupted from Zhang Chen. The unfortunate poison bug breeders nearby bore the brunt of this energy shockwave. Their fragile forms instantly burst apart, showering the surrounding zombies with a deluge of venom. Akin to a horrific acid rain, the energy field continued to expand. The crawler could not withstand such damage, disintegrating into fine white fragments, slowly turning to dust. Nearby, an ancient building trembled precariously before finally succumbing with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust that shrouded everything in gloom. Zhang Chen's strategy was to utilize these green explosives to exterminate the surrounding zombies. Combined with core resonance, they could yield exponential damage. The giant and whaler would not have been dispatched by core resonance alone, but after sustaining severe injuries and being ravaged by corrosive substances. Some unfortunate Type 3 mutants perished in the explosion. Ding! It has been detected that you meet the criteria for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? What a stroke of luck! An upgrade is at hand. Indeed, a crawler under the effects of a talent boost can yield 200,160,360 energy cores. 50 of those would amount to 18,000 points. A giant alone can provide 900 energy cores, not to mention the whaler and poison bug breeders. This assault directly propelled him to the next level. What could be more exhilarating? Remarkably, it was the whaler's contribution. To gather such a wealth of cores from ordinary zombies would require the slaughter of 30 to 40,000. Upgrade immediately. Ding! Congratulations, you have ascended to the mid-stage of Awakener Level 3. Your attributes have significantly improved. The energy field enveloping your body has grown more formidable. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Next level, Advanced Awakener Level 1. Current upgrade progress, 5720,002. Gene Evolution Direction, Upgrade Metamorphosis. Ding! Metamorphosis. Upgrade successful 2-3. With each upgrade, your body's reaction, strength, speed, and resistance will receive an additional 66 boost. Upgrade compensation activated. Your attributes have again received a substantial enhancement. Energy evolution direction, upgrade energy barrier, ding. Energy barrier, upgrade successful, 2-3. Upon activation, all attacks that would inflict damage to the host will be reduced by 75. With each successful defense consuming cores, a more potent force erupted from Zhang Chen's core. The radiance of the energy shield surrounding him seemed to intensify. The sensation of enhanced power felt magnificent. Onward, with a surge, Zhang Chen's form exploded outward, bursting forth from the smoke. At this moment, a dozen poison bug breeders remained in the rear. Initially disoriented and uncertain in their attacks, however, upon spotting Zhang Chen, they frantically began to spew forth their venom. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Waves of green slime cascaded down upon him. Simultaneously, the giant and crawlers charged towards Zhang Chen. He smiled faintly, retreating a few steps, and once again vanished into the haze. Chapter 100. The last strain splatter boom. Countless corrosive liquids unleashed indiscriminate strikes upon the smoke. The green slime fell like rain from above. Zhang Chen understood how to evade, but these infected creatures lacked such wisdom in an instant. A multitude of them were poisoned by their own rear attacks, meeting their demise. Seizing the chaos, Zhang Chen swiftly sought out the giant amidst the cover of smoke, dispatching it with haste. Occasional bursts of focus strike illuminated the air. The powerful beams penetrated the giant's form, continuing unabated to obliterate a portion of a nearby building. From an aerial viewpoint, one would witness a multitude of high-level zombies relentlessly charging into the swirling smoke, only to be repelled, pierced, and transformed into mist. After the tumult of battle, tranquility gradually returned within the haze. Suddenly, a figure shot forth like a bullet from the smoke, swiftly gliding past the poison bug breeders. One by one, they erupted, blooming like green flowers. 10 minutes elapsed. The red hue upon Zhang Chen began to fade, his complexion turning pallid from the excessive exertion. Sweat drenched his clothing. His hands trembled slightly from the repeated use of core resonance. A sign of fatigue, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust that lingered upon the street. A frail figure stood silently amidst the rubble and debris. A gentle breeze caressed its long hair, exposing a pallid complexion. Another whaler? Zhang Chen steeled himself. Though he was at the brink of exhaustion, burdened by the vulnerable state, debuff, he had just leveled up. He was no longer intimidated by the whaler. With his newfound strength, a single whaler posed little threat. Whale, whale. The whaler raised its hands, slowly covering its face, before turning and taking a few steps away. Suddenly, it vanished, swiftly climbing atop a building's roof, where it stood silently, facing Zhang Chen's direction. This creature, mentally unstable, however, Zhang Chen suddenly noticed a detail. A red string was tied around the whaler's left wrist, its color mostly faded, leaving only a faint hint of red. When Zhang Chen first encountered the whaler in the armored suit, a similar item adorned its wrist. Initially thought to be a standard feature of the whalers, he now observed that while others bore similar attire, none possessed this red string. This whaler must be the very first one he encountered atop the armored mech. It had seemingly refrained from joining the fray, as indicated by the prompt beside it. 30 of kills remaining, that it had sustained no harm whatsoever. Had it engaged in combat just moments ago, it would have been unable to escape the indiscriminate assault of core resonance. Regardless of whether this creature harbored no ill intent towards him, or was merely biding its time, Zhang Chen remained unfazed. The so-called horde of hundreds of thousands, with the most elite infected now vanquished. Even if it attempted another strike, Zhang Chen feared it not. He needed to ascertain how Erpang was faring. Retrieving the last armored mech from his spatial storage, Zhang Chen mounted it. As he settled into the seat, a wave of comfort washed over him. He exhaled deeply. Even standing felt taxing. It was evident that his physical reserves were utterly depleted. Initiate, take flight. The armored mech soared into the air. Activating its rocket thrusters, it glided over the battlefield, where high-level infected were nearly non-existent on the ground. However, ordinary zombies poured in endlessly from the north towards the bridgehead. The raging inferno from the gasoline had mostly extinguished, leaving only a few distant buildings charred black, still emitting thick smoke. The automated defense tower to the south of the bridge was tirelessly engaging the horde. When facing individual zombies, the tower fired energy projectiles, but against swarms, it unleashed energy beams, A single laser-like wave obliterated a dozen or so zombies, showcasing considerable lethality. Regrettably, the replenishment rate of the undead far exceeds the speed at which they are vanquished. The two watchtowers stationed at the bridge weakly assault the relentless tide of zombies, which surge forth like an unyielding wave, indifferent to their efforts. Behind the watchtowers, at the T-junction, a mound of corpses rises to the height of a small mountain. Towering 5 stories high, Urpeo, accompanied by 2 small wolves, stands valiantly atop this grim pile, continuing to fight against the overwhelming horde. Suddenly, both wolves emit a cry before vanishing from sight. Urpeo howls in desperation, but only a hoarse rasp escapes his throat. Behind him, thousands of zombies have already breached the defenses. Flooding into Jiangnan District IT is an insurmountable challenge for a lone man and his wolf to hold back such a vast army of the undead. Nonetheless, having eliminated nearly all the high-level infected, this battle can be deemed a victory. Well done, Urpeo. The armed mech gently descended upon the mountain of corpses, its arms lifting Urpeo with ease. They soared directly to the rooftop of the nearby Star Building, which stands over 40 stories tall. From the perspective of the zombies below, the rooftop is entirely concealed, thus sparing it from their attention. Zhang Chen retrieved a level 1 fortified villa from his inventory. Originally, when the villa rested on the ground, its first floor was flush with the earth, while the basement lay below ground level. Now, elevated atop other structures, the steel-reinforced basement has effectively become the first floor, and the original first floor has transformed into the second. The design may be somewhat peculiar, but as long as it serves its purpose, it is of little consequence. Zhang Chen disembarked from the mech, returning it to his ring, and gently patted Urpeo, signaling that they were safe. The latter licked Zhang Chen's wrist before transforming into a smaller form. The zombie blood oozed down the rooftop's drainage system in a steady stream. Excellent work, Zhang Chen encouraged as he affectionately stroked Urpeo's head. He then produced a bucket of purified water, rinsing Urpeo clean, followed by 2 lumps of rapid fertilizer, placing them on the ground. Eat up. Urpeo had been simultaneously fighting and eating, never truly pausing. However, the energy provided by the zombie flesh was insufficient to keep pace with the expenditure of his stamina. Now, upon catching the scent of the rapid fertilizer, he could not resist and began devouring it eagerly. Once finished, Zhang Chen cradled Urpeo and leaped lightly into the building. It was time to tally their spoils. Chapter 101. Comprehensive Equipment Upgrade. Zhang Chen laid out a portion of prepared Wagyu beef on the table. He had initially intended to complement it with other items, but suddenly realized that his inventory consisted solely of meat and staple foods, making vegetables a scarce resource. Never mind, he thought, consuming a few slices of Wagyu would suffice as a reward for his arduous battle today. While eating, Zhang Chen began to assess the loot he had acquired. The energy crystal cores and fertilizers were in such abundance that their sheer quantity was overwhelming. His current upgrade progress stood at 33,520,002. Moreover, this figure continued to rise gradually, likely due to the diligent operation of those 2 automated watchtowers at the bridge. This was splendid. He could collect crystal cores while lounging at home. Experience points while idling? Zhang Chen examined his spoils, focusing on the valuable and unidentified items. Supply box sensor, 1. Researcher ID card, 1. Undetermined strange key, 1. Full technology blueprint, 23. Talent crystal, 3. Designed for the powerful energy bone blade, 1. Requires 1. 000 energy crystal cores, sharp claws, 100. Keen claws, 10. Evolver's blood, 50. Resilient leather, 10. This could be crafted into a formidable energy weapon, the bone blade. Crispy fruit seeds, 10. Can be cultivated to yield delicious fruits, rich in various nutrients and vitamins essential for the human body. Sand coconut seeds, 20. Can produce juicy, sweet sand coconuts, whose clear juice is edible and has detoxifying properties. Advanced pet nutritional fluid, 5. Provides all the energy and nutrients required for pet growth, accelerating their development. Zombie virus antibodies, 13. Upon injection, grants permanent immunity to the zombie virus. Infected survivors can extend their lifespan by 30 days upon usage, ineffective against zombies. Rare skill, blueprint optimization, 1. After learning, allows for the consumption of a certain amount of energy crystal cores to enhance the attributes of a crafted item by 1 level. Rare skill, culinary master, 1. Upon learning, instantly becomes a chef. automatically acquiring recipes for all cuisines and forming muscle memory. Rare gene enhancement. Rod cell modification 1. Can enhance and modify rod cells, improving visual acuity, enabling recognition of disguises, mimicry, and invisibility, while also granting night vision capabilities. Gene enhancement. Balance 1. Enhances the user's balance but carries a chance of growing a tail at the back. Goodness. The last item could potentially result in the growth of a tail? This could inadvertently alter one's very species. The gene enhancement, balance, is absolutely not to be used. Zhang Chen instinctively opened the chat channel and discovered that the entire Jiangnan region's chat had fallen eerily silent. Not a single voice could be heard. He opened the auction house, only to find all items had vanished. These people have fled in haste. Had he known, he would not have exerted himself so desperately to intercept them. His efforts had been in vain. Zhang Chen certainly did not believe that they had all perished. After all, those who escaped were merely ordinary zombies, and many survivors could easily crush such weaklings. Moreover, even if trapped in a room, they could still chat. The absence of dialogue now only indicated that everyone had retreated. Zhang Chen proceeded to utilize each blueprint in turn. Ding, congratulations, you have learned rare skill. Blueprint optimization. Ding, congratulations, you have learned rare skill. Culinary master. Ding, congratulations, your genes have been enhanced, and you have acquired rod cell modification. Ding, congratulations, you have injected zombie virus antibodies and are now immune to the zombie virus. Zhang Chen poured the advanced pet nutritional fluid 5 into Erpeo's bowl. Erpeo had been preparing to sleep but, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly scrambled up. He looked down at the bowl and then back up at Zhang Chen, his expression seemingly questioning. You just fed me? Did you forget? Goodness, you aren't trying to stuff me to death, are you? Zhang Chen, too fatigued to concern himself with Erpeo's psychological state, continued to examine his spoils. Time to craft the bone blade. Ding. You have consumed 1,000 energy crystal cores, sharp claws, 100, keen claws, 10, evolver's blood, 50, resilient leather, 10, the energy weapon, bone blade, has been successfully crafted. A massive, broad-bladed sword, towering to the height of a man, materialized before him. The cross-section displays distinct textures of claws intricately pressed together. The blade's edge is formed by a multitude of sharp claw tips arranged in a meticulous line. It resembles a serrated knife, sharp and suitable for slicing through highly resilient materials. Blueprint optimization. Ding. To optimize the bone blade, a cost of 1,000 energy crystal cores is required. TCH, 1,000? At this point, Zhang Chen found himself with an abundance of crystal cores. While other survivors might still be bickering over a handful of cores, Zhang Chen no longer regarded crystal cores in the thousands as significant. Activating the skill, a brilliant flash, the bone blade transformed into rare bone blade. The entire blade now emanated an even more formidable aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint golden luminescence coursing along the blade. Rare bone blade. During combat, it can absorb 10 of the opponent's total attributes and transfer them to the user, lasting until the battle concludes. This additional attribute is quite advantageous. It directly weakens the opponent while strengthening the user. Even against an adversary of equal strength, Zhang Chen could gain the upper hand with this weapon. An invincible artifact among peers, though, as it stands, such a foe was entirely non-existent. Zhang Chen then set his sights on the energy armor. This, too, was crafted by himself and should be eligible for optimization. Indeed, the information promptly appeared. Ding. To optimize the energy armor, a cost of 500 energy crystal cores is required. Immediate optimization. Ding. Energy armor. Optimization complete. Upgraded to rare energy armor. Rare energy armor. When subjected to energy attacks, it can automatically convert a portion of the energy into crystal cores while simultaneously reducing the corresponding energy damage. Hiss. If 100 awakened ones unleashed energy strike upon him, would he no longer even need to spend time grinding for monsters? Zhang Chen mused whimsically. After organizing his spoils, he found himself utterly exhausted, to the point that he could barely keep his eyes open. Thus, he reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 102. The Strong set out the next day. The 10th day, at 10 in the morning. Ding. System prompt. The Universal Language Module has been successfully loaded. Survivors from different countries can now communicate freely. In the Jinyu district, located to the west of Jiangnan, at an intersection, lay several bodies of both Dragon Country and Western individuals. their heads slashed to prevent reanimation. Qian Jinyu was busy collecting the corpses. Zhang Hao, upon seeing the notification that communication was now possible, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at a Western man whose face he was stepping on and said, "Now I can understand what you say. Tell me, why did you ambush us? How did you know we would pass through here at this time?" The Western man shouted furiously, "You yellow-skinned monkeys all deserve to die. You have no idea who you have offended. Rain will raze your camp to the ground. Kill all the men, imprison the women, and let us have our fun." "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "I think it would be better for you to speak in bird language. That way, I won't understand and won't be as angry with that." He swiftly severed the man's head with a knife. Qian Jinyu approached, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, "The Westerners from Tan Sibao have surrendered. They are from the Eagle Claw Nation, having crossed over from the prison." The prison was originally divided into two factions, the Rain faction and the Arthur faction. Not long ago, they united and eliminated the camp formed by the prison guards. Now, within the entire Jinyu district, these two gangs are the largest. These fellows don't particularly enjoy killing zombies. They see them as demons, and opposing demons is tantamount to courting death. However, they do delight in plundering passing survivors. And conflicts frequently arise between the two factions. They are all scoundrels, merciless and unflinching in their killings. But with firearms in their hands, they may prove difficult to deal with. Today, we killed several of Rain's men, and one managed to escape during the skirmish. This could bode ill for us. We must exercise double caution from here on. Qian Jinyu paused and asked, "Should we continue westward or turn south?" Zhang Hao remained noncommittal. Pondering briefly before responding, their aversion to killing zombies signifies that there are abundant crystal cores to be harvested here. Rapidly increasing our strength is paramount, especially concerning the crawler. We must resolve this threat to broaden our exploratory territory. Otherwise, we will forever remain stunted by this hindrance. Additionally, inform everyone that no one is to reveal their presence in the chat channel of this area. In truth, Zhang Hao also wished to express that these individuals had undoubtedly slain numerous survivors, and thus possessed a considerable number of crystal cores. However, he did not wish to expose the secret of his own killings. Qian Jinyu nodded solemnly, stating, "Understood. I shall take care of it. And what shall we do with this individual?" He gestured towards the recently interrogated, frail Westerner. "What purpose does such a being serve?" Zhang Hao replied, casually slitting the man's throat with a watermelon knife, executing the act with precision and decisiveness. At 11 in the morning, at the juncture of Jinyu District and Jiangnan District, a strikingly handsome young man rode atop a colossal wolf, strolling leisurely down the street. The giant wolf's massive paws struck the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Its tail accidentally swiped against a nearby vehicle, causing a substantial dent in the side of a van. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed through the street, yet instead of attracting zombies, the previously howling undead fell eerily silent as if in fear of some dreadful presence. The entire street was enveloped in an unsettling stillness. The zombies spotted them from afar and instinctively retreated. Even those trapped inside a vehicle, struggling and pounding on the windows, suddenly ceased their commotion, as if they were terrified of attracting the attention of that terrifying entity. Though Erpang had indulged himself thoroughly yesterday, he could not resist the allure of the nutrient solution in the middle of the night, consuming it voraciously. At this moment, Erpang had grown to the size of a Tibetan Mastiff. In his amplified state, he was larger than an SUV. Pet name: Erpang companion type, mutated energy beast, howling moon wolf king growth stage, young stage 3 preferred food, meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects, skills, amplified combat. Upon entering battle, size, strength, speed, and mass all increase exponentially. Wild Call can summon 4 howling moon wolf pups to join the battle. The pups vanish after the combat concludes. Healing Devour completely consumes the target to heal itself and eliminate all negative states. The healing effect increases with the energy cores consumed from the target. Wolf King's Majesty. Monsters that can be instantaneously slain by the Howling Moon Wolf King are influenced by the energy field and will instinctively steer clear of the Wolf King. When Zhang Chen awoke in the morning, the zombie tide had long since subsided. The horde of undead abruptly halted their movements and gradually dispersed. Within a 200-meter radius of the watchtower, all was eerily vacant. The zombies on other streets were also scattered. With the tide receding, they began to wander aimlessly, no longer congregating as they had the previous day. Zhang Chen harvested the spoils of Erpang's battle from yesterday. His current upgrade progress stood at 36,527 20,002, leaving him with over 3,000 more energy cores needed for an upgrade. To eliminate ordinary zombies, he would need to slay another 4 or 5,000. With the zombie tide dissipated, pursuing them to kill, targeting 5 or 6,000 would be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Thus, Zhang Chen resolved to go with the flow as he searched for supply crates. He would simultaneously clear out higher-tier zombies. Ordinary zombies were plentiful yet sparsely concentrated, allowing for encounters wherever he roamed. Their incessant screeching and clawing only served to irritate him. To kill them would soil his clothes, necessitating a change. To refrained from killing, however, meant enduring a horde of zombies that dampened his mood. Hence, Zhang Chen decided to ride Erpang, relishing the tranquility of the apocalypse. Glancing at the minimap, he noted a level 2 supply crate located 2 kilometers away. A bit further, on the commercial street, there was a level 3 supply crate. It seemed that prior to the world suppression being lifted, level 3 supply crates were the highest tier available. Perfect, it was on the way. He would first retrieve the level 2 supply crate, then the level 3 supply crate, and afterward circle back to 2 additional level 2 supply crates. As for the level 1 supply crates, he would only check those if they were conveniently located. Otherwise, there was no need to detour, as their contents were only beneficial to lower-tier survivors. At Zhang Chen's current stage, they were utterly useless. He might as well check them for fun and see what was inside.